Chapter 1 Awakening Ceremony. Xiaoming University, Awakening Ceremony. The cold and solemn square was filled with nervous-looking boys and girls. On the high platform, the complex rune array exudes pressure. Today, the fate of all of them will be decided. Lin Fan was standing at the back of the boys' team, expressionless, but his heart sank to the bottom. He is not from this world. A month ago, he traveled to this apocalypse where strange beasts were rampant and Cthulhu monsters were everywhere. The girls here awaken at the age of 18 and become powerful Valkyries, protecting the area. The boys, on the other hand, become vassals and, through binding, become weapons and armor of the Valkyrie, becoming an object. Fortunately, Lin Fan awakened the killing system. As long as you kill monsters, you can gain growth points and upgrade infinitely. The conditions for activating the system plunged him into despair. You can activate the system by having a heartfelt conversation with the bound goddess. The system was even afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't understand, so it thoughtfully attached an analysis video. The so-called intimate means exactly what it says, the kind where the skin touches each other without a piece of clothing between them. In this world where women are superior to men and men are treated as perverts and sent to prison if they even slightly overstep the line, this activation condition is tantamount to committing suicide. Lin Fan felt a little desperate. Next, Class 1, Senior 3, Wang Ruoxue. On the podium, the dean read out the names aloud. A tall girl walked onto the magic circle, and light shot up into the sky. Wang Ruoxue, awakened B-rank Valkyrie, Frost Archer. There was a cry of surprise from the whole audience. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot out from the magic circle, sweeping through the boys' team and finally locking onto a tall and thin boy. The boy was pulled onto the stage by the light, his body twisted and deformed in the light, and finally turned into a longbow with sparkling ice crystals, falling into Wang Ruoxue's hands. Bound weapon, Ice Soul Longbow. Quality is also B grade. The dean's satisfied voice echoed. The awakenings of several girls in succession were quite good, and the boys they were bound to were transformed into high-quality weapons or armor, which aroused envy from the audience. As time passed, the name that everyone was looking forward to was finally called. Next one, Senior 3, Class 1, Su Qingyan. As the name was read out, the entire square fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful girl who slowly walked onto the stage. She is Su Qingyan, the undisputed #1 campus beauty in Xiaoming University. With excellent character and academic performance and outstanding talent, everyone agrees that she will be the strongest Valkyrie of this session. Tisk, just because you look pretty doesn't mean you can awaken into a powerful Valkyrie. In the crowd, Lin Fair, an equally beautiful girl, looked at Su Qingyan's back, a hint of jealousy hidden deep in her eyes, and she muttered something. Su Qingyan stood in the center of the magic circle. The formation was activated and light suddenly burst out. The light was brighter than any before, almost stinging everyone's eyes. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. But after the light faded, there was no strange phenomenon on the platform. There are no elements surrounding it, and no phantoms of magical weapons. Only Su Qingyan's body was covered with a barely visible faint halo. The dean walked forward and after a careful inspection, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He announced in a dry voice, clearing his throat. Su Qingyan, awakened, a close combat Valkyrie. No talent for weapon mastery. The awakening level is F, the lowest level. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop in the square. After a few seconds, the suppressed discussion broke out. What? Close combat? Isn't that the weakest type? Fighting those terrifying beasts with bare hands? What a joke! The former genius actually awakened and became a waste? What a joke! Lin Fair was the first one who couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The sound was sharp and piercing. Oh, Qingyan, what should we do? Do we have to rely on our fists to beat monsters from now on? Don't hurt your hands. Her voice was quiet, but it was filled with icy irony. Laughter, sarcasm, and gloating glances were like countless sharp needles piercing the lonely and arrogant figure on the podium. Su Qingyan's face was pale and her lips had lost their color from being bitten by herself. But her spine remained straight. She didn't cry, but just clenched her fists silently, her knuckles turning white from the force. The dean sighed and started the binding process. Start random binding. A beam of light shot out from the magic circle and began to scan back and forth among the boys' team below. All the boys subconsciously avoided the beam of light, as no one wanted to be bound to a useless Valkyrie. Only Lin Fan had a blank expression on his face, and he didn't even pay attention to the school beauty in the center of the formation. My mind is filled with despair and sadness at not being able to awaken the system. However, the beam of light stopped right above his head. Buzz! Lin Fan only felt an irresistible force pulling him out of the crowd and dragging him towards the platform. Everyone in the audience looked at Lin Fan, and after realizing who he was, they immediately burst into laughter. Before crossing over, the original body had average talent and mediocre academic performance, and was not favored by any teacher. Ha ha ha! Trash paired with trash, what a perfect match! Now, a bare-handed Valkyrie paired with a worthless man who has no idea what kind of trash he will become, it's a joke among jokes. Lin Fair laughed so hard that her body shook and tears almost came out. Lin Fan was enveloped by light, feeling his body being broken down and reshaped. He has accepted his fate. A shield? A knife? It doesn't matter. But when the light faded and the reconstruction was completed, everyone was stunned. On the high platform, no weapons or protective gear appeared in the air beside Su Qingyan. There is only one, black, thin as a cicada's wing, used to fit tightly against the body, a base shirt. The whole audience fell into silence again. Then, a laughter louder than any before broke out. The head teacher's face turned purple. He looked at the small piece of clothing and couldn't say a word for a long time. What is this? Close armor? Not even as good as the worst leather armor. This is simply the biggest shame since the founding of Xiaoming University. The bound object is Lin Fan from Class 7, Senior 3. This item assists with transformation. F rank. The dean suppressed his anger and announced the news to everyone, not wanting to even look at the pair. On the high platform, Su Qingyan's body was trembling slightly. She looked at the shameful piece of clothing floating in the air beside her, and tears of humiliation finally welled up in her eyes. She became the laughingstock of the whole school. The weapon she was bound to made the joke even more pathetic. But she did not shed tears, nor did she cry in despair. She just silently signaled Lin Fan to change back into human form, and then took him away from the square full of ridicule. She was even worried that Lin Fan would be implicated and scolded by all the teachers and students in the school. Because Su Qingyan understood that the boy who was bound to her could not control the transformation into any object. Being laughed at and ridiculed was not his fault. It was me, the one who had been known as the most beautiful campus girl for 3 years, who had disappointed countless people. Su Qingyan raised her head to prevent the tears from falling, and lamented in her heart, God, why do you treat me unfairly? But Lin Fan, who was following behind the school beauty, had a face full of surprise. He recalled his transformation ability, looked up at the sky excitedly, and shouted in his heart. God, you really treat me like your own son. I was originally worried about how to activate the system, but now the problem has been solved. Although his auxiliary transformation is neither a sharp weapon nor a hard protective gear, it is barely a close-fitting undershirt. But as long as I transform myself, merge with my companion Valkyrie, and have an intimate conversation with the goddess, wouldn't this system be activated? Chapter 2 Crisis emerges. Su Qingyan took Lin Fan and fled from the square filled with harsh ridicule. She didn't look back, and took every step quickly, as if she wanted to leave those voices far behind. The two finally stopped in a secluded corner behind the teaching building, which was surrounded by green plants and had no other visitors. After confirming that there was no one around, Su Qingyan could no longer hold back. She leaned against the cold wall, slowly slid down to the ground, and buried her face deeply in her knees. Suppressed, tiny sobs came from between her arms. His shoulders were shaking violently, and every tremor was filled with endless grievance and despair. She didn't cry loudly, but just shed tears silently. 3 years of pride and 3 years of hard work were completely shattered today and turned into powder. At the same time, the atmosphere in the square of the awakening ceremony was ignited again. Next one, Class 3, Senior 3, Lin Fair. Lin Fair adjusted the hem of her skirt and walked onto the stage amid expectant gazes. She is the one who should be the center of attention today. The magic circle lit up, and a sharp golden beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by bursts of wind and thunder. A rank Valkyrie, Thunder Battle Mage. The dean's voice was so excited that it changed its tone. Grade A. This is already top talent. The whole audience erupted in cheers louder than ever before. Lin Fair enjoyed everyone's admiration, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. The binding beam shot out and accurately locked onto the front row of the boys' team, the school's recognized idol, Li Hao. Li Hao walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After a flash of light, a spear flashing with golden arcs of electricity floated in the air. Bound weapon, Thunder Spear. Quality, a grade. A powerful alliance. This is how a genius should be treated. Lin Fei held the thundering spear, feeling the surging power within it, and felt an infinite sense of pleasure in her heart. She glanced in the direction Su Qingyan left and sneered in her heart. Su Qingyan, waste. Not seeing me awaken in a rank Valkyrie is the biggest regret in your life, you useless piece of shit. But don't be disappointed, I will come to you in person later and tell you this good news. I will let you know what it means to be a true favored daughter of heaven. Behind the teaching building. Su Qingyan finally raised her head, her eyes were red and there were traces of tears on her face. She looked at Lin Fan, who was silent beside her, and her voice was hoarse and nasal. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. She took a deep breath, her eyes full of pain and struggle. You don't have to join me in being a joke. We can go to the Academic Affairs Office and apply to unbind. Although our abilities will be permanently reduced after the unbinding, it's still better than following an F-rank loser. She was thinking about Lin Fan. She herself had fallen into the abyss and didn't want to drag an innocent person down with her. But she saw the smile on Lin Fan's face. The boy who was implicated and bound to him did not say anything. He just took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, took out a piece and handed it to him. His eyes were calm, without sympathy, pity, or disgust. What Su Qingyan felt was a pure, reassuring gaze. Yes, how can I not feel at ease? With the school beauty as my companion and the system at my side, I just need to wait for the fusion to activate, and then I can walk sideways in the world from now on. Even the school beauty is not aloof or arrogant, and she knows how to think about others. How can I not feel at ease? Lin Fan even couldn't help wanting to burst out laughing. In the square, a girl named Zhangya also completed her awakening. This girl who used to tell everyone that she was the best friend of the campus beauty Su Qingyan, and who always had a smile on her face every day because she was Su Qingyan's best friend, now no longer had any spirit in her. Zhangya, awakened C-rank Valkyrie, guardian of sword and shield. Although it is only C-class, it is pretty decent. The smile disappeared from Zhangya's face. It was not because her awakening level was not high, nor was it because the boy she was bound to was too weak. It was simply because her best friend Su Qingyan had become an F-level waste. She no longer had a backer to rely on, lost her means of borrowing the power of a tiger to bully others, and could no longer rely on her school beauty best friend to gain various benefits. In addition, her awakening level was just average, and her mood at the moment gradually fell to the bottom. Just at this moment, a pair of restless eyes stared at her, as if they saw something that could be snatched away. Lin Fei walked slowly towards Zhangya, holding the thunder spear. Zhangya, you are Su Qingyan's best friend, right? Congratulations on awakening your C-rank Valkyrie. She put away her playful smile, but the arrogance between her eyebrows was still clearly visible. Oh. Thank you. Sister Lin. Fei, I'm just a C-level professional, how can I compare with you? Zhangya had already lost the support of the most beautiful campus beauty Su Qingyan, and now was being pressed by the A-level genius Lin Fei. She immediately became cautious and servile. She didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Fei, she just hoped that she wouldn't cause trouble for her, then she would be thankful. But for Lin Fei, she had no interest in getting to know this idiot named Zhangya. He has an average appearance, average academic performance, and an average awakened profession. This kind of trash is not worthy of being associated with me. The reason why Lin Fei talked to the trash in her eyes was because the other party was Su Qingyan's best friend. In Lin Fei's eyes, Zhangya belonged to Su Qingyan. What she had to do was to snatch Su Qingyan's things and bring them to herself. In the past, Su Qingyan always suppressed her, but now that she has awakened an A-level profession, it's time for revenge. Lin Fei laughed playfully and said softly to Zhangya. Are you still planning on being the best friend of the campus beauty from Suzhou University? I remember she seems to have awakened an F-rank useless job. How about you be my best friend? Zhangya was startled and without any hesitation, she instantly showed a flattering smile. Sister Fei is right. Actually, Su Qingyan and I haven't gotten along for a long time. She thinks she's so great just because she's the school belle. She acts so high and mighty all the time. I've had enough of her. I've heard that Sister Fei is kind and beautiful. I can't thank you enough for not being so humble and willing to be my best friend. Lin Fei smiled. It turned out to be so easy to take away the things from the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Jamya agreed with a smile, never having thought that her betrayal would come so easily. There is no one behind the teaching building. Su Qingyan suggested that Lin Fan be freed from his bond with her, so that he wouldn't be implicated by this useless person. But the other party's answer surprised her. I will not unbind. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but extremely firm. He looked at Su Qingyan's surprised eyes and continued. Can the awakening level really determine everything? I don't believe in fate. I only believe that destiny is in my own hands. Yes, how can someone who has awakened the system not speak with confidence? Lin Fan appeared serious on the surface, but his inner tail was already flying high. Su Qingyan, how about we make a bet? Let's bet that our F-level combination will make all those who laugh at us shut up in the future. Lin Fan's words were like a stone thrown into stagnant water. There was a slight fluctuation in Su Qingyan's eyes, but it soon dimmed. Rely on yourself? How to rely on it? She looked at her hands in despair. She had fighting skills, but she couldn't even break the skin of the lowest level monster. What should I do? She murmured to herself, her voice filled with helpless confusion. Lin Fan listened to the words of the campus beauty of Suzhou University and recalled the conditions of the awakening system. Communicate with the bound goddess in a heartfelt way to activate the killing system. Su Qingyan looked at the young man in front of her. She was a little confused as to why this young man, who had also awakened F-level abilities, did not have a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Instead, full of confidence? Lin Fan's eyes met the campus beauty of Suzhou University and he opened his mouth to make the proposal that could change the fate of both of them. Suddenly, he noticed something strange out of the corner of his eye. A strange rustling sound came from the low woods ahead. A figure walked out step by step from the shadow of the trees. It was a hunchbacked humanoid monster with skin of a strange grayish color, disproportionately thin limbs, no facial features, and only a huge mouth that kept opening and closing, filled with spiral sharp teeth. Su Qingyan noticed something was wrong with him, turned around, and her pupils shrank at the same time as Lin Fan's. Twistwalker. The two said in unison. This is a Cthulhu-like monster clearly recorded in textbooks, with a danger level of E. For students who have just awakened and have no combat experience, it is a terrifying existence that is deadly enough. Chapter 3 Behead. The school's tight security system actually allowed strange beasts to sneak in. Su Qingyan's heart tightened, and he subconsciously protected Lin Fan behind him. Run! Go find the teacher. Her voice trembled, but she moved without hesitation. An F-level close combat Valkyrie, plus an F-level assistant, facing an E-level monster, the only outcome is death. The most important thing is that they have no practical experience. But Lin Fan behind her didn't move at all. Run? Lin Fan's voice was unusually calm, and he even seemed to be laughing. Where are you running to? By the time the teacher comes, you'll probably be minced meat in his mouth. He took a step forward, stood side by side with Su Qingyan, and faced the monster that exuded an ominous aura. Aren't you asking me what to do? Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Su Qingyan with burning eyes. Now, I'll give you the answer. Merge with me, and together we will kill it. What? Su Qingyan suspected that he had heard it wrong. Combine? Just the two of us F-rank? Killing an E-rank Cthulhu beast? This is not confidence at all, it's suicide. You're crazy. Su Qingyan said anxiously, we. Trust me this time. Lin Fan interrupted her, his tone filled with unquestionable strength. Let's bet that our F-level team can create a miracle. Russell. The twisted walker didn't give them much time. Its disproportionate legs dragged on the ground, making a teeth-grinding friction sound, and it approached step by step. The huge mouth opened and closed, and invisible malice enveloped the two of them. The retreat route has been blocked. Su Qingyan looked into Lin Fan's deep eyes. There was no fear or despair in them, only a kind of calmness that she could not understand. She bit her pale lips, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Die in humiliation, or take a crazy gamble? Okay. This word was almost squeezed out from between teeth. Su Qingyan closed his eyes, as if he had used up all his strength. I bet. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Buzz. His body instantly turned into a black light, and the black undershirt as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in the air again. A feeling of shame instantly surged onto Su Qingyan's cheeks, making her blush. But the Twistwalker has already charged. Its hunched body suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed. No time to think. Su Qingyan grabbed the undershirt and let it attach to her body in the form of light just before the monster's claws swung. The moment the clothes touched the skin, a warm current suddenly rushes through the whole body. Su Qingyan's fair face quickly flushed, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. How did you get to the very back? You were sticking too tight. Ding! Successfully communicated with the bound goddess. The killing system is officially activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. Opening the gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive talent, Divine Growth. Divine Growth, the host's transformed item can gain growth points by killing monsters, and can be upgraded infinitely. As the form changes, new attributes are unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial attribute, Heart Barrier. Heart Barrier, after being bound to the goddess and worn, basic defense is increased by 100%, basic strength is increased by 50%, and basic agility is increased by 50%. It also grants immunity to all mental and hallucination attacks below S level. A series of prompt sounds exploded in Lin Fan's mind. At the same time, Su Qingyan felt an unprecedented power surging from his limbs and bones. The body that was originally cold due to fear was now filled with explosive power. She could even clearly feel that the toughness of her skin had improved by a whole level. Is this the change brought about by Lin Fan? How could an F-level auxiliary item bring such a terrifying increase? How on earth did he do it? At the moment when Su Qingyan was shocked, the sharp claws of the twisted walker were already at his face. On the other side, Lin Feier was arrogantly searching for Su Qingyan on campus with Zhang Ye and their respective male companions. Sister Feier, do you think that loser Su Qingyan is hiding in some corner crying right now? Zhang Ye followed beside him with a fawning look on her face. Crying? She'd better pray that I don't find her. Lin Feier's face was full of satisfaction. For 3 whole years, her reputation has been weighing on my head. Today, I'm going to show her what true genius is. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from behind the teaching building not far away. Something's happening. Lin Feier's male companion, Li Hao, looked serious. The 4 of them rushed over immediately. When they rounded the corner and saw the gray monster, their faces changed. It's the Twisted Walker. An E-level monster. Li Hao exclaimed, stopped and dared not get any closer. Zhang Ye was so frightened that her legs went limp and she almost collapsed to the ground. A hint of panic flashed across Lin Feier's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by strong confidence. It's only E rank, perfect for testing the power of my E rank Thunder Battle Mage. She said proudly, the 4 of us can kill it no matter what we say. But the next second, they actually saw a figure fighting with the monster. When they looked closely, they were shocked. The fact that someone was fighting with a monster was not enough to shock Lin Feier and the other 3. But this person is Su Qingyan, the useless E-class fighting Valkyrie who has awakened to disappoint everyone. She was alone, with bare hands, facing the terrifying monster. Ha ha ha. Is she crazy? F-rank close combat? Does she want to tickle the Twistwalker with her fists? Lin Feier was stunned at first, then burst into shrill laughter. This is really hilarious. Trash is trash. Even to die in such a ridiculous way. The others also began to join in the ridicule amid Lin Feier's laughter. But their laughter stopped abruptly the next moment. The Twisted Walker's sharp claws grabbed Su Qingyan fiercely at such a fast speed that even Lin Feier, an A-level professional watching the battle, was shocked. Everyone thought that Su Qingyan would be torn to pieces in an instant. But she just turned slightly to the side and avoided the attack at an incredible angle. At the same time, a hand knife, as fast as lightning, chopped the monster's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The Twisted Walker let out a silent scream and stumbled back, its long, thin arm twisted strangely. With one strike, one of the monster's arms was crippled. The whole place was dead silent. The smile on Lin Feier's face froze, her throat still moving, wanting to say something to defend the monster. This E-rank monster isn't a melee type, so she's lucky. Zhang Ye and the other 2 boys almost popped their eyes out of their heads. Is this the power that an F-class profession should have? No. The 2 boys were the first to react. The useless male companion next to the campus beauty of Soochow University was gone. They must have reunited. It was that equally useless F-rank Lin Fan. He provided the power. But how is this possible? But they remembered that Lin Fan had awakened the transformation of the F-level underwear. At that time, they laughed at Lin Fan for being a loser, but in their hearts they were also envious of this boy for being able to have close contact with the most beautiful campus beauty. But when seeing them combined at this time, the fighting power displayed by Su Qingyan was still unbelievable. That F-level loser Lin Fan, his ability is actually to increase the basic attributes of his partners. Even Su Qingyan herself was stunned. She looked down at her unharmed hands, feeling the power surging in her body, and her heart was filled with shock. She really became stronger. The item that Lin Fan transformed into really has magical power. Roar! The severe pain made the Twisted Walker completely furious. The skin on its featureless face began to wriggle violently, and an invisible mental wave suddenly spread out like ripples. Mental shock. This is the Twisted Walker's strangest and most deadly move. Oh no! It's an illusion attack. Li Hao's face changed drastically and he tried to transform to resist, but in just a moment, he, Lin Fei, Zhang Yan and others became unfocused, holding their heads and screaming in pain, obviously having fallen into a horrible hallucination. Even though it is only an E-rank beast, because it belongs to the Cthulhu class, it still has the ability to subdue an A-rank Valkyrie. Lin Fei was shocked and angry. She was waiting to see Su Qingyan being torn to pieces by the monster, and then she would kindly take action, play the role of a hero saving a beauty, and completely trample Su Qingyan under her feet. But now, she herself was trapped in an endless illusion of fear. However, Su Qingyan, who was at the center of the attack, only felt his head sink slightly, and then a cool feeling flowed through his body, and all the discomfort disappeared instantly. It is the ability given by Lin Fan's system, immunity. She saw that the monster had lowered its guard against her because it had released its ultimate move. Chance! A cold light flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes, without the slightest hesitation. She exerted force on her feet and rushed out like an arrow. Amid the horrified screams of Lin Fei and the others, a punch slammed fiercely into the Twisted Walker's forehead, which exuded a strange aura. Bang! Amidst a dull explosion, the Twisted Walker's body trembled violently and then collapsed like a deflated ball, turning into a handful of black dust that drifted away in the wind. After killing the strange beast, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little bit unbelievable and couldn't believe that he had killed it with his own hands. The system's prompt had already sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Successfully killed the E-rank monster, Twisted Walker. Gained kill value, 10 points. F-rank base layer shirt gains 10 growth points. Level up. Current level, LV1. Unlock new attribute, agility plus 10%. The illusion dissipated. Lin Fei and the other three woke up covered in cold sweat. They looked towards the center of the battlefield in shock, searching for any traces of the strange beast. But the scene before them was like being struck by lightning. The monster disappeared. Only Su Qingyan was left, standing there straight, his clothes fluttering in the wind, without a single injury on his body. That F-ranked loser who was ridiculed by countless people, and her equally F-ranked loser partner, resisted the illusion of strange beasts. Even, he killed the Cthulhu beast by surpassing his level. Chapter 4, Slap in the Face. A breeze blew by, blowing away the last wisp of black dust that the Twisted Walker had transformed into. Behind the teaching building, there was deathly silence. Lin Fei and the other three stood there in a daze, like four stone sculptures, their faces frozen in horror and astonishment. Where are the monsters? What about that E-level Cthulhu monster? Escape? Or, die? Being beaten to death with bare hands by an F-rank close combat Valkyrie? Lin Fei's chest heaved violently. The fear she had just escaped from the illusion had not yet dissipated when an even stronger sense of humiliation and anger rushed to her head. She came here to laugh at the joke. She was even prepared to mercifully rescue Su Qingyan when she was on the verge of death, and then, with the attitude of a winner, take away her self-esteem and trample this former school beauty under her feet. But now, Lin Fei, who was hallucinating, screamed miserably and struggled on the ground in an ugly manner. But the man who was considered a waste in her eyes ended the battle without any harm. Not only did she not slap Su Qingyan in the face, but she was slapped hard in the face by the other party. This slap was silent, but extremely hot. How is it possible? Li Hao muttered to himself, staring at Su Qingyan intently, and it seemed as if he was looking through her at the man who had not yet appeared. An F-rank auxiliary item that could provide immunity to psychic attacks? And even the power to kill monsters above your level? The flames of jealousy burned in his heart. He was jealous not only because a waste-level item could display such power. He was even more jealous that this loser could have close contact with Su Qingyan. Why? Why wasn't I the one bound to Su Qingyan? When Li Hao looked at Su Qingyan again, his eyes became complicated. There is a touch of surprise at the potential of waste, but more of a sense of regret and disappointment. She finally let go of her former pride and honor and accepted an F-level piece of trash. He also merged with that F-class loser and fought side by side with him. Even if she wins by chance today, what about the future? She will be grateful for the help of that loser and then enhance her relationship with him, but eventually he will gradually become distant from her, losing the opportunity to contact her and be helped by her own resources. She will be dragged down by that loser and completely lose the chance to enter a higher realm. But why? Li Hao gritted his teeth and questioned in a muffled voice. As the school hunk, he had expressed his affection to Su Qingyan many times, but all of them were ignored and rejected by this arrogant and domineering Suzhou University beauty. Now she is willing to become a partner with an F-level loser. How am I inferior to that F-class loser? Li Hao roared silently, and in the blink of an eye, when he looked at Su Qingyan again, his eyes were filled with regret and disappointment for the complete fall of a genius. On the side, Zhang Ye's face was pale. She had not yet recovered from the fear of the hallucination. Her legs were weak and she could hardly stand. She thought she was dead. Facing the Cthulhu monster and being trapped in its illusion, he had no power to resist. But now, not only is she not dead, she is even unharmed. How is this possible? She was in disbelief. When she saw the figure standing in front of her, she seemed to understand everything, but was filled with doubts the next moment. Was it Su Qingyan who protected himself and drove away the strange beast when he was in a hallucination? Or maybe, she killed the monster. Zhang Ye didn't dare to speculate any further, and even didn't dare to look at Su Qingyan. Because at the awakening ceremony square, when the whole school mocked the once high and mighty campus beauty of Su University, she, as Su Qingyan's best friend, did not speak up for her. Instead, she immediately cut off ties with her to prevent herself from getting into trouble. She has awakened as C-rank Valkyrie, but she is still unable to wake up from the hallucination. How did Su Qingyan, who had awakened to F-level, do it? A voice sounded in Zhang Ye's heart. Does F-grade really mean trash? Are those who awaken to F-level weaker, or am I the real weak one because I am eager to get rid of my best friend when she is despised by everyone? She suddenly remembered what she had just said to Lin Feier, and a feeling of regret surged in her heart. Su Qingyan didn't seem as vulnerable as he thought. Too strong. Zhang Ye's male companion, the one who had awakened the C-level shield transformation ability, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He didn't know whether the strange beast had escaped or died. But no matter what, it must be because of Su Qingyan. The boy looked at Su Qingyan, then looked at Zhang Ye beside him. They are both Valkyries, why is there such a big difference between them? His gaze finally fell on the empty space where Lin Fan should have been. This man named Lin Fan is probably not just some F-level waste. Just when everyone was thinking different things, the light on Su Qingyan's body flashed slightly, and the fusion state was released. The next second, Lin Fan appeared out of thin air and stood beside her. His face was calm, as if the life and death struggle he had just experienced was just a warm-up exercise. The two of them glanced coldly at Lin Feier and the other three. Report what just happened to the school leaders. Su Qingyan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable commanding tone. After saying that, she no longer looked at those people, and walked side by side with Lin Fan, passing by everyone and leaving the other party with two handsome and elegant backs. Only Lin Feier and the other three were left at the scene, enduring a complex mix of shock, jealousy, and humiliation. Walking among the crowd on campus, you can hear endless discussions all around. Look, it's the campus beauty of Suzhou University and her good-for-nothing friend. I can't believe that Su Qingyan, the most promising person in the teacher's eyes, has actually made such a big fool of himself. An F-rank melee fighter and an F-rank undershirt fighter, what a pair of losers, a disgrace to the school. The biting sarcasm penetrated my ears. Su Qingyan's footsteps did not pause at all, and her back straightened even more. In the past, she might have felt hurt by these words, but now, a strange peace did emerge in her heart. This calmness comes from the companion beside him, and the calmness and confidence in Lin Fan's eyes when he looks at him. The two of them walked to a deserted tree-lined path, and Su Qingyan stopped. She turned around and looked at Lin Fan seriously. Thank you. Her voice was soft, yet filled with an unprecedented sincerity. I know exactly what Lin Feier and the others are here for. If it weren't for Lin Fan, she would not only die at the claws of the strange beast today, but would also have been humiliated by Lin Feier before her death. It was Lin Fan who gave her the confidence that even a waist could be useful when she was most desperate, and provided her with the ability to defeat the strange beast. It was Lin Fan who made her stand up straight and win the invisible war with Lin Fei. It's a pleasure to work with you. Su Qingnian stretched out his hand and spoke solemnly to his companion. Please give me your guidance in future battles. No matter what others say about the boy in front of her, how useless he is, but in Su Qingnian's eyes, he is her partner who fights side by side with her. As a thank you for your assistance in the battle, I'll treat you to lunch. Su Qingnian looked at Lin Fan expectantly, his eyes clear. Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him. The confusion and despair in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a rekindled spark. He smiled slightly and nodded gently. Su Qingnian also raised the corner of his mouth and led the way. Looking at her back, Lin Fan moved his mind and called up the system panel in his mind. Killing system. Host, Lin Fan. Bound goddess, Su Qingnian. Transformation, F-level base layer LV1. Growth points, 020. Passive talent, divine growth points can be gained by killing unlimited upgrades. Inherent attributes, heart barrier defense plus 100%, strength plus 50%, agility plus 50%, immune to S level and below mental attacks. LV1 unlocked attribute, agility plus 10%. Kill the beast to gain kill points, 10 points. Kill points can be used to study the battle techniques of the bound goddess and improve proficiency. This operation must be performed in a state of intimate communication with the goddess. Chapter 5 Young girl, do you want to improve your strength? Outside Xiaoming University, in a restaurant with simple decoration. Su Qingnian chose a quiet seat by the window, where he could see the street view and there were fewer people. This was the first time she took the initiative to treat a boy to a meal. The food was served quickly, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and the aroma was fragrant. But before the two of them could even start eating, they heard undisguised whispers coming from the neighboring table. Look, isn't that Su Qingnian? The former top campus beauty. It's her. The guy next to her is the loser bound to her, right? I heard he turned into an undershirt. I'm dying of laughter. F-class and F-class, what a match made in heaven. How dare she come out to eat? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Although they said so, the gazes of those students were like knives, stabbing at them without any hesitation. Su Qingnian's grip on the chopsticks tightened slightly, and the brows that had just relaxed because of victory furrowed again. She straightened her back, looked straight ahead, and tried hard to block out the noise. Ignore them. A bunch of mediocre people who can only talk nonsense are not worth wasting your attention. Lin Fan's voice was flat as he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew. Su Qingnian raised her eyes and saw Lin Fan's calm face. Obviously, the other party was also talking about him, and it was clear that he had only awakened F-level abilities. Yet, his whole body, every word and action exudes a lazy confidence. Even he, the once famous school beauty, was encouraged by him. Lin Fan, how on earth did you do this? Su Qingnian muttered to himself, and looked at the young man sitting at the table opposite him. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if the maliciousness and speculation of the surrounding discussions did not exist at all. Her heart inexplicably calmed down because of Lin Fan's calmness. At this time, a burly middle-aged man came over with a pot of tea. He was the owner of the store. The boss put down the teapot, glanced at the students at the next table who were still whispering, and his eyes darkened. He didn't scold them, but just smiled at Su Qingnian and Lin Fan in a loud voice. Don't worry about it, my friends. Awakening level is nothing. I was only a C level back then, but didn't I still manage to kill over a dozen alien beasts and come back alive during a mission out of town? If I hadn't been shot in the knee by an arrow back then, humph. Child, the path you take is not something you tell others to take. After the boss finished speaking, he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, gave Su Qingnian an encouraging look, said nothing more, and turned back to the counter. After hearing what the boss said, the students at the neighboring table fell silent, buried their heads in their food, and were too embarrassed to say anything more. Su Qingnian felt warm in her heart and gave her boss a grateful look. Looking at the middle-aged boss, she thought of her parents at home. Her mind suddenly skipped a beat and her heart sank to the bottom. Although her family background is not top-notch, it is still a big family with many relatives and close contacts. In the past, I was often boasted to by my parents because of my honor as the most beautiful school beauty, excellent in both character and academic performance, and with a bright future. Today is the awakening ceremony, and the news that I awakened the F-level waste Valkyrie has probably already spread back home. When their parents learn that their so-called pride has fallen to the bottom and become a waste, how will they look at them with disgust? Su Qingnian sighed silently, put away the thought and didn't want to think too much, and even more didn't want to affect the mood of the young man in front of him because of his own troubles. She looked at Lin Fan and asked the biggest question in her mind during the previous battle. Before, behind the teaching building, when the twisted walker attacked, with you. She paused, organizing her words. After merging with you, I clearly feel my strength has increased, and I'm immune to hallucinations. Are these all your abilities? Yes. Lin Fan did not hide it. Su Qingyan was shocked and stared at the young man in front of him for 3 seconds. Then, a variety of emotions arose at the same time. There is surprise, astonishment, joy of being happy for the other person, but also frustration and sadness of discovering that you may have delayed the other person's future. As expected. After several seconds, Su Qingyan answered casually. An F-level auxiliary item, yet it possesses such incredible abilities. This was completely beyond her understanding. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with extremely serious eyes. Lin Fan, let's go and unbind it. These words made Lin Fan stop picking up the food. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, as if he had made a huge decision. Your abilities are far more than F rank. I don't know if there's something wrong with the awakening formation, or if it's some other reason. But I think you can have a better future, a much better future than partnering with me. Follow me, an F rank close combat Valkyrie will only bury your talent. If you bond with an A rank, or even an S rank Valkyrie, your future will be limitless. I can't be so selfish and drag you down. Su Qingyan was thinking about the other person. But it was not just for Lin Fan's sake, she was just subconsciously thinking from his perspective, thinking about her partner, not wanting her to restrict his future. She would rather suffer the punishment of permanent decline in her abilities than delay someone who was supposed to soar to great heights. Lin Fan looked at her, seeing the struggle and sincerity in her clear eyes. He suddenly laughed and said in a playful tone, "Is that why you don't want to pay?" Su Qingyan was stunned, obviously not following the other party's train of thought. Seeing her silly expression, Lin Fan couldn't help laughing and started to explain, "Su Qingyan, do you think I'm the kind of person who would abandon my partner just because of what others think? I see your qualities." Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, his tone calm but powerful. "When everyone was laughing at me, you took me away from the crowd. When facing the strange beast, you chose to protect me behind you. After discovering my abilities, your first reaction was not to use them, but to avoid dragging me down. You are worthy of my free meals every day." It was originally a sincere and affirmative speech, but the last sentence contained some inappropriate words. This made Su Qingyan burst out laughing. But she already felt warm in her heart. Lin Fan's words flowed into her heart like a warm current, making her eyes warm. I am so lucky that when I am at my lowest point, there is someone who can see the shining points that I am about to forget. But she wanted to say something else. No buts. Lin Fan interrupted her. Actually, I have another way to improve your combat ability. Su Qingyan was startled and asked quickly, what's the solution? Let's go to the training ground and practice together? This was the only way she could think of. Lin Fan shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's more effective than that, and more efficient. He lowered his voice. However, we need to reunite. With a boom, Su Qingyan's cheeks turned red instantly, like a ripe apple, and the heat rushed to his head. The scene of her close contact with Lin Fan before the battle with the strange beast was playing uncontrollably in her mind. Fit. The feeling of that thin piece of clothing touching my skin instantly became extremely clear in my mind. She felt her heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her chest. Can't you just possess my coat? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye. Can't. Lin Fan's answer was clear and concise, leaving no room for ambiguity. This is not because he has any bad intentions, this is a system requirement. Su Qingyan's face turned even redder, and her thoughts became increasingly confused. She pinched the corner of her clothes, her fingertips turned white, her mind was a mess, and she couldn't say a word. At the same time, in the dean's office, Lin Feier, Li Hao, Zhang Ye and her male companion were standing here, reporting the invasion of strange beasts to the Dean of Studies. What did you say? An E-rank Cthulhu monster called Twisted Walker appeared in the school? The dean's face turned pale and he suddenly stood up from his chair in surprise. This is a huge security lapse. Yes, Director. When we found it, it seemed to realize that there were more of us, so it disappeared on its own. Lin Feier spoke first, deliberately concealing the fact that she and others were suffering from hallucinations and were in a very ugly state. Yes, it ran away. Zhang Ye quickly agreed. The Dean of Studies frowned and paced back and forth in the office. Escaped? Cthulhu-type beasts are cunning and cruel, and will not give up until they achieve their goals. How could they escape so easily? He glanced sharply at the four people. Rather than asking why the strange beast escaped, he was obviously more concerned about how the strange beast got past security and appeared on campus. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and as he recalled Su Qingyan's fighting form, he added, "Director, there is another possibility. Perhaps it was killed." Killed? The dean was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand nonchalantly. Although this beast is only E rank, it's still a serious threat to students who haven't awakened yet. Just kill it. Who killed it? Li Hao was silent for a few seconds, as if he was choosing his words. Maybe Su. Just as he was about to give the answer, Lin Feier suddenly interrupted and said, "Maybe it's Su Qingyan." She was somewhat unhappy with Li Hao's behavior, but she was more dissatisfied with Su Qingyan. How powerful can a monster that can be killed by an F-level guy be? As an A-rank Valkyrie, there is no way I can lose. But why did Su Qingyan wake up from the illusion before himself and snatch away his chance to kill the strange beast? In the past, he was always outshined by the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Now that he has awakened an A-level profession, he is still being humiliated by her. Full of resentment, she interrupted Li Hao and answered the dean's question herself. As soon as Lin Feier said Su Qingyan's name, the office suddenly fell silent. The dean seemed to have heard something extremely absurd. He scratched his ears, turned around, and looked at the four students in front of him with a slightly puzzled look. Lin Feier, an A-rank Valkyrie, your partner Li Hao also has an A-rank transformation ability. And you, Zhang Ye, are a C-rank Valkyrie, and your partner is even AB rank. That useless guy who awakened F-rank close combat. Su Qingyan, and his partner has useless F-rank armor. You're telling me that it wasn't any of you, but she alone, who killed an E-rank Twistwalker with her bare hands? Are you kidding me? Chapter 6 Close Cooperation. The dean's eyes swept back and forth over the four people like a falcon. You're saying that an F-rank fighter surpassed his level and killed an E-rank monster? Or a twisted walker from the Cthulhu family? Undisguised voices of doubt filled the office. But seeing the uncertain expressions on the young faces, the dean quickly made a decision. Without further questioning, he waved his hand for the four students to leave. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. The four of them turned around and left the office as if they had been pardoned. Before leaving, Lin Feier complained unconvincedly, "She's definitely just lucky." The moment the door closed, the fatigue on the dean's face disappeared, replaced by extreme solemnity. He smelled lies from those four students. Regardless of whether Su Qingyan really killed the strange beast, these four high-level students probably didn't see it with their own eyes. They were probably under the Twisted Walker's illusion and had no idea whether the beasts were dead or escaped. But why did the Twisted Walker choose to flee? Could it be that Su Qingyan had a way to avoid the illusion, making the beast sense danger? No, maybe it has something to do with the ability of her useless F-rank partner. Right now, the key is to find out the whereabouts of the strange beast and prevent the news of its appearance in the school from being leaked. The dean walked to the desk, picked up the intercom, and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the security department?" Immediately and secretly seal off the campus and check all blind spots in the surveillance. I want to know how that twisted walker got in and how he disappeared. Also, go check the dormitory location of Su Qingyan, a student in Class 1 of Senior 3. After dinner, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan walked along the tree-lined path, and the atmosphere was suddenly silent. "Thanks for lunch. How are you thinking about training?" Lin Fan was the first to break the silence. Su Qingyan's emotions, which had finally calmed down, became tense again. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked very shy. She mumbled for a long time, not trying to find an excuse to refuse, but simply because she was embarrassed. Lin Fan stopped first, turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and said seriously, "We need to find a place where we won't be disturbed and improve your abilities." A strange beast suddenly appeared in the school. I feel that this matter is not simple. Seeing the young man getting serious, Su Qingyan came back to her senses from her shyness. She naturally would not refuse her partner's suggestion to improve her abilities. She also knew that it would be impossible to defeat the strange beast with her newly awakened strength. It was all thanks to Lin Fan's ability that made her immune to hallucinations. But she remembered what the other party said about improving abilities, which required them to merge again. At the thought of reuniting again, Su Qingyan's cheeks turned red again. An undisturbed environment, fusion, these two words combined together instantly brought to her mind the strange feeling she felt in her body when they merged previously. The feeling of that thin undershirt clinging to my skin became incredibly clear in my mind. Really, can't I possess the coat? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to look Lin Fan in the eye. Can't. Lin Fan's answer was crisp and clear, leaving no room for maneuver, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's not that he has any unreasonable thoughts, it's just that the system's orders cannot be disobeyed. After a few seconds, Su Qingyan took a deep breath, shook his head hard, and said to himself, Su Qingyan, what are you thinking about? Lin Fan helped you defeat the E-level monster. He didn't abandon you when you were most lost, and he helped you save face in front of Lin Feier. How could you make such random assumptions about him? He made these requests because his ability to transform must require it. It should be like this. After Su Qingyan reflected on himself, his thoughts became clear, and he said to Lin Fan, Okay, the school has assigned me a single dormitory. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in my dormitory? She raised her head, and although her cheeks were still flushed, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. Instead of heading towards the ordinary student dormitory building, the two turned into a quiet area. The area is shaded by green trees and each building is far apart, ensuring absolute privacy. This is the exclusive dormitory area prepared by Xiaoming University for the top talented students. Given Su Qingyan's previous identity, she naturally owned one. Although the awakening ceremony disappointed countless people, the school did not have time to take back the dormitories. She stopped in front of an elegant two-story building, opened the door with her student card, and made an inviting gesture. Partner, please come in. After entering, the room is very spacious and is divided into two parts, bedroom and living room. The decoration style is simple and plain, and the air is filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. The floors were spotless, the books were neatly arranged, and the belongings were in perfect order. The door closed gently behind him, blocking out all sounds from the outside world. Suddenly, the only sounds left in the room were the two people's gentle breathing, and the atmosphere seemed to become a little heated. Su Qingyan stood there awkwardly, not knowing where to put her hands. It was the first time she invited a boy to her dormitory. Lin Fan looked around naturally and chose the spacious living room as his training ground. Are you ready? He asked. Su Qingyan's body stiffened, he nodded, then shook his head quickly, and finally said softly. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, looking ready to be slaughtered. Lin Fan's figure turned into a stream of light in front of her, and without any hesitation, he directly merged into her close-fitting underwear. The cold touch made Su Qingyan's body subconsciously tense. Relax and do as I say. This time, Lin Fan's voice sounded directly in her mind, like a commander, with an unquestionable order. Sit down and enter a meditative state. Su Qingyan sat down cross-legged on the soft carpet as he was told, trying to regulate his breathing and clear his mind of all the messy thoughts. When she was completely calm, Lin Fan began the real operation. His consciousness sank into the system. Kill points, 10. This is the reward for killing a twisted walker. System, consume 10 kill points to study the host's fighting techniques. Command confirmed. Consume 10 kill points and begin studying and analyzing the F-rank combat skills of the contractor Su Qingyan. Lin Fan's consciousness was instantly pulled into a pure white virtual space. In the center of the space, a light and shadow figure that looked exactly like Su Qingyan was standing quietly. That was her perfect combat projection. The next second, the projection moved. She began to practice her fighting skills, each move was extremely clear. At the same time, countless data streams flashed through Lin Fan's consciousness like waterfalls, and the system was performing calculations and analysis at a speed beyond imagination. Analyzing. Fatal flaws found, 17. 3 optimization points found. Generating optimization plan. The whole process was so fast that it took almost just a moment. Lin Fan's mind was instantly flooded with a massive amount of information. The deviation in Su Qingyan's wrist angle when punching, the delay in shifting his center of gravity when kicking, the unnecessary movements when dodging. If these shortcomings were placed on an A-level Valkyrie, most of them could be covered up by their powerful professional abilities. But what Su Qingyan awakened was the weakest F-class melee fighter. Fortunately, for every defect, the system provides the most accurate optimization solution. This is no longer a simple guide, but a reconstruction of her fighting style from the underlying logic. Su Qingyan, concentrate and receive the information, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, using the spiritual connection established through the barrier of heart. Su Qingyan, who was in a meditative state, only felt a huge but extremely clear torrent of information suddenly pouring into his mind. She was surprised and astonished. Is this also the ability of her partner? His partner was far more powerful than the F-class that everyone saw. After a brief distraction, Su Qingyan quickly concentrated his thoughts and tried to understand the information in his mind. Soon she discovered that it was not messy knowledge, but dynamic pictures and precise combat skills. She seemed to see another self, fighting in an unprecedented, efficient, and fierce way. Every movement was perfect, and every bit of strength was used on the blade. She subconsciously rehearsed it in her mind. The previously obscure bottleneck in fighting suddenly became clear. After just a mental deduction, Su Qingyan was surprised to find that if she fought according to this optimized plan, her combat efficiency could be increased by at least 1 or 2 times. This is incredible. This is no longer a simple equipment enhancement, it is simply an omniscient and omnipotent master giving her personal guidance step by step. At this moment, Su Qingyan's perception of Lin Fan underwent a drastic change. For the first time, she truly felt that Lin Fan was more than just a partner who could provide her with strength boost. He is also her second brain, tactical guide, and the backup who can see through all her weaknesses and make up for them. His relationship with himself is no longer that of a Valkyrie, and his relationship with auxiliary items is more like that of a warrior and a commander. She didn't understand how Lin Fan did it, she only knew that this feeling was unprecedented. Analysis completed, optimization plan transferred. Unlock new function, skill enhancement. You can consume kill points to forcibly improve the contractor's skill proficiency. While Su Qingyan was still in shock, a new prompt popped up on Lin Fan's system panel. He discovered that kill points could not only be used for study and analysis, but could also directly consume points, just like adding points in a game, forcibly improving Su Qingyan's skill proficiency. This discovery made Lin Fan's heart move slightly. This means that as long as he has enough killing points, he can turn Su Qingyan into a ruthless fighting machine. At the same time, Lin Fan also realized that the campus beauty of Sucha University was not just beautiful, but also had better learning ability and stronger character than ordinary people. Just as Su Qingyan was highly concentrated and completely immersed in the shock brought about by this transformation, a trace of worry hidden deep in his heart inadvertently leaked out along the spiritual connection. It was a blurry picture, the face of a dignified middle-aged man, with disappointment and coldness in his eyes. Qingyan, you are a role model for the younger generation of our family. You must not let your father down. As long as you can make a stunning debut at the awakening ceremony, you won't have to be bound by the family's arrangements. This emotional fluctuation was fleeting, but was keenly captured by Lin Fan. Family? A flash of enlightenment flashed through Lin Fan's consciousness. It seems that the pressure Su Qingyan faces does not only come from school and classmates. The so-called family behind her will be a huge obstacle in the future. It was at this time. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the dormitory door from outside. The knock on the door seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet room. A calm and serious figure appeared under the sensor light outside the dormitory door. Looking through the peephole, Su Qingyan slowly frowned, opened the door, and looked at the other person without a smile. The calm figure nodded to the room and said politely, "Your father asked me to inform you to come home as soon as possible. Chapter 7 The school beauty asked me to go home with her. Your father asked you to come home immediately." The man's voice was formulaic, without any tone of negotiation. "No." Su Qingyan's response was very light, and he had no intention of discussing anything with the other party. The man outside the door got the answer, then turned and left, his footsteps disappearing at the end of the corridor. The atmosphere in the room froze. Lin Fan's figure separated from Su Qingyan's clothes and appeared out of thin air beside her. Su Qingyan's body stiffened imperceptibly. She looked at Lin Fan, swallowed the words back when they came to her lips, and finally turned them into just one sentence. "I have to go back." He didn't look like he was going home, but rather like he was going to the execution ground or to prison. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and looked at her lazily. "What? Going back to receive the Nobel Peace Prize? For single-handedly making an E-rank Cthulhu monster understand the preciousness of life?" Su Qingyan was stunned by his rude words, then smiled bitterly. I disappointed everyone at the awakening ceremony. My family also heard the news. Now they're asking me to go back. I guess they want me to follow the family's arrangements. She looked down at her toes, and didn't say half of the sentence out of consideration for the other party, F level. My father can't afford to lose this person. Lin Fan took a step closer, staring at the girl's face, guessed what she was thinking, and blurted out. What happened to Class F? A newly awakened F rank killed an E rank beast with his bare hands, without even shedding a drop of blood. Let those newly awakened A-level geniuses try to replicate this record? Can they do it? Oh no, I remember you killed those two F-level geniuses who were rolling on the ground in fear. Lin Fan said humorously. Su Qingyan raised her head and looked at the other person. Because they were too close, her face turned red. She nervously took 2 steps back, took a breath, and looked at the other person again. There was no sympathy or pity on the face of the young man in front of him, only a kind of natural calmness. It seemed as if it was natural for an F-class Valkyrie to kill an E-class monster. This unwarranted trust is more useful than any words of comfort. Su Qingyan didn't understand why, but she felt much more at ease at this moment. Let's go. I'll go back with you. Lin Fan tilted his head at her. That's perfect. I also want to see what a family that can raise a monster like you looks like. By the way, can you have dinner with me? Su Qingyan felt warm in her heart, and the anxiety and uneasiness in her heart seemed to be diluted by his half-true and half-false joke. Good. She nodded heavily. As soon as the two of them left, Su Qingyan's head teacher arrived at the door of her dormitory. The head teacher was asked by the Dean of Studies to ask Su Qingyan questions about strange beasts, but he didn't expect that there was no one in the dormitory. After some inquiries, he learned that Su Qingyan had been called back home. After communicating with the Dean of Studies, the head teacher decided to go directly to Su Qingyan's home to ask about the strange beast. On the other side, in Lin Feier's exclusive dormitory. Bang! An exquisite glass was smashed hard against the wall. Su Qingyan. Lin Feier gritted her teeth and pronounced the name. You've only awakened to F level. You've already disappointed everyone. Why do you still want to suppress me? Lin Feier, who once looked up to the honored campus beauty of Suzhou University, now felt a sense of powerlessness that could not be surpassed. Now the campus beauty of Suzhou University has become an F-level waste despised by everyone. As an A-level student, it would be easy for me to surpass her. But why can she still slap herself in the face with facts? Lin Feier took a deep breath, suppressed the feeling of powerlessness in her heart, and said to herself. Don't worry, Lin Feier. You're now an A-rank Valkyrie. Just a few days of training can equal the training results of an F-rank loser for several months. From now on, the gap between you and her will become wider and wider. At this moment, the communication prompt tone of the bracelet suddenly rang. Lin Feier glanced at it impatiently. It was a message from Li Hao. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but the content of the message made her pause. Su Qingyan was called back by her family. Lin Feier's pupils shrank slightly. Su family? Of course she knew Su Qingyan's family background. Although it was not as good as her Lin family, it was still a well-known and prestigious family in S City. She knew only too well how high the expectations of such a family were for their children. Immediately afterwards, Li Hao's second message popped up. Her homeroom teacher is planning a home visit, and I plan to go and take a look. Seeing this message, the anger on Lin Feier's face suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a cold smile filled with malice. There's a good show to watch. A genius who was highly regarded by his family turned into a school-famous F-class waste overnight. Now, this waste has to go home and face her family who were once proud of her. Lin Feier could even imagine that scene. Disappointed parents and contemptuous relatives. There is also the teacher's heartbroken regret. Su Qingyan, haven't you always been aloof and arrogant, and valued your self-esteem more than anything else? I want to see how much of your ridiculous self-esteem is left when you are trampled under the feet of your own family. A brilliant idea arose in her mind. Lin Feier opened the address book and dialed Zhang Ye's number, with a smile on her face. Zhang Ye, I heard Qing Yan was called back home. She just awakened and must be feeling very depressed. You used to be her best friend, shouldn't you go visit and comfort her? At the same time, in Xiaoming University, in the dean's office. A secret internal meeting is underway. The security department has repeatedly confirmed that there are no signs of any intrusion into the defense system. That E-rank twistwalker seemed to appear out of thin air and then vanish out of thin air. According to the reports from Lin Feier and the others, they suspect that the strange beast was killed by Su Qingyan. A senior executive attending the meeting expressed disdain. An F-rank melee fighter? Killing an E-rank monster? This is simply unbelievable. I think it's just a lie made up by those E-rank geniuses to shirk responsibility. Another person disagreed. But what if this is true? After this rhetorical question was asked, no one answered for a long time. Because in everyone's worldview, it is impossible for a newly awakened F-level Valkyrie to kill an E-level monster by surpassing her level. After a while, the dissenting voice sounded again. I'm just saying, if this is true, isn't it enough to make us reflect that awakening level doesn't represent everything? This sentence touched many people, but there are still more people who do not agree. There was a lot of debate in the meeting room. In the end, the Dean of Studies gave suggestions that satisfied everyone. Everything will be discussed after the campus competition in the near future. Let her use her grades to prove whether she is worthy of the school's cultivation. The Su family villa is located in the wealthy area of the city, covers a large area and has an elegant style. As Su Qingyan and Lin Fan arrived at the door, a handsome young man in white casual clothes came out to greet them with a smile. But when he saw Lin Fan behind Su Qingyan, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Qingyan, you're back. The young man spoke in a gentle voice, but his gaze cut through Lin Fan like a knife. Su Qingyan's face darkened. He turned sideways and said to Lin Fan in a voice that only the two of them could hear. His name is Zhang Yuan, the third son of the Zhang family. He has awakened a B-level dagger-type transformation ability. That's also the marriage that my family arranged for me. Zhang Yuan is very lustful and covets Su Qingyan's body and appearance. He plays around with her secretly and has affairs with many women. Su Qingyan had secretly inquired about these things and was very disgusted with the marriage partner arranged for her by her family. Who is this? Zhang Yuan walked straight up to Lin Fan, extended his hand, and had a falsely friendly look on his face. Qingyan, won't you introduce your friend? He is my partner, Lin Fan. Su Qingyan's tone was very stiff. Partner? Zhang Yuan's smile turned playful. I got some information. The guy who had the useless F-class armor and caused Qingyan to be laughed at was Lin Fan. As he spoke, he held Lin Fan's hand and exerted force with his palm. A huge force came, as if it was going to crush Lin Fan's finger bones. Zhang Yuan smiled, anticipating Lin Fan's ugly face as he begged for mercy and pain. However, there wasn't even a trace of unnecessary expression on Lin Fan's face. He even smiled. I almost forgot that the attribute enhancement given by the system will not only affect Su Qingyan, but will also be added to myself. He exerted force on his wrist, and a strong opposing force was applied back. It just forms a perfect counterbalance to Zhang Yuan's power. Zhang Yuan's smile froze. He could never believe that an F-class waste could have such great power. No matter how much strength he put in, the opponent seemed to be able to match it, even though he could see that the opponent was also using all his strength, but that was precisely where the problem lay. How is this possible? How could an F-class person possibly compete with a B-class person like me? Even if you spend all day drinking and carousing and neglect exercise, the level barrier is absolute. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Su Qingyan realized something was wrong and immediately stepped forward and slapped their hands away. She protected Lin Fan behind her and looked at Zhang Yuan coldly. Lin Fan is my partner, please show some respect. Zhang Yuan shook his sore right hand and felt extremely unhappy when he saw Su Qingyan protecting his child. When he looked at Lin Fan again, his eyes were filled with shock and suspicion. Something went wrong with the awakening ceremony? This guy is definitely more than F-level. At this moment, the door of the villa opened and an old butler with gray hair and wearing a tuxedo walked out. Master Zhang Yuan, Miss Qingyan, the master and the mistress are waiting for you in the living room. The butler bowed and gestured for invitation, but his gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a second, filled with undisguised scrutiny. Su Qingyan and Zhang Yuan walked inside. Lin Fan was about to follow when the housekeeper stretched out his arm to block his way. I'm sorry, sir. The butler's voice was polite but unfriendly. The Su family does not welcome outsiders, especially unwelcome F-level ones. Lin Fan stopped and nodded to show that he understood the other party. A servant should only obey the orders of the master and not make decisions on his own. Therefore, Lin Fan was not annoyed at all. Instead, he grinned, revealing his white teeth, and asked slowly, "If I beat you, then are you also a waste?" Chapter 8, Uncle is a mama's boy? The butler's face instantly darkened. He hadn't expected that an F-grade loser who was laughed at by the whole school would dare to contradict him in person. Just as he was about to say something harsh, Su Qingyan's voice rang out, and she once again stood in front of Lin Fan. "He's my partner." She emphasized these 4 words. "If he can't get through this door, then neither can I." After saying that, she took Lin Fan's hand and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. The housekeeper's expression changed, with a hint of anger, but more of disappointment in the young lady he had watched grow up. Although Miss Qingyan has awakened an F-level profession, the Su family is able to ensure that she will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. But if she is willing to degenerate with that F-level trash, no one can save her. The butler took a deep breath, glanced at a servant not far away, and gave him a subtle look. The servant immediately understood what he meant and quietly followed Lin Fan a few steps away, monitoring his every move. Walking into the villa, the light from the chandelier illuminates the luxurious interior, and the air is filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a well-maintained middle-aged woman. Her eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Su Qingyan. She was Su Qingyan's mother. Seeing her daughter, Su's mother forced a smile on her face. "Qingyan is back, but he's only awakened to F level, so it doesn't matter. The path of the Valkyrie is full of danger and uncertainty. Not being able to continue on this path may not necessarily be a bad thing." Mother Su picked up the black tea on the table and blew away the hot steam gently. "Listen to your family's arrangements and marry Zhang Yuan. It will be the best outcome for you and our entire Su family. You have made your final contribution to the family." These words were spoken lightly, but they were like a needle piercing Su Qingyan's heart. A feeling of disappointment surged over her, and she felt her heart sinking inch by inch. "Mom, I want to try again." Mother Su didn't rush to reply to her daughter, but turned her gaze to Lin Fan, who had been silent the whole time. "You must be Lin Fan." She put down the teacup, her tone full of scrutiny. "I hope you can understand the difficulties our Su family is facing and stop pestering our Qingyan and hindering her new future. We will arrange for you to be untied and give you compensation. Also, I will use my connections to find you a new Valkyrie, at least D rank." Su's mother's voice was very serious. "With an F-rank transformation ability, you will never be able to bind a Valkyrie above D rank in your lifetime without our help. I hope you don't miss this opportunity to change your destiny." Su Qingyan's face turned pale in an instant, and he wanted to interrupt his mother. She wasn't even sure whether she was worried that Lin Fan was really attracted to her, or that her mother was being disrespectful, or both. "Mom!" She stood up again and tried to protect Lin Fan behind her. "If you want to talk, talk to me. Don't embarrass Lin Fan." Lin Fan gently pulled her, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. He took a step forward and faced Su's mother's scrutinizing gaze. Without anger or humility, he just calmly asked a question. "Aunt, in your opinion, rank is everything?" As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. Then, except for Su Qingyan, the housekeeper and the servants all showed undisguised sneers on their faces. What kind of stupid question is this? Since birth, they have faced this world full of strange beasts and received an education based on the theory of strength and hierarchy. In this world where strange beasts abound and the strong are respected, rank is not everything, so what is everything? So when they heard Lin Fan's question, they subconsciously wanted to refute. Of course, level means everything. Otherwise, why does every school have an awakening ceremony? Lin Fan continued speaking, as if he didn't notice the mocking looks. A scum who commits all kinds of evil, just awakens to be level or even a level, and he becomes a hero. Should people praise him? A good person with noble character awakens to F level. Should he be scorned and abused by the people? He paused, looked directly at Su's mother, and his tone suddenly became sharp. Or, in your eyes, relatives who fail to reach the expected level are also useless? The last sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su's mother's heart. All the words she had prepared were instantly blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. She was stunned, her heart filled with surprise. This seemingly ordinary boy actually said such profound words. After a moment of silence, Mother Su realized something and quickly looked at her daughter and explained. Qingyan, that's not my opinion. No matter what level you awaken to, you are still my good daughter. No matter what she said, she always felt that this explanation was pale. Because in her mind, the inherent three views formed since she was a child are telling her that F level is trash. At this moment, a calm male voice came from the stairs on the second floor and answered Lin Fan's question. Those who achieve great things do not dwell on small details. When everyone looked over, they saw a tall, dignified middle-aged man walking down slowly. Su Qingyan's father, the real owner of the Su family, Su Yuntian. As a time traveler, Lin Fan's first thought when he saw the head of the Su family was confusion. This is a world where women are respected. Why is the head of the Su family still Su Qingyan's father, and not her mother? After half a second of confusion, the memory in my mind provided the answer. The original body had known that the previous head of the Su family was Su Yuntian's mother, a B-level swordsmanship Valkyrie. He was injured in a battle with strange beasts and retreated behind the scenes. He passed the position of head of the Su family to his extremely doted son, Su Yuntian. Su Yuntian's wife, Su Qingyan's mother, was married from outside. Although she was beautiful, she only had D-level talent, so it was naturally impossible for her to be the head of the family. Therefore, Su Yuntian was confirmed as the head of the Su family. After recalling this information, Lin Fan silently labeled the majestic head of the Su family in front of him. Mama's boy. Su Yuntian's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, falling directly on Lin Fan. A high level means power, which means being able to kill strange beasts and save the world. The weak will only be a burden when facing strange beasts. It's not a pity for me to die, but I will also cause the strong to be distracted from saving you. This is original sin. Su Qingyan's heart was gripped again. She was about to speak to defend Lin Fan, but she met the boy's reassuring gaze again. Looking at the mama's boy's sharp eyes like a husky, Lin Fan was not afraid at all, and there was even a slight smile on his face. What my uncle said makes sense. But you didn't answer my question. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power and echoed in the living room. What I'm asking is, does rank necessarily represent everything? He pointed at himself and then at Su Qingyan beside him. My partner and I are both F rank. Does that mean we are all trash? The smile on Lin Fan's face widened. As a successor who was born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, and does not worship useless gods, he will not accept his fate. After all, the two wise sayings of our ancestors came into this world with him. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. How can kings, princes, generals, and ministers be born with special breeds? So Lin Fan smiled and continued leisurely. If we, as F rank, defeat E rank, D rank, or even C rank opponents, then who will be the waste? Chapter 9, Reunited with the School Beauty. Presumptuous. The butler's face darkened and anger was evident in his voice. An F-level loser actually dared to be so disrespectful to the owner of this villa. Lin Fan, stop talking. Su Qingyan also grabbed Lin Fan's sleeve, her face full of worry. Today was just her father's judgment on her, and she didn't want to vent her anger on her partner. Su Yuntian waved his hand, signaling the butler to leave. He walked to the main sofa and sat down, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan, as if he wanted to see him thoroughly from inside out. This kid is arrogant and refuses to accept his fate. Although his rank is low, he is not cowardly at all. Quite interesting. A hint of evaluation flashed through Su Yuntian's mind, but it was quickly overwhelmed by realistic considerations. What a pity. He briefly learned a little about Lin Fan's background, and his F-level transformation ability was not even a weapon type one. In today's world, such people are destined to be cannon fodder. You want to know how weak you are? Su Yuntian spoke, his voice calm, yet filled with unquestionable authority. Okay, I'll give you this chance. He snapped his fingers. In the side hall, 3 pairs of strong men and women walked out in neat steps. F class, E class, D class. Each pair exuded the murderous aura of someone who had experienced a bloody battle, and looked at Lin Fan with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. This is the Su family's thug and also a killer. There were people trying to come out from behind, but Su Yuntian stopped them by waving his hand and said with a smile. To deal with F rank trash, why would we need someone above D rank? You don't have a chance to make a move, go back. Su Yuntian said to the D-level group. Then, his eyes fell on the E-level combination. You go back too. Su Yuntian said the last sentence while looking at Lin Fan, which sounded like both a provocation and a way of persuading him to retreat. That look seemed to say, look, the powerful D rank and E rank in your eyes are just servants that can be dismissed at any time to me. And you don't even have the qualifications to make them take action. If an outsider wants to meddle in the Su family's affairs, then you must first prove that you have the ability to do so. Su Yuntian's gaze finally locked on the only remaining F-level pair. This F-class pair was trained by my Su family. They are the ultimate combat type. Among all the F-level groups in the entire S-city, they can rank in the top 10. I know you just awakened today and don't have any actual combat capabilities. Su Yuntian leaned back on the sofa, looking relaxed as if he was discussing the weather. But don't think I'm bullying you. Out in society, it's just so cruel. If you can defeat them, then you will have the qualifications to speak in front of me. Su Qingnian's heart sank suddenly. She knew that the F-class duo trained at home had far more combat experience than a newcomer like herself. She looked at Lin Fan with some concern, wanting to persuade him to give up. Lin Fan turned his head at this moment and whispered in her ear with a smile that only the two of them could hear. Remember, we will work together to kill the E-level monster. And you can't forget my instructions to you so quickly, right? These words were like an electric current, striking Su Qingnian's heart and making her startle. Yes. Didn't he, the twisted walker, who had caused even the A-level genius Lin Feier to fall into an illusion, also die under his own fist? After receiving special training from Lin Fan in the dormitory, the feeling of sudden mastery over fighting skills surged throughout his body again. An unprecedented confidence began to grow in my heart. She raised her head, met her father's cold gaze, and spoke word by word. Lin Fan is my partner. I want to fight with him. As soon as these words were spoken, the lazy expression on Su Yuntian's face froze instantly, turned into surprise, and then deep anger. He asked that good-for-nothing boy to prove himself, but he didn't want his daughter to take the risk with him. What kind of nonsense did this kid Lin Fan feed his daughter? Mother Su also expressed her concern and said to Su Yuntian, "Forget it, Qingnian has just awakened." On the other side, Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Fan and Su Qingnian standing side by side, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The jealousy and resentment in his heart were almost showing on his face. Fight. Fight now. He wished that this loser Lin Fan would be beaten to death by the elites of the Su family in the next second. Su Yuntian felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising to his head, and he clearly realized that things were out of control. He couldn't bring himself to take back what he had said, so he could only suppress his emotions and agreed expressionlessly. Good. I'll let you experience for yourself how weak you really are. Mother Su wanted to stop her, but was interrupted by Su Yuntian, who whispered to her. If we can't even beat this F-class pair, what future can we talk about? Above level F, there are level E, level D, and countless powerful exotic beasts. The path they wanted to take was a dead end from the very beginning. Just as the battle began, a servant announced that a guest was coming. It was Su Qingnian's homeroom teacher and her classmates who came to visit her. Among them, the name of the A-level Valkyrie Lin Feier made everyone in the room's eyes light up. After welcoming the guest into the house, Su Qingnian sighed in his heart. She knew that these guests would see how disappointed her parents were, just like the people in the awakening ceremony square. Lin Fan glanced at the few people and wondered in his mind what the purpose of these guests' visit was. Maybe it was about the strange beast in the school. As soon as Su Qingnian's head teacher entered the room, he felt an unusual atmosphere. When he saw Su Qingnian confronting a fighting pair, he realized something was wrong and hurried forward to stop them. Mr. Su, this is. However, Su Yuntian just gave him a look, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Can't stop it. He had seen too many F-level awakened children returning home. The head teacher's heart sank, and he could only step aside and anxiously warned. Qingnian has just awakened, please, don't let her get hurt. At the same time, Lin Feier's eyes moved between Su Qingnian and Lin Fan, with an undisguised gloating expression on the corner of her mouth. She just came to laugh at Su Qingnian's jokes. Who asked this Suqiao University campus beauty to still be better than me? Li Hao's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, filled with jealousy and resentment. Why would Su Qingnian let this loser stand by her side? Li Hao couldn't wait to see Lin Fan's miserable appearance after being beaten to a pulp. Only Zhang Ye felt a little uncomfortable. She still remembered the look Su Qingnian gave her after he defeated the strange beast, which revealed his complete disappointment in his friend. Only by seeing Su Qingnian getting worse and worse could she barely ease the discomfort in her heart. The battle is about to begin. The Valkyrie from the F-class pair bowed slightly to Su Qingnian and said calmly, "It is our duty to fight. I'm sorry." After he finished speaking, Su Qingnian looked at his partner, and Lin Fan also turned into a stream of light and merged with his partner. This scene made many people frown. Su Yuntian was surprised. What kind of transformation ability did this kid awaken? Zhang Yuan, the third son of the Zhang family, was even more surprised. Oh my god. His transformation ability is to turn into clothes? I'm so jealous. Chapter 10. The situation has reversed. A flash of light. Lin Fan's figure disappeared and turned into a close-fitting inner shirt, perfectly matching his bound partner. At the moment of fusion, Su Qingyan noticed new changes. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and a more surging power than the last time he killed the twisted walker filled every limb and bone. Strength, agility, defense. All attributes seem to have increased a lot compared to when killing strange beasts. Su Qingyan could even feel that every cell in his body was eager to try. She couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling the power that was almost overflowing. Is this the result of Lin Fan's special training for me? Stronger than before. Just as Su Qingyan was exclaiming in amazement, her opponent, the F-level killer combination, was preparing to launch an attack. Miss Qingyan, be careful. There was almost no time left for Su Qingyan to adjust and adapt. As soon as she finished speaking, the F-rank Valkyrie's partner transformed into a short blade that shone with cold light and fell into her hands. The next second, the Valkyrie's body sank slightly, she exerted force on her feet, and rushed towards Su Qingyan like an arrow. Very fast. There was even a faint afterimage in the air. Su Qingyan's pupils suddenly shrank. Her body's instinct was faster than her brain's thinking. She lightly tapped her toes and slid her body to the side and back at an extremely tricky angle. Swish! The deadly short blade almost grazed the edge of her clothes, and the strong wind it created blew the ends of her hair. That was close. Su Qingyan had just breathed a sigh of relief, but because he had not yet fully adapted to the sudden increase in agility, his feet were unstable and his body staggered before he could barely stand firm. This scene made everyone present have different expressions. This. The F-class Valkyrie stopped and showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. In that attack just now, she used 70% of her strength, and the angle and timing were perfect. She thought that she could at least force Su Qingyan to be in a panic. Unexpectedly, the other party dodged it so smoothly. Although he landed a little awkwardly, that dodging action was definitely not something a newly awakened newcomer could do. However, the audience around them obviously had different opinions. Oh. An undisguised sneer came out of Lin Feier's mouth. He dodged quite quickly, but unfortunately his lower body was unstable, like a clown, only good-looking but useless. Li Hao frowned, and the regret in his eyes became even stronger. In his opinion, Su Qingyan had an amazing reaction speed, but he couldn't even fight back. If she was bound to herself, she would be holding the Thunder Spear at this moment, and would not need to dodge at all. She could block the opponent's attack and even fight back. But she happened to be bound to the good-for-nothing Lin Fan and had lost the means to fight back. The outcome of such a battle was already doomed. As Su Qingyan's former best friend, Zhang Ye subconsciously clenched her fists. Looking at Su Qingyan's embarrassed appearance, the guilt in her heart seemed to be alleviated. There seemed to be a voice in her heart, comforting herself. Look, my choice was right. Su Qingyan can't even protect herself now. If I get involved with her, I will become like this sooner or later. Only Zhang Yuan, the third son of the Zhang family who was married to Su Qingyan, has a completely different focus from others. Oomph, you're lucky. Zhang Yuan crossed his legs, held up a glass of red wine, and had a playful smile on his face. What he admired was not the fight, but the graceful curves of Su Qingyan's body when she dodged just now. So smooth. Su Qingyan didn't have time to pay attention to other people's gazes at this moment. She was also filled with shock. So fast. My speed, how can it be so fast? She could clearly feel that the attribute increase Lin Fan brought to her was higher than last time. Was this due to special training, or was it a change in Lin Fan himself? Although Su Qingyan couldn't understand it, he was happy from the bottom of his heart, both for himself and for his partner. Sitting in the main seat in the living room, Su Yuntian's originally lazy posture restrained slightly, and his body leaned forward unconsciously. He swept his sharp eyes over his daughter and thought to himself. Interesting. Qingyan's reaction speed and physical fitness are not much worse than those of the battle-hardened killer opposite him. How is this possible? Could it be that the awakening level was measured incorrectly? No, that's impossible. It should be because Qingyan's own physical talent is not worse than the other parties. Su Yuntian quickly rejected the idea that his awakening level was wrong, and a feeling of regret welled up in his heart. Alas, what a pity. Even if their physical fitness is comparable, their combat experience and skills are vastly different. What's more, he knew very well that the killer weapon of this F-level combination was a mental attack that could create temporary hallucinations. If it is used suddenly, even some E-level opponents will be affected, and when masters fight, a single mistake can often determine the outcome. Qingyan will definitely fail. After a brief interlude, the battle broke out again. The F-class Valkyrie seemed to realize Su Qingyan's extraordinariness and no longer held back. The short blade in her hand turned into cold rays, covering Su Qingyan like a rainstorm, blocking all her escape routes. Ding! Ding! Dang! Su Qingyan was unarmed and could only try to fight in close combat, while using his feet and the soles of his shoes to block the opponent's short blade attacks. But he still quickly fell into a disadvantage. Her fighting skills seemed so immature and rough in front of the opponent. He could only passively block and retreat, looking extremely embarrassed. See? This is the gap. F rank is F rank. Even if you're lucky enough to dodge a move, it doesn't change your nature as a piece of trash. Lin Feier's gloating voice sounded, full of joy. Li Hao also shook his head and said regretfully, Su Qingyan's physical fitness is obviously not bad, but it's a pity that his partner has useless protective gear. If it were me who gave her the boost, I would have won long ago. Li Hao kept this half-sentence in his heart and did not say it out loud. His eyes showed more and more dissatisfaction with Lin Fan. Just when Su Qingyan was feeling more and more flustered, a calm and steady voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Don't panic. It was Lin Fan's calm and confident voice. Take a half step back with your left leg and hit her wrist with your right elbow. Yes, now. Lin Fan remembered seeing this move in the system during the special training with his partner, so he just mentioned it casually. Su Qingyan subconsciously followed Lin Fan's instructions. She leaned to the left, narrowly avoiding the knife that was stabbing at her heart, and at the same time thrust her right elbow forward. Bang! A muffled sound. The F-rank Valkyrie only felt a numbness in her wrist, and the short blade in her hand almost flew out of her hand, and her attack was instantly interrupted. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and she had no idea how Su Qingyan had predicted her actions. Pretty. Lin Fan's voice sounded again, full of encouragement, which also made Su Qingyan's nervous heart relax. Remember when I gave you special training stuff in the dorm? Forget your academic radio gymnastics and fight with special training. One sentence woke Su Qingyan up. The scene of special training in the dormitory flashed through my mind. Those fatal flaws in the fighting techniques that Lin Fan pointed out, which he had learned in class but was not very proficient in. After being optimized by him, those new techniques became simple, efficient, and advanced. An unprecedented enlightenment came over me. Su Qingyan's eyes changed. Panic and passivity slowly receded, replaced by calmness and concentration. Facing the F-class Valkyrie's tricky stab again, she did not block it. Instead, she simply turned sideways, twisting her body into an incredible arc as if she had no bones, allowing the blade to slide narrowly along her waist and abdomen. At the same time, her elbow slammed back. The movements are smooth and flowing, without any superfluousness. Bang! The Valkyrie only felt a huge force coming from her ribs, and she staggered to the side uncontrollably, her face instantly flushed. Before she could steady herself, Su Qingyan's attack had already arrived. There are no fancy moves, just the simplest and most direct straight punch. But the speed and the tricky angle make it difficult and awkward for the opponent to react. The F-rank Valkyrie could only raise her arms awkwardly to block. Bang! The heavy force made her entire arm numb. Su Qingyan took advantage of the victory and pressed his body close to Lin Fan, unleashing the combos that he had memorized in his mind under Lin Fan's guidance like a violent storm. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, whip kicks. Each move is aimed at the opponent's weakness, and each blow contains powerful force. At first, the F-class Valkyrie could still resist with her experience from hundreds of battles. But as physical strength gradually decreases, reactions begin to become slow and the mentality is also affected. Simply put, she was anxious. She watched as Su Qingyan suddenly became like a different person. Every move he made became simple and efficient, and at the same time, he had an endless supply of physical strength that continued to consume herself. After a wonderful attack and defense, the F-class Valkyrie was a little stunned. Although her fighting skills, which she was proud of, were not inferior to the newly awakened campus beauty of Suzhou University. But Su Qingyan was like a flying brick, breaking 10 skills with one force. He broke her defense with simple and efficient attacks and endless physical strength. She was completely trapped in a passive situation, losing step by step and unable to fight back. The situation has reversed. Chapter 11 Mental Attack? I'm immune. The air in the living room froze. Everyone's eyes widened, disbelief written all over their faces. They were not exclaiming how exciting the battle was. It was an unexpected combination of a newly awakened pair of young people with no practical experience, who were able to severely suppress the battle-hardened professional killer. How is this possible? The gloating expression on Lin Feier's face froze, replaced by deep surprise. She stared intently at Su Qingyan, who was like a female warrior in the field, as if she had returned to the time before her awakening when she was completely suppressed by the opponent. Not far from Lin Feier, Li Hao's expression was somewhat interesting. He first showed appreciation and joy on his face, but the next moment it turned into disappointment and resentment. He originally thought that Su Qingyan would be dragged down by his partner and lose to his opponent in a miserable manner, but he didn't expect that he had miscalculated. He was happy about the ability displayed by the campus beauty of Suzhou University, whom he once admired, but at the same time he was resentful that the useless Lin Fan could not be of any help at all. He sighed again in his heart. If an A-level player like me were to assist her, she would definitely be able to kill the killer on the opposite side instantly. Zhang Ye, the former best friend of the Suzhou University campus beauty, was filled with amazement. So, can F rank really be that strong? That's right, after all, she was once the most popular campus beauty of Suzhou University. If I were to face this killer, could I launch such a fierce attack? I should be able to do it. After all, I'm a C rank Valkyrie, 3 levels higher than F rank trash. Among the many surprised expressions, there was one special one, and that was Zhang Yuan. Excellent. Truly excellent. There was light in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He looked at Su Qingyan's figure full of strength and beauty, and his breathing became heavy. It doesn't matter if the grade is low. Once you get it, you can just replace it when you get tired of it. After all, could the Su family turn against my Zhang family because of this matter? Hee ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuan smiled brightly. On the main seat, Su Yuntian's fingers gripping the armrest tightened unconsciously. The calmness on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable astonishment. He thought his daughter might be able to hold on for a while, but he never imagined that she would be able to defeat an experienced killer. This set of fighting skills is simple, ruthless, and efficient. It's totally different from the old-fashioned stuff taught in college. If Cheng Yin was given an A-level, no, even a B-level powerful assist. An idea began to grow in his mind. Before the awakening ceremony, his daughter was a genius that the entire family was looking forward to. But he quickly suppressed it again, because he remembered the special move of the F-class Valkyrie in front of him, and his heart sank. What does it matter how great your physical talent is? What does it matter how fast your nerve reactions are? If they can't resist a mere F-level trick, what about higher level D-level, C-level, or even A-level tricks? Su Yuntian let out an imperceptible sigh, lamenting that God was too unfair to his daughter. After a long pause, the voice in his heart said again, since you have become useless after awakening, then you should immediately make your final contribution to the family. On the field, the F-class Valkyrie was hit by Su Qingyan's whip kick and rolled on the ground in embarrassment before the force was released. She stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Su Qingyan with no more contempt in her eyes, only solemnity and a hint of admiration. Miss Qingyan, I admit that I underestimated you. Your fighting skills are the strongest I've ever seen among all the newly awakened newcomers. But fighting doesn't just rely on skills. As soon as she finished speaking, the short blade in her hand suddenly emitted a strange black light. An invisible wave spread out instantly. At the same time, she launched an offensive at high speed, ready to end the battle. Be careful. It's a mental shock. The head teacher, who had not made any comments until now, cried out in surprise. He was not there to watch the show. He had seen who was stronger and who was weaker, without making any comment. But when he saw the F-level Valkyrie's special move, he couldn't help but remind her. In addition to affirming the students, he also came with a purpose, to inquire about the whereabouts of the strange beast. If Su Qingyan was injured or even unconscious, there would be no trace of the strange beast. But the F-class Valkyrie has no worries, because even if the enemy knows her special move in advance, they can't dodge it. Because that is a mental illusion attack. Sitting in the main seat, Su Yuntian also sighed and was unwilling to see his daughter again. Because he felt that the outcome was already decided. However, something happened that none of them could have imagined. Facing that ultimate move that could instantly make an opponent of the same level fall into hallucination and become vulnerable to being slaughtered. There was no fluctuation in Su Qingyan's eyes. She didn't even frown. Lin Fan began to formulate an idea in his mind: pretend to be attacked to lure the enemy in. When they reveal a flaw, end the fight immediately. Su Qingyan responded in his heart and silently did as the commander said. Just when the F-class Valkyrie thought her special move had worked and was about to deliver a fatal blow, Su Qingyan was moved. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and she was in front of the other person in an instant. Under the Valkyrie's horrified gaze, Su Qingyan's fair fingers precisely grasped her wrist, twisted it lightly, and snatched it away. Swish! The short blade that was flashing with black light changed hands in an instant and fell into Su Qingyan's hands. The battle came to an abrupt end. The whole place was in deathly silence. The F-class Valkyrie stared blankly at her empty right hand, then looked at Su Qingyan, who was standing opposite her with a knife in hand and an expressionless face, and her mind went blank. She knew very well that if the other party had grabbed her throat instead of her wrist, she might have died. Why? She muttered absent-mindedly. My phantom blade, why is it useless to you? This is the question that everyone present wants to ask. Su Qingyan didn't rush to answer. Lin Fan's voice echoed in her mind: if you want to answer, just talk about the disappointment and grievances brought about by the awakening ceremony. It kept you awake. Su Qingyan nodded silently. She agreed with her partner's decision. Secrets cannot be revealed to the enemy easily. Among the audience, Su's mother covered her mouth, her eyes filled with tears and shock. She seemed to see the unwillingness in her daughter's heart and her roar against fate. As a mother, she was also heartbroken. Su Yuntian leaned heavily against the back of the sofa. He looked at his daughter's tall figure, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. In his opinion, such a battle was not even exciting, but it was a rare case that his daughter impressed him time and time again. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. It was said by his daughter's useless partner. Does rank represent everything? Su Yuntian was silent. Level, can it really represent everything? An F-class, facing the opponent's ultimate move, defeated the top killer of the same level head-on. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe anything anyone said. Genius. Even if it's only an F grade, my daughter is still a genius. It's a pity that God treats her so unfairly. Su Yuntian sighed silently and once again confirmed the idea of letting his daughter marry. On the other side, Li Hao's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound, and his eyes showed the most complicated emotions. He was happy for Su Qingyan, but also resented her partner, and was even more frustrated that he couldn't become her partner. He was roaring in his heart: if I cooperated with her, it would be 100 times stronger than it is now. That loser Lin Fan is of no help at all. Lin Feier's arrogant mouth corners were completely closed. She looked at everyone who was shocked and amazed by Su Qingyan, and felt those gazes being taken away from her bit by bit. The spotlight that should have belonged to her, the glory that belonged to her as an A-level genius, was once again snatched away by that loser Su Qingyan. Why? Only Zhang Yuan had the smallest reaction. He just licked his lips, and the possessiveness in his heart reached its peak. Marriage. This marriage must succeed. The campus beauty of Suqiao University, I really want to have a taste of her. Su Qingyan threw the short blade in his hand to the ground, making a crisp sound. She won. With the air of a victor, she addressed her opponent: the failure of the awakening ceremony and everyone's disappointment in me are like a needle piercing my heart constantly. Maybe that's what keeps me awake. She did not feel any joy of victory, because these words came from the bottom of her heart. Everyone present seemed to feel her sadness. There were tears in Su's mother's eyes. Su Yuntian couldn't help shaking his head, and Li Hao's face was full of resentment. Even Lin Feier suppressed her emotions and felt heartbroken for half a second when she looked at the campus beauty of Suqiao University. As a fellow school beauty, she can empathize better than anyone else with the feeling of losing attention. The light that enveloped Su Qingyan dissipated, and Lin Fan's figure reappeared beside her. He habitually wanted to say something polite, such as "Thank you, partner, for the lead." Su Qingyan took the lead, turned around and bowed deeply to him. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, her cold yet sincere voice echoed clearly in the living room. "Thank you, Lin Fan. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have been defeated long ago." This statement took everyone by surprise. They were all wondering what special abilities this F-level trash Lin Fan could have. Only two people were the most excited, the school hunk Li Hao and Su Yuntian. Li Hao's face was full of jealousy and resentment. She hated that the tenderness that Su Qingyan should have given her was snatched away by this loser Lin Fan. Su Yuntian frowned and stared at the young man whom he had always regarded as a waste, feeling surprised. Could it be that Qing Yan could perform like this? It's all because of this kid named Lin Fan? Chapter 12, The Death of F-Class Waste is as light as a grain of dust. Su Qingyan's words, "Thank you, Lin Fan," fell into the pool like a meteorite. It didn't even cause any splashes, it just squeezed all the water out. The living room was dead silent. Everyone's attention shifted from the girl who had just won the comeback victory to the ordinary-looking boy next to her. It seemed as if he was the protagonist of this reversal victory, and Su Qingyan, the Valkyrie, was the supporting role. Sitting in the main seat, Su Yuntian's brows were twisted into a shape of a river. He picked up the teacup beside him, brought the rim to his lips, but did not drink it. The hot tea emitted steam, blurring his vision. He stared at Lin Fan intently, as if he wanted to dissect him from the inside out with his eyes to see what was hidden inside. Qingyan was able to win because of this kid? Can an F-level assistant improve an F-level fighter to the point where he can crush the top killers of the same level? If this story were to be made known to others, it would be more outrageous than saying that a sow can climb a tree. After all, the sow climbing up the tree was the pig's own ability. Everyone in the crowd had a different expression. Li Hao's face turned purple, and his handsome features looked a little ugly because of anger. He felt that Su Qingyan's gratitude was a betrayal to him. How could she thank a waste? Her victory was clearly due to her own extraordinary talent and the result of her 3 years of hard work. This Lin Fan was nothing more than a piece of clothing stuck to her body, taking advantage of her, and now he wants to take away the glory that should belong to her. Li Hao clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He had 1,000 words to say in his mind, but he couldn't utter a single one because he didn't know where to start cursing. After the resentment, a heavy feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. He hated that he couldn't influence the awakening ceremony and couldn't take the initiative to bind himself to Su Qingyan. What's more, he hated himself for not having Lin Fan's ability to confuse people after knowing them for only a short while. The sorrow, anger, and resentment turned into a long sigh, which got stuck in Li Hao's throat, making it difficult for him to swallow it. Lin Fair originally felt sorry for Su Qingyan. She could somewhat empathize with the experience of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Although her empathy was all because the campus beauty of Suzhou University had snatched away all the attention from her, at least she had experienced the feeling of being ignored. But when she saw Su Qingyan defeat the enemy, instead of proudly declaring victory, she thanked her useless partner. Lin Fair's mentality changed again. She has never had a useless partner, and she can't understand the mentality of defeating the enemy but being grateful to the useless partner. She first didn't understand, then she was jealous, and finally, a sneer of seeing through everything appeared on the corner of her mouth. She rolled her big, round, wise eyes and told herself that she had figured it all out. What a bullshit assistance, this must be a trick played by Su Qingyan. Act pitiful, be polite, approachable, and win people's hearts. At this moment, Lin Fair suddenly felt that the terrifying campus beauty of Su University seemed to have returned. She clearly felt that even the school hunk Li Hao, who was bound to her, was about to be attracted by this beautiful, strong, and tragic campus belle of Suzhou University. I felt sorry for you for half a second. Why do you always take away things that belong to me? Lin Fair frowned secretly and muttered unhappily. Zhang, the former best friend of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, was not only unhappy when she saw Su Qingyan win the battle, but her face became gloomy. Because she knew that she had betrayed Su Qingyan, the worse Su Qingyan's life became, the more correct her choice would be. But seeing Su Qingyan defeating the opponent, Zhang felt a sense of crisis in her heart. As a traitor, she would always feel guilty, even if no one wanted to harm her. Zhang secretly took out a video recording device and began to secretly record some content, cutting out the beginning and the end, preparing to fabricate and piece together a new plot. The purpose, of course, is to make her former best friend worse and worse, so as to prove how right she was to betray her best friend. Only the head teacher, who had been silent all this time, pushed up his glasses. He came to the Su family for two purposes. The first is to visit key students after they awaken according to school procedures. Of course, Su Qingyan's awakening to F level was not originally intended to be a visit, and the school was also unexpected. The second, and most important, is to find out the whereabouts of the Twisted Walker. Now, he felt that the key to the matter, besides Su Qingyan, was this kid named Lin Fan. Mr. Su, I'm here for a home visit because I have some questions for Su Qingyan and Lin Fan. The head teacher cleared his throat and tried to get the topic back on track. No rush. Su Yuntian waved his hand and interrupted the head teacher. His eyes still did not leave Lin Fan. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand with a slight but clear click. He didn't ask his daughter why she wanted to thank Lin Fan. He also didn't ask what Lin Fan's abilities were. He wanted to ask a question that no one had ever thought about. Suddenly, something strange happened. The F-level Valkyrie who was defeated by Su Qingyan and fell to the ground suddenly jumped up from the ground. The short blade had returned to her hand at some point, the black light on the blade reappeared, and it was aimed directly at Su Qingyan who was relaxing his mind. This moment is so fast. In a split second, most people present were unable to react. Careful! The head teacher had just exclaimed. Su's mother was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't utter a sound. Li Hao's eyes widened, and he subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but the distance was too far. As soon as he took a step, he felt that everything was too late. Lin Feier's subconscious expression was one of panic and worry. She just wanted to prove herself in front of Su Qingyan, but she never thought of killing the other party. In the main seat, Su Yuntian, who had been as steady as a rock, suddenly had his pupils contracted and his body leaned forward abruptly. It was obvious that he had not expected this scene. The same thought came to everyone's mind. No one can stop this deadly and lightning-fast attack. No. There is another person, that is Su Qingyan's partner. And when they realized that her partner was the good-for-nothing Lin Fan, a feeling of despair surfaced in everyone's mind again. This useless Lin Fan couldn't even withstand the opponent's mental attack. Seeing the dagger flying closer and closer, Su Qingyan thought he was dead. One hand accurately grabbed the dagger that was stabbing at him. Su Qingyan's heartbeat seemed to pause, and her eyes were filled with Lin Fan's profile. The expression on her partner's face was still calm and confident. The stabbing dagger was caught accurately, and then Lin Fan suddenly burst out with all his strength. The strength and speed bonus given by the system is enough for him to reverse the opponent's wrist joints and snatch the dagger. At this moment, the Valkyrie who had lost her dagger still did not stop rushing forward, and actually crashed straight into the sharp tip of the blade. Lin Fan, who was not nervous even when faced with a sneak attack, frowned at this moment. Because he found that the other party had never thought of a sneak attack, but was planning to seek death from the beginning. It all happened so fast. When the dust settled, the Valkyrie, whose heart was stabbed by the dagger, whispered her last words to Lin Fan. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. When everyone saw who was blocking the killer, they were all shocked. It was my daughter's partner. Lin Fan. He saved my daughter. Su's mother exclaimed excitedly, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuntian quickly ran over and checked Su Qingyan's safety. When he looked at Lin Fan, there was gratitude in his eyes. Everyone else's eyes were on Lin Fan. This F-level auxiliary who was ridiculed countless times by them and regarded as a waste and a burden, accomplished something that none of them could do. Li Hao looked shocked. In his confused mind, he kept thinking that he was not as good as this F-level waste. For the first time, Lin Feier's mind shifted away from Su Qingyan and she noticed this young man who had created a miracle. She suddenly felt that Su Qingyan was not putting on a show at all, and that he was able to defeat his opponent with the help of this young man. Zhang Yu once again failed to witness her former best friend's miserable state, and waves of jealousy surged in her heart. Why is there always someone helping Su Qingyan? Why does it seem like the whole world is revolving around Su Qingyan? Why did Zhang Yu's wishes keep coming to nothing? The person who reacted the fastest, besides Su Yuntian, was the class teacher. He quickly ran to Su Qingyan and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was injured. Then he gave a thumbs up and kept praising Lin Fan. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise the task of consulting about the strange beasts would not be completed. Su Qingyan, who was closest to Lin Fan, was indeed the one who reacted the slowest. It was not until she saw Lin Fan gently place the deceased's body on the ground that her heart, which seemed to have stopped beating, began to beat wildly again. After the crisis, Su Qingyan felt a little scared and her body trembled a little, but she suppressed the discomfort and asked Lin Fan, "How are you? Are you okay?" After receiving a positive answer, Su Qingyan finally felt relieved and said to his partner from the bottom of his heart, "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan gave a forced smile to the exquisite yet somewhat pale face, and he looked somewhat uneasy. Because in his mind, the dead Valkyrie's last words were still echoing, which shocked him. Su Qingyan seemed to have thought of something and asked with concern, "What did she say before she died?" Lin Fan was silent for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "I'll tell you when we get back to school." After saying this, a system notification sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Successfully killed the F-rank Valkyrie. Gained kill value, 50 points. F-level base layer shirt gains 50 growth points, level up. Current level, LV3. Unlock new attributes, Constitution plus 20%. Perception plus 30%. Lin Fan felt no joy at all from receiving the reward. The system voice gradually disappeared, indicating that the Valkyrie was completely dead. After the perception increased by 30%, Lin Fan also noticed that the dagger that did not transform back into human form had completely lost its life force. After his partner died, the man who turned into a dagger did not live on, but chose to commit suicide for love. At this moment, the Valkyrie's last words echoed again in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 13, F-level, destined to be a waste. The passing of 2 young lives seemed like just a small episode. After Su Yuntian led everyone to the reception room, he once again thought of the questions he wanted to ask Lin Fan. But what just happened affected his thoughts. Seeing the guests sitting down, Su Yuntian was silent for a moment and then asked, "Lin Fan, what was your score on your final exam, Combat Theory?" This question was so out of the blue that everyone was stunned. Lin Fan was also stunned for a moment, then answered honestly, 61 points, just passing. Su Yuntian nodded in surprise and asked, "What's your total score in the cultural subjects and your grade ranking?" "More than 300 people." "What does your family do?" "My parents died early, and I'm an orphan." Question and answer, like checking household registration. The questions were all trivial, but they made everyone in the living room look puzzled. Everyone was wondering in their hearts, could it be that because of the accident just now, Lin Fan had conquered his future father-in-law? Is Su Yuntian questioning his son-in-law at this moment? Among them, Zhang Yuan, the third son of the Zhang family, was particularly nervous and prayed in his heart that Su Yuntian would not let Lin Fan be his son-in-law. During the dangerous situation just now, Su Qingyan's charming appearance made Zhang Yuan feel itchy. He only wants to get this beautiful woman now. The QA session continues. With every question Su Yuntian asked, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. How did an orphan with mediocre academic performance and a background as clean as a blank sheet of paper lead his daughter to defeat an experienced killer? How did they stop the killer's attack? Wait, attack. Su Yuntian realized something, his mind suddenly exploded, and he quickly asked. The killer used a special move when he attacked. How could you still be conscious? Hearing this, everyone reacted. Yes, the F-rank Valkyrie's special move is a mental illusion attack. Su Qingyan had previously been able to withstand this attack, and he could still explain it by saying that he was sad. But this Lin Fan, who awakened the F-level waste transformation ability, had hardly gained any physical strength. How did he block that trick? Everyone looked at Lin Fan, expecting his explanation. Lin Fan's gaze first fell on Su Qingyan, and then he answered everyone's doubts. You only know that F-class awakeners are trash, but has anyone ever cared that they also have self-esteem and can feel the strange looks from others? Su Qingyan used grief to resist hallucinations, and I did the same. Of course, this is made up. Lin Fan can resist the illusion because of the system. But his performance was convincing enough to make everyone believe it. The living room was silent for several seconds. Everyone seemed to feel the roar of a young man who was unwilling to be ordinary but was at the bottom of society. The sympathy lasted only half a second, and the next moment many people sighed again. In this cruel era, the voices of those with low ranks and weak strength have no effect. But today, Su Yuntian was severely slapped in the face by the F-level waste he once looked down upon. He asked Lin Fan many questions, but could not find any clues to explain the strange thing happening before him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Things were beyond his control. After a long silence, Su Yuntian spoke. I roughly understand the situation. His tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard. You won, very good. He paused, his eyes swept over everyone present, and finally landed on Su Qingyan. But winning an F-rank internal fight doesn't mean anything. The path of a Valkyrie isn't about having an excellent commander to bridge the gap between levels. The special moves of the A-rank Valkyrie are not as weak as the F-rank ones we saw today. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed again. They were surprised that Su Yuntian said the word command. For this world, the awakened Valkyrie is the leader of the battle, and the bound boy is just an item that provides assistance. Now, Su Yuntian actually admitted in person that useless Lin Fan was the commander of this battle. Everyone was surprised, only Lin Fei was a little surprised and excited, secretly clicking her tongue and saying, "Uncle Su is so smart. He knows how powerful the A-rank Valkyrie is. Once I master this ability, I will definitely surpass Su Qingyan quickly and receive the cheers of everyone." Su Yuntian hadn't finished speaking yet. The family's decision remains unchanged. "Qingyan, you should prepare for the marriage." Then, he forced a stiff smile and said to Lin Fan and the guests, "Stay for dinner, you've all worked hard." But at this moment, Su Qingyan's voice rang out. "No. I don't want to accept the family's arrangement." This was the first time she contradicted her father in front of so many people. It was also the first time that she broke the image of an obedient and good girl and chose to reject her family's arrangement. Su Yuntian looked surprised and astonished. But he simply understood this action as his daughter being led astray by her accomplices. After all, Lin Fan is just an orphan with poor academic performance and no background. Being exposed to all kinds of people too early will only give rise to all kinds of unstable thoughts. What does it matter if he performs well today? When you encounter an A-level Valkyrie or even an A-level monster in the future, will you be able to perform like you did today? The countless emotions in Su Yuntian's heart turned into a resolute sigh. Don't blame the family's arrangement. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. So his dignity as the head of the family suddenly broke out. Su Yuntian slammed the table with his right hand and shouted, "You've grown so independent that you don't even listen to your father, right?" Seeing the situation getting out of control, the head teacher quickly added, "In a month, it will be the school's annual competition. At that time, all the teachers and students, as well as the major families, will be watching. If Su Qingyan can..." At this point, the head teacher suddenly noticed Su Yuntian's angry eyes staring at him, which scared him so much that he swallowed the half-sentence he had not yet finished. He swore that he only wanted to mediate the conflicts in the Su family and had no intention of instigating students to disobey the family marriage. After stopping the head teacher, Su Yuntian was about to speak again, and Su Qingyan was about to refute, but Lin Fan saw the actions of the father and daughter. Lin Fan spoke without hesitation before the other two could. "Uncle, Su Qingyan is still a student, and our studies haven't finished yet. You can't let a student who hasn't graduated give up his studies to get married, right? I think even if Su Qingyan is willing, the other party will probably have objections due to academic issues, right?" This statement took a different approach and made Su Yuntian calm down a lot. Marriage is about matching the family's social status. If your daughter can't even finish her university studies, how can the other family not gossip? Su Yuntian was speechless, snorted and looked at his daughter's partner. "Boy, you have a clever tongue. If you can command an A-rank Valkyrie, you can make a name for yourself even with F-rank talent. It's a pity that God is unfair and has awakened a useless F-level. You can only accept your fate. Do you think the campus competition is a life-saving straw?" Su Yuntian snorted in his heart. He knew it 1,000 times better than his daughter. 1 month of training was enough to widen the gap between an A-level genius and an F-level waste to an unimaginable level. "Since you won't cry until you see the coffin, go and see it for yourself." After a moment, Su Yuntian suppressed his thoughts and said to his daughter in a deep voice, "If you can prove yourself in the school competition, you can consider marriage after you finish your studies." The dispute between the Su family's father and daughter came to a temporary end, and the guests stayed to have dinner. "No one can finish this meal." Lin Fei, Li Hao and others found an excuse and left angrily. They wanted to see a good show, but they always felt like they were being slapped in the face by an invisible big hand. The head teacher found Su Qingyan and Lin Fan privately and asked them about the strange beast. His face was full of shock. "I can't believe that they, who have just awakened, can kill E-level monsters." Until he left after dinner, the head teacher was still thinking about how to write the report. At the dinner table, Su Yuntian said nothing, but just ate slowly and leisurely. Su's mother kept picking up food for her daughter, and she couldn't hide the pain in her eyes. Zhang Yuan tried to talk to Su Qingyan several times, but was glared back by Su Yuntian. The third son of the Zhang family could only suppress his urgency and prepare to go home to urge the marriage. Lin Fan and Su Qingyan's seats were intentionally separated by the housekeeper. The two of them felt that the food on the table was tasteless. Eating a meal is more tiring than fighting a battle. After dinner, Su Yuntian returned to the study alone. After calming down after a meal, he suddenly realized one thing: he called his daughter back to negotiate a marriage. How did he end up agreeing to let his daughter take part in the campus competition and complete her studies? He thought about it and realized that the problem was all caused by this kid Lin Fan. If this kid could awaken his A-level ability, even if it was B-level, he would be interested in this son-in-law. It's a pity that things don't always go as planned. F-level, destined to be a low-level waste. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The servant respectfully opened the door and delivered a message. There's news from the Wang group. The Wang family's head wants to make a bet with you about Miss Qingyan's campus competition. Su Yuntian was shocked, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. What's the bet? The servant was a little afraid. The bet is that the Wang family wants to acquire 51% of your Tianqing pharmaceutical. They also said, if Miss Qingyan loses, they hope that they can arrange a marriage for her. Before he finished speaking, Su Yuntian grabbed the ashtray and smashed it to the ground. Bang! Broken into countless pieces, each piece was filled with endless rage. Before dinner, Su Qingyan took Lin Fan to her home. After dinner, Lin Fan took Su Qingyan back to school. When leaving, Lin Fan deliberately lingered in front of the housekeeper and said with a polite smile, Mr. Butler, thanks to you, I, a loser, happened to defeat your professional killer. After he finished speaking, Lin Fan no longer looked at the housekeeper's gloomy face and strode away. Su Qingyan caught up with Lin Fan, and thinking of the assassin's incident, he asked, Lin Fan, what did the killer say before he died? Lin Fan stopped and looked at the girl. After thinking for a while, he forced a smile and shook his head. Didn't I tell you? I'll tell you when I get back to school. Chapter 14. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Su Qingyan and Lin Fan returned to school and were walking on the tree-lined path. The evening breeze blew, and the air was filled with the smoke of battle. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Lin Fan suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Su Qingyan seriously. What's wrong? Su Qingyan felt a little strange when he looked at her. I'm thinking about a very serious question. Lin Fan said seriously. What's the problem? Lin Fan stroked his chin and analyzed seriously. Tell me, since my ability to transform into an undershirt should be cleaned and disinfected regularly? After all, I sweated a lot today, and I'm worried it will affect your skin. Su Qingyan's cheeks turned red in an instant. People who didn't know the truth thought she was being teased by the yellow-haired guy. Some indescribable images flashed through her mind and her heart began to pound wildly. Su Qingyan quickly put aside his random guesses and began to think about the matter seriously from the perspective of his partner. Perhaps, in the previous battle, I was sweating due to nervousness, which might affect my partner's ability? Thinking of the item that Lin Fan transformed into, Su Qingyan's thoughts suddenly became hot and his cheeks turned red and hot. She tried to sound serious and earnest, but she was extremely shy and finally acted timidly and said, But after you return to your human form, can't you take a shower? Looking at the shy look of the girl, Lin Fan laughed out loud and his mood completely relaxed. Listening to his partner's laughter, Su Qingyan also realized that he was joking. Feeling Lin Fan's warm smile, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. The haze brought from the Su family seemed to be completely dispelled at this moment. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and asked the question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Lin Fan, that killer, what did she say to you before she died? The smile on Lin Fan's face faded slightly, and he was about to speak. A cold and somewhat arrogant voice came from the front. Long time no see, Suzhou University beauty. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man and a woman standing under the street light in front of them that had not been turned on yet. The girl is tall, with beautiful features, a cold yet somewhat handsome temperament, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle, with a scrutinizing gaze. The boy next to her was equally handsome and tall, but there was an indelible arrogance between his brows, and he looked at people as if he were looking at ants. My name is Yili. You may not remember me, but the former campus belle of Suzhou University never lacked followers. The girl introduced herself in a calm but polite tone. The boy next to her then said, My name is Gao Feng. I have a level transformation ability and am the partner of S-level Valkyrie Yili. S-class Valkyrie. Su Qingyan's pupils shrank slightly. Yili's eyes swept over Lin Fan with a barely perceptible frown, then fell back on Su Qingyan. Finally, Yili looked at her partner named Gao Feng. If you don't want to be eliminated like the last person, stop talking so much nonsense. These words contained a lot of information, but Yili said it lightly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with her. Gao Feng, the boy who was being taught a lesson, had dissatisfaction in his eyes, but he didn't dare to show it at all. He nodded and shut up obediently, and said no more. Then, Yili looked at Su Qingnian again and continued. The school will hold a meeting for awakened students tonight. Afterwards, students of different levels will be divided into different courtyards for training. By then, you won't be qualified to see me again. So, I want to personally compete with you before we part ways. A hint of fighting spirit ignited in Yili's eyes, and there was no trace of provocation in her words. I want to see why everyone has such high expectations for the campus beauty of Soochow University when she hasn't even received any systematic training. She paused and added. After an S-level awakening, your physical fitness will be greatly enhanced. To be fair, I will fight you two alone. There was still no disrespect in Yili's eyes, she simply felt that this was fairer. As Su Qingnian listened to the other party's words, the scene of countless people being disappointed in her at the awakening ceremony came to her mind again. But this time, the sadness was much less. Because she remembered Lin Fan's words, level does not represent everything. Yes, as an F-level monster, she and Lin Fan killed an E-level monster together. He also defeated the battle-hardened assassin Valkyrie. A strong sense of self-confidence surged from the bottom of his heart. Su Qingnian was about to agree, but was stopped by Lin Fan. We refuse. Lin Fan spoke first. He said lazily. What good would it do us to fight you? There's no reward if we win, and if we lose, you might even make fun of us. My partner's time is precious. You. Yili's partner, Gao Feng's face darkened and he looked at Lin Fan with disdain. Just as he was about to explode, Yili raised her hand to stop him. Then Yili frowned and thought for a while, then smiled and said. If you can win, I will tell you a secret. A secret that will bring you great benefits. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled. He leaned close to Su Qingnian's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. She will definitely lose. Now that no one has been trained, what matters is physical talent and fighting instinct. In this regard, you are the strongest. A warm breath brushed past his ears, and Su Qingnian felt warm in his heart. She nodded heavily and looked at Yili. The confidence and light in her eyes startled the other person. Su Qingnian took a step forward and faced the S-class Valkyrie alone. I'll fight you alone. Yili was stunned, obviously not expecting this result, and glanced at Lin Fan in confusion. Su Qingnian's calm and confident voice rang out. Although your level is higher than mine, maybe in a month, you will leave me far behind. But now, I am still the number one. At this moment, Yili seemed to see again the radiant beauty of the Soochow University who was admired and worshipped by all the students before the awakening ceremony. Looking into the other person's eyes, she felt a little shocked. Okay. Yili's fighting spirit became stronger. I respect you, Su Qingnian, but I'm sorry, the gap in level between us is insurmountable. After saying that, he got into position and prepared to fight. Gao Feng, who was standing by, glanced at Lin Fan with disdain and said in a low voice and a sarcastic tone. Trash is trash. He can only hide behind women and doesn't even have the courage to take the field. At the same time, an internal meeting was being held in the school's highest administrative building. The Dean of Studies had a serious expression on his face, holding in his hand a home visit report that had just been delivered. Everyone, this is Su Qingnian's home visit report from her homeroom teacher. It mentions 3 things that I find a bit unbelievable. He cleared his throat and read out the first one. First, it has been confirmed that the E-rank beast Twisted Walker that appeared in Teaching Building C was indeed killed by Su Qingnian and her partner Lin Fan. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room exploded. Everyone's face was filled with suspicion and disbelief. Impossible. How could 2 newly awakened F-class monsters possibly kill an E-class monster? Not to mention students who have just awakened, even a well-trained F-rank person would find it extremely difficult to kill an E-rank monster. What's more, this strange beast is not an ordinary type, but a Cthulhu type. Could it be that the level was measured wrong? Could it be that Su Qingnian's real level is not F? Or maybe Lin Fan's special ability just happened to restrain the distortion walker? But the probability is too small. What good ability can an F level have? The dean raised his hand to suppress everyone's discussions, but the waves in his heart were also difficult to calm. He took a deep breath and read out the second thing. Secondly, during the home visit, the homeroom teacher witnessed firsthand that Su Qingnian and Lin Fan teamed up to defeat the Su family's top 10 F-class killer duo. The crowd who were still wondering how difficult it was to kill an E-level monster just a second ago suddenly quieted down. There was a look of surprise on each of their faces. This wasn't the surprise of hearing how strong the enemy was, but the surprise of being able to defeat an opponent who was several times stronger than him despite being so weak. If there is a chance of luck in killing a strange beast, then defeating a battle-hardened professional killer is definitely not something that can be explained by luck. Even if this killer combination is only F level. But combat experience and professionalism are no joke. In the case of a sneak attack, it would be no problem to kill even a newly awakened rank Valkyrie. Could it be that Su Qingnian's awakening level was really wrong? It can't be that Lin Fan's ability after transformation just happens to restrain the ability of an F-level killer, right? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Chapter 15 Awakening Level. Something went wrong? If these two reports are true, then I suggest that we immediately conduct a second awakening level test on Su Qingnian. There is definitely something wrong with her awakening level. And her partner, that guy named Lin Fan. No, what good can Lin Fan's F-level ability do? I think it's all because of Su Qingnian. I agree. This is totally illogical. An old professor suddenly thought of something. Everyone, I suddenly have a doubt. Could it be that the awakening test was not wrong, but their strength is just too strong? I sometimes wonder, does awakening level represent everything? This question caused everyone to fall silent, but was soon negated by their own ideas. In this era of strange beasts, high-level beasts can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split open with a snap of a finger. A high-level Valkyrie can save the lives of thousands of people in the blink of an eye. These are things that low-level people cannot accomplish in their entire lives. Does the awakening level really represent everything? For those living in this time and space, the answer has already been revealed. The awakening level represents everything. The Dean of Studies withdrew his thoughts from the discussion and turned his attention back to the report. But when he saw the third question, his eyes suddenly focused, and countless shocks suddenly emerged in his eyes. The people around him noticed something was wrong, came over to take a look at the content, their expressions immediately changed, and then they read out the content in a trembling voice. The third report, the female killer subsequently launched a suicide attack and used a psychic hallucination attack. When everyone thought Su Qingnian was doomed, her partner Lin Fan blocked the attack with his bare hands and even killed the female killer. The report also mentioned that whether it was killing the alien beast or defeating the assassin, Su Qingnian personally admitted that her partner Lin Fan was involved in all the decisions during the battle. Even Su Qingnian's father said that Lin Fan wasn't just her auxiliary tool, but her commander in battle. The three words commander exploded in the minds of every school leader like thunder. Everyone in the conference room fell silent again. The image of that F-class loser emerged in their minds, the appearance of the boy who was laughed at by everyone. Could it be that he is the protagonist in this report? Was it him who led an F-class Valkyrie to kill an E-class monster across levels and defeated an experienced top killer? If my guess is correct. What a terrifying command mind and combat sense that would be. Talent, this is a great talent. Some people couldn't help but exclaim. But the next second, sighs and shaking heads began to appear one after another. What a pity, what a pity. With such a mind, if he had awakened an A-level ability, his future achievements would be limitless. But unfortunately, he is only F-level. Yes, his command acumen and combat sense will probably be overshadowed by the rising high-level genius in a month. A high-level Valkyrie's training in 1 month is equivalent to a F-rank Valkyrie's training in a year. After a month, or even a year, no matter how smart this kid is, he will be helpless in the face of such a powerful force. Everyone felt sorry for Lin Fan, but there was nothing they could do. After all, hierarchy is the rule of this world. Director, could there be something wrong with Lin Fan's awakening test? Suddenly, someone asked a tentative question. At once, many people had an idea. They even expected that Lin Fan's test was wrong. If this guy wasn't F-level, but a level, even if he was just a B-level awakener, he could still make a name for himself. The dean pondered for a moment and then slammed the table. Arrange it. Find a time to have Su Qingnian and Lin Fan retest their awakened talents. On the other side, on the open space of the campus. The battle between the two absolutely beautiful girls was over, with the winner decided. S-rank Valkyrie Yili half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, her face full of disbelief. She lost. The noble S-class Valkyrie lost to the F-class Su Qingnian. Why? I've awakened to S-level, why can't I beat you? She was gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. After awakening to S level, Yili's physical fitness skyrocketed in all aspects, and her strength, speed, and reaction ability were greatly enhanced. But even so, she still lost in the fight with Su Qingyan. A complete defeat. As for why she couldn't win, Yili could answer it herself. Because the opponent's fighting skills are much stronger than hers. Su Qingyan's skillful and precise moves made it difficult for her to resist. The opponent's fighting skills are as strong as a martial arts master. Yili raised her head and looked at Su Qingyan, who was barely breathing, and smiled helplessly. There was no jealousy in her smile, only a frank sigh. Your physical gifts are a freak, and your fighting skills too. The reason why Yili was frank was because she knew that everyone had just awakened and the competition was only about basic fighting and the most primitive physical talents. As long as she trains for a month, the huge improvement brought by the S level will make her more than 10 times stronger than Su Qingyan. So after sighing, Yili's eyes flashed with deep regret. If you also awaken to S rank, your future will probably reach heights that none of us can reach. Yili sighed from the bottom of her heart, and felt a sense of mutual understanding towards Su Qingyan. She stood up and extended a sincere invitation. Su Qingyan, follow me from now on. Even if you are F rank, I will never despise or abandon you. Su Qingyan reached out to support Yili, smiled and shook her head, gratefully rejecting the other party. My victory is thanks to my physical talent, but also to the special training from my partner. As for our abilities, I don't think we're much worse than you. Yili looked at Lin Fan beside her in surprise. Can this kid give Su Qingyan special training? Her previous contempt for Lin Fan had now turned into interest. Yili took 2 steps forward and extended her hand politely. Hello, I'm sorry I ignored you just now. Yili wanted to ask how Lin Fan received his special training, but then she gave up the idea. Because she always believed that no matter how good the other party's training method was, it was still not enough compared to the S level improvement speed. F level is a huge gap of 4 levels compared to S level. Lin Fan also smiled and shook hands with the cool, sassy, and capable beauty in front of him. The moment their skin touched, Lin Fan felt a hint of coolness coming from the other person's palm. Immediately, a guess came to mind. This cool little beauty is an ice-type Valkyrie? After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan and Yili shook hands for a little longer. Gao Feng, who was standing by, saw this scene and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. After all, he is not Yili's first partner. This S-Class Valkyrie's first partner was just a B-Class defensive transformer. The person was bound at noon, and the compensation for unbinding was delivered to the boy's home in the afternoon. Even Yili's family used some unknown means to make the boy bear all the side effects of the unbinding. Gao Feng was amazed by the strength of Yili's family. So when he saw Su Qingyan defeat Yili, he said it was all thanks to Lin Fan's special training. When I saw Yili shaking hands with this boy, he looked very interested. Gao Feng couldn't stand anymore. He was deeply afraid that Yili would wave her hand and slap him in the face with the money, so she would make Lin Fan agree to break the ties with Su Qingyan. By then, Gao Feng would have become a stray dog. So a trace of jealousy flashed in Gao Feng's eyes, and he cursed in his heart. An F-rank loser dares to have evil thoughts towards my partner? This guy must be taught a lesson. After Yili and Lin Fan shook hands, Gao Feng also stepped forward, with a forced smile on his face, and pretended to greet them politely. In fact, he held Lin Fan's hand tightly, ready to give this kid a warning. However, the expected scene of Lin Fan crying out for mercy did not occur. Gao Feng felt as if his hand was being clamped tightly by a pair of pliers. A huge force far beyond his expectations came, and this force was even slightly stronger than his own. How is this possible? I am an A-level ability user. The moment I awakened, my physical fitness was greatly enhanced. How could an F-rank loser possibly possess power comparable to mine? Gao Feng's face turned pale, and he quickly pulled his hand back in horror. He hid his hand behind his back and trembled constantly, with a huge wave of emotion in his heart. Lin Fan glanced at the boy with ill intentions and laughed inwardly. You have been promoted twice in the Su family and have received continuous system enhancements. Now that you have met me, you should be secretly happy. Then, Lin Fan met Gao Feng's gaze provocatively and smiled at Yili again. I say, S-Class beauty, we've competed, and you've lost. Now, it's time to tell us that secret, right? At the same time, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Lin Fair was walking alone on the tree-lined avenue. On her beautiful face, her wise eyes, filled with competitiveness, looked somewhat lost. It turns out, Su Qingyan is also quite miserable. She whispered to herself. In the past, she thought Su Qingyan was a favored girl from heaven, with no worries at all. Every day when she woke up, she was admired by countless people. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing as arranged marriage in her family. Now that he has awakened to F rank, he is disappointed by everyone and is being used as a tool by his family. It's so pitiful when you think about it. Lin Feier's stubbornness and jealousy softened unconsciously, and she even felt a sense of sympathy. She suddenly made a decision not to fight with Su Qingyan. She wanted to find Su Qingyan and tell her that as long as she stopped being so dazzling and stopped stealing the attention that should belong to her, she would be willing to be friends with her. From now on, Lin Feier will protect the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Whoever dares to bully her, as an A-level Thunder Battle Mage, will be the first to disagree. After making up her mind, Lin Feier quickened her pace and walked towards Su Qingyan's dormitory. But as soon as she turned a corner, she saw a scene that stunned her. Not far away, Su Qingyan was shaking hands with a cool and beautiful girl. Lin Feier was deeply impressed by that aloof and beautiful girl. She was the one who stole all the attention of the entire school at the awakening ceremony. The only S-class Valkyrie in the whole school. That S-class Valkyrie actually took the initiative to shake hands with F-class Su Qingyan. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Qingyan was filled with admiration and invitation. Chapter 16: A Secret Worth 1,000 Gold. That S-rank Valkyrie is actually shaking hands with Su Qingyan? Why does she have the right? Lin Feier, who witnessed this scene, was completely stunned. Her big eyes, which always shone with competitiveness and wisdom, were now filled with shock and confusion. Why? She couldn't figure it out. Why wouldn't a noble S-class person approach me, an A-class Thunder Battle Mage who is also a favored daughter of heaven? But you want to take the initiative to make friends with an F-level who has fallen to the bottom? Lin Feier, unable to understand, stared at Su Qingyan. A thought that made her scalp tingle came to her mind uncontrollably. This woman is so scary. Why? Why, even after awakening the despised F rank, Su Qingyan? It seems to be the same as before. No matter where you go, you can easily grab everyone's attention. She is like a bottomless vortex that can absorb all light. At this moment, Lin Feier even had a ridiculous guess in her mind. Su Qingyan's awakening was not F-level at all, but another S-class. She was playing with everyone again in a way that she couldn't understand at all. The devil who once suffocated me has returned from hell. She will once again steal all the attention away from herself. In a moment, Lin Feier's face turned pale, revealing an unconcealable fear. She immediately gave up her naive idea of going to Su Qingyan for reconciliation. She could even imagine that if she really walked over there, Su Qingyan would only look at him with that familiar, superior gaze, a hint of pity, and then decisively reject him with the most arrogant attitude. The suffocating feeling of being crushed from all sides before the awakening ceremony once again enveloped her. Lin Feier didn't even dare to stay there for another second. She was afraid of being discovered by Su Qingyan, and then being severely humiliated by him in front of the S-class Valkyrie. She swallowed, turned around with a look of fear on her face, and rushed back to her single dormitory almost as if running away. She slammed the door shut and dove into bed, hugging her knees and shivering. After a long while, Lin Feier finally came to her senses. Maybe he just happened to pass by and said hello politely. She tried to comfort herself. No. Why do you have to show that admiring expression when you greet someone? Su Qingyan, this big devil, is she planning some conspiracy against me? Lin Feier's neck shrank, and she felt like a little white mouse being stared at by a poisonous snake. Su Qingyan. She must be a good person. She won't hurt me. After being afraid for a while, perhaps regaining a bit of rationality, or perhaps hitting rock bottom and bouncing back, Lin Feier began to cheer herself up. No. Su Qingyan, is the school belle, and you, Lin Feier, are also the school belle. Lin Feier, Lin Feier. Stand up straight. You're an A-rank Thunder Battle Mage. As long as you practice hard, in half a month. No. In just a week, you can leave that F-class person far behind. Just when Lin Feier was struggling to comfort herself, the sudden beep from the communicator frightened her again. She calmed herself down, shakily crawled out of bed, and picked up the communicator. It was a message from Zhangya. Sister Feier. I'm telling you a secret. When I was at Su's house, I accidentally recorded something. Although the video is very messy and has no beginning or end, with a little editing, it will definitely ruin Su Qingyan's reputation. Once this video is released, her beloved campus beauty persona will instantly turn into a cold-blooded and heartless green tea bitch. After reading this, Lin Feier was slightly startled, and even confirmed the sender again. It was definitely Zhangya. Sister Feier, if you send this out, all the boys in the school will spit on her and the girls will isolate her. When the time comes, you can step on her head however you want. Lin Feier looked at the flattering and vicious words, her brows furrowed tightly, and an undisguised disgust appeared on her face. She thought people like Zhangya were disgusting. She used to be Su Qingyan's closest best friend, but now she stabs her harder than anyone else. Lin Feier wanted to block him directly. She didn't want to say a word to such a person. But after changing his mind, he quickly replied. If you dare to send these things out, I guarantee you'll be kicked out of this school tomorrow. After sending it, she added a second message coldly. I, Lin Feier, will surpass her in all aspects with my own abilities, upright and honorable. After sending the message, he blocked and deleted Zhangya. After finishing these things, Lin Feier shook her head and sighed. Oh, my lovely Feier, you are just too kind and unwilling to use despicable means. It's a pity that the campus beauty of Su University doesn't understand your painstaking efforts. After shamelessly praising herself a few times, Lin Feier suddenly stood up and gave herself an order as if she had been given a shot of chicken blood. Train, train. In the campus competition in a month, I must completely defeat the campus beauty of Suzhou University in front of the entire school. The other side. S-rank Valkyrie Yili has already left with her partner Gao Feng. Lin Fan and Su Qingyan were the only ones left on the tree-lined path. That secret she mentioned. Shadow Rift, is it really that magical? Su Qingyan digested the secret he had just learned, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. She shouldn't have to lie to us about something like this. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes gleaming with irrepressible excitement. 3 days later, at the abandoned old train station in the north of the city, a shadow crack will appear from time to time in the afternoon. The other side of the crack is connected to an unknown beast's lair. The strange beasts emerging from the cracks are not strong, but they will drop a precious material called Soul Crystal. Soul Crystal. Lin Fan quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. Fortunately, the original body was not too lazy in studying and still remembered the contents of the textbook. It is a good thing that can temporarily improve various attributes and can be sold at a sky-high price on the black market. More importantly, different types of soul crystals can enhance different attributes, such as perception, strength, speed, mental strength, and so on. Among them, attributes such as mental power seem useless on a daily basis. But once you encounter a twisted walker, or a similar beast that is good at creating illusions, its powerful mental strength and perception are enough to save your life at the critical moment. For ordinary people with special abilities, improving these attributes is as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, this soul crystal is of little use to Lin Fan himself. The system's built-in heart barrier makes it immune to all mental control below level S. If you really encounter an S-level or above monster, it will swallow you in one gulp, and you won't have the chance to worry about whether you are immune to mental attacks. Therefore, what really made Lin Fan's heart beat wildly was another sentence in this secret. The strange beast that emerged from the crack is not strong. To Lin Fan, these words were like the sound of nature. If he is not strong, it means that he and Su Qingyan have a chance to kill him. As long as he can kill the strange beasts, his system can grow infinitely. Chapter 17. Young girl, do you want to do it again? Lin Fan, what do you think? Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, who was lost in thought, and asked softly. She already had a guess in her mind, whether Lin Fan planned to sell this information in exchange for resources, or decided to take the risk himself. She, Su Qingyan, was willing to go with him. Just because he is his partner. But Lin Fan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he changed the subject and looked at her with interest. Student Su, guess why Yili told us such important news? Because she lost to me. Su Qingyan answered without hesitation. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that this beautiful girl was thinking too simply. But just as he was about to speak, Su Qingyan immediately shook his head and said in self-denial. Wrong. Even if she lost the competition, she could easily have used other secrets to explain it away. There's no need to tell us this level of information. Surprise flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he couldn't help but clap his hands. Everyone says beautiful women, brother, you're really smart. The idiom breasts and no brains almost came out of his mouth, and Lin Fan quickly braked the car. Ahem. I guess Yili wants us to obtain soul crystals to improve our strength. Su Qingyan nodded in agreement, but new doubts arose. She wants us to become stronger? But why? This doesn't make sense. Yes, it is precisely because this is unreasonable that it illustrates the problem. The smile on Lin Fan's face became even more intense. He remembered the school competition that both the head teacher and Su Yuntian emphasized when he was at the Su family. Now that Yili suddenly appeared and presented such a big gift, Lin Fan could only think of one possibility. He looked at Su Qingyan and slowly expressed his speculation. Yili probably knows that your opponent in the school competition in a month will be very extraordinary. Of course, this is just speculation. There is another guess. It was Su Qingyan's father, Su Yuntian, who arranged for Yili to come and reveal the secret of the shadow crack. Perhaps deep down in his heart, this father who puts his family first also hopes that his daughter can go further. Of course, this was just Lin Fan's guess, so he didn't say it out loud. Perhaps Yili simply admired Su Qingyan's tenacity and wanted to win her over. After all, there's no loss if you guess wrong. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility. At the same time, she also felt a little anticipation for the school competition in a month. She looks forward to defeating one opponent after another who looks down on her in the school competition. Make everyone take notice. So she asked again, her eyes burning with passion. So, you've decided? We're going to look for that shadow rift? Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, his eyes determined. The one who doesn't go is the dog. But it's not the strange beasts that I'm worried about. Lin Fan's tone turned serious. I was thinking that besides us, there might be other people who knew this news, people who were struggling in society. By then, I'm afraid there will be a bloody fight. The dying roar of the Su family's F-level killer echoed in his mind again. After leaving the novice village of campus, the outside world is far more cruel than imagined. If Su Qingyan is not mentally prepared, big problems may arise at the critical moment. Su Qingyan instantly understood the implication of his partner's words. She raised her head and met Lin Fan's gaze. There was no trace of retreat in her eyes, only incomparable determination. I understand the cruelty of this world, and I long to become stronger. I understand how cruel things will be on the road to becoming stronger. She looked at her partner, feeling the calmness and confidence deep in his eyes. This power completely calmed her originally nervous heart. Good. After hearing what the campus beauty of Suqiao University said, Lin Fan was completely relieved. He was afraid that in a critical moment, his teammates would become too compassionate and show mercy to the enemy, which would end up hurting themselves and others. Now it seems that Su Qingyan's awareness is even higher than he imagined. The two of them talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the fork in the road leading to the dormitory area. To the left is Su Qingyan's single dormitory, to the right is Lin Fan's multi-person dormitory. Su Qingyan stood at the intersection, thought for a moment, and asked. By the way, you haven't told me what the female killer said before she died. Is it important? Lin Fan asked calmly. Su Qingyan thought for a moment, nodded, and showed a heavy expression. I always felt like she was teaching me a lesson, and then I wanted to hear her last words. Lin Fan also nodded, recalling the scene in his mind again. The female killer who had struggled at the bottom of society spoke out the cruelest reality before she died. Those last words made Lin Fan feel heavy-hearted, and he didn't want to think about them. But the emotions revealed in the last words lingered in his mind. It is resentment towards the social model. It is resentment towards the class gap. It is the unwillingness to be powerless. It is a middle finger of death to the F level that can never be surpassed once it is framed. The tears in the female killer's eyes before she died were not due to fear of death. Instead, we are forever framed by the F grade, which frames the grievances and sadness in our lives. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live. But the whole world is telling her that she is an F-level waste and should end her own life after failing once. Can the lowly ants at the bottom compare with the high and mighty S-class? Even if an S-class high-ranking person accidentally kills everyone in a city, he is still a hero who saves the world in the eyes of the people. Call. The suppressed emotions forced Lin Fan to interrupt his thoughts and take a breath. In front of him, Su Qingyan was still waiting for his answer. Lin Fan looked at the girl with clear eyes, walked to her, put his hands on her shoulders, and slowly opened his mouth. Lin Fan was unable to speak out, or perhaps in another time and space, countless people spoke for him. Perhaps he was reluctant to see the girl's clear eyes covered with the ashes of the darkness of reality. So Lin Fan wanted to take on a challenge. With these clear eyes, we must break the shackles of F rank is damn trash. So Lin Fan suddenly winked playfully and said in a relaxed tone. She said, "Handsome boy, your partner is so beautiful. It's a pity that I can only work with you in my next life." Puff. Su Qingyan was amused by his frivolous look, and the youthful vitality unfolded from the blush on her cheeks. Su Qingyan's heavy mood also eased a lot at this moment. After laughing, Lin Fan thought about the shadow crack. He has confirmed that Su Qingyan is not a good teammate, but her strength still needs to be improved. When he was at the Su family, Lin Fan leveled up twice and gained a total of 50 kill points. It should be possible to elevate Su Qingyan's fighting skills to a higher level. Thinking of this, Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth and jokingly imitated the tone of the river god. "Young girl, do you want to improve your strength?" Su Qingyan looked at the boy who was getting closer and closer. Her shoulders were held by his hands, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She could only let the blush on her face continue to spread. Lin Fan approached the girl and spoke nonsense in a funny tone, seriously. "Later, do you want to have another, in-depth, personal training?" Chapter 18 Unlock New Abilities. Lin Fan's words in-depth, personal training were like a feather scratching the tip of Su Qingyan's nose. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and even her ears turned a cute pink. But Su Qingyan knew that Lin Fan had no ill intentions, and this was just a unique way of playing pranks between partners. And every time they merged, she could feel herself getting stronger. Moreover, she really wanted to become stronger. To prepare for the adventure to Shadow Rift and also for the school competition in a month. Su Qingyan pursed her lips, raised her head to meet Lin Fan's gaze, and nodded slightly. "Thank you for training me." Lin Fan responded with a smile, feeling very relieved. "She has to thank us." In the superior's single dormitory. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart, sat down cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Seeing this, Lin Fan's lips curled up in satisfaction. The next second, his figure turned into a soft white light and silently merged into Su Qingyan's close-fitting underwear. The moment the fusion was completed, the blush on Su Qingyan's face spread to the base of her neck. She felt the touch on her skin and couldn't help wondering in her heart. Why does it feel like the area covered by Lin Fan's transformed underwear seems to have gotten a little bigger? After a moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Concentrate and enter a meditative state." "Okay." Su Qingyan quickly put away his thoughts and entered a state of meditation. Lin Fan also began to check the system information. It is detected that the host is connected to the bound Valkyrie. Do you want to start the upgrade? Begin. Consume all killing points to further enhance Su Qingyan's fighting ability. Lin Fan gave instructions in his mind. Command confirmed. Fighting technique optimization plan being generated. Scheme generated. Start transferring. Almost at the same time, Su Qingyan's delicate body, which was in meditation, trembled violently. A huge and pure torrent of battle information, like a river bursting its banks, instantly rushed into her mind. The feeling this time is clearer and more shocking than last time. She seemed to see countless versions of herself, sparring frantically in the endless martial arts arena. Every sidestep, every punch, and every block have been broken down, reorganized, and optimized to the extreme. Those already skillful movements were further optimized into deadly techniques. It was as if her body no longer belonged to her, but was a perfect weapon meticulously crafted by a master craftsman. Su Qingyan was completely shocked by this miraculous way of improvement. She never thought that one day she would be able to further improve the fighting skills she learned in this way. But what was even more unexpected was that the person who allowed her to experience this way had only awakened F-level abilities. At this moment, Su Qingyan's suspicion that there was something wrong with his partner's ability awakening was further increased. Because she found it hard to believe that this ability to improve fighting skills could come from an F-level ability user. This is simply a miracle. After deep shock and doubt, Su Qingyan was glad that he was successfully bound to Lin Fan, and not someone else. At the moment when her mind was shocked, a faint light flashed in Lin Fan's system interface. At the deepest point of their spiritual connection, he captured some fragments of Su Qingyan's memories. It was a depressing and magnificent hall. Father Su Yuntian's tired and angry face. Several relatives with arrogant faces and greedy eyes. Quarrels, divisions, helplessness. The Su family's assets are divided into 3 parts? Lin Fan instantly understood that the pressure Su Qingyan was carrying was far more than just a simple marriage. Not only does she have to fight against the contempt of the outside world, but she also has to face the covetous eyes of the family within. It turns out that this is the fundamental reason why she is trying so hard to become stronger. Lin Fan did not say anything, but silently digested this information. He looked at the girl in front of him who looked cold on the outside but was bearing heavy pressure alone on the inside, and felt a strong sense of sympathy in his heart. But this problem is not difficult to solve. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and spoke to himself in a nonchalant tone. All the disputes in this world are actually very simple to resolve. As long as you train your fists to be hard enough to beat down anyone who refuses to obey you. This sentence sounded like a joke, but also like a promise to Su Qingyan. When I raise the campus beauty of Sucha University into an S level that no one can afford to offend, no, an existence beyond S level, then all the family disputes will be nothing but a joke that can be solved with a snap of a finger. Thinking in this way, Lin Fan seemed to have a full sense of cultivation. Su Qingyan didn't know that Lin Fan had seen through her secret, she was just constantly digesting the knowledge in her mind. Feeling her fighting skills growing stronger, she felt a surge of joy in her heart, silently thanking her partner for all he had done for her. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. The bond between the host and the bound Valkyrie has been deepened. Unlock new feature, Power Synchronization. Power Synchronization LV1, the host will permanently gain a 10% bonus to the bound Valkyrie's basic attributes strength, agility, constitution, perception. This percentage increases with bond level. Lin Fan's breathing suddenly stopped. Power Synchronization. This means that the higher your ability to cultivate the campus beauty of Sucha University, the higher your own ability will be. The more powerful the campus beauty of Sucha University is, the more powerful Lin Fan will be. Now, not only can I cultivate the campus beauty of Sucha University, but I can also cultivate myself at the same time. However, the system's voice has not ended yet. Fighting skills have been upgraded to the upper limit of the current physical fitness, and the remaining kill value is 20 points. Is there any left? This system is kind. Lin Fan was overjoyed and was trying to figure out what else he could do with the remaining kill points. Killing system is generally divided into two parts. Part 1. After killing the monster, you will gain kill points, which can be used to improve the basic attributes of the bound Valkyrie. It can also improve combat skills, such as forcing you to learn combat skills that you remember but don't know. The second part is the effect on the host. After killing the monster, you will gain growth points. After the accumulated growth points reach the upper limit of each level, Lin Fan's base shirt can be upgraded. After upgrading, various attributes will be obtained. At the beginning, if Lin Fan wanted to become stronger, the only way was to upgrade. But now, as his bond with Su Qingyan deepens, he has gained a new way to become stronger. It's decided to be you. After some research, Lin Fan decided to add 20 points of killing value to Su Qingyan's basic strength. As the saying goes, strength can defeat skill. If you have more strength, you can speak more confidently. 20 points of kill value will increase the bound object's basic strength by 20%. Increase completed. At the moment when his basic strength was successfully increased, Lin Fan simultaneously noticed some changes in himself. He felt a surge of strength in his body. Although the increased power is not much, after all, currently only 10% of the ability can be obtained by power synchronization. But Lin Fan still gained a full sense of development. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, Su Qingyan, who was digesting the fighting skills, suddenly shook all over. Chapter 19. Do you want to see how much stronger you have become? Lin Fan used all the remaining kill points to increase Su Qingyan's strength attribute. The increase in strength by up to 20% is enough for Su Qingyan to feel a very obvious change. What's wrong with me? Lin Fan, this is also your ability? Feeling the sudden increase in strength in his body, Su Qingyan was a little confused. At this moment, she had the illusion that Lin Fan was an angel sent to her by God. This special training is soon coming to an end. Lin Fan did not explain in detail why Su Qingyan's strength increased. It was only generally stated that this was one of the functions of his awakened F-level ability. Looking at his mysterious demeanor, Su Qingyan sighed continuously in his heart. Is Lin Fan really only F-level? Why do I feel that A-level awakeners, or even S-level awakeners, are not as good as him? I must retest in 3 days to see if there are any mistakes in Lin Fan S-level test. 6 o'clock in the evening. The campus broadcasting system sounded on time, and the cold electronic sound echoed in every corner. Attention all students who have completed Awakening. The Academy will redistribute teaching area resources in dormitories based on Awakening levels. A-level students will enter the first-level training in teaching area and enjoy top-level resources. B-level students enter the secondary teaching area. Every time A-level is read out on the radio, it seems to be ruthlessly dividing the fate of everyone. The senior students burst into cheers, their faces filled with pride and anticipation. The lower-level students looked ashen, their eyes filled with loss and confusion. When the broadcast read out the last level, the atmosphere in the entire campus became extremely weird. F-level students will be assigned to the general teaching area of Yaoguang Academy for group instruction. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gazes filled with mockery, pity, and gloating were cast at the F-class student beside him. However, what upset these F-level students the most was not the strange looks from those around them, but the next announcement. An S-level student was born in this awakening ceremony. This news has excited all the teachers and staff in the school. So the only S-class student will be personally taught by Professor Han Xing, who is also an S-class Valkyrie. As soon as this announcement was made, students from the entire school cheered. Becoming an S-class Valkyrie student is the dream of countless people. Many students believe that no matter what level they are at, as long as they are personally taught by Professor Han Xing for a month, they will definitely become the top students in their respective levels. For a moment, exclamations and praises rang out one after another. The S-class students' glorious moments once again formed the strongest contrast with the F-class students' underlying characteristics. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan, who had just finished special training and were walking on the road, clearly felt that more attention was being paid to them. It also became more unfriendly and contemptuous. Look, the former top campus beauty is now going to the F-class garbage dump. It's really a changing world. I wonder what her mood is like now. The worst part is her partner, wearing a torn F-rated undershirt. It's a joke among jokes. The harsh discussions pierced Su Qingyan like needles, and at the same time pierced all the F-level students. According to regulations, Su Qingyan's spacious and comfortable single dormitory will soon be taken back by the school. She clenched her fists, then relaxed them. Spending the day with Lin Fan made her feel much better. Just as Lin Fan said, rank doesn't represent everything. She believes in herself and believes that one day she will be able to prove this to everyone. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan felt much better, and even began to care about his partner and wanted to comfort Lin Fan. But when she looked at Lin Fan, she immediately realized that she was overthinking. Lin Fan's calm expression was as if he had awakened not to an F rank, but an S rank. While Su Qingyan marveled at his partner's strong state of mind, he couldn't help but feel curious. Lin Fan must have gone through so much hardship to cultivate this state of mind. At this moment, a calm figure walked through the crowd and came straight to them. He is Su Qingyan's homeroom teacher. He glanced at the students around him, frowned slightly, and the discussion suddenly died down. Classmate Su Qingyan, classmate Lin Fan. The head teacher's eyes swept over the two of them, with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny that was hard to conceal. Come with me. Amidst everyone's confused and doubtful gazes, the head teacher took the two to a secluded corner. He took a deep breath and said straight to the point. The school leaders have already reviewed your affairs at the Su family and the report on the killing of the Twisted Walker. To be honest, this has overturned my perception and made me realize that I underestimated you. Here, Teacher Jia would like to apologize to you first. The head teacher's tone was very serious. So, after a meeting, the Dean of Studies decided. He paused and said word by word. In 3 days, a secret retest of your awakening level will be arranged for the two of you. Retest? Su Qingyan suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock. This rarely happens because it means the school leaders admit that their awakening ceremony went wrong. It is extremely rare for a leader to take the initiative to admit his mistakes to students. While feeling surprised, Su Qingyan subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. If there was no partner, or if the partner I was bound to at the time was not Lin Fan, do I still have the ability to make the school think that there is something wrong with the awakening ceremony and request a retest? Your single dormitory privileges will be retained until the retest results are available. The head teacher looked at Su Qingyan and added, I hope you can give us and yourselves a surprise. After saying this, the head teacher looked at Lin Fan deeply, his eyes showing admiration and surprise at having made a mistake. After asking for confidentiality, the head teacher left. Su Qingyan was very happy, not only because of the school's actions, but also because she could continue to use the single dormitory. Of course, she knew very well that all this was inseparable from Lin Fan's help. She thought for a moment, then turned her sincere, pure gaze towards Lin Fan and said, "Thank you. But I'm sorry, you have to move out of your original dormitory. If you don't mind." Lin Fan, who was still thinking about how to respond gracefully, suddenly heard the words "not disgusted." His eyes widened and he had an association. Is she inviting me to live in her dorm? This script is good, I like it. No. How could I dislike my partner? Lin Fan agreed without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, for fear that the campus beauty of Su University would be shy and regret it. Su Qingyan smiled, very happy that his partner accepted the help he offered. Then it's a deal. When you move to the dorm, call me and I'll help you move your things. Question mark. Lin Fan's joy froze as he realized he had misunderstood. It turns out it's just moving things. Ahem. In order to hide his embarrassment and prevent the other party from noticing that he had misunderstood his thoughts, Lin Fan quickly changed the subject. Remember that before the awakening ceremony, every student would take a basic ability test and have the test data recorded? Do you want to take another test to see how much stronger you have become after my personal training? Su Qingyan's cheeks were slightly hot, but her heart was filled with uncontrollable anticipation. She wanted to know what kind of transformation she had undergone under her partner's special training. Good. Chapter 20. This is the result of special training. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan walk side by side into the empty data testing field. This is a place specifically used to test students' physical fitness. It is divided into 4 categories: strength, agility, endurance, and reaction. Each category has corresponding precision instruments and multiple test items for reference. Try it yourself first. Lin Fan gestured. Su Qingyan nodded, took a deep breath, and walked to the strength testing machine. She recalled the force-generating techniques that Lin Fan taught her, and her white fist suddenly punched out. Bang! There was a dull thud, and the numbers on the test machine jumped wildly. Finally, they froze at a number that was astonishingly high. But this is not the final test data for the strength project. There will be a series of test items later, including deadlift, weighted squat, weightlifting, shot put, etc. After carrying out all these test items in order, a comprehensive data will be finally calculated. The last number that appears is the complete data for the strength item. Lin Fan watched with great interest. This was very different from the way of detecting strength, speed, etc. in the world he traveled to. After a while, Su Qingyan's strength test data came out. Strength, 120. At first glance, this data seems just so, but Lin Fan remembered the strength data of his original body during the test before the awakening ceremony, 60. That is half the number of the campus bell of Suzhou University. It is even 20 points less than Su Qingyan's strength data of 80 before awakening. While feeling ashamed, Lin Fan even started to complain about himself. But as more and more memory fragments appeared, he could understand why his predecessor was so weak. He was an orphan since childhood and was helped by the orphanage director to go to school. But since elementary school, I have been living a lifestyle of studying in school and doing odd jobs after school. He worked odd jobs and, with the help of the dean, gradually came to Xiaoming University. Later, the director was unable to provide funding as there were more children in the orphanage who needed care. Therefore, in a university that needs more money, Lin Fan's original source of income has actually decreased. It's understandable that my strength is only 60 if I don't eat well and don't sleep enough. But now, after the awakening system, everything is different. Here are my thoughts. Su Qingyan's speed test has reached the last item. As she sped across the specially designed track, her figure brought up a gust of fragrant wind, and the last test in the speed category ended. The comprehensive results appeared on the computer screen. Speed, 115. Lin Fan felt ashamed again. His original body's test data was 61, which still did not exceed the data of the Suzhou University campus beauty before awakening, which was 75. On the endurance tester, Su Qingyan continued to output energy, sweat soaked his temples, but his eyes were unusually firm. After a series of projects are completed, comprehensive data appears. Endurance, 105. This time, Lin Fan smiled. The endurance data of his previous test was 99. Although he failed to surpass Su Qingyan's 105 this time. But it also exceeded the 70 before her awakening. And the original body's endurance data of 99 ranked first among all testers at that time. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth in a smile that only boys could understand. It's okay if other stats are a little low, as long as your endurance is good. The last test category is reaction. Unlike before Lin Fan crossed over, the nerve reaction test showed that the lower the number, the faster the reaction. But in this world, reaction also has a series of test items, and finally a comprehensive data is obtained. The larger the data, the stronger the responsibility. On the test arena, countless points of light shot from all directions. Su Qingyan was like a fluttering butterfly, touching each lit point of light precisely. After finishing the last project, the computer did some calculations and the data results appeared on the screen. Reaction, 100. As expected, it is still 41 points taller than Lin Fan's original height. The original body's reaction data was 59, and Su Qingyan's reaction data before awakening was 80. Looking at the data, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. These are all the results of his hard work and training in cultivating the campus bell of Suzhou University. Looking at the final summary of data on the floating screen, Su Qingyan was also a little stunned. Strength 120, speed 115, endurance 105, reaction 100. She clearly remembered that before awakening, her statistics were strength 80, speed 75, endurance 70, and reaction 80. For each of these data, it would take months of effort to improve it by just 1 or 2 points. Even students with poor talents may not be able to improve. And she was able to make such a big improvement with just 2 special training sessions with Lin Fan? If Su Qingyan hadn't seen these real numbers with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. She knew very well that the bonus to physical fitness gained by awakening an F-rank Valkyrie might only be 1 or 2 points, so weak that it was almost negligible. This is also the reason why everyone laughs at F-class being trash. But even if I show these data to others and tell them that they were tested by F-level people, will they believe it? Su Qingyan shook her head in her heart. Not to mention others, even she herself couldn't believe it. I feel like I'm dreaming. Su Qingyan opened her red lips slightly and muttered to herself, her heart pounding with excitement. She subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, not knowing what to say. Su Qingyan suddenly felt like the heroine in a movie, and the young man in front of her was the best actor assigned to her by the director. How is it? My special training is effective, right? Lin Fan asked with a bit of boasting. His sudden question interrupted Su Qingyan's wandering thoughts. Coming back to her senses and thinking back to her wild thoughts, Su Qingyan suddenly became shy, her face flushed uncontrollably, and she was a little afraid to look at Lin Fan. What am I thinking about? What female lead? What best male lead? Su Qingyan murmured, shook his head to dispel these thoughts, and forced himself to calm down. After taking a deep breath, she managed to calm down and nodded in response to Lin Fan. Very good. I didn't expect to get such a good result. But when he saw the young man in front of him, Su Qingyan couldn't control his wild thoughts. Lin Fan, who is he? What kind of magical method is his special training? Don't be too quick to be happy. Lin Fan looked at her surprised expression, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he walked forward slowly. We're just getting started. How about we test it again after we merge together? Merge. Su Qingyan's pretty face turned red in an instant. She and Lin Fan had just become friends today and had only known each other for a day. They merged 3 or 4 times in one day. Could this be? Wait, this feels a bit weird. What on earth am I thinking about? Su Qingyan once again shook his head to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind, and said to himself in his heart. Su Qingyan, how can you question your partner? When everyone looks down on you, he is willing to help you, you should be grateful to him. After some self-brainwashing, Su Qingyan calmed down a little and nodded with a red face. But compared to the initial shyness, what I feel now is more of an inexplicable habit and expectation. He silently watched the actions of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, shaking his head and covering his face like a little child. Lin Fan didn't tease the other party. His figure turned into a stream of light and instantly attached to his partner. The moment the fusion was completed, Su Qingyan once again felt the surging power emerging in his body. Like a warm tide, it swept over her body. Come again. This time, it was the Valkyrie who had merged with her partner and stepped onto the test site. Boom! The explosions from the boxing match were far greater than the previous ones, heralding the start of a new round of testing. Stronger strength, faster speed, sharper reflexes. If anyone saw the scene, they would never believe that this was the person on the field, the guy who had awakened to F level and had not even received any training. A new round of testing has ended. The numbers on the screen soared at a terrifying speed, and finally stopped at an unbelievable value. Strength, 180. Speed, 190. Endurance, 156. Reaction, 150. At the same time, in the school's highest administrative building, in a heavily guarded conference room, the Dean of Studies and senior leaders held a new round of meetings. I've already told Su Qingyan's homeroom teacher to inform him of the retest decision. I'm wondering, if the awakening really goes wrong, how are we going to announce it? Everyone looked at each other and started discussing. No matter how it is announced, one thing cannot change: we must not say that there is something wrong with the school. This will greatly affect the school's credibility. That's right. The awakening ceremony is such an important matter. Who dares to say that they made a mistake? What if, after the announcement, more students asked to be retested? For a moment, the discussion in the conference room became louder and louder, and finally reached a unified result. Su Qingyan and her partner killed the E-level beast, the Twisted Walker. Who dares to say that they can definitely do it? Well, as long as this news is announced, I think all teachers and students will want Su Qingyan to take the test again. By the way, is there any new progress regarding the Twisted Walker? When discussing the strange beast killed by Su Qingyan, everyone gradually ran out of things to say. How did this strange beast that appeared out of nowhere avoid school security? The investigators who were dispersed did not make any major discoveries in a short period of time. Seeing that everyone was silent, the dean changed the subject and took out 2 reports. Everyone, please look, this is the test data of Su Qingyan and Lin Fan before they awakened. On the screen, Su Qingyan's data was clearly listed. Strength, 80, Speed, 75, Endurance, 70, Reaction, 80. Chapter 21, The Bond Deepens and Gets Upgraded. This test data ranked first overall at the time, which amazed all the teachers and students in the school. When they learned that this was Su Qingyan's test data, everyone was even more looking forward to her performance at the awakening ceremony. Once an A-rank Valkyrie is awakened, her physical fitness will be enhanced and these test data will increase by at least 50%. But everyone knows what happened later. The leaders looked at the data, sighed for a while, and then shook their heads and sighed. It's a pity that Su Qingyan awakened not an A-level Valkyrie, but an F-level one. I am afraid that after the awakening ceremony, there will be countless students who are capable of exceeding these data. As for Su Qingyan, who is at level F, even if he were to be tested again, his data would probably not increase by more than 1 or 2 points. She was ranked first at that time, but now she is probably at the bottom of the list. This is the gap brought by levels. For a moment, many sighs were heard in the conference room. When they looked at Lin Fan's data again, several leaders couldn't help but laugh out loud. Strength, 60, Speed, 61, Endurance, 99, Reaction, 59. As for these data, except for the high endurance, which is a bit strange, the rest are too ordinary. If you don't know, you might think it was measured by some weak girl. A senior leader couldn't help but adjust his glasses and complained. This Lin Fan, aside from his unusually good endurance, his other stats are just barely passing. He couldn't be more ordinary. The reaction wasn't even up to par. The Dean of Studies said in a deep voice. Su Qingyan's stats before his awakening undoubtedly put him at the top of the physical spectrum among ordinary people. As for Lin Fan, he's very smart, and that's something we all acknowledge. But here comes the problem. He emphasized his tone, revealing his doubts. No matter how talented Su Qingyan is, the benefits of F-level awakening to the body are almost negligible. Logically speaking, they wouldn't be able to defeat the E-rank Distortion Walker, let alone the 2 F-rank elites of the Su family. There was a buzz of discussion in the conference room. I agree, there's definitely something wrong here. There's probably only one conclusion, the Dean of Studies said with finality. There must have been an error in their assessment of levels during the testing ceremony. After communicating with each other, the leaders nodded again, confirming the results of the discussion. Some people even used the method of contradiction to confirm this result. If the test results are high after 3 days, it means she is definitely more than F-level. And if she is really only F-level, then the test data will definitely not change much. Almost all the leaders expressed their approval and no one raised any objection. I was thinking, if Su Qingyan gets an A grade during the retest, it would be a real surprise. In my opinion, she was able to kill an E-rank beast the day she awakened. It wouldn't be surprising if she tested S rank after the retest. If it's really S level, then our school has 2 S level geniuses. Everyone's discussion has me looking forward to the retest in 3 days. As the meeting was coming to an end, the dean's face darkened as he received a message. There's a new lead in the investigation into the twisted walkers that suddenly appeared on campus. In the woods where it appeared, we found something very strange. Inside the training ground, Su Qingyan looked at the incredible data and was so excited that he was speechless. She knew very well that this was the data measured when she had just awakened for 1 day. Lin Fan released his fusion and returned to human form. He looked at the data on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. And like an old father, he began to build confidence in Su Qingyan. If we only look at the awakening level, F level, perhaps we will only be able to stay at the bottom for the rest of our lives. But what about looking at the data? The data doesn't lie. The numbers you see now are rarely achieved even by those F rank awakeners who have undergone rigorous training. In other words, without any formal training, you have already surpassed the vast majority of your predecessors. So, have some confidence in yourself and don't worry about the F grade label or what others think. These words, like a warm current, instantly hit the softest part of Su Qingyan's heart. She recalled the undisguised disappointment in the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school when she awakened to F level. When she stood in the square, she heard the ridicule coming from all directions, and it felt really uncomfortable. But now, only 1 afternoon had passed, and she felt much better when she recalled the ridicule and sarcasm. It was Lin Fan who provided her with quick and practical help. And let her rebuild a little confidence. Trust and disappointment, 2 completely different feelings collided violently, making Su Qingyan's eyes hot and mist blurred his vision in an instant. "Thank you, Lin Fan," she said sincerely. "Really, thank you." A hot tear ran down her delicate cheek, and at the moment when Su Qingyan was moved to tears, the system prompt sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. The bond between the host and Su Qingyan has been detected to be deepening. The characteristic power synchronization has been upgraded. Power synchronization LV2, the host will permanently gain 20% of Su Qingyan's basic attribute bonus. Faced with this sudden upgrade, Lin Fan felt surprised and delighted. He reached out and wiped away the hot tears on Su Qingyan's cheeks and said with gratitude, "Thank you too. When everyone said I was a useless F class, you didn't despise me." After calming down, Su Qingyan suddenly became curious and asked, "Then, do you want to test it too?" At this time, Lin Fan saw more comprehensive data on the system panel. Lin Fan. Strength, 114. Constitution, 154. Agility, 115. Endurance, 120. Defense, 110. Reaction, 80. Perception, 96. Lucky, 0. Other unobtained attributes will not be displayed for the time being. The system combines the school's data format and adds some new attributes. Looking at the numbers one by one, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Without any special training in school and despite his originally weak talent, these data of his are already close to Su Qingyan's. Among them, endurance has even exceeded Su Qingyan's 105, reaching 120. This means that when the two of them spar in the future, Lin Fan will at least not surrender first. In this world, after the awakening ceremony, although boys will also be strengthened, they are not as strong as Valkyries. Adding to that Lin Fan's awakened F rank. If there was no system support and no power synchronization to obtain 20% of Su Qingyan's basic attributes, the data Lin Fan saw now would still be only 60 and 59. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Improving Su Qingyan's strength is equivalent to improving one's own strength. This training has brought me a lot of rewards. As I was thinking about this, Su Qingyan's voice rang in my ears. "Do you want to test it too?" Coming back to his senses, Lin Fan smiled slightly, shook his head, and closed the system interface. Then he kept smiling, moved closer to the Suchao University beauty, and said, "If you test it, it's like I test it." Ah? Su Qingyan was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Lin Fan continued to smile and replied calmly. "Because we are partners, we fight side by side." Su Qingyan's cheeks suddenly turned red again, but this time it was not a feeling of shyness, but a feeling of warmth. She nodded and solemnly muttered those two words. "Partner." The two rested for a while and quietly left the training ground. "It's getting late, it's time to go home and rest." Before parting, Lin Fan instructed, "Rest early. We'll make some preparations tomorrow and then go check out the Shadow Rift. Yeah. Su Qingyan nodded obediently. In the test field, a group of sophomores came in chattering. The leading boy was about to conduct a test when he noticed that the computer screen was on, indicating that someone had obviously used it not long ago. There's nothing wrong with this. It's a public testing ground and anyone can use it. He casually glanced at the data on the screen, was stunned for a moment, and then his face revealed undisguised disgust and contempt. TSK, which a level genius senior has awakened and deliberately left his data here to show off? The classmates behind him came forward to check and then burst into complaints. I would even believe this data is S-level. Could it be fake, deliberately made up to show off? Oh my god, this is disgusting. Who are you showing off to? Isn't it just a higher awakening level and a passive enhancement of physical fitness? What's so great about that? That's right. He left it here on purpose, isn't it just to let us younger students see it and be shocked and admire it? Childish. They walked forward cursing and pressed the start button for a new test. Everyone, hurry up and test it, and push down this high data so that no one else can see it. Who am I bullying? I'll come here to take the retest and show off after I awaken to S rank next year. Hey, doghead, if you can awaken S, then I will be SSS. We agreed to call me the desert death god outside. Chapter 22. This progress bar is wrong. Su Qingyan returned to the dormitory and took a shower. Hot water pours down from the shower head, washing away the fatigue of the day. She leaned against the cool tile, thoughts racing through her mind. From the disappointment of awakening to F level, to the unexpected joy of binding with Lin Fan, to the thrill of joining forces to kill the alien beast. This day was more eventful than any of her experiences in the past 18 years. The heaviness in his chest caused by his talent level seemed to have dissipated mostly without him noticing. What's worrying is also the things at home. The troubles within the family, and the marriage arranged for her. But when Su Qingyan's random thoughts reached the end, what emerged in his mind was Lin Fan's calm and determined face. Fine. Su Qingyan turned off the water and murmured softly. God gave me a chance. She felt so unfortunate. Her physical test data ranked first, but her awakening was at the bottom of the F level. But at the same time, he was the luckiest one, because among the disappointed crowd, he happened to be tied to Lin Fan. Su Qingyan lay on the soft bed, and for the first time she was filled with such strong expectations for the future. Lin Fan, please become stronger with me. So strong, that all those who look down on us will shut up. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan suddenly realized a problem. Lin Fan was indeed helping her become stronger, and the surge in physical test data today was the best proof. The speed at which she became stronger was so fast that Su Qingyan was stunned. She had lost count of how many times she had said thank you that day. Every time I said thank you, I would see Lin Fan's calm and smiling eyes. There was no demand, no greed or desire, and no calculation in that look. It was as if helping himself was just something he did casually and not worth mentioning. Su Qingyan couldn't understand what was going on in his partner's mind. He looks like an angel who specializes in fulfilling the wishes of poor people. When Su Qingyan thought of this, he felt a surge of gratitude and admiration in his heart. She remembered Lin Fan telling her about his life story. His parents died early and he was an orphan since childhood. For a person who lacked parental love, they extended a helping hand of care when she was at her lowest point. Su Qingyan let out a light breath and suddenly felt that he had gone too far. Lin Fan helped me time and time again. What else did I do besides saying thank you? I am no longer the top genius who was admired by the whole school. A simple thank you will be of no use. I'm really grateful to Lin Fan. He should provide practical help. Su Qingyan's thoughts turned, and he began to wonder what kind of help Lin Fan needed. He has no family to help him, so where does he get the money to spend? Perhaps we can find a way to solve his income problem without hurting his self-esteem. Will he be bullied by the bad guys in school? I'll call my eldest sister later and ask her to look after Lin Fan. If anyone causes trouble, please help resolve it. He looks very thin. Does he not eat well? How about inviting him to the cafeteria for breakfast tomorrow morning and asking about his food and clothing situation? He probably won't refuse. How about sending him a message to let him know in advance? Su Qingyan still remembered that she had promised to help Lin Fan move his luggage tomorrow. So I was worried that Lin Fan had eaten early and I wouldn't have the chance to treat everyone. So she sent a message to Lin Fan, making an advance reservation to treat him to breakfast. Then, with a nervous and anxious mood, I waited for a positive answer. During this time, Su Qingnian's thoughts flew again. If Lin Fan really doesn't eat well every day, then I will treat him to a meal every day. Well, you can't be too direct. You have to consider his self-esteem. Just as a thank you for the special training, and hoping that he can continue with the special training, let us cover his meals for the entire semester. When thinking about the special training, Su Qingnian became shy again and her cheeks turned red unconsciously. But I was also very happy that I could find a way to help my partner. Just then, a prompt sound came from the communication device. Su Qingnian quickly opened it to check, then closed it with a smile. As the night deepened, Su Qingnian fell asleep with thoughts full of anticipation. In the dream, there was an awakening ceremony, pairs of disappointed eyes, and a terrifying twisted walker. Fortunately, Lin Fan's calm and confident face appeared at the end, so the dream did not turn into a nightmare. On the other side, Lin Fan pushed open the door of the men's dormitory 402. A familiar smell, a mixture of instant noodles, sweat and some indescribable otaku smell, hit me in the face. Hey, our busy man Lin is back? A voice mixed with a hint of complaint sounded. Immediately afterwards, 3 black shadows suddenly pounced over from their respective beds and surrounded Lin Fan in the shape of a character. The leader was a burly man about 1.9 meters tall with a shiny bald head. His nickname was Lu Zhishan and his real name was Zhang Chang. He was waving his fists, as big as casserole pots, viciously, but his face was filled with exaggerated grief. Tell me. Where have you been? Do you know that we have done all the work for you today? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan frowned immediately. He had really forgotten about this. To be precise, he learned about the original owner's memory fragments too late, and forgot that he was an orphan and had to rely on working to earn his living expenses. Today is the most important awakening ceremony for 18-year-old students, but no matter how important it is, they still have to work, otherwise they will have no money to eat. When he thought about having no money, Lin Fan was heartbroken and said that the original owner's memory was too slow, which hurt him so much. That's right. On Lin Fan's left, a guy as thin as a stick and wearing black-framed glasses pushed his glasses up, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed across the lenses. He is Li Jun, the dormitory's dog-headed military advisor. He added with deep sorrow. 3 people are doing the work of 4. We're all exhausted. Lin Fan, you've let me down. My heart aches. To the right of Lin Fan, the handsome guy who was pinching his nose with his orchid finger and looking disgusted is Wang Shuai, who calls himself the campus Daniel Wu. He complained. Lin Fan, you've hurt our brothers' hearts, but, as long as you call us dad, we'll forgive you. Lin Fan looked at these 3 funny guys, and the tension of the day instantly disappeared. In the original owner's memory, the 3 roommates had a very good relationship. They all came from the lower classes and helped each other. We often make plans to do odd jobs together. Lin Fan was absent from today's odd job and raised his hands in embarrassment, his face full of apology. My bad. Something unexpected happened after the awakening ceremony today. I forgot about it. Please forgive me, brothers. Seeing Lin Fan's sincere apology, the 1.9-meter-tall Zhang Chang touched his bald head and immediately put away his fist. His large, fan-like hand slammed heavily on Lin Fan's shoulder. Oh, I'm just kidding. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. We thought you'd awakened an F level and were so upset that we were going to fish you out from the moat. Get lost, do I have such a bad mental state? Lin Fan cursed with a smile. That's hard to say. Zhang Chang took out a few banknotes from his trouser pocket, stuffed them into Lin Fan's hand, and then put on a great expression. This is your share of the wages. We brothers all know it's not easy for you. Next time, don't stand us up just to pick up girls. Looking at the banknotes in his hand, Lin Fan was quite surprised, and at the same time he felt touched. Apart from anything else, these 3 roommates are really nice. Lin Fan was about to thank him when he saw Li Jun adjusting his glasses, coming closer, lowering his voice, and saying with a sly smile. Brother Fan, you are a famous figure in the school now. Wang Shuai also squeezed over, his face full of envy and jealousy. A poor F-ranked boy is bound to the most beautiful schoolgirl. Damn, even novels don't dare to write like this. Tell me the truth, what did you 2 do all day? Was it, he? 3 pairs of eyes, 6 gazes, all focused on Lin Fan, full of gossip and inquiry. Cough. Lin Fan cleared his throat and didn't mention the strange beast. He just said vaguely. I didn't do anything. I was just invited to her house for a simple meal. The dormitory suddenly became silent. 3 seconds later. Fuck! Zhang Chang shouted, and the bald Masua's hands instantly accelerated, staring at Lin Fan in shock. Meeting the parents on the first day? In this world, many bound pairs eventually become lovers. After all, they work together every day and fall in love with each other over time. This situation is particularly common in high-level combinations. Even for high-level people, becoming a couple is just more convenient for cultivating tacit understanding and improving the combat effectiveness of the group. So after Lin Fan got together with the campus beauty of Soochow University, his roommates had already assumed that the two would be a couple in the future. No, it's to meet my father-in-law. Li Jun, who was wearing glasses, quickly corrected him. Isn't this progress bar moving too fast? Wang Shui, who thought he was a bit handsome, broke down and wailed. I haven't even held hands with a girl in my class, and you're going straight to meeting my father-in-law? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Chapter 23. You can't possibly blow up the E-level monster, right? Looking at his roommate's reactions, Lin Fan found it funny and decided to add fuel to the fire. He pretended to be calm and said, eating is a small matter. The main thing is that after dinner, I worked with the campus beauty of Soochow University and had a sparring match with an F-level master. Sparring? What's the result? Li Jun's glasses slid down to his nose, and he reached out to push them up. Lin Fan spread his hands calmly. Lucky, I won half the battle. The dormitory fell into silence again. Zhang Chang, Li Jun and Wang Shui looked at each other, and then burst into earth-shaking laughter at the same time. Zhang Chang rubbed his bald head in circles and said with a smile, Brother Fan, at least give me some thought. You sparred with an F-rank expert? And won? You can't possibly blow up an E-rank monster with one punch, right? Li Jun analyzed seriously. Brother Fan, I understand you. You just awakened to F-level and are now bound to the school beauty. You are under a lot of pressure and want to prove yourself. But we can't rely on dreams. Wang Shui even handed Lin Fan a bottle of mineral water. Come, drink some water. Wake up, it's time to take your medicine. Lin Fan didn't intend to let them believe him, so he just laughed twice and didn't reply. If this hadn't happened to him, he might still have been skeptical. Okay, stop talking about me. What about you guys? What level have you awakened to? Lin Fan changed the subject. When this was mentioned, the three people had different expressions. Li Jun and Wang Shui exchanged a glance, then raised a finger in frustration. E-level, neither good nor bad, enough to starve to death but also not enough to get rich. When it was Zhang Chang's turn, he straightened his back suddenly, cleared his throat, and announced loudly in the exaggerated tone of a eunuch announcing an imperial decree. It is my destiny to awaken my D-level talent. After saying this, he glanced around triumphantly, as if waiting for his subjects' worship. Li Jun and Wang Shui were immediately possessed by the spirit of drama and bowed their heads in worship. Long live the Emperor! Boss, can you take us with you when you eat instant noodles next time? Wang Shui wiped his tears exaggeratedly. Please give me some sausage. Zhang Chang was flattered and felt very comfortable. He waved his hand and said, No problem. When I become rich, I will appoint you two as my left and right protectors, and give you each a bucket of noodles, enough for you to eat. Thank you, Lord. The dormitory was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. But behind this funny thing, there is a sense of confusion and helplessness among the awakened people at the bottom about the future. As a time traveler, Lin Fan has a sense of the bystander sees things more clearly. A D-level being is enough to make them worship like this, which shows how difficult the future path will be for those at a lower level. Brother Fan, don't be discouraged. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, the three roommates thought he was sad about his F-grade condition, so they immediately stopped playing and tried to comfort him. When I, Zhang Chang, become famous in the future, I will definitely not forget you guys. I, Li Jun, will never forget the days when we worked together and ate instant noodles together. Although we are only E-rank, it won't be difficult for us to find a job to make a living in the future. When the time comes, Brother Fan, you can follow us. Looking at the three young faces comforting him, Lin Fan nodded in gratitude, quite moved. Yes. Wang Shui suddenly remembered something and asked slyly. Brother Chang, you're D-rank, so the person you're bound to must be pretty good, right? In this world, the objects to be bound are usually randomly bound within the range of the awakening ceremony's formation. But somehow, the Valkyrie with a high level is bound to someone of a low level as well. Of course, this is not absolute. Yili, the only S-level Valkyrie in the school, was unexpectedly tied to a B-level partner. Although she later quickly untied and transferred money and became an A-level partner. But this is only a privilege for the rich and capable. After hearing the question, the smug look on Zhang Chang's face froze instantly, and then he became a little embarrassed. He rubbed his bald head with his left hand, humming for a long time before squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. D-rank Blademaster Valkyrie, from the Physical Education Department, Lu Wei. Puff. Lin Fan almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Lu Wei, a famous tough girl in the sports department, has a body full of muscular muscles and can kill a cow with one punch. She just looks too tough. Upon hearing this answer, Li Jun and Wang Shui burst into laughter and their faces turned red. A D-rank tough guy, bound to a tough girl? Brother Chang, this is a powerful alliance. By the way, what is your awakened transformation ability? Li Jun held up his glasses, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Zhang Chang's old face flushed, and he raised his neck and said, "My ability is to transform into a two-handed butcher knife. We call this double the strength, double the security." But Zhang Chang had already burst into tears in his heart. He also wants a cute and sweet girl to have a sweet love affair with. Seeing that Zhang Chang himself disliked his partner, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Fan looked at this noisy scene and felt like he was back in college. No matter what the future holds, I feel quite nostalgic at this moment. Brothers, go to bed early. We have to move our luggage early tomorrow morning, so we might not have time for breakfast together. Zhang Chang sighed somewhat sadly. Li Jun pushed his glasses, clasped his hands together, and said to the other three people, "Everyone, even though we're not living in the same dormitory anymore, we're still brothers for life. We'll all be busy unpacking tomorrow morning, so I'll say goodbye in advance." After the awakening ceremony, people of different levels will be assigned to different teaching areas, and former roommates will rarely see each other again. Lin Fan guessed that it was a bit like finishing high school and going to different universities. If we want to get together again, we have to wait until the holidays. At this moment, the four of them smiled at each other. Then they all stood up at the same time and clumsily clasped their fists, imitating the knights in martial arts movies. "If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the green waters flow forever. Brothers, see you in the rivers and lakes." Just as this immature behavior ended, Lin Fan's old communication device rang with a prompt tone. When I opened it, I saw a message that Su Qingyan wanted to have breakfast with me. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Then, just as he was about to put away the equipment, three heads quickly came over. After seeing the message with Su Qingyan's name in the note, inviting them to have breakfast, 3 exclamations were heard in the dormitory at the same time. "Fuck, Fan. Oh my god. Are you serious? Hey daddy, can you teach me the secret of picking up girls?" Wang Shui, who prided himself on being the best in the world, revealed the bitterness of being single for 18 years. He grabbed Lin Fan's hand and pleaded with tears in his voice. "Brother Fan, take me with you to dinner tomorrow morning. My dream is to chat with the campus beauty of Suzhou University." Lin Fan smiled casually, "No problem, it's not difficult at all." Before he finished speaking, Wang Shui burst into tears of gratitude and hummed, "My dear brother. From now on, you and I will eat the cake and each of us will stand on our own side of the telephone pole." "Fuck you." Lin Fan cursed with a smile. Zhang Chang, who was packing his luggage, also stopped, coughed, and said, "Well, Brother Fan, I still feel that after 3 years of brotherhood, I have to have one last breakfast with you no matter what." Li Jun pushed his glasses and continued, "That's right, tomorrow we brothers will definitely support you, Brother Fan. Just take whatever you want to eat, we brothers will cover your expenses." At night, the 4 people in the dormitory fell asleep in a cheerful atmosphere. After going through a lot today, Lin Fan felt a little tired and fell asleep quickly. In his dream, he saw the countless mocking faces in the square when he awakened his F-level ability. I also saw the terrifying-looking and weird E-level Cthulhu monster, the Twisted Walker. He even dreamed of a couple whose faces he could not see clearly. They said they were his parents and were in great pain, begging him for help. When I finally saw the pleasing face of the campus beauty of Suzhou University, my dream finally got on track. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. His roommate Zhang Chan yawned and yelled tiredly. I had a nightmare last night. It woke me up several times. I'm so sleepy. Li Jun put on his glasses and said in a tired voice. That's weird. I had a nightmare last night too. Wang Shui, brother Fan, did you too have a nightmare? Lin Fan recalled that what he remembered most was the campus beauty of Suzhou University. He shook his head and looked at Wang Shui again. Wang Shui had two dark circles under his eyes and said weakly. Don't mention it. I dreamed about the twisted walker I learned about in the textbook. He chased me all night. Every time I woke up from the shock and fell back asleep, guess what? The twisted walker was waiting for me there. He even mocked me and said, how dare you come back? After saying this, the four people in the dormitory couldn't help laughing. After a few laughs, their faces froze. Because they all remembered that they had also dreamed about that E-level monster, the twisted walker, last night. Chapter 24. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. You dreamed of the twist walker, too? What do you mean by me too? No way, you dreamed about it too. Hearing his roommate's surprised questions, Lin Fan frowned slightly. There is definitely something wrong with this. I wonder if the campus beauty of Suzhou University has dreamed of the twisted walker. I'll have to find some time to ask. Just as Lin Fan was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside the dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Chang, a bald man standing at 1.9 meters tall, put on his slippers and stood up, casually complaining. Who is it so early in the morning? As soon as the door opened, Zhang Chang's voice stopped abruptly and he stood there in a daze. The outsider in his eyes seemed to be shining with a sacred light, so beautiful that people wanted to worship him. Su University's campus beauty? You came to have breakfast with Lin Fan? Zhang Chang remembered that the campus beauty of Suzhou University had sent a message to Lin Fan last night, asking him to have breakfast with her. When Li Jun and Wang Shui in the dormitory heard this, they quickly got out of bed, dressed neatly, and looked outside the door. However, Zhang Chang, who was tall and wide, blocked the door tightly, and the person outside could not be seen at all. Zhang Chang, let me see who is outside the door. Wang Shui stepped forward and squeezed past Zhang Chang, poking his head out, but he was also stunned at the door. Because he saw that next to the campus beauty of Suzhou University, there was another beauty. The campus beauty of Suzhou University, the one next to you is. Li Jun also came to the door, pushed his glasses, and exclaimed in amazement with his eyes wide open. Before Su Qingyan could explain, the beauty next to her took the initiative to speak. That's right, I am the rank Valkyrie, Lin Fair. Oh my god. School beauty Lin Fair. Zhang Chang slapped himself on the forehead, his heart filled with amazement. She also came to invite Lin Fan to have breakfast? Immediately, Zhang Chang, Li Jun, and Wang Shui turned around and looked at Lin Fan with their eyes wide open. Brother Fan. How on earth did you manage to get two school beauties to treat you to breakfast? The most important thing is that they seem to be able to live in harmony. Wang Shui, who prided himself on being the best in the world, seemed to have turned into a sour lemon. With a bitter face, he asked Lin Fan. Brother Fan, you didn't say that the campus beauty of Lin University also wants to treat you to breakfast. Li Jun's hand was shaking as he held up his glasses. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, how many surprises are you hiding from the brothers? Only then did Lin Fan slowly tidy up his clothes and look towards the door with a puzzled look on his face. After hearing his roommate's questions and the female voice outside the door who called herself Lin Fair, Lin Fan was also a little confused. He also didn't receive Lin Fair's invitation to have breakfast together. At this time, the four people in the room were full of confusion, and Su Qingyan's voice rang out outside. You are Lin Fan's roommates, right? Excuse me, Lin Fair and I have something personal to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang and the other two dispersed. After hearing the explanation from the campus beauty of Suzhou University, they looked surprised again. Early in the morning, the two most beautiful girls in the school came to Lin Fan for a private matter. Is this kind of thing real? After his roommates dispersed, Lin Fan finally saw what was happening outside the door. Standing outside the door were not only Su Qingyan, who was as beautiful as the early morning sun, but also Lin Fair, the school beauty who was as famous as her. Although this rank Valkyrie had the same last name as Lin Fan, the two had absolutely no connection whatsoever. So when he saw Lin Fair at this time, Lin Fan immediately became confused. A guess came to his mind. Did they both dream about the twisted walker last night? Lin Fan walked towards the door and was about to ask, but Su Qingyan had already explained the reason. Teacher Jiao wants to talk to us about something that happened behind Building C yesterday. What happened after C's lesson yesterday was about killing the twisted walker. Lin Fan understood instantly, he guessed right. Not only did he and his roommate dream about the twisted walker, but Su Qingyan and Lin Fei also dreamed about it. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, then at his three roommates, and said with an apologetic smile. Lin Fan told me that his roommate would also come to a breakfast with us this morning, but now I. Su Qingyan glanced at Lin Fei and continued. We have something to do with Lin Fan, so we can't have breakfast together. Next time, Lin Fan and I will treat everyone to breakfast. Su Qingyan always speaks with consideration for other people's feelings. After hearing these words, Zhang Chang and the other two no longer felt depressed. Instead, he cast an envious gaze at Lin Fan, his face full of admiration. Brother Fan, just because you can make the two most beautiful girls in school come to you early in the morning, you are my idol. Zhang Chang was the first to react. He touched his bald head and said with a smile. It's okay, you guys should focus on your business. The three of us and Brother Fan are brothers, so we can eat anytime. Wang Shui also added with a smile. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is not only beautiful, but also very approachable. Based on this point alone, the Suzhou University campus belle can definitely win the title of the most beautiful campus belle. Li Jun pushed his glasses, his face full of envy for Lin Fan. In this world, those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from flood will die of flood. If I could swap places with Brother Fan, even if it's only F rank, I would be willing to do it. Besides Li Jun and the other two, the other person who felt emotional was Lin Fei, who was standing outside the door. At this moment, Lin Fei listened to Li Jun and the other two praising the campus beauty of Suzhou University, and looked at their flattered expressions, and felt that she had understood. Lin Fei turned her gaze back to Su Qingyan, thinking to herself. So, is this how the Suzhou University beauty wins over people? With an approachable attitude, generously offer to treat someone to a meal. It doesn't seem that difficult. Lin Fei felt that she had finally understood and grasped the essence of what makes the Suzhou University campus belle so lovable. She decided to learn and use it immediately. So, Lin Fei cleared her throat, tried to imitate Su Qingyan's calm and relaxed tone, and raised her chin towards Li Jun and the other two, which she thought was very friendly. Well, this school beauty has also decided that next time I can treat you to a meal with Lin Fan. After that, she added a sentence to highlight her uniqueness and generosity. It's to a high-end restaurant, one with 3 Michelin stars. Then, Lin Fei added an expression that she thought was approachable, waiting to hear someone praising her. However, looking at the expressions of the people in front of her, Lin Fei felt that she seemed to have messed up a bit. The expressions on Li Jun and the other two's faces froze, and they didn't know how to answer. School beauty Lin's aloof demeanor, her proud tone, and the fact that she specifically emphasized the high-end restaurant. If the campus beauty of Suzhou University invites them to dinner, they feel a sense of intimacy. So when school beauty Lin offered to treat them to a meal, what they felt was pressure. I have a feeling that if I don't agree, school beauty Lin will use her rank Valkyrie abilities to beat me up. Zhang Chang, who was 1.9 meters tall, didn't even dare to reply, fearing he might say something wrong. He could only look at Lin Fan for help, as if to say, Brother Fan, please take care of your woman. Lin Fan felt the gazes coming at him and was also a little confused. He wondered what on earth was going on with Lin Fei. So he casually asked, Why are you looking for me instead of your partner? Lin Fan remembered that Lin Fei's partner was not only a level, but also Li Hao, who was known as the school idol. Unexpectedly, when talking about Li Hao, Lin Fei's face changed instantly and she said angrily, Who wants to be his partner? I'm going to unbind myself from that egomaniac this afternoon. Hearing this, Lin Fan understood and casually complained. Oh. We can't get along and there's a conflict. However, Li Jun and the other two's expressions changed, and they sighed inwardly. For Brother Fan, school beauty Lin actually fell out with her partner. Brother Fan, you really don't have any outstanding qualities, are you hiding it from your brothers? Bah! I don't want to get along with this kind of person. Lin Fei cursed angrily. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to lose her temper, Su Qingyan quickly changed the subject. We have something important to do with Lin Fan, so let's do that first. Seeing this, Lin Fei had no choice but to suppress her anger and left with Su Qingyan. Just as Lin Fan was about to follow, Wang Shui suddenly grasped his hand and said with admiration, Brother Fan, I was blind to the truth before, but today I will take you as my master. Can you teach me some skills to pick up girls? Li Jun felt a little better, pushed up his glasses, and said to Lin Fan. Brother Fan, take care of yourself. If you have any troubles, tell me and I can give you the secret recipe passed down from our ancestors. Lin Fan's face darkened, and he was about to retort when Zhang Chang spoke again. Brother Fan, I've always thought you could do it. Lin Fan was a little amused and helpless, so he just gave in and nodded no matter what the three of them said. Finally, the four of them bowed and said goodbye in a silly way. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. After saying that, Lin Fan left the dormitory and chased after Su Qingyan. Li Jun and the others were still talking behind my head. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Even if the pigs are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Donkeys, when you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Chapter 25. Can you lend me your partner for a few days? The atmosphere in the dean's office was somewhat solemn. When Lin Fan, Su Qingyan, and Lin Fei arrived, Li Hao, Zhang Ya, and her male partner who also looked unhappy were already there. In the office, in addition to the serious-looking dean of studies, there was also a middle-aged director of the logistics department and an old professor with a white beard. Lin Fan took a quick glance and understood the relationships between the people in the scene. Lin Fei looked at Li Hao with undisguised disgust, and when she glanced at Zhang Ya, her eyes were filled with contempt. Zhang Ya seemed to sense this gaze and subconsciously moved to the side, deliberately avoiding it. Lin Fei even stood directly between Su Qingyan and Lin Fan. The dean's eyes swept over several people. Especially when he paused for a moment between Lin Fei, Lin Fan, and Li Hao, it was as if he was imagining the emotional drama of the year. When he looked at Lin Fan again, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Good boy, a poor F-class boy, flirting with an A-class rich girl, he has the style of me back then. The dean cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Li Hao, Lin Fei, you are the school's top A-level pair. You are extremely talented and your future is limitless. The most important thing between partners is trust and tacit understanding. Don't let some young people's petty emotions affect your future prospects. The subtext of this statement is obvious. I don't care what kind of love triangle you're having, just stay calm. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei glared at Li Hao hatefully and said coldly, I don't need such an arrogant person as my partner. However, Li Hao didn't even bother to glance at her. His eyes were fixed on Su Qingyan, his gaze was hot and full of possessiveness. When he glanced at Lin Fan beside Su Qingyan, his feelings instantly turned into cold jealousy. Su Qingyan felt the uncomfortable gaze and frowned slightly. She had already made up her mind that she must make things clear later. Li Hao's heart was once again filled with anger and helplessness, and he kept muttering to himself. Before the awakening ceremony, Su Qingyan's 4 stats were 80, 75, 70, and 80, ranking first in the school. I was not worthy of her at that time. But now, I have awakened my A-level ability, and the average of the 4 attributes has skyrocketed to 80. Now I am worthy of Su Qingyan. And this Lin Fan, if I remember correctly, has an average attribute of only around 60, a waste among wastes. 1 month later, the campus competition. I will completely defeat this F-level trash Lin Fan in front of the whole school. I want Su Qingyan to see with his own eyes who is the true chosen one of heaven. Who is worthy of being with her. Right now, I still need Lin Fei to obtain the qualification to participate. Thinking of this, Li Hao suppressed the arrogance and anger in his heart, turned to Lin Fei, and said indifferently. I was rude before, I'm sorry. Lin Fei snorted coldly, with no intention of replying. But she had already decided in her heart that once the competition was over, she would immediately break off her ties with this arrogant man. Seeing that Li Hao apologized generously, the dean nodded with satisfaction and finally got to the point. Regarding your dream last night. He asked everyone one by one, and when he learned that everyone present had dreamed of the Twisted Walker, his expression became more solemn. Tell me the details of the Twisted Walker's defeat. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Hao and the others shut up and looked at Lin Fan and Su Qingyan at the same time. When they arrived, the battle had already begun, and at the moment the strange beast was killed, they were still trapped in the illusion and knew nothing at all. Everyone's attention was focused on this F-level duo. Although the dean already knew who had killed the strange beast, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes when he looked at the F-level duo. Especially how the Twist Walker appeared, he added. Lin Fan answered directly, it appeared out of thin air. The air seemed to become translucent, and then a breath of air was torn open, and the Twist Walker appeared out of thin air. Su Qingyan took over the conversation and continued to explain. We seized the opportunity to kill it while it was releasing its illusion ability. How did you become immune to hallucinations? The old professor with a white beard asked. Su Qingyan remembered Lin Fan's instructions and was unwilling to expose his ability to be immune to hallucinations. So she lowered her eyes, with just the right amount of loss and strength in her voice. Perhaps, it's because the disparity in my experience is too great, and I'm deeply saddened. Even if it's a hallucination, it's hard for me to recover from the sadness. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. If anyone else said this, it would be pure nonsense. But when Su Qingyan said it, everyone subconsciously believed it. From a highly anticipated and favored girl to an F-grade student who became the laughingstock of the whole school. This kind of psychological gap is enough to crush anyone, and it is not something that ordinary people can bear. When Lin Fei looked at Su Qingyan, there was a hint of sympathy in her eyes that she herself had not noticed. Killing the strange beast is not just my credit. Su Qingyan raised his head and looked at Lin Fan with a determined gaze. It was only because of Lin Fan's tacit cooperation with me and his quick discovery of the monster's weakness that I was able to succeed. She generously gave half of the credit to her partner. When Li Hao heard this, he clenched his fists. Tacit cooperation? An F-level waste, just lucky enough to have someone powerful enough to support him. This loser Lin Fan, I can knock him down with just one punch right now. A month later, he didn't even have the qualifications to look at me. Because, I, Li Hao, am an A-level awakener. At this moment, he could no longer hear the sounds around him and just wanted to fast forward to the day of the campus competition. Then, in front of the whole school, he personally knocked Lin Fan to the ground and won Su Qingyan. The questioning ended quickly. The Dean of Studies finally advised. This matter is of great importance and must be kept strictly confidential. Everyone left the office and walked along the corridor. Lin Fei quickly walked to Su Qingyan and took the initiative to say, Su Qingyan, let me treat you to breakfast. Thank you for saving me yesterday. She paused, looked at Lin Fan again, and added, please also invite you, Su Qingyan's partner. Then, Lin Fei glanced at Li Hao and Zhang coldly, as if to say, you two don't deserve it. Zhang Yi's face turned pale and her lips moved, but in the end she didn't dare to say anything. She turned around and left quickly in shame. Looking at her hurried back, Lin Fei snorted in disdain. However, Su Qingyan did not agree immediately. Instead, he stopped and looked sideways at Li Hao. Her voice was cold, yet filled with unquestionable firmness. Student Li Hao, there are some things I need to say again. I have my own partner, his name is Lin Fan. Please focus on your own partner from now on. See you at the campus competition in a month. These words are powerful and the position expressed could not be more clear. Lin Fan was stunned when he heard this, and secretly praised in his heart, thinking that the domineering president was possessed. Li Hao's face had already become extremely ugly. He felt like he had been slapped in public, and it hurt like hell. Good. Li Hao stared at Su Qingyan, his eyes looking as if he had suffered great injustice, and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. His gaze immediately turned to Lin Fan, and like a resentful woman, he spoke word by word. Lin Fan. I'm looking forward to fighting you in a month. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be like a coward and just hide behind a woman. Finally, Li Hao decided to add a heartbreaking remark. Your 4 attributes are only around 60, right? Is there another one in the 50s? Humph. I advise you to train without food or water for a month, because with such low attributes, you are not even qualified to fight me. However, in the face of such provocation, Lin Fan still had a calm smile on his face and disdained to answer. Because he knew very well that his attributes had already increased to over 100, just like Su Qingyan. The endurance attribute is as high as 120. Lin Fan had even already planned where to find the Shadow Rift in the afternoon. I need to kill more strange beasts so that I can have more in-depth special training with the campus beauty of Suzhou University. If you can't attract the campus beauty of Suzhou University, why are you yelling at me? Therefore, facing Li Hao's provocation with data, Lin Fan was not panicked at all. Seeing that Lin Fan was not afraid but had a big smile on his face, Li Hao felt like he had punched cotton and felt extremely frustrated. He wanted to beat this loser up on the spot. But in front of the dean's office, he held back, snorted angrily, turned around and headed straight towards the training ground. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and shouted to Lin Fei without turning his head. With our talents, even if we train separately, we'll still be able to take first place. We can just sign up and reunite when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hao disappeared around the corner. This arrogant guy. Lin Fei cursed angrily. Su Qingyan patted her shoulder gently to calm her down. Lin Fei took a deep breath, looked at Su Qingyan with envy, and asked for advice for the first time. Su Qingyan, how on earth did you do it? How can you make everyone around you like you so much and listen to you so much? Su Qingyan was stunned when he heard this. She subconsciously repeated the sentence, let everyone around me like me? Her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Fan beside her. The moment his eyes met Lin Fan's, Su Qingyan hurriedly looked away and replied in a low voice, somewhat embarrassedly. No, there's no such thing. Seeing that she was unwilling to teach him the secret, Lin Fei's eyes turned and her gaze locked onto Lin Fan accurately. She raised her smooth chin and asked in a matter-of-fact tone. Since there's no such thing, then, could you lend me your partner for a few days? In the dean's office. Before Lin Fan and the others had gone far, the old professor with a white beard started talking to the director of the logistics department. According to the security team's investigation, this alien beast invasion was just an accident. You see, this is the culprit behind the Twistwalker's appearance in the school. Chapter 26. Have a good date with your two sisters-in-law. This is the recent frequency of unstable spatial cracks appearing around S-City. Compared to previous years, the frequency is increasing. Yes, that's true, but the school has a space stabilizer, so these space cracks shouldn't affect the school. So I think the space crack is evolving. This is the operation log of the space stabilizer. Take a look. The director of the logistics department is named Chen Shan, who is also a professor of space stabilizer maintenance. He pushed up his glasses and handed over a tablet. You see, this is where the problem lies. Chen Shan pointed to a complex running log on the screen and explained. After checking, I found that the spatial crack that invaded the school was caused by an ultra-high-intensity targeted puncture during the stabilizer's cycle correction. The other party may have tried countless times before succeeding this time. Can it be solved? Asked the dean in a deep voice. Able. Chen Shan immediately promised. I've found a solution. I just need to fine-tune the stabilizer's output wavelength and apply for additional energy blocks as a supplement to solve this problem. The dean breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's great. The neighboring city will jointly participate in this year's campus competition. By then, all major companies, various forces, and the Joint Defense Force will come to select suitable students. So next month's campus competition is very important, and there must be no mistakes. Since that's not the case, could you lend me your partner for a few days? Lin Fei looked at Su Qingyan and spoke with a smirk on her face, not caring about Lin Fan's reaction at all. Because she simply wanted to provoke Su Qingyan so that he would tell her the secret of being likable. However, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Lin Fei, who was also a school beauty, and grumbled softly. You're teasing my partner with me? You'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll let you experience what devilish training is like. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head shyly, looking at Lin Fei. No. The three of them chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the cafeteria. So, how on earth did you do it? Lin Fei was still struggling with that problem. Seeing that the other party was still asking questions, Su Qingyan thought for a moment. Actually, I didn't pay attention to these things at all. Before the awakening ceremony, I was only thinking about studying and training. I don't know why those people are so focused on me. Su Qingyan was a little amused and didn't know how to answer. Lin Fan couldn't help but joked. Why, you want to learn it and use it against Li Hao? Pooh. Lin Fei frowned when she heard Li Hao's name and retorted without thinking. I'd rather use it on an F rank like you than on that arrogant guy. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained. That's not what I meant. Oh well, forget it, I'll treat you to breakfast. Su Qingyan thought of Lin Fan's three funny roommates and said. Why don't you ask your roommate? Lin Fan nodded and sent a message to his roommate. Soon, I received 3 replies. Brother Fan, I'm so touched that you still remember me. We're all going to the new parish. Let's have dinner together next time. Brother Fan, the teacher in the D teaching area said that if I train hard, my average of all 4 attributes will exceed 70 in next month's campus competition. I have to go train. Have a good date with your 2 sisters-in-law. We, the brothers, are your strong support. If you're short on money, just let us know. We'll work part-time to help you get it together. Brother Fan, if you succeed in marrying into my family, don't forget your brothers. When you become rich and powerful, don't forget us. Lin Fan looked at the text, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and told the news that his roommate couldn't come. Let's eat off campus. I never eat in the cafeteria. It's already so cheap, and there's even a discount. Lin Fair pointed at the discount sign not far away and complained. This is her first time in the school cafeteria after 3 years of enrollment. Su Qingnian glanced at Lin Fan and said softly, "The cafeteria is pretty good. I've been wanting to try their soy milk and fried dough sticks for a long time." In fact, Su Qingnian has never eaten in the school cafeteria in the past 3 years. The reason I said this was because I was worried that Lin Fan's self-esteem would be hurt. But Lin Fair was unaware of this and was stunned. Her wise eyes seemed to have discovered something. I understand. She was deliberately acting friendly to take care of Lin Fan's F-level pride and make him fall in love with her. Su Qingyan, in order to win people's hearts, you were so cruel as to eat such cheap food. What a ruthless person. If you, the campus beauty of Suzhou University, can do it, I can do it too. Thinking of this, Lin Fair stood up and took the initiative to buy breakfast. Lin Fan looked at the attentive Lin Fair and complained in confusion. Why did she suddenly invite us to breakfast? Su Qingyan thought for a moment and replied. Thank you for saving her? I heard someone say before that Lin Fair envied me for being the focus of the whole school, but I ended up awakening to F level. Maybe she felt sorry for me and wanted to comfort me. Lin Fan did not feel disappointed with the F rank, and said comfortingly. Don't worry. After breakfast, we'll go buy some supplies and then set off to the north of the city in the afternoon to find the Shadow Rift. Believe me, in a month, Lin Fair will envy you again. If someone else said this, Su Qingyan would definitely find it hard to believe. Only the confidence in Lin Fan's eyes made her inexplicably feel a sense of conviction. What are you talking about? Lin Fair returned with soy milk and fried dough sticks, somewhat expecting to be rewarded. This was the first time in her life that she bought breakfast for others in the school cafeteria. After handing out the breakfast, Su Qingyan and Lin Fan said thank you casually. Hearing these two thanks, Lin Fair was delighted and thought secretly. They must have been moved to tears by the kindness of my Lin University campus beauty. Humph, Su Qingyan's method of making people like her isn't difficult at all. Once I learn this, all the teachers and students in the school will focus on me. I will be the most beautiful girl in the school. Lin Fair had beautiful thoughts in her mind, and she was secretly grinning while chewing on the fried dough sticks. Lin Fan looked at the silly girl, frowned in confusion, and moved his gaze from her face down, and immediately understood. A perfect explanation for that big brainless thing. Taking a sip of soy milk, Lin Fan recalled the scene last night when Zhang Chang stuffed the money he earned from working into his pocket. The four of them had originally agreed that after the awakening ceremony, they would go out together to do odd jobs to earn a living. As a result, the memory fragments that Lin Fan recovered were too few, so he stood up. In the end, Zhang Chang and his two companions did the work of 4 people and kept the extra money for themselves. This incident touched Lin Fan deeply. At the same time, he also felt that doing odd jobs in this world seemed to make some money. Because the money Zhang Chang gave him at that time was just the wages for an afternoon's odd job, but it was more than 300 yuan. By the way, how much is a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks? Lin Fan's memory recovery was limited, and he had forgotten the prices. He asked casually, sipping soy milk and waiting for the answer. Lin Fair frowned and said with some disdain. It's cheap. A serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks is less than 200 yuan, and after the discount it's only about 100 yuan. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to complain in her heart that this was the first time she had eaten such a cheap breakfast in her life. The taste is good, but I don't know if it's unhygienic. Lin Fair was chewing on a fried dough stick and complaining when she suddenly heard a puff sound and then felt a wave of heat covering her face. When I came to my senses, my face and hair were covered with soy milk. Lin Fair widened her eyes in astonishment and looked at Lin Fan, the instigator. She was about to get angry, but she heard Lin Fan's incredulous voice. How much? 200? 200 for a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks. The prices in this world are ridiculously high. Chapter 27, Children should stop asking about adults' matters. A serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks costs 200 yuan. In this situation, can the lower class still survive? Lin Fan just felt it was a bit absurd. The money Zhang Chang and the other two earned from odd jobs in the afternoon was only enough for 2 breakfasts. Despite this, the 3 of them were still willing to give me more than 300. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt itchy on his philtrum, as if he was about to grow a beard. My right hand always wants to stretch forward, stand up and give a speech in the cafeteria. Lin Fair, who was covered in imported soy milk and was about to lose her temper, was also stunned when she saw Lin Fan's expression. She thought to herself, "Is this amount of money a lot for him? But when I'm at home, a breakfast can easily cost 4 or 5,000. He wouldn't think I was humiliating his self-esteem. I didn't mean it. I don't know if this amount of money is a lot for him." Lin Fair cast a pleading look at Su Qingyan. She had wanted to emulate the campus beauty of Suzhou University and create an approachable image for herself, but now she was a little overwhelmed. Lin Fair had never thought about trampling on the self-esteem of the poor. But she really didn't know that this amount of money was expensive. Su Qingyan first handed Lin Fair a tissue, then said to Lin Fan, "I'm sorry, Lin Fan. Lin Fair didn't mean to say that. Please don't be angry." After finishing speaking, Su Qingyan also blamed himself in his heart. Lin Fan lost his parents when he was young and relied on doing odd jobs to get here. He must have suffered a lot. His self-esteem is definitely more fragile than others. Lin Fair grew up in a wealthy family, and like me, she didn't know much about the prices of cafeteria food. I was the one who overlooked this. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan gestured to Lin Fair again, hoping that she could apologize to Lin Fan. Lin Fair looked at her own miserable state and suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. But noticing the look from the Suzhou University beauty, she began to speculate. Is this Suzhou University beauty teaching me the secret to being lovable? Lower your posture, be approachable, admit your mistakes and correct them. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, Lin Fair calmed down and prepared to apologize. At this moment, Lin Fan came back to his senses, saw the embarrassed Lin Fair, and realized his recent misbehavior. He spoke. "Ahem. Sorry, remember to give me the dirty clothes. I'll wash them and return them to you." At the same time, Lin Fair apologized. "I'm sorry, please forgive me. At worst, as compensation, I..." Halfway through her words, Lin Fair heard Lin Fan's voice and immediately showed joy on her face. She asked, "So, you forgive me?" Lin Fan was also stunned by this question. He wondered if I was so excited that I spit the soy milk on her, so why did she apologize to me instead? This silly girl, her train of thought is a bit hard to understand. After seeing Lin Fan nod in the affirmative, Lin Fair was delighted and secretly thought, "The Suzhou University campus beauty's methods are truly amazing." Of course, it was also because of my natural beauty that impressed Lin Fan. He must have felt that I had corrected my mistakes and had developed a liking for me, so he started paying attention to me. Next, more people will see my good qualities and start paying attention to me. Lin Fair felt that she had mastered the secret of being the campus beauty of Suzhou University. She felt very accomplished and said to Lin Fan casually, "You don't need to wash it for me. This piece of clothing is only about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, not expensive. I can just throw it away and buy a new one tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fair noticed that Lin Fan's expression looked a little strange. She suddenly realized that it was over. This was going to hurt the poor person again. No, the impoverished classmate Lin. No, how can I just lose the fans I worked so hard to gain through my own abilities? So Lin Fair quickly changed her words and said apologetically, No, I mean, thank you for helping me with the laundry. I'll change your clothes for you later." Lin Fan sighed that this silly girl's family was really rich, and at the same time he was amused by her. He shook his head and said, "Not later, Su Qingyan and I have something to do." "That afternoon?" Lin Fair asked. "It's not possible in the afternoon either. Su Qingyan and I have things to do." "Then, in the evening?" Lin Fair glanced at Su Qingyan and asked again. "Not in the evening. The work may not be finished yet." Lin Fair was full of question marks and couldn't help asking, "Can I ask what it is that takes all day to finish?" Lin Fan looked straight at her and answered seriously, "Children, don't ask about adult matters." Su Qingyan chuckled as he listened to the conversation and quickly explained, "We want to train together to prepare for the campus competition next month." This is half true and half false. We will go to purchase supplies later to prepare for going to the old station in the north of the city in the afternoon to find the Shadow Rift. But all of this is indeed for the purpose of improving strength and preparing for the campus competition next month. It's just that it's impossible to tell Lin Feier about this kind of thing. After hearing Su Qingyan's explanation, Lin Feier showed a speechless expression. Her mind immediately emerged with the 4 physical test data before the awakening ceremony. Strength 72, speed 74, endurance 67, reaction 71. The average of the 4 items was around 70, which ranked above average at the time. After the awakening ceremony and awakening to a level, the average attributes soared to around 80. The gap between him and Su Qingyan has been completely narrowed, and he has even surpassed her a little bit. It would be easy to surpass Lin Fan by a large margin. After all, Lin Fan's 4 attributes seem to be around 60, right? Whenever Lin Feier thought of this, her confidence would swell. Moreover, she is very confident about the training in the next month. As an A-class Valkyrie, her growth ability is far beyond the reach of an F-class Valkyrie. But when Lin Feier heard Su Qingyan say that she was training with Lin Fan, she felt a hint of envy. Seeing the pair in front of her being able to train together, she also hopes to have a partner to train with her. But Li Hao was arrogant and rude. After being rejected last time, Lin Feier would never invite him to train together again. Therefore, Lin Feier, who could only train alone, was very eager to see the pair in front of her. I wish my partner was as considerate as Su Qingyan's partner. After wiping her clothes clean, Lin Feier suddenly came up to Su Qingyan and asked sincerely, "Can I invite you to train with me? You can come to the training ground in the A-level teaching area and train with me. In the A-level training ground, I guarantee that your attributes will be significantly improved." Faced with the sincere invitation, Su Qingyan couldn't bear to refuse and turned his head to look at his partner. Lin Fan didn't care. He has his own way of improving his strength, which is to kill strange beasts and gain killing points. Improving attributes through kill points is much faster than boring training. Su Qingyan's 4 attributes are now all above 100, and his own attributes are also above 100, none of which were achieved through training. But why not have a free training ground? Thinking of this, Lin Fan said to Lin Feier, "If you can allow F-level students to enter the A-level teaching area, we will certainly accept your invitation. But I have something to do today, let's talk about it tomorrow." For Lin Fan, the main purpose of searching for the Shadow Rift this afternoon was not to obtain the crystal core, but to kill the strange beast. The more kill points you can get, the greater the reward will be. At that time, I will give Su Qingyan special training to improve his strength, and my own strength can also be improved at the same time. In the absence of any training for everyone, if Su Qingyan's current strength is further upgraded, it will probably surprise the teachers in the A-level teaching area. Lin Fan was already looking forward to seeing the surprised and horrified expressions of those teachers and even students who looked down on the F grade. Thinking of this, Lin Fan swallowed the fried dough sticks he bought for 200 yuan and was about to leave to purchase supplies. Lin Feier hesitantly called Su Qingyan and said hesitantly, "During the awakening ceremony, you awakened to F rank. I admit, I wanted to laugh at you and show off to you. But over the past 2 days, I've noticed that you have so many worries, yet you remain so strong. I want to apologize to you." "Stop." Lin Fan frowned, not understanding what this silly girl was doing, and quickly interrupted her. "If you have anything to apologize for, you can say it tomorrow. When you're ready, you can say it formally." After this reminder, Lin Feier looked around and felt that this occasion was not very formal. After nodding, Lin Feier talked about the second thing. That Zhang Yet is not a good person. Su Qingyan, don't be her best friend anymore. Similarly, he was interrupted by Lin Fan halfway through his words. "Can we talk about it tomorrow, Linda Campus Bell?" Lin Feier was about to get angry after being interrupted twice in a row, but after hearing the words campus beauty of Lin University, she instantly turned happy. "Okay, this campus beauty will be waiting for you. Come to the A-level teaching area tomorrow." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted again. But this time it was Su Qingyan who spoke. "I never cared about these false names. Now that I'm in F rank, I care even less. Lin Feier, thank you for your sincerity. I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Hearing the Suqiao University beauty express her gratitude to her, Lin Feier was very surprised and began to analyze it in her mind. Su Qingyan's words made me so happy. So this is the secret to her being so likable. Well, you should be generous and show that you don't care about fame. I learned that. After the analysis, Lin Feier wanted to show her indifference to fame and said to Su Qingyan, Regarding the matter with Zhangya, at first everyone in school was looking at you, and I was very upset, so I deliberately stole your best friend away. But now I know I was wrong. And that Zhangya, your best friend, actually wanted to film a video to spread rumors about you. But don't worry, I've already warned her. After Lin Feier finished speaking, she saw Su Qingyan's calm gaze and felt a sense of relief. This feeling made her sigh. It turns out that revenge is not the only thing that can make people feel comfortable. Apologizing to someone and then seeing them forgive you will also make you feel better. Lin Feier sighed with emotion, saying in her heart, I learned it. After listening to this, Su Qingyan just calmly drank a sip of soy milk and said lightly, Zhangya and I are not best friends. Ah? Lin Feier was stunned. This news was completely beyond her expectations. We had contact before because of some things. She invited me to dinner a few times, but I declined to save her face. That's all. Su Qingyan explained. As for how she told others about our relationship, I wasn't interested in knowing, and we didn't have much contact afterwards. After hearing the explanation, Lin Feier was completely stunned. She complained, Zhangya is so shameless, and then a fact that made her collapse came to her mind. After a long time, she thought that her careful planning in snatching away her opponent's most important best friend was a beautiful victory. Result: what she snatched away was just a self-indulgent fake best friend? Then what does it matter that I thought I had defeated Su Qingyan? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Lin Feier felt like an arrow had hit her heart. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, I have never defeated the campus beauty of Suzhou University once. Lin Feier's face showed pain, and she felt that all her face had been cheated away by Zhangya. After Su Qingyan finished explaining, he said goodbye and left, preparing to go purchase supplies with Lin Fan in preparation for finding the Shadow Rift. When leaving, Lin Feier did not forget to shout, Remember, I'll be waiting for you at the training ground in Teaching Area A tomorrow. After she finished shouting, she immediately shouted, No, I'm going to train now. By tomorrow, I want them both to be impressed by my powerful strength. Chapter 28 set out to the north of the city to find the Shadow Rift. After breakfast, Su Qingyan helped Lin Fan move his luggage to the new dormitory. Since none of the new roommates had arrived, Lin Fan just randomly occupied a bunk bed. Afterwards, he and Su Qingyan purchased items in preparation for going to the north of the city in the afternoon to look for the Shadow Rift. The two bought a lot of emergency supplies and some black cloth, which they planned to use to make masks and other camouflage items. During this period, Lin Fan enjoyed the feeling of all expenses being paid for by Mr. Su. Su Qingyan paid for all the shopping expenses. I was even worried about Lin Fan's self-esteem, so I lied. I'm sorry, I'm used to paying for things proactively, and I didn't consider your feelings. When Lin Fan heard this, his expression was moved, and he shouted in his heart, Please give me 10 partners who proactively paid and apologized to me, thank you. After purchasing the necessities and making camouflage masks and other things, it was already noon. The two of them went straight out of the school and had dinner at a restaurant that Su Qingyan often went to. The steaming hot meal was served on the table, and the restaurant owner was leaning against the counter sighing. They complained to their regular customers about the price cuts in the cafeteria, saying that these small shops were about to go bankrupt. Su Qingyan listened silently, then remembered something and spoke casually. By the way, this semester, can I apply to cover your 3 meals a day? Just think of it as an advance payment for your special training for me. There was a subtle hint of expectation in her words. This was the rhetoric that Su Qingyan had thought about for a long time. It would not hurt the other party's self-esteem, but would also allow him to cover his partner's 3 meals a day on the grounds of special training compensation. Lin Fan paused while eating, looked up at her serious expression, and smiled. Okay, but I have a big appetite, so don't let me eat you out of money. Su Qingyan smiled softly, then put on a distressed expression, changed his tone to a request, and said, My eldest sister owns a pharmacy, and they're short on staff lately. If you're free, could you please go and help out? Consider it my request. Of course, there's a reward. This was also Su Qingyan's rhetoric. She was worried that Lin Fan did not have the living expenses to buy other daily necessities. Lin Fan guessed the good intentions of the campus beauty of Suzhou University and was quite touched. He did not expose her, but nodded solemnly and agreed. Coming into this world without a father or a mother, it is quite heartwarming to have a partner who shows care and concern. He wrote down what the campus beauty of Suzhou University did and thought about how to repay her concern. This afternoon's journey will greatly increase Su Qingyan's strength, which is a reward for her first step. Seeing Lin Fan nod and agree to the two things, Su Qingyan's mouth also quietly curved up into a faint arc. After dinner, the two men disguised themselves, put on hats and masks to cover most of their faces, and then set off in a low-key manner to their destination, the old railway station in the north of the city. Su Qingyan had obviously done his homework in advance and chose not the main road that led directly to the station, but a secret path that passed through the old city. Lin Fan leaned back in the car seat, observing each passenger, feeling as if he was being watched. He touched Su Qingyan beside him with his arm and said softly, "Do you think Yili will treat us as free couriers? After we've painstakingly gotten the crystal core, she'll pop out and take it all in?" Su Qingyan was slightly stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he slowly shook his head. "I guess not. After the last duel, she had a preliminary understanding of Yili. This S-rank Valkyrie's appearance is definitely that of a school beauty. She appears to be aloof on the surface, but in her heart she has the qualities of respecting and understanding others." Su Qingyan had a good impression of Yili, so she didn't think that she had any bad intentions. "It doesn't matter." Lin Fan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with calmness and confidence. Because only he knew that the real purpose of this trip was definitely not to find the shadow crack and then obtain the crystal core. There is only one real purpose for this trip, which is to kill strange beasts, upgrade the system, and improve the strength of yourself and your partner. He moved closer to Su Qingyan, lowered his voice, and said calmly and easily, "Your 4 basic stats are now over 100. After merging with me, the highest stat will even soar to 190. Even if Yili had 3 heads and 6 arms, she wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble since she just awakened and had no training." Su Qingyan nodded. Her partner's words always made her feel at ease. In her heart, a seed of desire to become stronger was slowly sprouting. At the same time, in Xiaoming University, inside the S-level exclusive training room. Achoo! Yili rubbed her nose, her delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Who is talking about me behind my back?" In front of her was a tall and graceful woman, who was none other than her instructor, the S-class Valkyrie, Han Xing. "Classes will officially begin tomorrow. Considering your special circumstances, we can make an exception and allow your A-level partner to attend as an auditor." There was a sense of ease in Han Xing's voice, as if he was looking down on everything. "Thank you, teacher, but that's just a temporary partner." Yi Li's eyes were firm, as if she had already thought of this sentence. "I will find a partner that suits me best and bring him to the teacher's class." After saying goodbye to the teacher, Yi Li picked up the communication device and sent a message to her partner Gao Feng. "I'm coming to the school gate right now, preparing to go to the north of the city." Sitting in the taxi, Yi Li thought about Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan should be on their way to the north of the city. I want to see if they have the ability to find the crystal core. In the car, Su Qingyan's gaze suddenly focused as he looked out the window at a black commercial vehicle speeding past. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan noticed that something was wrong with her. "It seems I saw a familiar face. I seem to have seen it at home." Su Qingyan was a little uncertain. The car was going too fast and just flashed by. "Could it be that your father sent someone to protect you secretly?" Lin Fan guessed. Su Qingyan remained silent about this question. She believed that her father probably just wanted her to go home, obey the family's arrangements, and agree to the marriage. Sending people to protect me, isn't that a disguised form of support for me to take the path of a Valkyrie? Is that tyrannical father really willing to sacrifice the interests of the family? Su Qingyan shook his head, not sure. After driving for several hours, the car arrived at the station and the two got off. The surrounding buildings are becoming increasingly dilapidated, and the air is filled with the smell of old age. The north of the city was designated as the Old City area by S-City. The urban area was developing slowly and new buildings were not being built. They did not take the main road, but instead, according to Su Qingyan's preparations, turned into a remote and overgrown path, heading towards the old station marked on the map. After driving along the path for more than half an hour, Su Qingyan asked Lin Fan, "After the campus competition, we will graduate in a month. What are your plans then?" Lin Fan was stunned at first. He had never really thought about this matter carefully. "After all, it's only been a few days since I traveled to this world." But Lin Fan soon thought of the result. As a good young man who traveled from the 21st century, you must eat well, drink well and sleep well. And then, it was gone. When you come to this world, you can add one more thing at most and become stronger. Be so strong that no one dares to disturb you until you eat, drink and sleep well. I have only one plan: to stay alive and become stronger. Lin Fan answered in a casual tone and then asked Su Qingyan what his plans were. My plan? A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Qingyan's eyes. She lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head to look at Lin Fan. My plan is to be your. Right now. Lin Fan suddenly stopped and looked sharply at the bushes in front of him. There's movement. The two looked at each other, tacitly lowered their steps, and chased after him cautiously. After passing through a patch of grass half a person's height, the view suddenly opened up and I saw a steep slope. However, the scene that appeared at the bottom of the slope made both Lin Fan and Su Qingyan open their eyes wide. They never thought that they would see such a scene. Chapter 29. Lin Fan disappeared. At the bottom of the steep slope, a horrifying scene was unfolding. Three slovenly and fierce-looking men were forcing a woman and two children into a corner with a grin on their faces. The two children were about 10 years old, a boy and a girl. The strangest thing is that the lower bodies of these two children, with their bare feet and toes exposed, are in the shape of animals covered with scales and claws. In the Su family villa, Su Qingyan's parents looked worried, as if they were worried about something. Mother Su said to her husband worriedly, Yuntian, is it really okay for Qingyan to go to a place like the old train station? Su Yuntian held the teacup and looked calm so as not to worry his wife. Don't worry, I've sent a team of bodyguards to follow, so nothing will go wrong. Mother Su was still worried and choked back. Why don't you send some E-level or D-level bodyguards? Although my Su family is facing internal and external troubles, we are not so short of money. Su Yuntian snorted and explained. High-ranking individuals have countless eyes watching them no matter what they do. It's easier for them to reveal their whereabouts than an F-rank bodyguard. And Yili, who brought the news to my daughter, will also go. If my daughter is in danger, she will help. He took a sip of tea, sucked out the tea leaves in his mouth, and added. Lin Fan is a smart and calm guy. He's not the type to disregard the lives of his companions for personal gain. I think I should take a gamble and choose to trust him. If there is real danger, he will abandon his own interests and bring Qingyan back safely. Having said that, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. The only thing I'm worried about is the Wang family. If they knew Qingyan was going to the old station, they would probably interfere and prevent Qingyan from obtaining the crystal core and improving his strength. Because they absolutely don't want to see Qingyan defeat their people in the campus competition and lose the bet to obtain shares. Su Yuntian did not say the last two sentences. He just let out a long breath and continued. This time, it is Qingyan's opportunity, but also her test. Almost at the same time, the Wang family. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face was facing the communicator with a smug sneer on his face. Don't worry, the manpower has been arranged and is heading to the old station to ambush. A cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't send some trash over there. Su Qingyan is capable of defeating the Su family's top F-class killer head-on. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became even wider. Don't worry. The one leading the team this time is Xia Yuan. In the entire S city, the third most ruthless character in the F-class killer rankings. His trump card can easily kill even an E-rank killer. In the north of the city, down the slope beside a hidden road. Those scavengers are all desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife. Their strength is at the level of F-class strongmen, and they carry wanted warrants on their backs, so they can only wander in this lawless area. They are accustomed to the brutal killings and are also used to committing murder and robbery. After following a woman with two children here, several scavengers surrounded them. They also apparently noticed something unusual about the lower bodies of the woman's two children. But they were just a little surprised and then didn't care anymore. Or perhaps their attention was drawn to this woman and her daughter. They teased the poor mother and daughter, using foul language and humiliating them to the extreme. The woman pulled her son and daughter, cowed out and begged for mercy, told them about her sufferings, and shared the secret she knew, but it was of no use. Please let us go, my children are not monsters, they are just sick. They can be cured. I came here to take them to see a doctor. Please, let us go. Soon, a strange door will open here, and then I'll go find my husband to treat my child. That's all I know. If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't hurt my child. For the safety of her child, the woman had no choice but to sacrifice herself, begging these evil men not to harm her child. But this group of evil men readily accepted and prepared to violate her, but cruelly refused her children's pleas to spare their lives. Even a scavenger looked at the woman's daughter with a lewd expression and said humiliating words inhumanely. These scavengers have been living a life where they don't know whether there will be a tomorrow, so when they see the fun in front of them, they will enjoy it at all costs. Just when one of the big men reached out to tear the woman's clothes, something strange happened. Swish! 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 6 black shadows emerged from the shadows like ghosts, their movements quick and decisive. A cold light flashed, and within a few breaths, those beastly scavengers all fell in a pool of blood, with a thin line of blood left on their throats. The mother and her 2 children were still in shock. Just when they were about to thank the 6 men in black, they saw the same beastly nature in their eyes. The woman realized instantly that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. But the 6 men in black did not take action because they were waiting for the boss to give the order. A taller figure with a more terrifying aura slowly walked out from behind the 6 people. This is a woman over 1.8 meters tall, named Xia Yuan. She is the 3rd-ranked killer on the F-level killer list sent by the Wang family. Behind Xia Yuan, there was another man who was also over 1.8 meters tall. He was her partner. Xia Yuan passed by everyone without even glancing at the mother and daughter who were crying and begging for mercy. She walked straight to the little half-orc boy, grabbed his fragile neck, and lifted him up. "Take us to the Shadow Rift." Xia Yuan's voice was emotionless. "It's the door you mentioned. I'll let you go when we get there." Hearing this, Xia Yuan's partner looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Isn't our goal to capture Su Qingyan?" Xia Yuan glared at her partner and said in an unquestionable tone, "I want to capture the person and the shadow crystal core as well." After saying that, she loosened her grip a little, and the little boy whose neck was being strangled immediately cried out in panic. Under the threat of death, the woman trembled and cowed out for mercy, constantly promising to take them to their destination. Lin Fan took in all of this. He exhaled, placed his hand on Su Qingyan's shoulder, and instructed, "I know you want to kill the bad guys and save the innocent. We need to think of a good strategy." Su Qingyan withdrew her gaze from the hillside and nodded to Lin Fan. She understood that she couldn't act rashly in this situation. The 2 of them agreed and followed silently. When they arrived deep in an abandoned platform, the woman pointed to an empty area and said that the crack would soon open there. "Girl, this is where the door is. You'll let us go, right? My children are sick and I need to take them to see a doctor." The woman was interrupted mid-sentence. Xia Yuan glanced at her with murderous intent, and the woman was so frightened that she dared not say anything more. Then, she and her men took out a black metal object and pressed it against their temples. It seems to be an attempt to prevent the impending crisis. Silence them, then set up an ambush. Kill everyone you see except the 2nd young lady of the Su family. Xia Yuan waved her hand, and her men approached the mother and daughter with a grin on their faces. The woman knelt on the ground in despair, crying and begging for mercy, saying that she had already led the way and asked them to keep their promise and let her and her 2 daughters go. She said it over and over again, and in the end, it turned into a plea to spare her child, saying that she was willing to sacrifice her own life in exchange for her child's. But all I got in return was merciless ridicule. The little boy struggled to protect his mother, but was kicked away and spit out blood. At this moment, Lin Fan knew it was time to take action. After a series of observations, he was sure that there was nothing wrong with the woman and she was definitely not an actor used by the group of men in black to lure him out. Moreover, Lin Fan still had some questions he wanted to ask the woman. For example, what kind of disease can cause humans to transform into animals? How could they pass through the shadow crack and go to the other side to heal the disease? Or in other words, is the father of these 2 half-human, half-beast children a human or a beast? The location of the shadow crack and the enemies in the dark have been exposed. Lin Fan came up with a simple strategy, and the 2 of them were to distract the enemy and try to defeat them one by one. At this moment, several figures rushed out from the shadows on the other side and confronted Xia Yuan and his group. Su Qingyan recognized these people at a glance. They were the Su family's bodyguards. She had seen them once or twice at home before. At the same time, she recalled that the familiar faces she saw when she was sitting in the car were these people. "Miss Qingyan, please forgive us for our rash actions." Just when Su Qingyan and Lin Fan's attention was completely attracted by the woman, a voice was heard behind them. The 2 were startled and looked back. "Are you Dad's bodyguard?" Su Qingyan recognized this person. He was obviously one of the Su family bodyguards who had confronted Xia Yuan. The bodyguard nodded and continued. "Mr. Su's mission is to protect you. After checking the surroundings, there is only that group of enemies. So I think that killing the enemy is also protecting you. Su Qingyan was surprised and delighted. She didn't expect her father to really support her, and she was also happy that there was progress in saving the woman. But the situation was critical at the moment, so Lin Fan interrupted their conversation and told them his plan. To put it simply, let this group of bodyguards hold the enemy head-on. He and Su Qingyan will rescue people first, and then come back to help deal with the enemy. The temporary plan was quickly put into action, and the Su family bodyguards came into direct conflict with the group of men in black. Now! Lin Fan let out a low roar, and he and Su Qingyan rushed out from both sides, aiming directly at the mother and son. He had already thought of the first question he would ask after saving the woman: is the father of the woman's child a human or an animal? Just as Su Qingyan approached the woman, a man in black suddenly noticed them and swung his weapon to attack. Just as Su Qingyan was about to dodge, a sharp sword light suddenly came from another direction, forcing back the man in black in front of him. Looking sideways, the person coming was actually the S-Class Valkyrie, Yili, and her partner who had transformed into a long sword. Su Qingyan looked surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would come true and Yili would really come. The situation was critical. Su Qingyan picked up the little girl and told Lin Fan to retreat first. Lin Fan, let's take the child and leave first. Before he could finish his words, Su Qingyan's speech froze and he stood there in a daze. Lin Fan, who was right in front of him just a moment ago, disappeared out of thin air. And at the place where Lin Fan had been standing, a humanoid monster appeared. It had arms and legs of different lengths, no facial features, but was constantly oozing sticky blood. Chapter 30. Yili is a little confused. The air around seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Qingyan only felt his eardrums swelling, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a strange light flashing from the crack in the shadow. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Fan. However, the person standing there was no longer Lin Fan. Instead, there was a strange beast with an ominous aura and a distorted shape. Lin Fan? Su Qingyan's heart tightened and he let out a cry of surprise. But the strange beast did not respond to her call, and its figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Then, the whole world seemed to have changed subtly. The Su family bodyguards, Yili, and even the woman's family of 3 were still there. Each of their faces was filled with fear and confusion. Only Lin Fan disappeared. Wrong. When Su Qingyan recalled it, the group of men in black also disappeared on the spot. At this time, strange beasts with limbs of different lengths and strange shapes appeared out of nowhere, roaring and rushing towards everyone. Careful! Yili exclaimed, picked up the long sword that her partner had transformed into, and faced a strange beast. The sword light flashed, but it seemed a little difficult. After just one exchange of moves, Yili had already judged in his heart that the strange beast that appeared out of nowhere was as powerful as himself. The number of strange beasts around is still increasing, and now we are in trouble. The Su family bodyguards were also caught in a tough fight, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Miss Qingyan, be careful! A bodyguard shouted and rushed to Su Qingyan to protect her. However, 2 strange beasts immediately stopped the bodyguard in his tracks. The same was true for the other bodyguards. Just resisting the attacks of these strange beasts was enough to make them busy and overwhelmed. Roar! A strange beast with claws as sharp as knives bypassed the battle group and pounced directly on the mother and daughter who were curled up on the ground. The woman screamed in despair and held the 2 children tightly under her body. At this critical moment, a figure came running over quickly. Get out of the way! Su Qingyan let out a light sigh and gathered tremendous strength in his slender right leg, kicking the strange beast on the head with incredible precision. Bang! With a dull thud, the strange beast howled and flew out, hitting the ground heavily, rolling and twitching continuously. This swift and efficient attack saved the lives of the family of 3 and also surprised the Su family bodyguards. They were originally worried about Su Qingyan's safety, but now it seems that they are in greater danger. In fact, Su Qingyan was also a little amazed at the power he burst out. In the past few days, she received special training from Lin Fan several times and also went to the training ground to test her ability values. Through the numbers on the computer screen, Su Qingyan knew that he had been promoted. But she had no clear idea of the extent of the improvement. When he kicked the strange beast to the ground in order to save the family of 3, Su Qingyan truly discovered to what extent his strength had improved. She subconsciously sighed in her heart that Lin Fan's special training was simply amazing. Coming back to his senses, Su Qingyan turned around and gave an unquestionable order to the Su family bodyguards who were still hesitating. While you fight against the strange beasts, protect this family of 3. Su Qingyan still remembered that when Lin Fan saw the half-human, half-beast appearance of these two children, he said he had some questions to ask. So Su Qingyan had to ensure the safety of this family of three. The bodyguards were hesitant at first. After all, their order was to protect the second young lady of the Su family. But why does Su Qingyan in front of him need their protection? The powerful fighting power that erupted was even more terrifying than those of these battle-hardened bodyguards. A bodyguard gritted his teeth and shouted, "Listen to the second young lady. Let's protect this family of three." Before they could finish their words, they saw a scene that was enough to amaze them. Su Qingyan's body was as fast as lightning. He rushed into the herd of beasts, dodged the claws of a strange beast, and rushed to Yili. Then, taking advantage of the gap when Yili was fighting with the strange beast, he struck the throat of the humanoid beast with a knife. The humanoid beast staggered, and before it could stand firm, Su Qingyan snatched the sword from Yili's hand, struck the beast in the throat with one blow, and killed it. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly, and the huge body of the strange beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Flash sale. All the bodyguards were stunned. This, the second young lady of the Su family, is she really F-level? This combat capability is no less than that of their bodyguards. Not only were they stunned, but also Yili, who was observing closely. At this moment, Yili widened her eyes and stared at Su Qingyan intently, even forgetting to maintain her aloof personality. There was only one question on her mind. Su Qingyan is clearly just a student who has just awakened. It was clear that when he competed with Su Qingyan a few days ago, he only lost by one move or two. Why is it so difficult for me to deal with strange beasts, but she can kill them in seconds? Be careful. Su Qingyan reminded her and handed the weapon back to Yili. Yili stood there blankly, her mind a little confused. You. She subconsciously took the sword, and Manchester United was shocked and puzzled. Your strength is more than a level higher than the last time we fought. It's only been a short time, how did you do it? Su Qingyan had no intention of showing off. He kept observing his surroundings but never saw Lin Fan. At the same time, the men in black also disappeared. Su Qingyan realized that there must be a problem between him and Lin Fan. Hearing Yili's question, Su Qingyan didn't want to explain, and just said anxiously, "Once you find Lin Fan, you will understand everything. Now, let's deal with these monsters and find him." Before he could finish his words, two more strange beasts rushed towards them. Yili gripped her sword tightly, watching Su Qingyan fighting with the strange beast again, her heart filled with turmoil. Su Qingyan could kill strange beasts in seconds. That kind of control over the battle situation, that kind of crushing power. It's definitely not just the result of a sneak attack. She really improved her combat effectiveness significantly in just these few days. While Su Qingyan was fighting, he was frantically recalling the details of what had just happened. His eardrums bulged, and he caught a glimpse of a flash in his peripheral vision, and then Lin Fan was gone. Could it be that it's because of the shadow crack? Su Qingyan already had some thoughts in her mind, and she turned her attention back to the strange beast. "Lin Fan, I will come to rescue you after I kill all these monsters." At the same time, Lin Fan was lying on the ground inside the old station. But he didn't faint, he pretended to faint. Beside Lin Fan were the unconscious Su Qingyan, Yili, and the woman's family of three. These people were all trapped in an illusion. Just now, when Lin Fan and Su Qingyan were rescuing the woman and her family of three, the shadow rift quietly opened. The moment the crack opened, an invisible tide of energy swept out. Almost at the same time, everyone present felt their bodies go limp, their eyes lost, and they all collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep illusion. Except for the 6 black-clad killers wearing special neural immune devices on their temples. Of course, there is also Lin Fan. Mental illusions below S level are completely ineffective against him. Unfortunately, she can only share this ability after merging with Su Qingyan. However, when rescuing people, Lin Fan did not merge with Su Qingyan. This also resulted in Su Qingyan being unable to see Lin Fan, who had not entered the illusion world. But in Lin Fan's real world, Su Qingyan and the others were just living dead lying on the ground motionless. At this moment, Lin Fan realized that this group of men in black had long known that the shadow crack would release hallucinogenic energy. So they put on equipment that makes them immune to hallucinations in advance. They came prepared. Yili knew nothing about this, which meant that the information she provided was itself a carefully designed trap. Even she herself is a part of the trap. Just when Lin Fan pretended to faint, several laughs reached his ears. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that all the enemies had fainted on the ground, several of Xia Yuan's men burst into unbridled laughter. "It's all taken care of, boss." Xia Yuan curled up a cruel smile and waved his hand lazily. "Go, tie up Su Qingyan. As for the others, deal with them." "Yes." The men grinned grimly, drew their weapons, and walked straight towards Lin Fan and the others who were lying on the ground. In their eyes, these are lambs to be slaughtered. One of them approached Lin Fan, raised a dagger, pointed it at Lin Fan's heart, and stabbed it hard. Just when the dagger was about to touch the skin, Lin Fan, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Lin Fan dodged the attack by turning sideways, then quickly stood up and pounced on the enemy. The killer only felt a flash before his eyes and a pain in his wrist, and then an irresistible force came. Lin Fan punched out, hitting him directly on the neck. Chapter 31. The show begins. Crack! A sound of bone breaking suddenly rang out. The killer's body tilted and flew backwards several meters. His neck was twisted at a strange angle, blood was gushing out of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. This sudden scene made everyone's laughter stop abruptly. The attention of the other killers was all drawn to this scene, and they looked at Lin Fan in surprise. What's going on? Why didn't he fall into hallucination? Several figures retreated slowly in surprise and caution, some of them not understanding why Lin Fan could still remain conscious. On the side, the laziness on Xia Yuan's face instantly faded away, replaced by a hint of surprise. After a moment, interest returned to her face. How can a mere F-rank novice be immune to the illusionary impact of the Shadow Rift? You can even launch a sneak attack and break my men's necks with one punch? That's quite interesting. At the same time, the killer whose neck was broken by Lin Fan twitched a few times and died completely. Ah! Next to him, a sizzling Valkyrie stared at Lin Fan with bloodshot eyes, roaring with resentment. You dare to kill him? I want you to pay with your life. Let's go together. Kill him. The others also reacted and prepared to surround him. Etc. Xia Yuan raised her hand to stop them, and the smile on her lips became more playful. Let her go. I'm a little curious about how this F-rank kid can resist the illusion. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Successfully killed the F-level killer. Gained kill value, 35 points. F-level base layer shirt gains 35 points of growth. Current level, LV 335 160. After the system prompt sound disappeared, Lin Fan heard Xia Yuan's words. Lin Fan slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and smiled at Xia Yuan. This will be the decision you regret most. It will also be your luckiest decision. Lin Fan's words did not make Xia Yuan feel dangerous. Instead, she became more curious about this young man. The Wang family spent a large sum of money to let me, who was ranked third in Class F, come forward, just because they were afraid of this young man. I heard that this young man not only commanded his partner to defeat the top 10 killers in Class F. He also said to the patriarch of the Su family, rank does not represent everything. Xia Yuan wanted to see what potential this young man could unleash. Anyway, no matter how good this young man is at fighting, he will eventually die here. Let him bring some more fun before he dies. He. A strong interest appeared in Xia Yuan's eyes. Before he could finish his words, the Valkyrie who had lost her partner had already rushed towards Lin Fan like crazy. Go to hell. The fist wind whistled, carrying a bloody smell. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed and he dodged sideways. He could feel that the other party was quite powerful. Whether in combat experience or physical skills, she is almost as good as the female killer from the Su family. The last time he fought against the killer in society, Lin Fan did not go into battle himself, but fought side by side with Su Qingyan. Fighting in person at this moment, Lin Fan felt a little nervous and felt that his own strength was insufficient. If it weren't for the strength and speed bonus provided by the system, as well as the fighting instincts synchronized from Su Qingyan, I'm afraid I would be at a disadvantage at the first encounter. It seems that I underestimated these killers. Bang! 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 In a flash, the two exchanged more than 10 moves, and their fists and feet collided, making a dull sound. A hint of surprise flashed in the Valkyrie's eyes. How could this young man in front of her be able to block her attack? The next moment, anger surged in her heart, and she immediately launched a more frantic attack. Every move is a desperate attack, with no regard for one's own defense. The other men in black who were watching the show all had sarcastic and relaxed expressions on their faces. Because in their eyes, Lin Fan was just a student who had just awakened, and his awakened level was a useless F level. These killers are all F class, and they know better than anyone how hard and arduous training it takes for this level of killers to gain a foothold in society. Seeing that Lin Fan was gradually losing the upper hand, the men in black began to laugh and complain. I understand why the boss let him fight alone. It's interesting that this guy can hold out for so long. Unfortunately, you won't be able to hold out for much longer under the fury of the mad snake. Boss, you're actually willing to give you a chance to fight me in a one-on-one duel. You should kneel down and kowtow in gratitude. Who wants to bet with me? If this guy can hold out for another 10 moves, he'll definitely die. Xia Yuan crossed her arms and watched with interest. I never thought that an F-ranked male could fight a crazed female killer to this extent. Unfortunately, that's all. F-rank men are ultimately the worst of the worst. But to thank you for the pleasure you've brought me, I'll give you a good beating. After saying that, Xia Yuan waved to her partner, ready to give this guy a quick death when the female killer defeated Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard in the field. Bang! The Valkyrie delivered a powerful punch, hitting Lin Fan's chest solidly. Lin Fan flew backwards and rolled awkwardly on the ground for several times before stopping. Ha ha ha! Get down on your knees and beg for mercy, boy. We can make your death quicker. Lin Fan frowned at the laughter coming from all around. Ahem. Lin Fan supported himself on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, and snorted with a laugh. The tiredness he showed was all fake. The improvement in the constitution attribute granted by the system gave Lin Fan extraordinary physical strength. He has a way to exhaust the female killer in front of him. There's just one tricky problem: how can we get the remaining people to come up one by one? Also, the Shadow Rift has opened. Why are there no strange beasts coming out? Otherwise, Lin Fan could take the opportunity to kill a few strange beasts, upgrade his system, and improve his strength. Just then, the system prompt sounds in Lin Fan's mind rang one after another without any warning. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed the F-rank monster Phantom Walker. Host obtains 35 kill points. F-level base layer shirt gains 35 points of growth. Current level, LV 370 160. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed the F-rank monster Mind Ripper. The host gains 40 kill points. F-level base layer shirt gains 40 growth points. Current level, LV 3 110 160. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed. F-level base layer shirt upgrade. Current level, LV 4. Unlock new attributes: agility plus 20%, strength plus 20%. Upgraded heart barrier ability: even when not fused with a partner, it can still provide some attribute bonuses to them. A series of system prompts sounds almost shocked Lin Fan. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qingnian, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Oh my goodness. The campus beauty of Suzhou University kills a strange beast in a hallucination. Killing monsters in the fantasy world also counts towards my kill value? After returning, I must reward the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, the Valkyrie whose partner had died roared and rushed forward again. Go to hell! At this moment, the Valkyrie was determined to kill and was ready to deliver the final blow, rushing towards her as fast as a cheetah. It's over, I won the bet, this kid is definitely dead. I was just praising him for being interesting, but now I'm so scared, haha. He's just an F-class student after all. Do you think he's us, licking blood on the edge of a knife? The killers watching the show were laughing and chatting happily. In their eyes, Lin Fan, who was retreating step by step, had become a corpse. However, just as the female killer's fist was about to hit Lin Fan's forehead, a hand rose up as fast as lightning and firmly grasped the female killer's wrist. The female killer's hurricane-like attack was broken up in an instant. The whole audience fell silent instantly. The killers who were watching the show, the words they were about to say, and the words they hadn't yet said, were all stuck in their throats. After a while, they asked in surprise. How is this possible? There's no way he can still fight back. This kid, could it be that he was pretending all along? For the first time, the smile on Xia Yuan's face froze, replaced by an expression of deep surprise. But then, this surprise turned into an even more intense interest. Interesting. That's right. This is a performance worthy of defeating that pair of assassins at the Su family. Boy, let me see how many surprises you have hidden. The crazy Valkyrie's face was full of disbelief. She felt like her wrist was locked tightly by a pair of iron pliers, unable to move. She looked at Lin Fan and squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. How could you possibly? Lin Fan felt the increased strength and speed, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a calm and confident smile. After the system upgrade, agility and strength attributes increased by 20%. The original agility and strength attributes of 115 and 114 were changed to 137 and 138. This was enough to allow Lin Fan, who was originally only slightly at a disadvantage, to regain the initiative in the battle. Looking at the female killer's surprised expression, Lin Fan spoke. Warm-ups are over, the show is about to begin. Chapter 32, use the kill value to improve attributes. Just when everyone thought the game was over, Lin Fan blocked the fatal blow. The scene suddenly became silent. The killer who had just been shouting at Lin Fan to kneel down and beg for mercy froze his smile instantly. Everyone's pupils contracted at this moment. The female killer attacked with all her strength, but Lin Fan caught her with ease. The huge force locking her wrist made it difficult for her to break free. How is this possible? The madness in the female killer's eyes disappeared, replaced by confusion. She could clearly feel that her wrist was tightly clamped by a huge clamp. No matter how hard she tried to mobilize her strength, she could not break free at all. But wasn't this kid in front of me being beaten back by me just now? How could he still have the strength? Warm-ups are over. Lin Fan once again showed a calm and confident smile. He felt the powerful force in his palm and slowly continued. The show is just beginning. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly exerted force with his wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the venue. The female killer let out a painful scream, and her entire arm was swung backwards. Before she could react, Lin Fan's figure had already attacked like a ghost, and with a whip kick, with the sound of wind, he hit her lower abdomen hard. Bang! The female killer was kicked out. He knocked over two stunned companions along the way, then fell to the ground in a mess, vomiting a mouthful of blood. One hit. With just one strike, the situation was reversed instantly. The killers who were originally mocking Lin Fan now looked as if they had seen a ghost. Or perhaps, in their eyes, Lin Fan was like a ghost possessed. The expressions on their faces changed from ridicule to astonishment to disbelief so quickly that they didn't even notice it. This is impossible. How could this kid suddenly become so strong? Could it be that he was just pretending? This bastard has been hiding his strength this whole time? Impossible. How can a student who hasn't even graduated yet have the confidence to hide his abilities? On the side. The lazy smile on Xia Yuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a thoughtful expression. She placed one long, straight leg over the other and stared at Lin Fan with interest. Interesting, really interesting. This is a performance worthy of making that arrogant killer of the Su family willing to die at your hands. Xia Yuan's thoughts drifted back to a few days ago. She heard that the F-level female killer who died in the Su family did not have to die. But in order to maintain the last dignity of an F-level killer and to prevent this level from looking like a joke, the female killer finally chose to die at the hands of Lin Fan. Dignity. A complicated look flashed in Xia Yuan's eyes. Not far away, Lin Fan walked towards the seriously injured female killer, preparing to finish her off. The female killer struggled to get up, her eyes full of hostility and unwillingness. But what met him was Lin Fan's ruthless gaze. I understand you want to avenge your partner, so please also understand that I want to end your life. Lin Fan's voice was calm and rational. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards the other party. Seeing this, the other killers rushed forward to stop him, but they also underestimated Lin Fan. Or perhaps they could never have imagined that a student could become stronger as the fight went on. Lin Fan cleverly avoided the assassins and did not choose to approach the enemy who was lying on the ground and seriously injured. Instead, he threw the stones he had picked up in advance at the enemy from a few meters away. Under normal circumstances, small stones can be easily avoided. But now the female killer was seriously injured, and seeing the crisis coming, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Bang! There was a loud crash, and the stone hit the female killer's throat. The female killer, who was already seriously injured, tilted her head and became completely silent. Successfully killed the F-rank Valkyrie. Gained kill value, 35 points. F-level base layer shirt gains 35 points of growth. Current level, LV4 35,256. In my mind, the system prompt sounded again. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he realized that the group of killers in front of him seemed to want to rush over and kill him. After all, he killed their teammate in front of them. Although I have reached level 4 now, it is still a bit difficult to fight against many enemies alone. However, Lin Fan has another way to improve his strength. The new ability Power Synchronization unlocked yesterday can give Su Qingyan a 20% bonus to his basic attributes. As long as Lin Fan uses the killing value to improve Su Qingyan's attributes, then he can also gain some enhancement at the same time. But Lin Fan had a question: could Su Qingyan, who was in a hallucination, be promoted? Thinking of this, Lin Fan quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the enemy, and then checked his internal vision system. System, use all your kill points to improve Su Qingyan's basic attributes. Lin Fan opened the system panel and saw that the current accumulated kill value was as much as 200 points. He decided to increase these points in strength, agility, endurance, and reaction. If you are going to fight against many enemies alone, these 4 attributes will be of great help. In the system panel, Su Qingyan's attributes emerged. Name, Su Qingyan. Strength, 120. Constitution, 110. Agility, 115. Stamina, 105. Defense, 96. Reactions, 100. Perception, 60. Luck, 0. Lin Fan directly divided the killing value into 4 parts and added it evenly to strength, agility, endurance, and reaction. The system prompt sounded immediately. 200 kill points have been consumed, partner Su Qingyan's basic attributes have been improved. Then, a new properties panel appears. Name, Su Qingyan. Strength, 180. Constitution, 110. Agility, 172. Stamina, 157. Defense, 96. Reactions, 150. Perception, 60. Luck, 0. Almost at the same time, power synchronization began to take effect. Lin Fan gains a 20% basic attribute bonus from Su Qingyan. A force emerged out of nowhere and poured into Lin Fan's body. He immediately opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Strength, 150. Constitution, 154. Agility, 172. Stamina, 120. Defense, 151. Reactions, 110. Perception, 96. Luck, 0. Looking at the updated attribute panel, Lin Fan was very happy. Now his attribute panel is already able to compete with the strongest F-class Valkyries. At this time, a noisy sound came into my ears. This kid is so ruthless. I never thought that Chidwa and her partner would both die at the hands of this student. Let's go together. Don't give him any more chances. There must be something wrong with this guy. The killers were a little restless and felt uneasy. They really couldn't figure out where this kid in front of them came from. With such abilities, how could he only awaken to F level? Could it be that this is all a trap, designed to kill us F-class killers? They all had solemn expressions on their faces and surrounded Lin Fan at the same time. However, Xia Yuan's cold voice sounded again. What? Bullying the weak isn't enough, now you want to bully the few with the many? These words were not spoken to Lin Fan, but to those killers. One of the killers couldn't help but turn around and asked in confusion. Boss, you actually speak for an outsider? Another added. Boss, don't forget, he's the one the sponsor specifically wants to kill. As soon as these words were spoken, a strange look flashed in Xia Yuan's eyes. She slowly lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then she glanced at her 4 subordinates and nodded in agreement. Then, Xia Yuan said slowly. You've all heard about the female killer from the Su family, right? The 4 killers were about to attack Lin Fan, but when they heard their boss's words, they stopped immediately. Xia Yuan's voice sounded again. After she was defeated, the Su family didn't say they would kill her, but she still chose to die at the hands of this young man. Xia Yuan's voice contained a hint of confusion, yet also seemed to contain a hint of understanding. Aren't you curious about what kind of magic this young woman possesses that could allow her to make such a choice? For a moment, all the killers fell silent. Indeed, they were a little confused. This kid has good skills, he shouldn't be F level. This information is absolutely wrong. At this moment, a man and a woman volunteered, and the man said coldly, "The boss mentioned this, and I'm a little curious too, so let's give him a try." Then, the rest of the people dispersed, leaving only the pair standing in front of Lin Fan. The Valkyrie in the group looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Lin Fan, right? The Su family's affairs have spread throughout the entire F-level circle. Everyone is wondering why the Su family's killer pair chose to die. Today, you'd better give me an answer. Remember, my nickname is Zhang Yu." After saying that, she grasped the samurai sword transformed by her partner and walked towards Lin Fan. But at this moment, Xia Yuan stopped them softly, and then signaled his 4 men to attack together. This inconsistent behavior not only confused her subordinates, but also made Lin Fan frown. Lin Fan glanced at Xia Yuan, not understanding what this woman was thinking. But when the boss gave the order, the 4 killers surrounded Lin Fan again. The female assassin nicknamed Zhang Yu sighed and said, "Boy, you're the first one to be spoken to like that by the boss. It's a shame you're standing in the way of a certain important person." After that, the 2 male partners of the 4 killers turned into weapons and fell into the hands of the female killer. Then the 2 female killers surrounded and attacked Lin Fan. On the side, Xia Yuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. In a voice that only she could hear, she whispered towards Lin Fan, "Let me see why that fellow from the Su family is willing to die in your hands." Chapter 33, Upgrade and Unlock New Abilities. At the same time, in the illusion. Boom! A strange beast with a distorted shape was knocked away by Su Qingyan's fist and fell heavily to the ground. Yili leaned on her knees, breathing heavily. It was Su Qingyan who helped her out just now. She looked at Su Qingyan, who was still full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help asking, "Where on earth do you get so much strength? Could it be that this is the result of that special training that Lin Fan gave you?" Su Qingyan also showed a puzzled expression on his face. She looked down at her hands, confusion flashing in her eyes. "I don't quite understand. I just feel like my strength seems to be growing stronger and stronger, as if there is an endless amount of energy in my body." After she finished speaking, Lin Fan's appearance involuntarily appeared in her mind. "Why, after killing several strange beasts, I don't feel tired, but instead have the illusion that I have become stronger. Could it be really Lin Fan? Lin Fan is not missing, he is nearby, but I just can't see him? Is he helping me in his own way?" This thought made Su Qingyan's heart move. She took a deep breath, helped the exhausted Yili up, and said, "Yili, go to my bodyguard first, and leave this to me." "Are you alone?" Yili gasped, with a look of disbelief on her face. Su Qingyan didn't say much, just nodded, and then faced another strange beast that was rushing towards him. Yili didn't want to show weakness, but her pounding heart and tired legs forced her to retreat into the crowd of Su family bodyguards. The Su family bodyguards also came to support and protected Yili in the middle. One of them looked at Su Qingyan, then looked at Yili, and praised, "You guys at Xiaoming High School are so amazing. My second daughter is only an F-rank Valkyrie, yet she has this kind of combat power. When I awakened to F rank, I was almost no different from an ordinary person." Hearing this, Yili shook her head and said with a wry smile, "It's not that our school is so great, it's Su Qingyan, she's a little too exaggerated." Before the awakening ceremony, her physical test data was the best in the whole school. I thought the awakening level would widen the gap, but unexpectedly, she slapped me in the face with her actions. The bodyguard asked curiously, "What about you? What's your rank?" "S level." Yili said a little embarrassedly. The bodyguard was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Second miss is so powerful even at F level, you're S level, shouldn't you be even more powerful?" Yili's cheeks flushed instantly and she could only wave her hands awkwardly. "It's not that I'm weak, it's that she's too strong." After saying that, Yili secretly made up her mind. "When we get out, I must find out how Su Qingyan got these abilities that don't match the F level. Is it true that Lin Fan was specially trained by that guy?" Puff. Su Qingyan dealt with another strange beast cleanly and neatly, but he was stunned where he was. "Su Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Second miss, are you okay?" Yili and the bodyguards hurried forward. Su Qingyan just shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Suddenly, she discovered that her strength, agility and reaction speed had greatly improved. "I feel a little strange. Su Qingyan always felt that this situation seemed to have happened somewhere before. Was it during Lin Fan's special training? For a moment, she couldn't remember. It seems, the more monsters I kill, the stronger my strength and speed become. When she said this, even she herself found it unbelievable. Lin Fan's figure appeared in Su Qingyan's mind again. She knew very well that this was definitely not her ability. The only explanation is Lin Fan. It must be because of Lin Fan. He is the reason why I became stronger. On the side, Yili was completely dumbfounded after hearing Su Qingyan's words. What does it mean to kill more monsters and become stronger? What does it mean that Lin Fan is the reason why she became stronger? Yili couldn't help but complain, and even forgot to maintain her cold personality. Su Qingyan, how much do you really like your partner? He's nowhere to be found right now, and all the credit is attributed to him? The bodyguards around were also very confused. As soon as he finished speaking, another powerful beast appeared in front of them and was solved by Su Qingyan with one move. Yili stared at the scene blankly, completely losing the noble aura of an S-class Valkyrie. F rank. If this strength is F rank, then what am I? The awakening ceremony must have gone wrong. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar that shocked the soul came from the depths of the Shadow Rift. A huge monster nearly 3 meters tall, with limbs of different lengths and a strange shape, slowly floated out from the crack. Just the aura it exuded made everyone feel unprecedented pressure. Su Qingyan's face instantly became solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the abnormality on the monster's chest. That is the Shadow Crystal Core. The first strange beast carrying a Shadow Crystal Core. Su Qingyan quickly instructed everyone. Everyone be careful. This guy is very unusual. On the other side, the real world. Killing intent struck, and the two female killers launched an attack. The ghostly figure swung the sharp blade at a swift speed and rushed in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Swish! The female killer nicknamed Zhang Yu was the first to swing her samurai sword at Lin Fan. This strike was just a hair's breadth away from severing the opponent's arm, but Zangetsu frowned. Because this kid named Lin Fan's body movement speed has improved compared to before. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, this kid has been hiding his strength. After failing to hit the target, Zhang Yu did not rush to attack, but instead examined Lin Fan in front of him. Boy, you really look like a monster. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yu suddenly disappeared from the spot and burst out with all his strength to attack Lin Fan again. He swung his sword, but it was dodged again. But this time, another female killer took the opportunity to attack, raising her foot and kicking Lin Fan in the chest. With a dull thud, Lin Fan fell backwards. Then, Zhang Yu took advantage of the victory and continued to attack the fallen Lin Fan. During this interval, she did not forget to speak. If you give me time, I think you will definitely surpass me one day. Unfortunately, someone paid a huge price for your life. Today, you can only die. Having said that, neither Zangetsu nor the other female killer had any expression of contempt on their faces. Because they gradually realized that if they fought alone, they would probably not be Lin Fan's match. Is this kid really only F level? On the side, Xiaoyuan sat lazily with her long legs crossed, watching Lin Fan, who was at a disadvantage, with interest. Far from worrying, her eyes flickered with increasing excitement. Chen Feng, have you seen this kid? I'm starting to believe that rumor. Xiaoyuan spoke softly, with a hint of excitement in her voice, the excitement of discovering a rare treasure. The female killer of the Su family was willing to die at his hands. Next to Xiaoyuan, her partner, named Chen Feng, had a blank expression on his face. His eyes moved between Lin Fan and the two female killers, calmly analyzing the situation. So what? He's about to die now. No matter how much you admire him, he won't have the chance to improve his strength. Zangetsu and Manju have joined forces, and their respective partners will also provide combat power blessings. This kid will definitely die. Really, there is no chance? Xiaoyuan laughed softly. No, I think this kid still has potential. The partner called Chen Feng frowned, looked at Xiaoyuan, and said unhappily. You don't think he can fight against so many of us alone and take down all of us? How about we make a bet? Xiaoyuan interrupted her partner. Let's bet on whether he can survive the siege. In the battle, Lin Fan relied on his increased strength, agility, and reaction ability to dodge attacks again and again. With sufficient physical strength, after fighting for 20 moves, he found the right opportunity to launch a good counterattack. But he also realized that it was still a little difficult to face the two Valkyries after they merged. If the system can be upgraded to another level and its attributes improved, then there will be no problem. Just then, the system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. In an instant, he felt the power and speed of his body, and even his spirit was lifted. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed the F-rank monster Phantom Walker. Gained kill value, 50 points. Current level, LV 485-256. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed the F-rank monster Nightmare Walker. Gained kill value, 45 points. Current level, LV 4130-256. Partner Su Qingnian successfully killed. F-level base layer shirt gains 50 growth points, level up. Current level, LV 50360. Lin Fan was a little confused. But he soon realized that all this was the result of Su Qingnian killing strange beasts in the illusion. The system's prompt sound hasn't ended yet. Level up and unlock new attributes, strength plus 20%. F-level base layer has been increased in size, providing greater coverage. Congratulations on unlocking the new ability of the base layer, Post-Battle Recovery LV1. Post-battle recovery, after merging with your partner, the entire undershirt vibrates and releases healing energy, relieving your partner's muscle fatigue and restoring their strength. The system sound finally disappeared, and Lin Fan quickly added all the newly acquired kill points to Su Qingnian. It is still equally divided into 4 aspects: strength, agility, endurance, and reaction. Then, the power synchronization ability took effect, and Lin Fan's 4 attributes were improved simultaneously. After completing the operation, he felt the attribute enhancement again. Before my eyes, 2 female killers took turns swinging their weapons and launching deadly attacks. But Lin Fan did not avoid or dodge, and there was no panic in his eyes. At the moment when the two sides were close to each other, Lin Fan seized the opportunity, twisted his body, and waved his hands at the same time, grabbing the opponent's 2 weapons without error. Then, Lin Fan swung his hands violently and threw the 2 female killers out heavily. But their weapons were still in Lin Fan's hands. After just one exchange of blows, they were disarmed. Xia Yuan's expression changed. The female killer who was thrown away looked surprised. This kid, why does he look like he's possessed by a ghost? Zangetsu, did you see his movements clearly? No. I just feel like I'm not facing a student, but a monster that gets stronger the more I fight. Chapter 34 Invitation from the Killer. Damn, the weapon was taken away. The 2 female killers stood up in embarrassment, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fan. The next moment, the 2 weapons that were taken away by Lin Fan turned into streams of light and returned to the 2 female killers. But Lin Fan did not stop him, because even if he got the weapon back, the opponent would have no chance of winning. After regrouping, the 2 female killers launched another attack. They couldn't believe that they, who had been through hundreds of battles, couldn't beat a student who hadn't even graduated. At this moment, Lin Fan's body suddenly moved, quickly approaching the female killer named Zhanyu, and then skillfully threw a punch. Before she could react, the fist had hit her abdomen, and the instant pain made her fall to the ground in agony. There are no fancy moves, only pure powerful speed and strength. The other killer couldn't even see Lin Fan's movements clearly. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and an irresistible force hit his chest. Crack! The sound of broken ribs was heard, and the female killer, who had been hit hard, fell to the ground and wailed in pain. At the same time, the male partner who turned into a weapon had to transform into a human form and fight with Lin Fan. However, their fighting power was not even comparable to that of the female killer, let alone a single blow from Lin Fan. After 2 precise whip kicks, the 2 male killers fell to the ground in pain and lost consciousness. In just 3 seconds, the 2 female killers and their partners all fell to the ground. The instant kill extinguished the fire in the female killer's heart. They looked at their unconscious partner, then looked at Lin Fan, who was not even sweating, with only fear in their eyes. Is this F-level strength? What a joke! Even an E-class expert couldn't kill 2 battle-hardened F-class killers so easily. Run! The female killer with broken bones was the first to react, and fear completely overwhelmed her reason. She screamed and turned around to escape from this possessed student. However, as soon as she turned around, a cold voice sounded behind her. Stop! But it was Xia Yuan's voice. The female killer's body stiffened, she turned back to look at Xia Yuan, who had an expressionless face, and said in a trembling voice. Boss, this guy is not human. He is a monster. We've been called F-class trash by the whole world. Xia Yuan interrupted the female killer coldly, with a hint of disappointment and anger in her eyes. Could you please stop acting like a piece of shit? After saying that, Xia Yuan looked past her and looked directly at Lin Fan. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the room. Your opponent is him, the young man named Lin Fan. Kill him or be killed by him. There is no third way. The female killer was completely desperate. She looked at Xia Yuan, who was supervising the battle, and then looked at Lin Fan, who was walking towards her leisurely, with a somewhat ferocious expression. When the female killer named Zhan Yu saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She roared angrily and once again mobilized all her strength to launch a final attack on Lin Fan. A trapped beast fights to the death. But Lin Fan just raised his hand calmly. Bang! With a seemingly casual palm, he steadily caught Zhan Yu's final blow. I told you, you'll regret not surrounding and killing me right from the start. Lin Fan said softly, and then kicked out with great force. After being kicked away, Zhan Yu pondered Lin Fan's words with his remaining consciousness, and finally figured out one thing. She really regretted not surrounding and killing this guy from the beginning. Lin Fan didn't pay too much attention to Zhan Yu's regret. He rushed straight towards the other female killer and took care of her in the first sight. After a moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the F-rank Valkyrie. Gained kill value, 30 points. F-rank base layer shirt gains 30 growth points. Level up. Current level, LV5. 3360. Xia Yuan saw the entire process. She looked at Lin Fan as if she was watching a drama. She began to understand why the female killer of the Su family was defeated, and even willing to lose. The young man in front of him was simply a monster in the guise of an F rank. If he is given time and correct guidance, this guy named Lin Fan will definitely be able to break through the F-level barrier. You're pretty good. Xia Yuan spoke, with undisguised admiration in her voice. It's really, very unusual. She slowly walked towards Lin Fan, a complex expression on her face. You know what? This world is like a curse to us F-class people. It will turn anyone labeled as F-class into trash that everyone despises. We struggled, we fought hard, even though our strength surpassed those of E rank, or even D rank, we still didn't get the slightest respect. Xia Yuan slowly walked up to Lin Fan. Her height of over 1.8 meters allowed her to look Lin Fan straight in the eye. But you showed me the possibility of change. Xia Yuan's eyes became hot. Join us, I can train you personally and teach you all our experience. With your talent, you will definitely become a unique existence in F-class. You can have strength beyond E-class, or even D-class. The most important point is that you can use this to change everyone's view that we F-class are trash. Xia Yuan became more and more excited as she spoke, and she even wanted to take Lin Fan home on the spot. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the mission from her sponsor. She just wanted to realize her ideal. Lin Fan just smiled faintly when he heard this. I just want to eat well, drink well and sleep well. I'm not interested in being number one. His smile was calm, but what he said made Xia Yuan's expression freeze slightly. And Lin Fan's eyes swept over Xia Yuan and her partner. If I remember correctly, a few minutes ago, you wanted to capture my companions and kill me in the process. Now you just casually say a few words of appreciation for me, and I should join you out of gratitude? That doesn't make sense, does it? The smile on Xia Yuan's face completely disappeared. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and asked again. Rumor has it that the female killer from the Su family said something to you before she died. What was it? This question surprised Lin Fan a little. I didn't expect that this long-legged beauty in front of me would be curious about this question. Lin Fan thought for a moment, looked at the other person silently, and replied calmly. You'll know when you die. In an instant, Xia Yuan's murderous aura surged. But soon, she suppressed her murderous intent and instead showed a smile full of fighting spirit. Okay, very good. You are a worthy opponent, and I will give it my all. Xia Yuan said word by word. This isn't playing house at school. I hope you're mentally prepared. She paused and glanced at Su Qingyan and others who were still in the illusion not far away. However, I won't take advantage of you. Let's wait until your F-rank partner wakes up, and then we can have our duel. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's partner finally couldn't help it and growled with a frown. Are you crazy? All my men are dead. This mission has cost us nothing. If we fail the mission again, we'll be laughed at by the entire F-class community. Joke? Xiaoyuan turned around, her eyes as sharp as a knife, and glared at her partner. Aren't we a joke now? In the entire S city, no, in the entire world, who doesn't think that we F-class are trash? No matter how many missions you complete or how many people you kill, it won't change this. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. But this guy in front of you, don't you feel that he has a strange feeling of endless potential? What if this guy can change the world's view of us F-class? Chapter 35 Killing the Beast. The partner was left speechless by Xiaoyuan's question. He remembered that before awakening, both he and Xiaoyuan lived a wealthy life. He is also full of hope for the future and is even the focus of cultivation in the family. But once he awakened to F level, he instantly fell from the clouds into the abyss. They were abandoned by their families and became the lower class people who could be stepped on by anyone. That kind of humiliation and unwillingness has long been engraved in my bones. The weaker the F-class ability, the less like a human being they live. Xiaoyuan no longer paid attention to her silent partner and looked at Lin Fan again, with a somewhat crazy light flashing in her eyes. Did you hear that, Lin Fan? When your partner wakes up, we'll have a fair duel. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed by Xiaoyuan's sudden politeness. He thought for a moment and said in an admonishing tone. If my partner and I team up, you won't last more than 10 moves. This is not an exaggeration. In the previous battle, Lin Fan leveled up twice and used up all his kill points. Su Qingyan's current combat capability is comparable to those E-level or even D-level students who have undergone monthly training. But Lin Fan didn't expect that the more he said this, the more intense the expectation in Xiaoyuan's eyes became. At the same time, in the fantasy world. Roar! A huge beast with black mist all over its body roared and swung its sharp claws, bringing up gusts of fishy wind. Su Qingyan, Yi Li, and several Su family bodyguards were confronting it breathlessly. Everyone had injuries on their bodies and looked pale. No. This thing is at least E-level, and it's a very powerful beast among E-level monsters. A bodyguard covered his bleeding arm, his voice filled with despair. We can't get out, and we can't win the fight. We're really going to die here today. Another bodyguard sighed weakly. Yi Li was also breathing heavily. The ice attribute ability she gained when she awakened to S level had no advantage in front of this strange beast. A feeling of despair also spread in her heart. If I were given another month, I would definitely be able to defeat this monster. Everyone's eyes were filled with exhaustion and a look of wanting to give up. Su Qingyan was the one in the best condition, but she also knew that she could not defeat this strange beast by herself. This strange beast is embedded with a shadow crystal core and is much stronger than the twisted walker encountered in school. If Lin Fan were here, after merging with him, he might be able to defeat this strange beast. Su Qingyan took a breath and thought a little frustratedly. At this moment, the black mist on the strange beast suddenly shrank and condensed in its mouth, and a destructive aura began to spread. It's going to use its ultimate move. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure. Second miss. I'm sorry. Mr. Su was very kind to us, but we failed to protect you. A Su family bodyguard smiled bitterly, his eyes full of guilt. If there is an afterlife, I hope we won't awaken this useless F rank again. Everyone, please don't say that. Su Qingyan was about to correct the bodyguard's words when Yi Li's voice rang in his ears again. I've awakened to S rank, but I'm still going to die here. Yi Li smiled bitterly and looked at Su Qingyan. I should have agreed to your father's promise earlier. He even said he would protect you. But in the end, you're stronger than me. But it's a pleasure to meet you as a friend. Yi Li's words made Su Qingyan's heart move. It turns out that Yi Li was also arranged by her father to secretly protect her? A complex emotion flowed in Su Qingyan's heart. I want to be friends with you, too. Su Qingyan replied to Yi Li seriously. Then, she took a deep breath and prepared to make a final attempt. She turned around and told everyone. Everyone, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I will do my best to stop the beast. You guys should find a way to escape. After hearing this, the bodyguards immediately became angry and ran to Su Qingyan and said, Second miss, we will fight the monster together with you. As a bodyguard, there's no reason for me to escape under the protection of the second young lady. The Su family bodyguards dragged their injured bodies and stood beside Su Qingyan. Even the woman and her children who had been hiding behind picked up stones and said tremblingly, "I want to help my sister fight monsters too." Yili watched the scene, sighed, and signaled her partner to change back into human form. "Change back. You can escape if you want. I want to die with them." In the atmosphere of despair, a tragic flame ignited. However, at this critical moment, Su Qingyan suddenly felt something strange happening in his body. Her strength is slowly recovering. She vaguely felt that her body's strength, agility, and reaction ability were growing at an incredible speed. This feeling. It was very similar to the feeling she had after Lin Fan gave her special training in school. And after that, your strength will be enhanced. At this moment, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. It's Lin Fan. It must be Lin Fan helping. The strange beast carrying the shadow crystal core let out a final roar, and a ball of black light condensed in its mouth. The shadow of death hangs over everyone's heart. Only Su Qingyan, feeling the power constantly emerging from his body, had the urge to kill the strange beast. The Su family bodyguards were panting, looking helpless, ready to face the final outcome. Yili also smiled bitterly, threw the weapon in her hand aside, and signaled her partner to change back into human form. "If you want to escape, go ahead. I want to die here with Su Qingyan." The long sword turned into a stream of light and transformed into a human form. Yili's partner Gao Feng, with a look of panic and fear on his face, looked at Yili, who refused to escape, and the Su family bodyguards, and cursed repeatedly. "Crazy. You're all crazy." Afterwards, Gao Feng simply abandoned his partner Yili and chose to escape. Yili looked at her fleeing partner with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She dragged her tired body to Su Qingyan, ready to face the final outcome together. But Su Qingyan's subsequent words made Yili stunned. "You retreat behind the bodyguards, I will deal with this strange beast." The moment Yili heard this, she was surprised and looked at Su Qingyan hurriedly, wanting to confirm whether she was joking. At this instant, Su Qing's thoughts moved. She picked up a steel dagger, and her steps turned into a shadow, like an arrow shot from a bow, piercing the strange beast. Second miss. Su Qingyan. The Su family bodyguard and Yili exclaimed at the same time. They all thought that Su Qingyan wanted to protect them and chose to have a final fight with the strange beast. They were moved and raised their weapons again, launching a final charge towards the monster, ready to die here with Su Qingyan. "You're all crazy. I want to leave, I want to escape." Gao Feng's face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. While everyone was rushing towards the strange beast, he hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on the strange beast. At this time, Su Qingyan's speed had surpassed the monster's lock. She easily circled around the side and rear of the strange beast. As the destructive ball of light uncontrollably blasted towards the open space, the weapon in Su Qingyan's hand accurately pierced into the existing wound of the monster. Roar! The strange beast felt pain and gave up releasing the energy ball, instead attacking Su Qingyan. However, Su Qingyan, who was further strengthened, was able to easily dodge every attack of the strange beast. The Su family bodyguards and Yili all stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that they had almost used up all their strength, but Su Qingyan was still able to fight with the strange beast. Where on earth did she get so much strength? After a moment of wonder, everyone rushed towards the strange beast and attacked with their last bit of strength. The distraction of the crowd greatly reduced the efficiency of the monster's counterattack. Su Qingyan seized the opportunity, aimed at the monster's wound, and used all his strength to launch the strongest attack. Roar! The strange beast finally couldn't hold on any longer, let out a final wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A shadow crystal core emitting a faint glow rolled out from its body. The battle is over. Chapter 36, You will lose in the next move. The Su family bodyguards slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Su Qingyan with eyes full of shock and confusion. Second miss, your strength. Yili stared at Su Qingyan intently. She clearly remembered that just a few seconds ago, Su Qingyan was at the end of his strength just like her. This kind of breakthrough in the middle of a battle, and a leap in strength, completely overturned her worldview. How could such a thing be possible? Su Qingyan picked up the shadow crystal core and was about to speak when suddenly the whole world in front of him began to twist and shatter. The next second, everyone was shocked. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. They found him lying on the ground with his eyes closed. When I opened my eyes, I found myself still in the abandoned old station, as if it were a dream. However, the bodies of the black-clad killers lying all around indicated that all this was true. Could it be that the killing of the strange beast just now was all an illusion? The Su family bodyguards and Yili showed confusion in their eyes. Only Su Qingnian clearly felt the increased strength, which did not disappear. What's going on? These people, are they having an internal conflict? A bodyguard looked at the body of the man in black on the ground and began to speculate. No, Yili immediately denied. We are all trapped in an illusion. There is no reason for them to let us go. As she spoke, Yili subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. An absurd idea arose in her mind. Could it be that he protected us while we were in hallucination? Only Su Qingnian had tears in her eyes, but when she saw Lin Fan was safe and sound, the worry in her heart quietly dissipated. No need to guess. A cold female voice sounded, and Xia Yuan looked at the people who had woken up with interest. He dealt with all these people by himself. Xia Yuan's voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the ears of Su Qingnian, Yili, and the Su family bodyguards. What? Everyone's face was filled with surprise. They looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. It was really unbelievable. One person defeated 6 professional F-class killers? Was it he who awakened Lin Fan to F level? This is simply a fantasy. Lin Fan, you've given me so many surprises. Now that your partner is awake, get ready and start our duel. Xia Yuan turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, the fighting spirit in her eyes rekindled. Etc. The Su family bodyguard immediately stepped forward, protecting Su Qingnian and Lin Fan behind him, staring at Xia Yuan vigilantly. Xia Yuan, the third-ranked Valkyrie in the F-class circle, is ruthless and has killed countless people. Why don't we attack together? That's right. Yili also said in a deep voice. In a one-on-one fight, none of us here can match you two. First you wanted to kill us all, and now you want to challenge us to a duel? However, Lin Fan patted the bodyguard's shoulder, gestured to Yili, and then said, "This is the agreement between her and me." Lin Fan's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable determination. I hope you can respect my decision. But these words once again made everyone's faces full of doubts. The Su family bodyguards knew the F-level killer circle and knew Xia Yuan's strength. They couldn't understand where Lin Fan, a student, got the confidence from. Yili also showed a worried look and wanted to persuade Lin Fan. She also wanted to ask Lin Fan about the special training, but she didn't want this guy to die in such a place. Lin Fan did not explain any further, but looked at Su Qingnian beside him with a gentle gaze. Will you fight alongside me? Su Qingnian had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't ask them in a hurry. She looked at her partner, no hesitation or doubt in her eyes, and nodded heavily. I do. Su Qingnian's voice was filled with excitement, and he was glad that his partner was still alive and well. In the center of the field, the two sides faced off. Xia Yuan and her partner looked solemn and imposing. Lin Fan and Su Qingnian stood side by side, calm as water. Great, I'm starting to look forward to it. A smile appeared on Xia Yuan's lips, and her partner turned into a sharp blade. Lin Fan, who was fighting against him, also turned into a stream of light and merged with Su Qingnian. At the moment of fusion, Su Qingnian's heart was shocked again, and he felt an even more powerful force flowing through his body. She has marveled at Lin Fan's magic countless times, but she still feels surprised every time they merge together. Xia Yuan looked at the disappearing Lin Fan and frowned slightly. She had heard about Lin Fan's transformation ability a long time ago, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she still subconsciously looked down on him. The second young lady of the Su family doesn't even have a weapon in her hand. I'm afraid she will be defeated within 3 moves. But Xia Yuan quickly put away his contempt and took an offensive stance. The battle is about to begin. Xia Yuan's attacks were powerful and each one was filled with immense force. However, the crushing scene she imagined did not occur. Su Qingnian didn't even dodge, but instead got close to the enemy and intercepted the opponent's attack with his fists. Xia Yuan's first attack was easily resolved by Su Qingnian. Xia Yuan was just a little surprised and delighted, and didn't think much about it, and immediately launched a second attack. However, the second attack was still easily avoided by Su Qingnian. The surprise on Xia Yuan's face became more and more intense, and her fighting desire was rising. She did not stop and started the third attack. But this time, Su Qingnian flashed and seized the opportunity to knock Xia Yuan's weapon down with one blow. At this point, Xia Yuan's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by deep surprise. She discovered that Su Qingyan's strength could not be judged by common sense at all. This girl is obviously just a student, and her awakening level is only F level. Where does this combat ability come from? Not only her, but also the Su family bodyguards who were watching the fight were stunned. They could never imagine that the second young lady of the Su family was so strong. Why did Mr. Su send himself to protect her? Yili was stunned where she was, unable to believe what she saw. She even began to doubt whether Su Qingyan had awakened to F level or S level. Even if someone says she has awakened to the SSS level, I'm willing to believe it. Yili sighed from the bottom of her heart. On the battlefield, Xiaoyuan swallowed and picked up the weapon that had fallen on the ground. This is impossible. She blurted out in disbelief. At that moment, a trace of regret flashed through her mind. She really should have surrounded and eliminated them from the beginning. But a moment later, Xiaoyuan launched another more crazy attack. When her first attack was dodged, she immediately followed up with a second attack. Another blow was blocked, and she swung the blade again in despair. In the third attack, Xiaoyuan's weapon was knocked to the ground by Su Qingyan again. At this point, Xiaoyuan's mind was buzzing with thoughts, and his attack became more and more impatient. But the more impatient she became, the more powerless she felt. Su Qingyan's rhythm became more and more stable and faster and faster. After another fight, Xiaoyuan's weapon was directly taken away by Su Qingyan. At this point, Xiaoyuan realized that she was beginning to lose track of Su Qingyan's pace. The weapon turned into a stream of light and flew back to Xiaoyuan's hand. Su Qingyan did not stop it, but said lightly, "This is the 9th move. You will lose in the next one." Chapter 37 Are kings, princes, generals and ministers of different species? Xiaoyuan listened silently without answering, because she no longer had confidence in herself. Su Qingyan did not rush to attack, but asked a question. "I want to know who sent you." Xiaoyuan did not answer, but smiled, gripped his weapon tightly, and prepared for the final blow. She went from attacking at the beginning to passively defending, and then to being exhausted from parrying. The spectators around went from initial doubts to astonishment. In their eyes, there is only one person who deserves the title of Valkyrie, and that is Su Qingyan at this moment. In an instant, Xiaoyuan's figure flashed suddenly and launched the strongest attack. Su Qingyan did not use any special moves, nor did he attempt to dodge. All he had was the purest numerical crushing. After being strengthened many times by Lin Fan, her strength, agility and other stats have far surpassed her opponent. At this moment, Xiaoyuan attacked with a strong breath of death. But in the blink of an eye, Su Qingyan took it over. Then, a clean and neat knife move accurately cut Xiaoyuan's neck. Bang! Xiaoyuan's body stiffened, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed, and she fell straight back. The whole place was in dead silence. Xiaoyuan, the third-ranked killer in Class F, was defeated so easily. The defeat was complete and thorough. All the spectators were so surprised that they were speechless. Xiaoyuan's partner turned back into human form. He stared at Su Qingyan blankly, with only fear in his eyes. Xiaoyuan, who was lying on the ground, took 3 seconds to recover and opened his eyes with difficulty. But there was no trace of frustration or unwillingness on her face. Instead, she smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, filled with relief and ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. She propped herself up and sat up, looking at Su Qingyan with burning eyes, then looked at Lin Fan who had transformed into human form. "You guys, are you really F class?" Xiaoyuan asked to herself. "Are you sure about your school's awakening ceremony?" Lin Fan did not answer, but Su Qingyan nodded affirmatively. After receiving a positive answer, Xiaoyuan smiled even more happily, even a little crazily, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Everyone was confused and thought she was unwilling to accept failure and was a little crazy. "I see." Xiaoyuan muttered to herself. She looked at Lin Fan with a pilgrim-like enthusiasm in her eyes. "I know what the female killer from the Su family wanted to say before she died." Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyuan's partner suddenly turned back into a weapon. Xiaoyuan suddenly jumped up from the ground, grasped the weapon, and attacked Su Qingyan again. In Su Qingyan's eyes, this attack no longer posed any threat. Just raise your hand slightly to block it. But just when the two were about to touch, Xiaoyuan's movements took a strange turn. She pointed the weapon in her hand at her own heart. Then, taking advantage of Su Qingyan's blocking force, he suddenly pushed forward. Phew! The sharp blade pierced into the heart, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene and was at a loss for words. Xia Yuan actually committed suicide with the help of Su Qingyan? Su Qingyan was also full of confusion. She looked at the weapon that pierced Xia Yuan's chest and her hand that was still in a blocking posture. Her mind went blank. Why? Su Qingyan looked at Xia Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, as if he saw the female killer who had died in the Su family at that time. Blood gushed out of Xia Yuan's mouth and her vitality was rapidly fading, but her eyes were brighter than ever. Because I'm just like her. We must use our own deaths to tell the world. F-class is not a label, and certainly not trash. We are just cursed. Tears welled up in Xia Yuan's eyes as she looked at Su Qingyan and then at Lin Fan. And in you, we see hope of breaking this curse. Finally, Xia Yuan used up all her strength, raised her finger and pointed at Su Qingyan, and then at Lin Fan. Her voice was weak, but held a pleading tone. In the name of the F-rank Valkyrie, I beg you. For all the F-class, break this damn hierarchy. After saying this, Xia Yuan's hands dropped weakly, and the light in his eyes completely went out. As the sound of kill confirmation rang out in Lin Fan's mind, the third-ranked F-level killer was officially declared dead. Everyone present was silent. The Su family bodyguard's eyes subconsciously became wet, not only because he felt sad for Xia Yuan, but also because he felt helpless because of his F-level identity. Yili, an S-rank Valkyrie, was particularly shocked. She never imagined that one day she would see the F-class, who was called waste by everyone, do something so brave. In her heart, a voice was asking herself, can level really determine everything? Su Qingyan stared at the dead Xia Yuan and couldn't say a word for a long time. Because she was also F-level, on the day of her awakening, she was looked down upon by the entire school and selectively abandoned by her family. She could empathize with every word Xia Yuan said. Sort out your emotions. Lin Fan reached out and patted Su Qingyan, not knowing what to say for a moment. But Su Qingyan suddenly turned around and hugged Lin Fan in her arms, with worry and sadness bursting out at the same time. In the previous hallucination, Su Qingyan thought several times that something had happened to Lin Fan or that he had been killed by a strange beast. A tear wet the clothes on Lin Fan's chest. Su Qingyan buried her head in Lin Fan's shoulder and said excitedly, in my earlier hallucination, I couldn't find you no matter how hard I tried. I thought you had already. Lin Fan, who was suddenly embraced, was also somewhat at a loss. It was not until he heard Su Qingyan's tearful words that he reached out and patted his partner's back, comforting him. Don't worry, you promised me that you would cover my food expenses for the entire semester. How could I possibly die so easily? The joke made Su Qingyan burst into laughter, but after a moment, the smile disappeared again. Su Qingyan looked at the dead Xia Yuan and asked Lin Fan with sadness. I'm a little confused. Can an F-level person really change the fate of waste? She looked into Lin Fan's eyes and found neither confusion nor frustration. All I saw was inexplicable confidence and calmness. Lin Fan smiled and patted Su Qingyan on the back, then said calmly and firmly, why not? Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers truly superior to us? When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Especially the Su family bodyguards, they felt even more deeply. Before the awakening level, they were no different from the people around them, but after awakening to F level, they seemed to be inferior to others invisibly. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the bodyguards all had doubts in their hearts. Are those high-level people really more noble and superior than us F-level people? They didn't know how to answer this question, but when they looked at Lin Fan, there was a hint of shock in their eyes. This young man who hasn't even graduated yet has such ambition and foresight. After Su Qingyan's emotions calmed down a little, Lin Fan also left her arms. Then Lin Fan's gaze turned to the shadow crack, and after a moment turned to the two half-human, half-beast children. Finally, he looked at the mother of the two children and asked the question he had been thinking about for a long time. Is the father of these two children a human, or a beast? After hearing this question, everyone turned their eyes to the woman, also looking forward to the answer to the question. The woman embraced the two children with her arms, sighed deeply, and spoke in a sorrowful voice. Their father is a human being who couldn't be more normal. My children, they are just sick, but please don't hurt them, my husband can heal them. After hearing the woman's answer, everyone became even more confused. What does it mean that the child is just sick? How did the woman's husband treat his illness? Lin Fan and Su Qingyan looked at each other, and many questions popped up in their minds. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. I just don't understand. You want to take your child through this shadow rift? Lin Fan pointed at the crack that was flashing with energy, his words full of doubt. Isn't the other side of the crack a lair of strange beasts? Aren't you afraid? This is also the doubt in the minds of others. How did this woman, with 2 children, escape the attack of strange beasts? The woman listened to the question, nodded firmly, and said something that no one present had ever heard before. A few years ago, my husband disappeared while working in the west of the city. 3 years later, he suddenly returned home and told me a ridiculous story. He said that he had unknowingly traveled to a world full of strange beasts, and that there were countless people like him. In that world, the strange beasts did not attack people randomly. Instead, they brought everyone to a huge palace. Chapter 38: The husband waiting in another world. In the old waiting room, everyone's eyes were focused on the woman with the child. The shadow crack behind them began to become unstable. The woman took a deep breath and continued. My husband said that in that world, he saw the most horrifying scenes in his life. Those who were brought into the castle entered different rooms, and when they came out, they became completely different. Some people turned into half human, half beast, some lost their appearance, and some even only had half of their appearance left, but they are all still alive. Everyone present frowned. If they had not seen the 2 half-human, half-beast children with their own eyes, they would probably find it hard to believe the woman's words. The woman looked at the child with tears in her eyes and continued. My husband said he was lucky to have entered a room with nothing in it and was able to escape. But we didn't know that he carried the pollution from that world. Her voice began to tremble and tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. My son and daughter, they're infected, they're getting weaker day by day, and no medicine is working. My husband blamed himself a lot. He said the antidote was in that world and he wanted to go there again. The woman took a deep breath, her eyes filled with reluctance to leave her husband, yet helplessness. Before he left, he told me that 3 years from now, a door would appear in the waiting room of this very train station. He'll be waiting for us on the other side with the antidote. After saying this, the woman glanced at everyone with tearful eyes and bowed deeply to express her gratitude for saving her life. At this time, the stability of the shadow crack deteriorated again. Buzz. The edges of the crack began to twist and flicker violently, and it seemed that it might close at any time. Lin Fan still had many questions, and so did the others present. For example, why do shadow cracks appear? For example, do people who go to the world of strange beasts go there on their own initiative, or are they forcibly captured there? Also, have the law enforcement officers in City S taken care of this matter? But this matter was too bizarre, and everyone didn't know where to start. Finally, the woman took the child by the hand, bowed to everyone, and passed through the shadow crack. Thank you. Before he finished speaking, 3 figures disappeared into the crack. Soon after, the crack slowly disappeared. The old station hall returned to silence. Yi Li. Are you okay? I was actually trying to find a way to break the illusion. An anxious voice broke the silence. It was Yi Li's second partner, Gao Feng, an A-level ability user. Gao Feng's face was full of concern. He came to Yi Li and seemed to be explaining why he had escaped from the illusion. Yi Li simply ignored the other party and didn't even answer a word. She just glared at Gao Feng coldly, full of contempt and disgust, as if to say, "Where were you when Su Qingnian and I almost died?" The smile on Gao Feng's face froze. He seemed to be able to see that after returning to school, this icy beauty in front of him would be freed from his bond with her. Yi Li walked straight past Gao Feng and came in front of Lin Fan and Su Qingnian. She first looked at Su Qingnian with a complicated expression. There was shock, disbelief, and a hint of frustration. Su Qingnian, I really can't imagine it. Yi Li smiled bitterly and shook her head. You were so strong in the illusion. After I woke up, I comforted myself that it was just an illusion, it was fake. But the reality is, you and Lin Fan teamed up and actually defeated Xia Yuan. She's ranked 3rd on the F-level killer list. Yi Li let out a long breath, and for the first time, she lost her arrogance about her awakening to S-level. I will definitely report this to the teacher when I get back. There's definitely something wrong with your awakening level. The school must retest you. After saying that, Yi Li turned her gaze to Lin Fan again, filled with curiosity and inquiry. Su Qingnian said that all her skills were specially trained by you. Is that true? Also, the fact that he became stronger the more he fought in the illusion is also related to you? Lin Fan and Su Qingnian smiled at each other, and tacitly agreed not to speak at the first moment. My training did come in handy. But the main reason is that she works hard and is gifted. Lin Fan touched his nose, looking humble. Yili nodded thoughtfully, and then a hint of desire flashed in her eyes. After returning to school, can I ask you for special training? I'm very curious about your training methods. Lin Fan smiled when he heard that and turned his head to look at Su Qingyan beside him. Well, you'll have to ask my partner. He drawled out his tone and started joking. It depends on whether she agrees to give her partner to someone else. A barely perceptible shyness flashed across Su Qingyan's face. She glared at Lin Fan but did not answer the question. On the side, after the Su family's bodyguards recovered, they all asked about whether Su Qingyan was injured. They surrounded him, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Su Qingyan had changed from simply protecting the target to awe from the bottom of their hearts. We came here this time, saying we were here to protect you, second miss, but you ended up protecting us. Alas, we bodyguards are only F rank after all. Second miss, you must have made a mistake about the rank. That Xia Yuan guy said something sensible before he died. F rank, in this world, even being cannon fodder is a nuisance. Wait. An older bodyguard suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Fan fiercely. We are all trapped in an illusion. Why are you? Upon hearing this, everyone reacted. Yes. Why didn't Lin Fan get caught? After a moment, everyone realized another problem. It was Lin Fan. He was the one who single-handedly blocked those killers while we were all in hallucination? Apart from this explanation, they couldn't think of any other possibility. For a moment, the looks of all the bodyguards when they looked at Lin Fan changed, and they were filled with shock. After they exchanged a few words with each other, they all looked at Lin Fan and bowed deeply. Mr. Lin Fan, thank you for saving my life. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan just waved his hand casually and didn't care. This action was seen by the bodyguards, and they all felt admiration in their hearts. Afterwards, several bodyguards, thinking that Xia Yuan died like a hero, spontaneously dug a hole and buried Xia Yuan and his partner. Afterwards, the bodyguards said to Su Qingyan, Second miss, brother Lin Fan, now that this is over, we must bring back the good news. Mr. Su has been worried about you. If he heard this result, I'm afraid his jaw would drop. After everyone rested for a while, the bodyguards returned to the Su family to report. Su Qingyan, Lin Fan, and Yili were also preparing to go back to school. After walking all the way to the nearest station and boarding the return bus, everyone's tension finally eased. Yili's seat was not far from Su Qingyan, and she could see Lin Fan by turning her head. She remembered that the Su family bodyguard had bowed to thank Lin Fan, and she was also very grateful to Lin Fan for saving her. However, due to the large number of people around, Yili did not express any words of gratitude. Sitting in the car on the way back, Yili was secretly thinking about how to thank Lin Fan for saving her life. There were only a few of them in the car, and the atmosphere was a little quiet. Su Qingyan suddenly spoke. What are you going to do with that shadow crystal core? Lin Fan actually doesn't care about crystal cores at all. The main purpose of his trip was to kill strange beasts and increase his level. The attribute improvement brought by the system upgrade cannot be compared with a shadow crystal core. The goal was now exceeded, and Lin Fan was very happy. He casually replied. You got it, so of course it's your decision. Su Qingyan was quite surprised by this answer and said softly. Thanks. She paused, recalling the times in the illusion when she suddenly felt her strength increase, and asked Lin Fan again. In the illusion, I felt my strength increase several times, is it because of you? She knew very well that if her strength had not suddenly increased, she would not have been able to defeat the last strange beast and obtain the crystal core. Even after waking up, he would never be able to defeat Xia Yuan. Lin Fan smiled casually, remembering the new ability he gained when the system was upgraded, post-war recovery. Post-battle recovery, after merging with your partner, use this ability to vibrate your entire undershirt and release healing energy, relieving your partner's muscle fatigue and restoring their strength. Well, partners should care about each other. After the battle, the campus beauty of Soochow University is very tired and especially needs help with post-war recovery. Chapter 39 Su Yuntian's exclamation. Lin Fan moved closer to Su Qingyan and asked with concern. Are you injured? Su Qingyan shook his head, then nodded and said. I didn't get hurt during the fight with Xia Yuan, but I was attacked by a strange beast in the illusion, and I actually got bruises on my body. I feel a little mentally exhausted now. Lin Fan nodded and said softly. I learned an ability that can speed up the recovery of injuries. Do you want to try it? Now. Su Qingyan subconsciously thought that this method had to be combined to be used. She shyly looked sideways at the other people in the car and shook her head embarrassedly. After returning to school, come to my dormitory and try again. Then Su Qingyan quickly changed the subject and pointed to the shadow crystal core in the bag. I was able to obtain the crystal core because of you, so I think you should handle it. After hearing this, Lin Fan didn't act pretentiously and nodded in agreement. He remembered the day of the awakening ceremony, when the 3 roommates in the dormitory did the work of 4 people. I even foolishly scraped together more than 300 yuan for myself. Later, when Lin Feier invited him to breakfast, Lin Fan realized that the 300 yuan was only enough for 2 breakfasts. Thinking about the little money his roommates shared with him, Lin Fan was deeply touched and felt that he had to repay his roommates. Do you have a sales channel for this crystal core? Lin Fan asked Su Qingyan. To him, the crystal core was of insignificant use, so it would be better to sell it for money. Su Qingyan nodded and immediately continued. My eldest sister owns a pharmacy. She can use this crystal core for medicinal purposes. I can negotiate a good price for you. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. The 2 of them made the decision happily. Afterwards, Su Qingyan looked at Yili again, curious about why she was related to her father. Yili was already lost in thought, looking in Lin Fan's direction. Seeing Su Qingyan's gaze at this moment, she knew what Su Qingyan was going to ask without him explaining. Yili shook her head and said with a wry smile. This is a long story. It all starts with your father. At the same time, in the center of S City, Tianqing Pharmaceutical Headquarters. The atmosphere in the top-floor conference room was somewhat depressing. Su Yuntian sat in the main seat with a very serious expression. But his mind was not on the meeting. Instead, he glanced at his mobile phone from time to time, appearing distracted. Director Su, the Wang family's pharmaceutical company has recently been selling off similar products to ours on the black market at low prices. It's clear they're trying to use a price war to bring us down. Our new drug has reached the critical stage of phase 3 clinical trials, and funding cannot be a problem at this critical juncture. The Wang family is determined to swallow us up. Su Yuntian didn't hear a word of what everyone was saying. His mind was full of worries about his daughter Su Qingyan. Shadow Rift, F-class killer. Shouldn't we let them go to such a dangerous place? After all, Qingyan is just a child who just turned 18. No matter how smart Lin Fan is, he is only F level and has no ability to resist when encountering danger. Alas, I feel a little regretful. I shouldn't have let the daughter of the Yi family tell Qingyan the news about the Shadow Rift. Even if Qingyan cannot improve his strength, at least he will not be in danger. I am really getting old and confused. Can't I send someone to the Shadow Rift, get that crystal core, and then give it directly to Qingyan? Su Yuntian sighed deeply and shook his head with some regret. The voices in the conference room made him upset and he couldn't help but get angry in his heart. What kind of meeting is this? I can reopen my company if it goes bankrupt, but I have no place to regret my daughter's death. Bang! Su Yuntian slammed the table and stood up. The meeting is suspended. His face was ashen, but his eyes were filled with worry. The others thought that Su Yuntian was worried about the company's prospects, so they didn't say anything. Su Yuntian rushed out of the meeting room and made a phone call to arrange new personnel to help Su Qingyan. Call the highest-ranking subordinates of the Su family. No. Invite an A-rank expert to come here. Go to the old train station in the north of the city immediately. It doesn't matter even if that old dog from the Wang family finds out what my Su family is doing. My daughter's safety is more important than anything else. Just as Su Yuntian was making a phone call to arrange things, his accompanying assistant hurried over. Mr. Su, the bodyguards sent to protect the second young lady are back, and they're all injured. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntian's face changed drastically. He felt his mind go blank, and his worry about his daughter reached its peak. It's over. Su Yuntian's body swayed and he almost lost his balance, his face turned pale instantly. Qingyan, how is she? Su Yuntian didn't care about the suspended meeting. He hurriedly followed his assistant downstairs and took a car back to the Su family. While sitting in the car, Su Yuntian called the butler and wanted to ask the bodyguards about the situation through the butler. The moment the phone was connected, he had already thought about the worst possible outcome, and a deep sense of regret welled up in his heart. I really shouldn't have let Qingyan take the risk of going to the old station in the north of the city. She and Lin Fan, that kid, are just 2 students, to put it bluntly. How can they deal with the dangers in society? The moment the call was connected, Su Yuntian hurriedly asked. Quick, go ask those bodyguards who have returned, how is Qingyan? Is there anything wrong? The voices of the bodyguards who had returned from the old station in the north of the city appeared on the other end of the line. Mr. Su, the second young lady, she. What happened to her? Su Yuntian asked more and more anxiously, just tell me quickly. Mr. Su, the second young lady is so strong. Question mark. Su Yuntian was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. On the other end of the phone, the bodyguard captain took a deep breath and recounted everything that happened at the scene in detail. From the sudden attack in the illusion, to Su Qingyan's counterattack, to her teaming up with Lin Fan to kill Xia Yuan, the third killer on the F-level killer list. After hearing this, Su Yuntian was stunned. His mouth was slightly open, his expression was frozen, and his face was full of surprise and astonishment. My daughter, are you talking about my daughter Su Qingyan? Su Yuntian even suspected that the person on the other end of the phone was lying to comfort him. Absolutely true. The bodyguard captain was also a little excited. Mr. Su, the second young Mrs. Strength is unfathomable. The school's awakening ceremony must have been a mistake. There's no way she's only F rank. So Qingyan is so powerful. So, that kid Lin Fan might have made a mistake during the awakening ceremony. Su Yuntian talked to himself excitedly, and then confirmed this guess with the person on the other end of the phone. Has that kid named Lin Fan always been with Qingyan? That's right, Lin Fan fought alongside the second miss and defeated the killer Xia Yuan. And I suspect that when we were trapped in the illusion, Lin Fan single-handedly blocked all the assassin's attacks. Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Su Yuntian was stunned again. Lin Fan, that kid, blocked the attacks of 7 or 8 people by himself. So that's it. A look of surprise flashed in Su Yuntian's eyes. When Lin Fan and my daughter defeated the female killer together, I suspected they were definitely more than just F level. Now it seems that this kid's level is definitely not lower than a level. No, if he can hold off so many professional assassins, I'd believe he's S rank. Su Yuntian excitedly talked and answered himself in the car, and a happy expression appeared on his face. This boy will definitely be of great use. I must find an opportunity to have a good chat with this guy. No, I must thank him. After the huge rock pressing on his heart fell to the ground, Su Yuntian let out a long sigh. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of joy and pride. Ha 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 ha. Okay. The Wang family wants to send assassins to take my daughter away. They must be trying to get me to hand over my shares in Tianqing Pharmaceutical. He turned his gaze to the window, as if he had already seen Wang Jia's furious face. Qingyan did a great job. Lin Fan did a great job too. Now, those bastards in the Wang family will probably be so angry that they can't sleep. Chapter 40 Wang Family. On the car back to school, Yili explained why she came to the old station. This matter has to start with your father. Yili looked at Su Qingyan with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. When he was released from his former partner, he should have suffered a heavy blow to his vitality, and even affected his future path of cultivation. It was Su Qingyan's father, Su Yuntian, who provided her with a special medicine at a sky-high price through his Tianqing Pharmaceutical. This allowed her to regain her freedom safely. That kind of medicine is in short supply and worth a fortune. Your father didn't charge a penny. Yili's tone was filled with gratitude and a hint of indescribable shame. He just asked me to complete a commission. To bring you news of the Shadow Rift and to keep you safe. When Yili said the last 4 words, she was extremely embarrassed, and her cold and beautiful face was full of frustration. Now it seems that I have no right to protect you. Instead, I have been protected by you the entire time. At the end of the conversation, Yili fell silent. She was clearly the much-anticipated S-class, yet she was protected by 2 F-classes the entire time. No matter who I tell this to, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After listening to this, Su Qingyan felt warm in his heart and his eyes became a little hot. It turns out that my father has been silently supporting me in his own way. But the premise of all this is that Lin Fan helped him get the opportunity to participate in the campus competition. Then came what we are experiencing now. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan again and said sincerely, Lin Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been captured by the family and taken back to the marriage alliance. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly, a relaxed smile on his lips. You're welcome. Who told you to bind yourself to me after awakening? He took a look at Su Qingyan's slightly pale face and asked in a joking tone. Does fighting in a fantasy world consume a lot of mental energy? Su Qingyan nodded slightly. After a series of life and death battles with the strange beasts, her spirit had indeed been stretched to the limit. As I relaxed at this moment, fatigue came over me like a tide. Su Qingyan was very happy to see that his partner cared about him, and at the same time, he felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. Lin Fan asked me this, is there any way to help me recover? But this thought only lasted for a moment and was immediately interrupted by Su Qingyan. She shook her head and warned herself in her heart. Su Qingyan, you can't keep making demands on your partner. He's helped you so many times. No matter what happens next, you can't support him. Remember. After muttering to himself for a while, Su Qingyan finally let himself go. Lin Fan looked at her expression, revealed a mysterious smile, and approached her and said, Actually, I have a new ability that can help you recover quickly. Do you want to try it? Su Qingyan was about to nod in agreement when he was suddenly startled. She turned her head to look at Lin Fan and suddenly thought of something, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Yes, does it take fusion before treatment can begin? Lin Fan nodded calmly. Su Qingyan's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and whispered. How about we wait until we get back to the dormitory? Yili, who had been listening nearby, now moved closer to Su Qingyan, staring directly at Lin Fan with curiosity on her face. Do you have the ability to heal? You can try it on me. On the side, Yili's partner Gao Feng's expression instantly turned ugly. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Fan was filled with a strong sense of crisis and hostility. Because of the hallucination in which he abandoned his partner and ran away, Gao Feng was almost certain that he would be abandoned by Yili. But the next person to be bound will definitely not be this Lin Fan. There was contempt in Gao Feng's eyes. He believed that the Yi family would definitely look down on an F-level ability user. Even this F-level ability user possesses super high combat capabilities. But as long as he is labeled as F-level, the Yi family will not risk being laughed at by allowing Yili to be tied to this Lin Fan. Gao Feng's mind was active. He looked at Lin Fan and muttered mockingly. Useless. Even if Yili abandons me, there's no way you can get into the Yi family. Lin Fan ignored the jealous looks on the side. After hearing Yili's words, he only glanced at her, then smiled and said to Su Qingyan. Sorry, this service is only available to my partner. You want to experience it? Let's ask my partner first to see if she agrees. Yili's expression froze, she pursed her lips and stopped talking. Her beautiful eyes, with a hint of pleading, moved to Su Qingyan. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly frowned and raised a new question. Xia Yuan, ranked third on the F-class killer list, the arrogance she displayed before her death didn't seem fake. A person like this is definitely not something a small character can hire. Who on earth could hire her to deal with us? Su Qingyan and Yili fell into deep thought after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, they shook their heads. Top 5 assassins like Xia Yuan have long since left their established family affiliations. Gao Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, wanting to take the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Yili and try to ease the relationship. A capable killer like Xia Yuan is free, but also a commodity. They will work hard for whoever pays them the most. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and his thoughts raced. Rich. He also has a feud with the Su family. And he knew exactly where Su Qingyan was looking for the shadow crack. Who would be the person who meets these conditions? Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyan, stated the restrictions one by one, and then asked. In your opinion, which force does the Su family have the most problems with? Su Qingyan lowered his head in thought, and a name emerged in his mind. Wang family. In the west of the city, inside the Wang family manor. In a luxurious study, Wang Tong, the second master of the Wang family, was leaning comfortably on the leather sofa. Holding a cigar in his left hand, he laughed wildly at the person on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, it's foolproof. The second young lady of the Su family and that kid named Lin Fan are just 2 F-level losers who haven't even graduated yet. The person I sent was Xia Yuan. Wang Tang exhaled a thick puff of smoke, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. The top 3 F-class killers. I can crush them like bugs with just a flick of my finger. I guess by now, the person has been kidnapped and is on his way back. Just wait for my good news. There was a smug laugh from the other end of the phone, but then he started to give worried instructions. That old fox Su Yuntian will definitely send bodyguards over. Although we haven't detected any E-level or higher strongmen dispatched, there are probably quite a few F-level bodyguards. Just a bunch of trash. Wang Tong sneered and pressed the cigar into the ashtray. Every single one of the Su family's F-rank bodyguards is a good-for-nothing compared to my Wang family. Xia Yuan and her men, dealing with this garbage is easier than drinking water. He paused, and his tone became more arrogant. I'm putting this here. If Xia Yuan can't even handle 2 students, not to mention her head, Wang Tong, will swallow 3 pounds of shit right in front of you. The person on the other end of the phone was completely relieved after hearing this oath and laughed. That's right. She's ranked 3rd on the killer list. If she can't even handle 2 young students, then she doesn't deserve to be called Xia Yuan. I will wait patiently for your good news, Master Wang Air. The room was immediately filled with the 2 people's triumphant laughter. Then, the 2 voices talked about the distribution of rewards after the matter was completed through the phone. The voice on the other end of the phone turned cold. Su Yuntian's biggest weakness is his precious second daughter. If it were me, if my daughter awakened a useless F-level, no matter how pretty she was, I would have sent her to an alliance and squeezed out every last bit of her value. If she dares to resist, she will be kicked out of the house. Keeping such trash around is a disgrace to the family. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose in pitch, its tone filled with uncontrollable jealousy and anger. But Su Yuntian, that idiot, not only isn't he ashamed, he even supports his daughter. It's a huge joke. He's not even worthy of being the head of the Su family. As long as you bring Su Qing in here, I can make Su Yuntian use his position as the head of the family in exchange for his daughter's life. Once I secure my position as the head of the family, I promise to give your Wang family 51% of the shares of Tianqing Pharmaceutical, not a cent less. Hearing the word shares, Wang Tang laughed excitedly, with greed flashing in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It's settled then. It's a pleasure to work with you. Just as Wang Tang hung up the phone and was about to open a bottle of good wine to celebrate, there was a hurried knock on the study door. Bang, bang, bang. A servant came crawling in, his face pale and his voice trembling. Second master. Something bad has happened. Xia Yuan's mission failed. Su Qingyan let her escape. What? Chapter 41. An invitation hard to refuse. What? The smile on Wang Tang's face froze instantly. He quickly hung up the phone and grabbed the servant's collar. What did you say? Ran away? His eyes were wide open, full of questioning. Xia Yuan is 3rd in F class. Her subordinates are all skilled too. How could they possibly let 2 students get away? The Su family's bodyguards were also involved, the servant replied in a trembling voice. Waste. Wang Tang kicked the servant away and cursed loudly. The Su family's bodyguards are a bunch of trash. How could Xia Yuan possibly lose to them? F class, they're all a bunch of unreliable trash. If I had known, I would have risked being exposed and sent an E-rank person. The servant added tremblingly. We found traces of Yili, the daughter of the Yi family. Yili? Wang Tang was slightly stunned, then sneered. Su Yuntian actually asked the Yi family for help? Humph, even if the Yi family takes action, my Wang family is not afraid. Could it be that bitch Xia Yuan is afraid of the Yi family and doesn't dare to take action? Useless thing. She took the money but didn't get the job done. If she dares to come back, I'll break her and her men's legs. Then, a lewd smile appeared on Wang Tang's face. I've been wanting to try Xia Yuan's figure for a long time. When I catch her, I'll definitely have fun with her before I kill her. When the servant heard this, he trembled with fear and his voice became tearful. Second master. I'm afraid Xia Yuan and the others won't be able to come back. What's the meaning? She dares to run? Wang Tang's eyes turned cold and he glared at his servants. Notify everyone and send out E-rank personnel to bring her back to me. I'm going to kill all of Xia Yuan's men right in front of her. No. The servant knelt on the ground with a thud, fearing that what he would say next would implicate himself. Xia Yuan and her men are all dead. They all died at the old train station in the north of the city. Not a single one survived. What did you say? Hearing this, Wang Tang was struck by lightning. He froze in place and his mind went blank. He couldn't believe his ears, picked up the servant from the ground and asked. Xia Yuan is dead? All her subordinates are dead too? This is absolutely impossible. The Su family's useless bodyguards definitely don't have that kind of ability. Those two students are even less likely to do that. His voice was sharp with shock. If those two students can kill Xia Yuan, Wang Tong, will tear their heads off and kick them like a ball. Seeing that the servant was about to piss himself with fear, Wang Tong, who was panting heavily, forced himself to calm down and ordered. Go! Investigate for me. Find out all the details of the scene. I want to know what happened. After hearing the order, the servant felt relieved and ran out in a hurry. Then, there was deathly silence in the study. Buzz buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the name of the person who had just called was displayed on the screen. Wang Tang's face instantly became uglier than a dead person. He hesitated for a long time, and finally answered the phone with trembling hands. There was a dissatisfied questioning voice from the other end of the phone. What happened? Why did it suddenly hang up just now? Did things go wrong? Wang Tang opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be blocked by sand and no sound came out. He was silent for more than 10 seconds. Finally, in a tone of rage and impotence, he slowly said, "The Xia Yuan team sent to capture Su Qingyan. They all died there. Xiaoming University." When Su Qingyan and Lin Fan returned to school, it was already dark. Before leaving, Yili extended an invitation to the two of them. "Thank you for today." Yili looked at Su Qingyan, and finally her gaze stopped on Lin Fan. "Tomorrow morning, Professor Han Xing will have a semi-open class. She is an S-level expert. You can attend the class through my invitation. If you're interested, you can come and listen." There was a hint of expectation in Yili's eyes that was hard to detect. Lin Fan was never shy and nodded in agreement. However, his mind was not here, but on healing his partner's injuries later. He also wanted to see what effect the post-war recovery LV1 he had previously obtained would have. Su Qingyan politely thanked Yili and said goodbye. Afterwards, Su Qingyan sent a message to Lin Feier. "I'm going to the A-level training ground for training tomorrow, so I might have to come in late. Yili invited Lin Fan and me to attend Professor Han Xing's open class." After saying goodbye to Yili, Lin Fan accompanied Su Qingyan to her dormitory. The two agreed on the way back in the car that they would start healing after returning to the dormitory. "Before we begin, let me briefly explain my healing abilities to you." Lin Fan was already very familiar with the dormitory of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. After sitting down casually, he began to explain. "After we merge together, I will activate my abilities. This process will produce a peculiar rhythm. When it spreads all over your body, that means the healing has begun." Su Qingyan's face turned red instantly and she began to panic. Rhythm, rhythm. She wanted to look up at Lin Fan to see if her partner was joking. But the moment her eyes met Lin Fan's, Su Qingyan immediately lowered her head shyly. She said to herself in her heart, "Don't think too much, don't think too much." When has Lin Fan ever said something that was not true? He just wanted to help me heal my injuries. After convincing himself in his heart, Su Qingyan nodded. "Then let's get started." On the other side, outside the ordinary teaching building, Lin Feier's phone rang, but she didn't check it. Instead, she looked coldly at Zhanya, who was standing in front of her. "Zhanya, I'm warning you one last time." Lin Feier's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. "Put away those little tricks of yours and don't do anything to slander Su Qingyan and Lin Fan." Zhanya's face turned pale, and she forced herself to refute. "Didn't you say you wanted to be friends with me on the day of the awakening ceremony? Don't you also hate Su Qingyan? You are not Su Qingyan's best friend at all." Lin Feier replied with disdain. "Also, Su Qingyan has always been the goal I want to surpass. I have never hated her." Lin Feier's words were like a slap in the face, hitting Zhanya hard. Zhanya's face flushed red instantly, with anger and shame coexisting. But she didn't dare to offend the campus beauty of Lin University, so she could only suppress her hatred, apologize and leave. After escaping from Lin Feier, Zhanya found another person. A level ability user, Lin Feier's partner, Li Hao. Zhanya knew that Li Hao had always wanted to pursue Su Qingyan. At the same time, he is also very hostile to Lin Fan. "Li Hao, haven't you always wanted to separate Lin Fan and Su Qingyan? I have a way." Soon, the two met in a secluded corner of the school. Zhanya took out her phone and clicked on a video. This was taken at Sue's house. As long as this video is spread and accompanied by some text, it will definitely cause misunderstandings. By then, Lin Fan will definitely leave Su Qingyan. Before Zhang Ye could finish her words, her phone was snatched away by Li Hao. Li Hao looked at the content of the video, his face full of disdain and contempt. Then he slapped Zhang Ye in the face. Bang! Then, Li Hao's cold and ruthless voice sounded. Lin Fan is indeed a disgusting piece of trash, but at least he does things in an upright manner. Instead of just resorting to despicable tactics like you. After saying that, the phone was smashed to the ground in front of Zhang Ye's incredulous gaze. Li Hao looked at Zhang Ye with disdain again. In the campus competition, I'll let you see with your own eyes that I defeat Lin Fan fairly and squarely. Get out of here. Don't show up in front of me again. After making these harsh remarks, Li Hao turned and left. Only Zhang Ye was left at the scene. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness. All kinds of emotions fermented in her heart, and finally merged into a voice of resentment. Why are all people siding with Su Qingyan? Why do you all want to bully me? Is it because she has a good family background? She's pretty? I won't let you have your way. I will make her lose all her reputation. I will. In Su Qingyan's dormitory. It's about to start, relax. Lin Fan said, and his body turned into a stream of light and pounced towards the beauty in front of him. Su Qingyan closed his eyes nervously and grabbed the corner of his clothes with both hands. This is not the first time she has worked with her partner, but she still feels shy every time. After all, Lin Fan's transformation ability is really too special. Covered by flowing light, Su Qingyan's skin was wrapped inch by the underwear. She also felt something strange at this moment. Why do I feel like the underwear wrapped around my body seems to have become bigger again? Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed and she quickly shook her head to interrupt her thoughts. She sat cross-legged, ready to enter a meditative state. Here we go. Lin Fan's voice rang in her mind. The next moment, Su Qingyan keenly noticed something unusual. The inner shirt attached to my body began to slowly emit waves of extremely subtle, yet rhythmic pulses. Her body trembled violently, and strange feelings kept coming into her mind. Itchy, numbing, and warm. She instinctively felt shy and flustered. But after a moment, he suddenly realized that his injuries had recovered. Su Qingyan could clearly feel a warm current gently seeping into her skin. Wherever it passed, the burning pain was rapidly fading away. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. This warmth was more magical and comfortable than any expensive medicine she had ever used. What made her heart beat even faster was that this power seemed to be mixed with a trace of Lin Fan's unique aura. Clean, warm, and reassuring. Is this Lin Fan's healing ability? Su Qingyan's heart was in turmoil again. Time passes by every second. Su Qingyan's cheeks had become hot without her noticing. Even her fair neck was stained with a hint of pink. It was completely dark outside the window when this strange treatment finally came to an end. After Lin Fan turned back into human form, Su Qingyan was surprised to find that the injuries on his body had eased a lot. Most importantly, her mental strength has been greatly restored. But Lin Fan seemed dissatisfied and concluded in his mind. Post-war recovery is currently only at level 1. The recovery time is long and the effect is poor. It seems that more upgrades are needed. Speaking of time, Lin Fan glanced out the window and then frowned. It's so late, I don't know if the dormitory door is closed. At this moment, Su Qingyan's voice rang out. It's so late, how about, you stay here tonight? Chapter 42, Let Me Go, Can You Afford the Consequences? A hint of shy blush appeared on Su Qingyan's pretty face. While she was healing, the sky outside the window had unknowingly darkened completely. In the quiet dormitory, the only sounds were the two people's slightly nervous breathing. The atmosphere became a little subtle without anyone noticing. Well, it's already late. Su Qingyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Lin Fan's eyes. The boys' dormitory might be locked, you. She swallowed her words halfway through, and the blush had quietly spread to her ears. Lin Fan looked at her shy yet expectant expression and couldn't help but smile. But on the surface, he pretended not to understand and deliberately asked. What about me? Why don't you rest here with me tonight? Su Qingyan finally mustered up the courage to speak, but his momentum was still a little lacking. After she finished speaking, the heat on her cheeks intensified. As if fearing Lin Fan might misunderstand, Su Qingyan hurriedly added. You must have exhausted a lot of energy helping me heal my injuries. I'm worried you won't be able to rest well when you return. Lin Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart, but then another thought came to his mind. I'm afraid if I stay here, I won't be able to rest well. However, Su Qingyan's next move made Lin Fan's heart beat faster. Su Qingyan pointed to the only single bed in the dormitory, which was covered with light pink sheets, and said shyly. You should sleep on the bed. You can get some rest. Lin Fan's breathing stopped at this moment. He looked at the bed that exuded a faint fragrance, then looked at the girl in front of him whose cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be? Just when Lin Fan was thinking about something that was about to happen, Su Qingyan added in a low voice. I'll just sleep on the sofa. So that's how it is. It's just as I thought. Lin Fan laughed in silence and hurriedly calmed down the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at Su Qingyan. This silly girl, she is obviously the owner of the room, but she is so considerate. It's really touching. Lin Fan shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone, no. But then, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted up, making a funny expression. You want a bed too? This time, it was Su Qingyan's turn to be stunned. She raised her head, her flushed cheeks became even hotter, and her eyes were full of surprise and shame. At this moment, Su Qingyan's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his thoughts were almost a mess because of nervousness. He let me sleep in the bed. What about him? He must be very tired after treating my injuries. We can't let him sleep on the sofa. Then only we. In Su Qingyan's mind, he quickly understood the meaning of Lin Fan's words. When Su Qingyan thought of a certain possibility, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and his whole body became hot and stiff. Seeing Su Qingyan's blushing face, Lin Fan just thought she was so cute. But now she has just recovered from her injury and it is not suitable for her to engage in strenuous exercise. So Lin Fan suppressed the flood of thoughts in his mind, gently pushed Su Qingyan's back, and pushed her into the bedroom. Su Qingyan's body was stiff due to nervousness, and when Lin Fan pushed her, she moved a step, and the scene was a little funny for a moment. But to her, she just felt that Lin Fan was getting ready to go to bed. The sentence "you want to sleep in the bed too" exploded in Su Qingyan's mind again. Countless random thoughts flooded Su Qingyan's mind again. Is he going to come with me, together? No. Lin Fan wouldn't have any bad intentions. He must be worried that I won't get enough rest. We can each have our own quilt. Su Qingyan, don't let your imagination run wild, don't let your imagination run wild. As the two of them got closer and closer to the bed, Su Qingyan felt as if she was about to melt from the heat of her body. She had never had such an experience in her life and had never imagined such a scene. Su Qingyan was so nervous that she didn't even know how to walk for a while. However, Lin Fan's action the next second made her stand there in a daze. After Lin Fan sent her to the bed, he left and walked to the sofa in the living room and lay down naturally. He even patted the soft cushion, looking very satisfied. Then, Lin Fan's voice came from the sofa in the living room to the bedroom. You can't rest properly when your body is so burned. In the bedroom, when Su Qingyan heard these words, she immediately got into bed shyly and buried her head deeply in the quilt. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Su Qingyan, why are you blushing? Lin Fan just wants you to have a good rest. He clearly didn't do anything, why is his body so hot? Su Qingyan, calm down, calm down. After a while, a weak voice came from the bedroom. Lin Fan, good night. On the other side, in the office of S-level Professor Han Xing. Han Xing, with a cold and delicate face, was frowning at his new student, Yili. You said. Su Qingyan, an F-rank Valkyrie, defeated more than 10 E-rank beasts in the illusion and protected the safety of you and others? Han Xing looked at the student in front of him, whose temperament and abilities were similar to his own. There was no doubt in his tone, but it was hard for him to believe. Yili nodded heavily, her tone extremely certain. Absolutely true. Teacher, Xingyan is definitely more than F-level. She took a deep breath, and before the teacher could digest it, she dropped a more shocking piece of news. And Lin Fan. He defeated 8 F-rank assassins by himself. One of them is Xia Yuan, who ranks 3rd in the F-rank on the assassination list. This time, Han Xing's pupils changed significantly. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, as a university professor, she couldn't remain calm at this moment. Han Xing slowly stood up from his seat, his eyes shifting away from Yili's face, obviously thinking about the big news the student had said. She had some understanding of this new student. Yili was not a boastful person and had no interest in playing pranks. Most of what she said was what she saw with her own eyes, so. An F-level boy challenges 8 killers of the same level, including a top killer? Although F-level is so weak that it is not worth mentioning for Han Xing. Han Xing could kill the so-called third-ranked killer in F-class in just one encounter. But she does not blindly despise low-level people. Instead, she can capture the most useful information. The newly awakened students have almost no combat power, but they are able to kill professional killers who have been struggling in society for many years. This is no longer something that can be described as genius, it is simply a fantasy. Even Han Xing herself didn't think that she could do such a thing when she just awakened. The Academy's awakening formation, did something go wrong? A look of doubt emerged on Han Xing's face, and his expression changed from surprise to solemnity, and finally turned into a strong desire to explore. No, I made a mistake. After a moment, a look of regret flashed across Han Xing's face. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan, they just awakened to F level, they didn't become useless. If they already possessed excellent talent, would their talent be lost just because they became F rank? Han Xing stopped thinking and made a decision in his heart. Yili, the teacher naturally believes what you say. I decided to temporarily modify the content of tomorrow's open class. The course topic will be changed to: Can the awakening level really determine everything? Han Xing paused and looked back at the students. I remember you invited these 2 F-level students to attend your class. That's great. Tomorrow, as a professor, I will personally invite them and share the secrets and tips on defeating powerful enemies. The next day, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan woke up together. Of course, one woke up on the couch and one woke up in the bedroom. After a quick wash, the two of them followed the address Yili sent and came to the exclusive teaching area for S-level professors. When I arrived at the classroom door and was about to go in, I was stopped by a group of other students. Stop. A blond young man looked Su Qingyan and Lin Fan up and down, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. Isn't this Su Qingyan, the awakened F-level, the campus beauty of Su University? The person next to her is your useless partner, right? This sentence immediately attracted discussions from others. To F class? Why are you allowed to come to the S-class exclusive teaching area? You've come to the wrong place. This is where Professor Han Xing teaches. It's not the place for F-class people like you. That's right, get out of here now, don't lower the standard of our class. The laughter and sarcasm around me laid a bad foundation for my mood early in the morning. Su Qingyan frowned slightly. She didn't want to cause trouble for Yili, so she took out her cell phone and showed the invitation information. This is the invitation Yili sent me from S-rank Valkyrie. The people who were still shouting a moment ago suddenly froze in mockery when they saw the words on the message, and were replaced by uproar and astonishment. What? S-rank Yili personally invited 2 F-ranks to attend the class? What a joke! However, the positions of these students did not seem to change because of the invitation information. A girl dressed gorgeously and with an upright figure walked out through the crowd. She had a delicate appearance and a proud temperament, and she exuded a fierce aura. She looked at Su Qingyan with contempt in her eyes. My name is Wang Yan, and a rank Valkyrie, and the daughter of Wang Yanhuan, the next successor to the Wang group. She gave a brief self-introduction, and every word she spoke exuded a sense of superiority. Every piece of information that reached the ears of the students present crushed Su Qingyan. Wang Yan's eyes fell on Su Qingyan, and she said in a cold tone, There has never been a precedent of an F-level student auditing Professor Han Xing's class. I hope you two can have some self-awareness and not break this rule and lower the quality of the course. She changed the subject and said in a seemingly considerate manner. Besides, if you really consider Yili your friend, you shouldn't let her become enemies with all of our A-level classmates just for you 2 F-level students. These words were so vicious and cruel that they directly put Lin Fan and Su Qingyan at odds with everyone. Su Qingyan was a little angry, but not for herself. Instead, she was angry that the other party was belittling her partner in words and deeds. So Su Qingyan prepared to argue with the other party in order to protect Lin Fan's self-esteem. Lin Fan, however, grabbed her first and whispered something soothing in her ear. Then he looked up at Wang Yan with a playful smile on his face. Want us to leave? No problem. But can you afford the consequences? Hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned. It was not because she was frightened, but because she couldn't imagine that an F-level waste dared to say such a thing. She seemed to have heard a huge joke and thought with disdain. A powerless F-rank loser discussing consequences in front of my daughter? How ridiculous. She had a sarcastic smile on her face and was about to ask what the consequences would be. Bang! A loud and crisp slap hit Wang Yan's face hard, and instantly echoed throughout the corridor. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Wang Yan was slapped to the ground, and a clear 5-finger mark quickly appeared on her fair cheek. She covered her face, her eyes filled with humiliation and disbelief. An F rank actually dared to attack her, an A rank Valkyrie? Chapter 43. Shut up. Lin Fan shook his hands and stared down at Wang Yan, his tone indifferent as if he was stating a trivial matter. I can see the contempt in your eyes. Wang Yan, right? Remember next time, don't look at my partner like that. Otherwise, the consequences will not be as simple as a slap in the face. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and pulled up Su Qingyan, who was still a little dazed. You're right. We treat Yili as a friend, so we shouldn't cause her any trouble. So, we left tactfully. Stop. Lin Fan had only taken 2 steps when a sharp shout came from behind him. Wang Yan's partner, a burly young man who was also on A level, roared and blocked Lin Fan's way. The burly young man radiated anger as he glared at Lin Fan, clearly wanting revenge. Lin Fan didn't even bother to turn his head and said casually, I'm not interested in this class anyway. I beat someone up, so I don't have to listen to it. If you dare to hit me, then forget about attending this class. How to do it? It's your choice. After saying that, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He knew very well that these high-level students would absolutely not want to lose the qualification to attend this class. So they dare not have a conflict. Lin Fan liked to see these students who thought they were superior to others, and how they hated him but couldn't do anything about it. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Fan's words, the burly young man choked instantly, his face flushed with anger, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, but he didn't dare to take action. It's not worth missing an S-level professor's class just for an F grade. He could only watch Lin Fan and Su Qingyan leave calmly, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. After class, I'll definitely make you pay. Lin Fan still didn't turn around, waved his hand and replied lightly. My partner is already good looking enough, you should try to make yours even better looking. Wang Yan, who was slapped to the ground, was already furious, and her expression reached its peak at this moment. Not until the 2 figures completely disappeared did the surrounding students dare to step forward and hurriedly helped Wang Yan up. The discussion suddenly exploded. Are you crazy? Who is that F rank? He even dares to hit someone from the Wang family. He's dead, he's definitely dead. But he seemed quite handsome just now. After leaving the teaching building, Su Qingyan finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan, why should we leave? Can't we just contact Yili and ask her to explain it herself? Lin Fan stopped, looked into her puzzled eyes, and smiled slightly. Perhaps from other people's perspective, this is just a conflict between students. But from my perspective, that's not how it looks. He analyzed slowly. That group of people look down on us from a condescending attitude. They think we are ants, F grade, and worthless people who don't deserve to be in that classroom. But I don't see it that way. You should be the highest in my heart, not them. Su Qingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Fan to say this suddenly, and her cheeks became hot uncontrollably again. But Lin Fan didn't care and continued to explain. So, I want them to stay for a while and beg us to go back to class in a humble manner. Curiosity immediately emerged in Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes. Beg us? How? Lin Fan walked towards the A-level teaching area, explaining as he went. It's very simple. Yesterday on the bus back to school, Yili said she would tell her teacher what happened. 2 F-rank students defeated a group of E-rank alien beasts and killed a top killer. Do you think, as an S-rank professor, you would be interested in such an anomaly? Hearing this, Su Qingyan made an expression of sudden enlightenment, and couldn't help but admire his partner's meticulous thoughts. Lin Fan continued speaking. Yili invited us to attend the open class, and this S-level professor didn't stop us. This is enough to show that she is also interested in meeting us. At least, I think she'll be curious about how we 2 F-class guys managed to do it. So, just wait. I guess it won't be long before someone comes to ask us to go back, and in a way we want. After listening, Su Qingyan nodded in agreement. As she looked at her partner, a look of amazement and approval gradually emerged in her eyes. Lin Fan suddenly changed the subject and said half-jokingly, "But then again, I seem to have gotten into trouble with someone pretty serious. Student Su Qingyan, do you want to stay away from me now to avoid being implicated?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan did not dodge away. Instead, he took a step closer to him and shook his head seriously. "I don't care about the Wang family." Her expression was firm, and she didn't want Lin Fan to misunderstand her. "I just thought your self-esteem was hurt, and I wanted to comfort you." Unexpectedly, his partner acted arrogantly to protect him and slapped the daughter of the Wang family. Lin Fan looked at her sincere expression and was moved. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I promised Lin Feier yesterday to train together." Su Qingyan nodded, took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Lin Feier. A level teaching building. Lin Feier looked at the text message on her phone, her mind full of question marks. "Aren't you going to Professor Han Xing's open class? Why are you looking for me again? That's Professor Han Xing's class. Even an A-rank Valkyrie like me wasn't invited. How can they just not go?" The next second, Lin Feier had a flash of inspiration and instantly figured it out. "Oh, I see. It must be the campus beauty of Suzhou University. She knew I wasn't invited and was afraid I'd feel upset, so she'd rather give up such a precious opportunity to come train with me. Such generosity. Such thoughtfulness. No wonder she's the most popular campus beauty. I learned it. Lin Feier had an expression that said "I've seen through everything" on her face. She ran out of the teaching building excitedly and went to pick up Su Qingyan and Lin Fan in person. When she saw Su Qingyan, Lin Feier's face showed an expression of emotion. In order to accompany me who was not invited, he would rather not attend Professor Han Xing's class. It's so touching. It was just her self-admiration that made Su Qingyan look confused. Lin Fan secretly complained, "This silly girl is so lonely? Just coming to accompany her training can move me so much." When Lin Feier led the two of them to the A-level exclusive training ground, a familiar scene appeared again. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan were stopped by several A-level students. "Lin Feier, what do you mean? How can F-level people be allowed into an A-level training ground?" However, this time, without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, Lin Feier put her hands on her hips and raised her eyebrows. "My uncle is a school trustee. You know that, right?" Upon hearing this, these A-level students immediately wilted and lost their domineering aura. But one of them still intends to try hard. "Even if they are your friends, this is an A-level teaching area after all. How can we let F-level?" Before she finished speaking, Lin Feier immediately pointed at Lin Fan and said with great momentum, "He's my brother. I'm bringing my brother and his partner to train on my property. Is that a problem? If you have any objections, I'll call my uncle right now and ask him whether his F-class useless nephew is qualified to enter here." After hearing this, the expressions of those A-level students changed, and they instantly became so intimidated that they lost all their confidence. "Damn, no one told me that this useless girl Su Xiaohua's partner has such a background. It doesn't matter if you offend F-level students, but to offend the school director's nephews or nieces is simply seeking death." They immediately made way for her and watched Lin Feier walk into the A-level training ground with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Lin Feier, who was leading the way, had a smug look on her face, and from time to time she would steal glances at the expressions of the two people behind her. Her mind was full of thoughts. That domineering scene I just showed was so cool. They must have been so touched. In order to protect this guy Lin Fan, I didn't hesitate to lower my status. I'm afraid he can't help falling in love with me. So the secret to being so popular is so easy to use. I need to learn more from her. Inside the training ground, a dozen A-level students are sweating in their respective areas. There is an air of elitism in the air. When Lin Feier brought Lin Fan and Su Qingyan into the venue, almost everyone's attention was instantly focused on them. There was a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and an invisible sense of superiority in those eyes. How could an F-rank person come into an A-rank training ground? Did Lin Feier bring him in? She's really messing around. It's enough to be friends with F-class students, why bring these people to the A-class teaching area? The whispering was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the three people. Lin Feier frowned, and her pretty face was instantly covered with a layer of displeasure. She stood still abruptly, looked around the room, and said in a clear and domineering voice, Shut up, everyone. This is my friend, I brought him here. If anyone dares to look at them like that again, don't blame me for being rude to him. The aura of an A-level Valkyrie was quietly released at this moment. Many students were startled, looked away awkwardly, and turned back to continue their training, but their ears were still perked up. The training ground suddenly became much quieter. Lin Feier, thank you. Su Qingnian said softly. Oh, why are you being so polite to me? Lin Feier waved her hand carelessly, making an indifferent expression, and then stared at Lin Fan with her eyes wide open, as if expecting something. Question mark. Lin Fan showed a speechless expression, and then began to praise him as if he was praising a child. I'm so grateful to our Linda campus beauty. After hearing the praise as she wished, Lin Feier immediately made a free and easy move. It's okay, it's okay. We're all friends. But her heart was filled with joy because of the two touching words. So this is what it feels like to be truly thanked. That's wonderful. Those who approached me before all had ulterior motives, none of them were sincere. After muttering to herself for a while, Lin Feier approached Su Qingnian curiously and asked curiously. Su Qingnian, seriously, what were you and Lin Fan doing yesterday? You were so mysterious. Su Qingnian's face flushed uncontrollably, and he lowered his head to think about what to say. Lin Fan, who was standing by, saw this and answered for her. It can be considered as a small practical training. Actual combat training? Lin Feier's eyes lit up, and then she clapped her hands and laughed. That's perfect. Better today than tomorrow. How about we test our 4 basic attributes before we start training? Lin Feier felt proud again. I've been training hard these past 2 days, and my ability values have increased by an average of 5 points. If they saw my improvement, they would be so surprised. Chapter 44 Lin Feier's Little Plan. Lin Feier looked at the test site not far away and continued. Would you like to see how much you've grown through actual combat? When this suggestion was made, Lin Feier's mind was almost full of calculations. She wanted to wait until Su Qingnian and Lin Fan finished their tests before conducting the test. By then, her attribute values will definitely far exceed those of the campus beauty of Suzhou University. After all, the growth potential of A-level talent is several times, or even dozens of times, higher than that of F-level talent. Before the awakening ceremony, Lin Feier's 4 attributes were already at the top student level of Strength 72, Agility 74, Endurance 67, Reaction 71. After awakening as an A-rank Valkyrie, her attributes soared to Strength 80, Agility 82, Endurance 78, Reaction 81. After 2 days of hard training day and night, Lin Feier's attributes have increased by an average of 10 points. The terrifying data has reached Strength 90, Agility 92, Endurance 88, Reaction 91. If this data was put before the awakening ceremony, it would be enough to make the whole city talk about me. Lin Feier could almost foresee the stunned and surprised expressions of Su Qingnian and Lin Fan when they saw their attribute panels later. Thinking of this, the smile on her lips became even wider. Does it have to be so exciting so early in the morning? Lin Fan lazily glanced at the A-level students around him who were listening with their ears perked up, and complained. When Lin Feier heard this, she thought Lin Fan was afraid that the test data would be too low and he would be laughed at by others, so she quickly patted her chest and promised. Hey, if you think your data is not good, you don't have to take the test. Besides, with this young lady here, I want to see who dares to laugh at you. Lin Fan chuckled when he heard that. There was a hint of amusement and pity in that smile. You're overthinking it. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but was overheard by everyone who pricked up their ears. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I'm afraid that after seeing the attribute data of Qingnian and me, other people's hearts will be shattered on the spot. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had pricked up their ears and eavesdropped all frowned. They all stopped what they were doing and gave him looks that were either sarcastic, angry, or like he was looking at a fool. How dare an F-level person make such arrogant statements, saying that he wants to break the hearts of Tao of these A-level geniuses? It's really ridiculous. Lin Feier was also stunned. She opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to refute. At this time, Su Qingnian, who had been silent all the time, spoke softly. I also want to see how much I've grown after yesterday's actual combat. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. After saying that, Su Qingnian walked straight to the strength testing area. Because of Lin Fan's words, all the students who were training at this moment subconsciously stopped and looked over at the same time. Su Qingnian took a deep breath and stood in front of the first test item, the strength tester. Her white fist slowly clenched and then suddenly punched out. Bang! With a dull thud, the numbers on the tester began to jump wildly. In the end, it froze at a value that plunged the entire training ground into dead silence. The moment she saw the number, the smile on Lin Feier's face completely froze. She widened her beautiful eyes and her pupils contracted violently. The whole person seemed to be under a spell, standing still, his mind blank. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yili was sitting restlessly in the open class of S-level Professor Han Xing. She looked around but still couldn't find Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. There is not much time left before class starts. Excuse me, have you seen Lin Fan and Su Qingyan? Yili began to anxiously ask the classmates around her. However, those who had clearly witnessed the entire incident changed their expressions when questioned. When asked, the students either avoided eye contact or shook their heads and said they didn't see it. What's more, some people said sarcastically, "Classmate Yili, AF class is different from our circle." They might feel embarrassed to come and leave on their own. Or perhaps someone, under the instruction of Wang Yan, who had been slapped, deliberately lied. It seems someone saw them before, but I don't know if they saw that most of the people attending the class were A-level students, so they left on their own. Yili took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Qingyan, and even called her, but she didn't receive a reply. It's not Su Qingyan's fault that she didn't reply on purpose, because she was conducting 4 tests at the moment and didn't notice that someone had sent a message. Getting closer to class. The door of the classroom was pushed open, and a woman with a calm temperament, cold and exquisite beauty walked in. It was none other than the S-class water attribute Valkyrie, Professor Han Xing. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Yili immediately stood up and took the initiative to walk in front of Professor Han Xing to explain on behalf of Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. Teacher, Su Qingyan and Lin Fan might have been delayed on the way. Please don't blame them for being late. Upon hearing this, Professor Han Xing simply smiled faintly, without any displeasure in his eyes. Fine. She spoke gently, but her voice held a soothing power. In fact, today's class was originally held for the 2 of them. Han Xing approached Yili and whispered, "Do you remember what I said last night? I changed the content of today's topic. Did you think about it after you went back?" After seeing Yili nodded seriously, Han Xing smiled with satisfaction and continued speaking. "The answer to this question still needs your 2 friends to reveal it to us. We, the audience, should wait a little longer." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of several students who were nearby looked strange. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they found it hard to believe what they heard. A class for 2F grade students. How is this possible? Those 2F level students who were chased away by everyone earlier will come to teach us A-level students later? Under the shocked gazes of these people, Professor Han Xing walked up to the podium and turned on the projection. A line of large characters appeared on the screen, which stunned these people again and also made other students confused. Topic discussion: Does awakening level really determine everything? This isn't the course content the professor announced yesterday? Why did you suddenly change the subject? All my preparations yesterday were wasted. What's there to discuss about this topic? Isn't it obvious? There was a lot of discussion, and no one could understand why Professor Han Xing, who was always rigorous, would change the course at the last minute. He also raised such a meaningless question. Only Yili knew that all this was because of those 2F level guys. She was also looking forward to what kind of lessons Su Qingyan and Lin Fan would teach her. At this moment, there was a knock on the tightly closed door of the classroom. Yili was delighted, thinking that Lin Fan and Su Qing had read it, and quickly stood up and ran to open the door. However, standing outside the door was a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the school logistics department. Director Chen? Yili was a little disappointed. The person who came was Chen Shan, the director of the school's logistics department and the leader of the space stabilizer maintenance team. The purpose of his coming had nothing to do with this class, but was because of the strange beast that appeared in the school. Chen Shan walked up to the podium and whispered to Han Xing. "Professor Han Xing, I have some progress I'd like to share with you regarding the recent spatial rifts and sightings of strange beasts on campus." Professor Han Xing nodded, but showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he gestured for the director to find a place to sit down. "Director Chen, there's no rush. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and listen to the class together? We can discuss it in detail after the class is over." The current situation of the strange beasts was not critical, and Chen Shan was also interested in listening to the class of this S-level professor, so he nodded happily and found a place to sit down. After sitting down in the last row, Chen Shan finally noticed the topic on the screen on the podium. Can the awakening level really determine everything? Chen Shan recited the topic silently, frowned, and then smiled with interest. He wanted to see how Han Xing, the S-level professor, was going to explain this sentence. On the podium, Professor Han Xing's gaze returned to the students. Okay, everyone, you can start your discussion now. Can the awakening level really determine everything? After a brief silence, the students began to discuss. And a great student, known as a genius, spoke first, his tone filled with inherent arrogance. I don't think this issue needs to be discussed at all. Our awakening level determines the upper limit of our future from the moment we awaken. Isn't that right? Someone took the lead, and the rest of the students also started discussing. For a moment, the classroom was bustling with activity. The S-class are destined to be the protectors of humanity, and the F-class, with all due respect, they are lucky to be able to survive safely. That's right, high-level people can do whatever they want, while low-level people can't do many things even if they try hard. This is the truth before our eyes. I heard that this morning, 2 F-class warriors attacked Wang Yan from the Wang family. They're simply too ignorant to admit their own limitations. Even if they manage to succeed once, their lives will be sealed by the F-class label, and they'll never become strong. Trying to attract attention by challenging opponents of higher rank is ultimately clownish behavior. Without the corresponding level, everything is just castles in the air. Yili was also participating in the discussion. But as she spoke, she discovered that her ideas were very different from those of other students. Or perhaps, Yili's original concept was the same as that of other students. But after what happened yesterday, things are different. The strange beasts that Su Qingyan killed yesterday, and the killers that Lin Fan defeated. And the one they worked together to take down Xia Yuan, who was ranked in the top 3 of F rank. Even if the entire classroom were to go together, I'm afraid they would all be wiped out. Of course, Yili's ideas did not change drastically. She knew in her heart that the advantage of people with high-level awakening was their ability to grow and their potential. But Yili disagreed. People at F level were trash. These low-level people can also make their own contributions quietly in other places. Yili, who had no connection with the others, simply chose not to participate in the discussion. However, her action was secretly discussed by other students. It is said that after Yili awakened to S level, she became aloof and unwilling to talk to A-level classmates. In the classroom, the echoes of words praising the higher class and disparaging the lower class created an invisible pressure. They weave an indestructible ladder of hierarchy with their self-righteous truths. Yili listened silently, but her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of yesterday. She remembered how calm and powerful Lin Fan and Su Qingyan were when they faced the ferocious beasts yesterday. I remembered those F-level bodyguards who bravely fought side by side with the monsters even though they knew they were no match for them. And her partner Gao Feng, who is an A-level ability user, ran away out of fear in a critical moment. Yili was full of disapproval of these classmates' remarks. But she didn't open her mouth to refute. Because she just wanted to wait for Su Qingyan and Lin Fan to arrive and let them tell her about their experiences in person. Let these self-righteous guys open their eyes. Chapter 45, Is This Fucking F Grade? Professor Han Xing's gaze swept calmly over the students in the audience. Their faces were filled with the pride and honor of high-level awakeners. Han Xing listened to the arguments that F-class is trash and level determines fate without refuting them. He just asked the second question lightly. Well, let's make a hypothesis. If an A-rank awakener becomes content after awakening, wastes his days in idleness, and never trains diligently, his 4 attribute values combined will ultimately only reach a mere 200 points. And another F-rank awakener, to prove he wasn't the useless person others claimed he was, trained day after day. Eventually, his 4 attribute values also reached 200 points. Now, please tell me, between these two people, who is the real loser? Who is considered successful? After a moment of silence in the classroom, there was even louder discussion. Is that even a question? Of course, a rank is stronger. A student immediately stood up and said, Professor Han Xing, potential cannot be generalized. The growth potential of a level is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of F level. That F rank must have worked incredibly hard to reach 200 points. I'm afraid they've already exhausted all their potential and can't make any further progress. As for that A level, even if he only has 200 points now, as long as he is willing and works a little harder, his attributes will improve rapidly. This statement was quickly supported by other students. Yes, it's like one is a billionaire and the other is a pauper. Even if a wealthy man falls on hard times temporarily, his connections, vision, and capital for a comeback are still there. Even if that poor guy picked up some money, his mindset and social class mean he can't keep it. F grade is F grade. This is a genetic imprint that cannot be changed. Listening to these deeply rooted ideas, Yi Li's brows furrowed more and more. She quietly clenched her hands under the table into fists, finding these remarks extremely harsh. Professor Han Xing watched the students fall into a heated discussion again and did not guide them any further. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yi Li in the first row and asked gently, "Yi Li, when will your two friends arrive?" Her voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power. "I think it's time for the real protagonist of this class to speak out." Yi Li's heart tightened, and she quickly replied, "Teacher, I'm contacting them." At the same time, in the A-level training ground. Drop. The strength tester made a crisp sound, and a row of bright red numbers instantly froze on the screen. The smile on Lin Feier's face completely froze the moment she saw the number clearly. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the testing instrument in disbelief. Then he suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Fan, who was standing next to him with a calm expression. As if she wanted to confirm from his face whether she was dreaming. Puff. Lin Fan looked at Lin Feier's frightened expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Calm down, Miss Lin," Lin Fan said leisurely. "This is just the beginning. Don't be so shocked. I'm afraid your jaw will really drop." His voice was not loud, but it was like a stick, constantly hitting Lin Feier's head. At the same time, in the training ground, many students who were already sweating hard were attracted by the movement here and cast curious glances. Impossible. This is just power. Lin Feier forced herself to calm down and kept comforting herself in her heart. Yes, it's just strength. Su Qingyan must be a strength type. Her agility, endurance, and reaction are definitely not as good as mine. Thinking of this, Lin Feier seemed to feel a little better. To verify that she was not dreaming, she stretched out her hand, aimed at Lin Fan's arm, and pinched it hard. Question mark. Lin Fan grimaced at the pinching and glared at her unhappily. Lin Feier pointed at Su Qingyan, who was already walking towards the next tester in the middle of the field, and said confidently, "Let me see if I'm dreaming." Lin Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Silly girl. At this moment, Lin Feier suddenly changed the subject and asked in a low voice, "By the way, Lin Fan, did you and Su Qingyan, did you have a dream last night?" Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned. Dream? Did she know that she and Su Qingyan stayed in the same dormitory last night? Lin Fan's first reaction was, "I didn't sleep in the same bed with her, how would I know if she was dreaming?" But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered. "Last night, I did have a dream. I dreamed about the strange beast that appeared in school, the Twisted Walker." He originally thought that it was just because he had just been to the Shadow Rift yesterday, and he was thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night. But now when he heard Lin Feier ask this, he realized that things might not be that simple. "You dreamed about it too?" Lin Fan asked calmly. Lin Feier nodded heavily, with a hint of fear on her face. "Yeah. Ever since the day of the awakening ceremony, when I saw that Twisted Walker at school, I've been dreaming about it these past few days. It's all in my dreams." Lin Fan raised his brows slightly, but remained relaxed on the surface, and comforted. "The school is already investigating, so there shouldn't be any problems." Lin Feier nodded and was about to say something else. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from not far away. "Holy crap! 220! The final value of her strength test is actually 220. Bang!" Several students who were doing equipment training suddenly lost control of the barbells and dumbbells in their hands, which fell to the ground with a loud noise. But no one cares about that. Everyone's gaze, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, converged on Su Qingyan. 220? Are you kidding me? Am I seeing things? The strongest A-level hunk in our school only has a best score of over 90. Is she a monster? F-class? This is fucking F-class? Lin Feier also suddenly turned her attention back to the testing ground. When she saw the final value 220 on the strength tester, she was struck by lightning again and stood there in a daze. 220. She lowered her head and thought about herself. The 90 points of strength she had achieved after 2 days of hard training was less than half of her opponent's. And just now, I was actually thinking about giving the other party a big surprise? An indescribable feeling of shame suddenly surged into my heart. Lin Fei's cheeks flushed red, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lin Fan looked at the number 220 and just chuckled. He moved his mind and quietly opened the system panel. In the field of vision that only he could see, Su Qingnian's attributes emerged clearly. Su Qingnian. Strength, 270. Alas, the campus beauty of Suzhou University is still too kind. Lin Fan thought to himself. Even when testing data, I was thinking about not breaking others' Dao hearts, and I hit a full 50 points of strength. This noble quality is truly worth learning. Just then, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was a message from Yili. Where have you been? The teacher's class has already started, and the whole class is waiting for you. Lin Fan looked at the message and tapped the screen quickly with his fingers. I came here this morning, but was stopped by a few A-grade students at the classroom door. They said F-grade students were not worthy of entering the classroom. Oh, by the way, there was a girl named Wang Yan who looked at my partner with disdain. I got really angry and slapped her. It's not easy to go to class after hitting someone, and I don't want to cause you any trouble, so I'm going to the A-level training ground. After explaining the whole story, Lin Fan paused and added one last sentence. If you want us to go back to class, I appreciate your kindness. But what if those A-level geniuses came over, humbled themselves, apologized, and then respectfully invited us back? Then we will naturally obey your orders respectfully. On the other side, in the open classroom. Buzz. The vibration of the phone brought Yili back to her senses instantly. When she saw Lin Fan's reply, the anxiety on her face quickly turned into surprise, and then into uncontrollable anger. So that's how it is. She raised her head and looked at the students in the classroom who were still talking loudly, boasting about how noble the high class was and how despicable the low class was. I just feel that every one of their faces is full of hypocrisy and hatefulness. The next second, Yili stood up from her seat abruptly. Amid the puzzled gazes of others, he quickly walked to the podium. She didn't say anything, but just handed her phone screen directly to Professor Han Xing. Chapter 46 Wang Yan's Plan. Teacher, Lin Fan and Su Qingnian shouldn't have been late. Yili handed the phone to Han Xing and explained with suppressed anger. Teacher, this is why they couldn't come to class. After handing over the phone, Yili took a step back. His cold gaze swept across the entire room. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the classroom. Teacher, I would like to share my thoughts on the topic of this class. I have always believed that high-level awakeners should shoulder more responsibilities and make greater contributions to this world. Halfway through her speech, Yili changed the subject and her eyes suddenly became sharp. But I never think that this can be used as a basis for looking down on others. Those who take advantage of their high rank to wantonly bully and mock so-called lower-ranking students are, in my opinion, the real losers. After the words were spoken, the discussion in the classroom gradually died down. The expressions of many A-level students turned somewhat ugly. Professor Han Xing nodded to Yili with satisfaction, then took the phone and quickly browsed the messages. After understanding the truth, her expression did not change at all, she just looked towards the bottom of the podium. Okay, quiet down. Professor Han Xing spoke calmly, instantly interrupting a new round of heated discussion among the students in the audience. She returned the phone to Yili and looked around at everyone calmly. I already know about some unpleasant things that happened this morning. But I don't want to talk about it right now. Professor Han Xing paused and directly mentioned the temporary changes to the course. I want to tell you why this open class was changed at the last minute today. The students, who were already confused, suddenly became interested and curious about what explanation Professor Han Xing would give. The reason for the last-minute change in course content is because of two students who were late arriving. So, today's protagonist is not me, the professor, nor Yili, nor any of the senior students here. The protagonists are Lin Fan and Su Qingnian. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom exploded. The students' brows furrowed subconsciously. Almost everyone showed an expression of disbelief. It was as if I had heard the most ridiculous words in the world. Are you kidding me? Aren't these two F-class students? Could Professor Han Xing be mistaken? F-class doesn't even have a dedicated teaching area. What inspiration can it bring us? That's right. How can an F-class student with low potential and weak strength become the protagonist of a class? Questions, ridicule, and dissatisfaction rose one after another, merging into a noisy wave of sound. Chen Shan, the director of the logistics department, who had been sitting in the last row of the classroom with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes at this moment. He pushed the frame of his glasses, and a look of surprise and curiosity flashed across his face. Professor Han Xing would actually change an entire class just for 2 unknown F-level freshmen? Interesting. All right. Professor Han Xing's voice remained calm, but it carried an unquestionable authority that instantly suppressed all the noise. She looked at the pairs of questioning eyes in the audience and continued without explaining. You discussed the class questions for a long time, and I listened for a long time, but no answer satisfied me. And I can tell you clearly now that Su Qingyan and Lin Fan carry the reference answer to this question. But it's a shame that some people aren't here because of their outstanding performance. So, this class can't go on. Professor Han Xing spoke calmly, but the students' minds were already in a mess. Those who knew about the incident or participated in driving away the 2 F-level students were now filled with questions. Why do those 2 F-level students have reference answers? Professor Han Xing continued speaking. Who asked them to leave? Now, go and invite them back. She emphasized the word please. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone was stunned, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Professor Han Xing actually asked the A-level students to invite 2 F-level students back to class? This is crazy. We dare to invite those 2 F-level students. Do they dare to come? As the main force that drove Lin Fan away at that time, Wang Yan's face looked extremely ugly. Even her partner still hasn't figured out why Professor Han Xing spoke up for the 2 F-level students. Several of Wang Yan's companions immediately stood up for her. Why? Wang Yan is also trying to protect the honor of us A-level students. Exactly. That guy named Lin Fan actually slapped Wang Yan. We're lucky we didn't go after him. Wang Yan's partner lowered his voice and said viciously. Don't be afraid, Yenner. After class, I'll get someone to kill that brat. I'll help you vent your anger. Professor Han Xing seemed not to hear the whispers, but just waited quietly without saying a word. Time passed minute by minute, and the whole classroom fell silent. The eyes of all those who knew the situation slowly began to focus on Wang Yan. At this moment, those gazes seemed to have turned into invisible pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. It seems that I made a mistake in judgment. No one asked them to leave. Professor Han Xing's voice turned cold. Well, this class is suspended. We'll continue when Su Qingyan and Lin Fan return to the classroom. The whole audience was in an uproar again. At this moment, the eyes of all those who knew the situation were like knives, stabbing at Wang Yan and her partner. Wang Yan felt the gazes of those around her, and the invisible pressure made her body tremble slightly. She knew that if she didn't stand up, she would become the public enemy of the entire A-level class. In the end, Wang Yan was forced to stand up in humiliation. Her face instantly changed into an expression of grievance. She even covered her slightly swollen cheek with her hand, trying to win Professor Han Xing's sympathy. Professor Han Xing, I. She was just about to speak, wanting to explain using her best green tea rhetoric. But he was immediately interrupted mercilessly by Professor Han Xing. Save your words for Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. With just one sentence, all the words Wang Yan had prepared were blocked in her throat. Wang Yan's face turned pale and blue, and her heart was filled with anger and humiliation. But in the end, he could only squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. I'll go and ask them to come back. She paused and added. But I don't know where these F-class will go. I know. Yili, who had been silent all this time, stood up. They're at the A-level training ground. I can lead the way. After saying that, Yili looked at Professor Han Xing again and asked meaningfully. Teacher, do you want to go and take a look together? Professor Han Xing immediately understood what the student meant. This is because he is afraid that Wang Yan will play tricks again. Han Xing nodded. That's fine, I just want to move around a bit. Before leaving, Chen Shan, director of the logistics department, said with great interest. Since this class isn't over yet, I'll go check it out too. Then, a group of people left the classroom with mixed expressions of shock, sympathy, and schadenfreude, heading towards the A-level training ground. At the same time, in the A-level training ground, the atmosphere has completely shifted from amazement to numbness. When the value of Su Qingyan's last reaction test froze on the display screen, the entire training ground fell into silence. Every A-level student present looked as if they had lost their souls, staring blankly at the data that shattered their faith. Look! Lin Fan looked around and said to Lin Feier, who was petrified beside him, with a smile. I told you long ago that it would break your heart. He patted Lin Feier's shoulder with an expression of watching the fun. Go ahead, it's your turn now. Let us see the elegance of an A-rank Valkyrie. Lin Feier's face flushed. She looked at Su Qingyan's 4 abnormal data. Thinking about my own pitiful numbers, I felt ashamed. I had an accident. How embarrassing. Testing in front of such a monster would be humiliating to oneself. I suddenly don't want to take the test anymore. Lin Feier replied hesitantly. Ha? Lin Fan was amused and directly returned the words that Lin Feier had just complained about him. If you're worried the number is too low, you don't need to take the test. No one will laugh at you. You. Lin Feier was so excited that she was speechless. She knew that this was her line. She glared at Lin Fan and thought angrily, I can't beat Su Qingyan, so how can I be better than you? After all, I am an A-rank Valkyrie. At least he can beat the boys in Class F, right? Yes. As long as I surpass Lin Fan, that's all. Okay. Let's test it. Lin Feier puffed out her chest and pointed at Lin Fan, saying, After I test you, don't be too scared to test yourself again. After that, she walked towards the testing equipment angrily. Not long. A group of figures appeared at the entrance of the training ground. Leading the group were Professor Han Xing, Yili, and Shen Shan, director of the logistics department. Many students were surprised when they saw this S-level professor. Behind Professor Han Xing followed a group of A-level students. The person surrounded by the crowd was Wang Yan, whose face looked extremely ugly. Looking into the training ground, everyone saw Lin Feier chatting and laughing with Su Qingyan and Lin Fan. Isn't that Lin Feier? How come she's an A-rank Valkyrie hanging out with 2 F-rank ones? Some confused students began to discuss in low voices. Could it be Lin Feier is Su Qingyan's friend? Wait, I suddenly thought of a question. Lin Fan's surname is Lin, and Lin Feier's surname is also Lin. Could it be? Wang Yan, who was in the crowd, had a look of deep anger in her eyes. When she saw Lin Feier standing on the tester, a vicious idea quietly sprouted in her mind. Very good. Wait a minute, let me test it too. Then find a way to get these 2 F-level guys to take the test. By then, Professor Han Xing will naturally see how the data of A-level students crushes those of F-level. These 2 F-level guys are just trying to gain attention by climbing up Li's relationship. I drive them away myself just to maintain the nobility and honor of the classroom. Thinking of this, the humiliation and anger in Wang Yan's heart all turned into cold calculation and expectation. She squeezed through the crowd and strode towards Su Qingyan. Chapter 47 You are the frog at the bottom of the well. Wang Yan was thinking in her mind as she walked towards Lin Feier. She wanted to go over and praise this A-rank Valkyrie. If he could get Lin Feier to his side, he could just invite Lin Feier to the classroom. Then let Lin Feier take the 2 F-level ones with her. In this way, he could allow these 2 F-grade students to go to the classroom without lowering his own rank. It was at this time that Lin Feier's test ended. A row of numbers popped up on the huge display screen in the training ground, and then froze there. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Those A-level students stretched their necks to look at the screen, their faces looking like they had swallowed a fly-shaped cake. It was like there was a fly stuck in the cake, and an indescribable strange feeling twisted on their faces. Wang Yan began to have doubts in her heart. What's wrong with these people? Lin Feier's test data is probably higher than everyone else present. Could it be that their expressions showed that they looked down on Lin Feier? Finally, someone in the crowd seemed to be out of breath and shook his head. Alas, all 4 attributes have reached 90. A boy whispered, but there was no excitement in his voice. The person next to him immediately took over. Yeah, it's a jaw-dropping statistic. She's only awakened for 2 days, and she's worthy of being an A-rank Valkyrie. Her talent is beyond words. That's fine, it's just a pity. Yeah, it's a shame she had to test it behind a monster. My mind is still full of those 200+ numbers. Now looking at this 90, it's just like looking at my own data. I don't feel anything at all. These words were as soft as the hum of a mosquito, but they entered Lin Feier's ears without missing a word. Lin Feier's face turned pale in an instant. She originally thought that after she finished the test, she would hear thunderous praise and admiration. Now, there is only sympathy and numbness in these people's eyes. This was clearly her moment. How did it become like this again? Lin Feier sighed in her heart. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is like a mountain. I'm still feeling suffocated by this. No, I have to quickly divert everyone's attention away from me. She turned her head and grabbed the lazy Lin Fan next to her. It's your turn. Lin Feier urged. Go test it quickly and let everyone see your data. As soon as Lin Fan's data comes out, everyone's attention will be diverted. I can finally get rid of this awkward situation of being neither up nor down. Lin Fan glanced at her, then lazily glanced at his own data on the system interface. Then compared it with Lin Feier's poor 90. He shook his head slowly. No. That's not necessary. Lin Fan said. I'm afraid my data is too high, and your newly stabilized Dao heart will be shattered in an instant. What should I do then if you blame me? When these words came out, Lin Feier was so angry that she almost jumped up. People around also looked at him with suspicion. The campus beauty of Suzhou University is already so terrifying, could her partner be just as terrifying as well? Lin Feier didn't believe it, so she turned around and asked Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, you two are partners. What are Lin Fan's statistics like? She wanted Su Qingyan to tell her a real number, a number that was not as good as her own. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan and thought of the killers who fell to the ground yesterday. The bodies of those dead guys are still warm. She felt that Lin Fan's data was probably not much different from hers. This thought even she herself found a little unbelievable. But if that wasn't the case, how could Lin Fan defeat those killers? She opened her mouth and was about to express her guess when a sharp and laughing voice interrupted her. Lin University Campus Bell, what are you doing? Wang Yan walked to Lin Feier's side, glanced at the data on the screen, and was very approving. This Lin Feier is indeed a character. She has just awakened for 2 days, and her 4 data have reached 90, which is comparable to mine. She will be a formidable opponent in next month's campus competition. She thought to herself, but a sarcastic smile appeared on her face, and her eyes fell on Lin Fan. What's so good about an F-rank guy's stats? You're an A-rank Valkyrie. Just by moving your fingers, the measured data is far higher than his. Being so close to someone like that is simply lowering your status. After Wang Yan said this, she waited for Lin Feier to gratefully agree. But she didn't wait. She only saw that Lin Feier's face darkened. The faces of all the classmates around also changed. It becomes like looking at a fool. Suppressed discussions gradually arose in the crowd. What nonsense is this man talking about? Didn't she see the test of the Suzhou University beauty just now? Damn it! I thought the same thing before the Suzhou University beauty test. Now I just want to slap myself. Ignorance is bliss. Lin Feier's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She stared at Wang Yan, feeling that every word Wang Yan said was a mockery of her. What do you mean? Who I'm close to is none of your business. Why do you look down on F class? And why do you think your data is definitely better than F class? The series of questions confused Wang Yan. The expression on her face changed from sarcasm to confusion, and then from confusion to disbelief. Finally, she burst out laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Linda Campus Beauty, what nonsense are you talking about? And everyone, what are you talking about? Wang Yan spread out her hands, as if she was saying something that was as it should be. We who have awakened a level talents should naturally be stronger than those at F level. Isn't this just natural? Is there anything to question? She had just finished speaking. Someone around snorted in disdain. Some people couldn't help but burst out laughing. That laughter was full of the flavor of ignorance is bliss. Wang Yan finally felt that something seemed to be wrong. Her brows furrowed. Just then, her partner, Zhao Sunan, the tall boy, also came over. Zhao Sunan didn't know anything yet. He just saw Wang Yan being bullied by a group of people, and he immediately became angry. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice. What do you mean by that expression? What did Wang Yan say wrong? The noises around him immediately died down, and it was obvious that they didn't want to cause any trouble. But Lin Feier was not afraid of him. She interrupted the man directly with a cold look in her eyes. You two are really rude. The tall Zhao Sunan frowned, but when he saw the face of the person who spoke, he had to suppress his anger. After Lin Feier finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Su Qingyan, her voice slowing down a bit. Su Qingyan, what did you want to say just now? Everyone's attention was once again focused on Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, then spoke calmly. Yesterday, when Lin Fan and I were training in combat, we exchanged blows with a master. Lin Fan fought against those masters, and he didn't lose. So I think. Su Qingyan paused for a moment and said a conclusion that almost froze everyone. Lin Fan's force statistics should be about twice as high as yours. She looked at Lin Fair and spoke word by word. When Lin Fair heard this, her expression changed instantly and she looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. She subconsciously reached out to cover her chest, and it seemed as if there was really a crack there. My heart of Taoism seems to be a little broken. Su Qingyan, you must be kidding me, right? Lin Fair couldn't believe it, but she couldn't help but believe it. But Wang Yan and her partner frowned and looked unconvinced. She even questioned directly. How can an F rank who just awakened 2 days ago have 4 stats higher than an A rank Valkyrie? Look where you're coming from before you brag. His tall partner also echoed this, pointing at Lin Fan with a mocking look on his face. Kid, do you hear me? Follow us to Professor Han Xing's class and don't play tricks, or you'll have a hard time after class. Then, he cast his contemptuous gaze at Su Qingyan again. Before the awakening ceremony, you were indeed the best overall. I admire you. But unfortunately, you awakened to F level. Potential, growth, you are 1,000,000 miles away from A level. My partner's growth from his A level talent alone has already equaled or even surpassed yours. In a month, I'm afraid you won't even be able to match a fraction of our data. Next time, before you brag, please take a look at yourself. After he said this, he felt very refreshed. He was waiting to see Su Qingyan's expression of shame. But what he saw was the even stronger gazes from the people around him, as if they were looking at him as a fool. The discussions were not loud, but they were getting louder and louder. This guy, is there something wrong with his brain? Didn't he see it either? Su Qingyan's stats, all 4 categories averaged over 200. My God, what day is it today? Are all the idiots out together? I kind of want to record this. These two look like clowns. A cold voice came from behind the crowd. You are the ones who are bragging. Yili walked over, followed by Professor Han Xing and Director of the Logistics Department Chen Shan. I was also present at Su Qingyan and Lin Fan's combat training yesterday. She didn't tell a single lie. Yili's gaze was like a knife, staring straight at Wang Yan. Also, let me add one more thing. The opponents they played against yesterday had the lowest 4 stats all above 180. Su Qingyan and Lin Fan can win. What do you think their statistics are? Yili sneered and looked at Wang Yan, whose expression suddenly changed. And you, Wang Yan, even if you awaken in a rank Valkyrie, your 4 stats will only be 90 at best. Not even half of Su Qingyan's. Stop acting so superior here. You are the frog at the bottom of the well. Chapter 48 Big and Brainy Lin Fair. You are the frog in the well. Yili's voice was not loud. But every word was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping Wang Yan and her partner hard. The two people's faces instantly changed from a proud crimson to an angry blue, and finally turned pale. The anger burned in my chest, almost swallowing up my reason. But when they looked at the S-level Yili in front of them, they couldn't even utter a word of doubt. Because they are S-level, they can't afford to offend them. They also cannot offend the Yi family easily. The overwhelming anger and unwillingness could only be suppressed in my heart. The muscles on their faces were twisted, making them look extremely ugly. The discussions around could no longer be suppressed, like boiling water. Oh my God, even S-rank Yili testified personally. Even an S-rank player is willing to train with me. This isn't just a question of talent, it's an absolute recognition of Su Qingyan's strength. What did Wang Yan and the others say just now? They said Su Qingyan couldn't even compare to a fraction of what they did? I'm dying of laughter. A boy lowered his voice, glanced at Wang Yan as if she were a fool, and smirked to his companions. Yili said earlier that she speculated that Su Qingyan's data was 190? I really want to see their expressions when they find out that the stats of all the campus beauties of Sucha University are above 200. Why do I feel like this level is just a fake label for the beauty queen of Sucha University? It's completely useless. Su Qingyan looked at Yili, who suddenly appeared, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Shouldn't she be in Professor Han Xing's class? But the next second, her gaze swept across Wang Yan and the other person with ashen faces, and finally fell back on Lin Fan, and she understood everything in an instant. It was exactly as Lin Fan had expected. These people were really sent to invite them back. Thinking of this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration in his heart. At the same time, Lin Fei's contemptuous gaze scraped across Wang Yan's face like a knife. Stop looking down on others like that. Lin Fei's voice was clear and loud, full of undisguised mockery. Today, I'll give you a good slap in the face on behalf of the Suzhou University beauty in Lin Fan. She suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at the huge display screen in the center of the training ground. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at the statistics of the most beautiful girl on the campus of Suzhou University. Lin Fei quickly called up the historical test records in front of the operating table. As she worked, a name was locked onto her. Su Qingyan. The moment those lines of eye-catching data appeared on the screen. Strength, 220. Agility, 210. Endurance, 205. Reaction, 201. The entire A-level training ground seemed to have been muted. Wang Yan and her partner stared at the data. The expressions on their faces froze. Impossible. Absolutely. Impossible. After a moment's silence, there were continuous chuckles coming from all around. Ha ha ha, look at their expressions, they look like they've seen a ghost. I had to take a picture of this is definitely the best clown expression of the year. He was so arrogant before, but now he acts like a fool. It's so funny. Even Yili, after seeing this set of data with her own eyes, had a flash of deep shock in her cold eyes. She took a deep breath. Although I personally participated in the battle yesterday, I already had a premonition that Su Qingyan's data would be ridiculously high. But when these four numbers, all exceeding 200, appeared so directly before her eyes, the impact still shocked her. Yili turned her head and looked at Su Qingyan in amazement, but another figure appeared in her mind at the same time. Yesterday, Lin Fan also killed 6 professional killers alone. His data, how terrifying would that be? More importantly, Lin Fan is not a Valkyrie yet, he is just a boy with F-level transformation ability. For a boy to possess such abnormal fighting power is countless times more exaggerated than the Valkyrie herself. Yili's gaze involuntarily turned to Lin Fan, her heart filled with unprecedented curiosity. Lin Fan just looked at the wonderful faces of the crowd, with a faint smile on his lips. He glanced at the system interface and saw Su Qingyan's real data, which only he could see. Strength, 270. Agility, 258. Endurance, 235. Reaction, 225. Lin Fan thought to himself that the number on the test instrument was just the result of her restraint in exerting her strength. If you were to see the real data, I'm afraid your faith would be shattered to pieces on the spot. Fake. This must be fake. Wang Yan's partner shouted in disbelief, pointing at the screen, extremely excited. This is illogical. It's never happened anywhere in the world. No F-class can produce this kind of data 2 days after awakening. The machine must be broken. At the same time, the other A-level students who came with Wang Yan couldn't help but start talking. When their eyes focused on the screen, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Am I seeing right? All 4 items are over 200? Is this Su Qingyan's? The F-level Su Qingyan? I even stopped her from entering the classroom this morning, and my data isn't even half as good as hers. Professor Han Xing's gaze fell on the screen, and his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Although her current value has already exceeded tens of thousands. But when she first awakened, her thought value was less than 100. So Professor Han Xing was also amazed. Back then, I was hailed as a genius that appears once in a century. But at this stage, I am far from being able to achieve such terrifying results. The awakening ceremony must have been wrong. Professor Han Xing made a decision in an instant. After this class is over, she will immediately report to the school leaders and require Su Qingyan and Lin Fan to be retested. If the school refuses, then she threatened to resign as a professor. Even if this professor no longer serves, he will never let these 2 students be disgraced. The director of the logistics department, Chen Shan, who came along with them, reacted even more exaggeratedly. He is a little old man who looks a little funny. At this moment, he pointed at the screen, then at Su Qingyan, and shouted to the students around him. Hey, classmates, is this the data measured by classmate Su? After receiving a positive answer, Chen Shan's face instantly turned into a smile. He slapped his thigh and said to everyone cheerfully, "Oh my! Young people nowadays are really getting better and better with each generation. I've been practicing my whole life, but even now, my 4 stats haven't even exceeded 200. Chen Shan's funny expression and actions caused a burst of good-natured laughter from the students around him. Then, he changed the subject and said slowly with emotion. It's just that some students take their rank too seriously and forget that strength is the most important thing. If I find a classmate's data exceeds 200, no matter what level he is, I will be polite and invite him to my office to consult with him. Chen Shan's words sounded like a joke, but they were like needles that pierced the hearts of Wang Yan and her partner. The students who had stopped Su Qingyan and Lin Fan in the morning now turned pale and lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been watching a show, lazily glanced at Wang Yan's pale face and asked Yi Li in a surprised tone. Shouldn't you be in class right now? Why are you all here all of a sudden? Su Qingyan, who was closest to Lin Fan, felt happy. She knew that Lin Fan's action was to remind the other party of the next process. When Yi Li heard this, a hint of apology appeared on her face. We are here for this. She turned her head and looked at Wang Yan with cold eyes. Wang Yan, teacher Han Xing asked you to invite Su Qingyan and Lin Fan back to class. Did you forget? This sentence did not make Wang Yan react first, but it made the other students in the training ground unable to sit still. The students who were originally in the training ground exclaimed in low voices again. What? They're here to invite Su Qingyan and Lin Fan to attend a class? Oh my god. I'm so jealous. Envy? If you could measure the data of the Suzhou University campus beauty, then you would definitely be able to attend the class. Wang Yan listened to the harsh discussions around her, and a strong hatred flashed across her face. But in the end she forced it down. She took a deep breath, avoided Su Qingyan and Lin Fan, looked at Lin Feier, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Lin Feier, do you want to go to Professor Han Xing's class together? Wang Yan was thinking in her heart that as long as Lin Feier agreed, she would definitely bring Su Qingyan alone. This way she wouldn't have to invite the 2F class people herself. Who knew that Lin Feier refused without even thinking about it? No. Hearing this, Wang Yan was completely stunned. She asked in disbelief. Have you lost your mind after hanging out with these FJ class people? That's Professor Han Xing's class. So many people are vying for it. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted impatiently by Lin Feier. Lin Feier stretched out her right hand and raised a white index finger. First, some so-called high-level students don't necessarily have the strength or brains to surpass lower-level students. Then she made a 2 gesture and proudly puffed out her chest. Second. Her eyes swept over Wang Yan, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Not only am I older than you, I'm also smarter than you. You want to invite me and then let me take Su Qingyan with me. This way you don't have to bow your head and save your ridiculous A-grade face, right? Chapter 49, a lesson specially modified for you too. Lin Feier blinked her bright eyes and chuckled. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but every word was piercing. I won't. She waved her white fingers in front of Wang Yan. I want to see with my own eyes how you, a dignified A-level genius, can lower yourself and personally invite an F-level student to attend class. Puff. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although he quickly suppressed his laughter, the intermittent laughter was more irritating than direct ridicule. Wang Yan's face instantly turned from ashen blue to red. She felt the most intense insult. You. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her fists were clenched tightly, as if she was going to attack and hurt someone in the next second. At this tense moment, a cold and impartial voice sounded. Wang Yan. Professor Han Xing spoke. Her gaze fell calmly on Wang Yan, but with a kind of pressure that made people dare not move. If you delay one student for 1 minute, that's 30 minutes for 30 students. I think no student would want their precious time to be wasted meaninglessly, right? As soon as the words fell, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue. Wang Yan's arrogance was instantly extinguished. She felt the terrifying suppression from the S-class expert, which prevented her from even thinking of resisting. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the anger and hatred surging in her heart, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. I'm sorry, it's me. But before she could finish her words, her partner Zhao Sunan, a tall young man, suddenly stood up and interrupted her with an indignant look on his face. Why should I apologize? Zhao Sunan pointed at Lin Fan and said indignantly. It was you who slapped my partner this morning. The teacher asked us to treat you now. We've already humbled ourselves. What else do you want? You're just trying to get ahead of us, aren't you? Just because my partner wanted to maintain her dignity as a high-ranking official, you guys are picking on her and ganging up on her to bully a girl? He spoke in a loud voice and his words were full of righteousness, as if he were the embodiment of justice. However, he didn't finish his words. A figure moved without any warning. It's Lin Fan. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a shadow flashed by. Bang! An extremely crisp explosion, like thunder from the blue sky, exploded on everyone's eardrums. Zhao Sunan, who was still making a speech, was suddenly pulled away by a huge force and spun half a circle on the spot. Half of his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood instantly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Before anyone could react, Lin Fan's figure flashed again, and he slapped again with his backhand. Bang! This slap was harder and heavier. He slapped Wang Yan hard in the face. Bang! Wang Yan felt as if she had been hit hard. She fell to the ground in a mess, her head buzzing, and she was completely stunned. The whole place fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes froze. His eyes kept shifting wildly between Lin Fan, who looked lazy and as if he had just swatted 2 flies, and Wang Yan, who was knocked to the ground. Is this F class? Over a disagreement, he slapped 2 A-level geniuses in front of the S-level professor and the dean? Lin Fan withdrew his hand without even looking at the young man who was covering his face. His eyes fell calmly on Wang Yan, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. I told you that this morning. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the room. Please, don't look at my partner with such contempt. If it happens again, it definitely won't be as simple as this morning. In one sentence, the whole audience was in an uproar. It turns out that this was not an impulse, but the fulfillment of a warning. Ah! I'll kill you. Wang Yan finally reacted, screamed, and all the energy in her body burst out. She was about to jump up from the ground and fight with Lin Fan. Her partner was also furious. He roared and swung his fist, hitting Lin Fan's head with a fierce punch. Stop! Everyone stop! The head teacher Qinshan quickly dodged, opened his arms and stood in the middle, firmly blocking the crazy student. That's enough! A calm shout rang out. This time, Professor Han Xing's voice was unquestionable. She was not angry, but a powerful aura like the mountains and seas descended upon her. The energy fluctuations of Wang Yan and her partner were instantly suppressed. The two of them seemed to be suppressed by an invisible mountain and could not move. You guys want to start a fight in front of me? Professor Han Xing stared at them coldly. Professor! He was the first to do it. Wang Yan's partner was so angry that his neck turned red, and he pointed at Lin Fan and accused him. Not only did he beat me, he also bullied Wang Yan in front of me. Professor Han Xing glanced at Lin Fan calmly, then turned his gaze back to the young man. Lin Fan told me the reason why he took action. Now, please tell me, what is your reason for taking action? With just one sentence, Zhao Sunan was stumped. Reason? Revenge for your partner? It sounds passionate, but in front of the professor, it's just a private fight between classmates. Word got out that an A-level genius was going to take revenge because his partner was beaten by an F-level. Not only would it be embarrassing, but he definitely wouldn't be able to attend Professor Han Xing's class. For a moment, he opened his mouth, his face flushed red, and he couldn't say a word. Professor Han Xing ignored him and turned his gaze to Wang Yan again. If you delay one student for 2 minutes, that's 60 minutes for 30 students. Her voice remained steady. Do you still want everyone to wait for you for another 90 minutes, or even 120 minutes? Wang Yan trembled all over. This time, she truly felt the threat. That was a warning from the S-rank War Valkyrie. She had no doubt that if she dared to say another word, the consequences would be 100 times worse than being slapped. All the anger, humiliation, and unwillingness were replaced by cold fear at this moment. Wang Yan struggled to get up from the ground, restrained all her emotions, and first bowed deeply to Professor Han Xing. I'm sorry, Professor, I've wasted everyone's time. Then she turned around and faced Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. She forced a sincere expression on her face that was uglier than crying, and bent her proud waist. I'm sorry, this morning, it was our fault. Please forgive us. After saying that, she looked at her partner again and whispered a reminder, apologize. Although Zhao Sunan was extremely reluctant, under the gaze of Professor Han Xing, he could only grit his teeth and apologize vaguely. Immediately afterwards, the students who had agreed with Wang Yan in the morning also came forward with pale faces, bowed and apologized to Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. After everyone apologized, Wang Yan finally took the last step. She looked at Su Qingyan and prayed in her heart that he would not cause any more trouble. Please agree to what I am going to say next and let me leave this extremely embarrassing place. Thinking of this, Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, Student Su, Student Lin, I sincerely invite you to attend Professor Han Xing's class. However, Su Qingyan just smiled and did not express his opinion. She turned her head and looked at Lin Fan beside her. Her clear eyes were filled with a hint of gratitude and complete trust. Lin Fan exchanged glances with her and instantly understood his partner's thoughts. He lazily raised his eyelids, looked at Wang Yan, who looked nervous, and spoke lightly. My partner and I have no interest in accepting your invitation. Wang Yan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. But Lin Fan's next words made the expressions of everyone on the scene become extremely exciting. However, classmate Yili had already invited us yesterday. Furthermore, if Professor Han Xing is willing to let us attend his lectures, we would be very happy to do so. As soon as these words came out, a smile of surprise instantly bloomed on Yili's face. Wang Yan's face turned completely pale. Lin Fan, in the most understated way, crushed her invitation to pieces. He turned around and got closer to Yili. Professor Han Xing's calm face finally showed a hint of expression. She looked at Lin Fan with a hint of approval in her tone. Of course I welcome it, she said in a clear voice. I modified this class specifically for you. If you don't come, the class won't be able to continue. Before he finished speaking, exclamations were heard again from the surroundings. This sentence was even more shocking than the 2 slaps Lin Fan had given him before. All the A-level students present gasped, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fan and Su Qingyan changed completely. Envy? Jealousy? No, it's admiration. I want to give a thumbs up and say to this F-level pair. Ox! What an honor it is to have Professor Han Xing revise the course specifically for them. Okay, let's all go back to class. Professor Han Xing turned around and led the way. Before Su Qingyan left, he pulled Lin Feier's hand. Let's go together? Lin Feier looked at Professor Han Xing expectantly. After getting the professor's nod of permission, she excitedly cast a grateful look at Su Qingyan and Lin Fan, and followed happily. Wang Yan, who was the last one to fall behind, stared at the backs of Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. Those delicate eyes were filled with poisonous hatred. Su Qingyan. Lin Fan. In next month's campus competition, I will definitely crush you under my feet. I will win the bet between the Wang family and the Su family without any suspense. Her partner, Zhao Sunan, was even more furious. He lowered his voice and roared at Lin Fan's back. This matter is not over. It is absolutely not over. The group gradually walked away. In the training ground, the dead silence was broken, and a thunderous roar of discussion erupted in an instant. Oh my god! What did I see today? A living legend. Just imagine, F-rank Lin Fan slapped 2 A-rank geniuses in the face. The most outrageous thing is that Professor Han Xing changed the course for them. I can brag about what happened today for the rest of my life. If anyone dares to call F-class trash again, I'll be the first to throw today's video in his face. On the way, Lin Fan approached Su Qingyan and whispered. Tell me, could the people who wanted to arrest you yesterday be related to this Wang family? Su Qingyan nodded in the same doubt, took out his cell phone and handed a message to Lin Fan. Dad asked Yili to tell you about the Shadow Rift, but Dad didn't expect the Wang family to actually dare to target you. Dad shouldn't have kept this from you. The Wang family has long wanted to take over my Qingyun pharmaceutical. The campus competition next month is the stakes. If I don't agree to this bet, the Wang family will launch a business war. In the end, our Su family will have to rely on you, my daughter. Dad doesn't want you to lose, nor does he want your marriage to be influenced by the Wang family. In next month's campus competition, you have to win honor for Dad and our Su family. Chapter 50, S-Level Classroom, F-Level Answers. S-Level Exclusive Teaching Building, Top Floor Tiered Classroom. The air here seemed even more condensed and dense than elsewhere. Every seat was made of expensive, space-stabilizing materials, and the walls were engraved with invisible energy-gathering formations, ensuring that any energy training conducted here would not leak out. When Professor Han Xing led Lin Fan and Su Qingyan into the classroom, the 30 A-level geniuses who were whispering to each other fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, converged on the 2 F-level freshmen at the door. That look was extremely complicated. There is astonishment, confusion, and jealousy, but more of it is a kind of awe that comes from being slapped hard in the face by reality and having to face it. The two crisp slaps on the training ground and Professor Han Xing's words, "This class is specially modified for you," still echo in their ears. Wang Yan and her partner Zhao Xuanan sat in the corner with their heads down. The redness and swelling on their faces had not completely subsided, but what made them even more embarrassed were the mixed glances of sympathy and mockery cast at them from time to time by their classmates. They have become the biggest joke in this class. Professor Han Xing walked to the center of the podium. Her cold gaze swept across the entire audience, exuding a heart-pounding majesty. "Before class, I asked a question." Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Does awakening level really determine everything?" The classroom was dead silent. Half an hour ago, they would have answered this question in the affirmative without hesitation. But now, no one dared to speak easily. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. These two living examples, like two mountains, weighed down their once unwavering faith in the hierarchy theory. It seems that everyone has new ideas in their minds. Professor Han Xing raised the corner of his mouth with an imperceptible arc. Her gaze finally fell on Lin Fan. "Student Lin Fan, I'd like to hear your opinion." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. An S-level professor actually called on an F-level student to answer a question in class? Yili and Lin Feier's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Wang Yan bit her lips so hard that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Su Qingyan turned her head and looked at Lin Fan beside her, her clear eyes filled with trust. She knew that Lin Fan could always give the most unique answers. Lin Fan faced everyone's gaze and stood up calmly. He did not give an impassioned speech, nor did he argue his case by citing scriptures. He simply held up two fingers calmly and asked, "Classmates, please tell me, which is more powerful, a sword that can cut through iron like mud or a rusty kitchen knife?" This question is ridiculously simple. An A-level student answered automatically, "Of course it's the sword." "That's right." Lin Fan nodded, then changed the subject. "So, if this precious sword is held by a 3-year-old child, and that rusty kitchen knife is in the hands of a battle-hardened butcher, who will die if they face off?" The entire classroom fell into silence again. This question, like a heavy hammer, hit the hearts of all A-level geniuses. A 3-year-old child and a battle-hardened butcher. This metaphor is too sharp and too vivid. Lin Fan's voice continued, unhurried but each word piercing the heart. "Grade may be the material of the sword. An S-grade sword is naturally sharp. An F-grade blade may just be a piece of scrap metal. But what determines how effective this weapon will ultimately be is not its material, but the hand that holds it. Hands represent your fighting skills, your will, your experience, and your determination to use them and see blood. An S-rank sword that has never been stained with blood may not necessarily be able to defeat an F-rank dagger that has drunk countless blood in a life and death struggle. So, your level can determine your starting point, but it can't determine your end point. What truly determines everything is you yourself." After saying this, Lin Fan sat down calmly, as if he had just said something insignificant. However, the whole classroom seemed to be struck by a depth bomb. All the A-level students had unprecedented shock and contemplation on their faces. A sword never stained with blood, a dagger that drank countless blood. What he said makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. So, have we been missing the point all along? We only care about the quality of our swords, but forget to hone the hands that hold them. Even Professor Han Xing's cold eyes flashed with deep approval. This answer was more profound than any she had expected and went straight to the heart of the matter. In order to deepen the impression of these talented students, Professor Han Xing looked at Su Qingyan and softened his voice a little. "Student Su Qingyan, how much do you know about the A-level combat skill, Mountain Shocking Lean?" Su Qingyan stood up and nodded slightly. "I've heard a little bit about it. It's a close combat technique that uses a burst of power to strike the enemy with the shoulder. It requires extremely high control of force and timing." "Very good." Professor Han Xing nodded and pointed to a virtual battle projector at the front of the classroom. "Now, it's your turn to demonstrate it to everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, there was another exclamation. "Asking an F rank to demonstrate a rank combat skills? Is this a joke?" Wang Yan scoffed even more, and though she quickly suppressed it, the disdain in her eyes was undisguised. She herself had spent a full month practicing mountain shock relief before even beginning to master it. Su Qingyan ignored the gazes of the people around her and walked to the projector. As the instrument started up, a virtual heavily armored warrior holding a huge shield appeared in front of her. "Attack mode, a level defense standard. Professor Han Xing set the parameters. The virtual warrior roared, raised a huge shield, and rushed towards Su Qingyan like a heavy tank. All the A-level students present held their breath. Just when the virtual warrior was about to hit Su Qingyan moved. Her movements were slow, almost carefree. With a simple sideways movement, she perfectly avoided the massive shield's direct impact, her body gliding like a willow leaf against the shield's surface. Then, her right shoulder sank slightly, and the center of gravity of her entire body pressed down instantly. An extremely condensed force rose from the Yongquan point on the bottom of her foot along the spine and finally gathered at her shoulders. Bang! A loud noise so dull that it made one's heart tremble. Su Qingyan's shoulder accurately hit the joint of the virtual warrior's shield-holding arm, the weakest point. There is no earth-shattering energy explosion, only the transmission of power that is pure to the extreme. Crack! The virtual warrior's shield-holding arm, composed of high-intensity energy, shattered. Its massive body lost its balance, crashed to the ground, and dissipated in a speck of light. One hit. Just one hit. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the graceful figure in amazement. Is this the mountain shocking backguard? She actually knows how to do it. Not only that. Did you see it clearly? Her power generation technique and the concentration of her strength are textbook level. Even my instructor can't achieve such perfection. She concentrated all her strength into one point, without wasting a single bit. It's terrifying. Is this really something an FG class can do? Wang Yan's face had turned from ashen to ashen. The A-level combat skills that she was so proud of were like children's graffiti in front of the other party. Su Qingyan calmly walked back to her seat and smiled at Lin Fan. All of this was the result of Lin Fan's special training over the past few days. Professor Han Xing nodded with satisfaction and glanced around the room. Now, does anyone still think that rank determines everything? No one answered. All the A-level geniuses lowered their heads in shame. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the classroom door, and the director of the logistics department, Chen Shan, poked his somewhat funny head in and waved to Professor Han Xing. Professor Han Xing gestured to the students to study on their own and then walked out of the classroom. In the corridor, Chen Shan's smile faded a lot, and there was a hint of solemnity on his face. Professor Han Xing, there has been new progress in the investigation into the strange beasts that appeared in the school. Chen Shan said in a low voice. We've installed the latest singularity anchors at all the weak points in the space on campus. Theoretically, no more alien beasts will be able to tear through space and enter in the short term. Professor Han Xing frowned slightly. In theory? Well, this thing can only protect against small ones, but not big ones. Chen Shan sighed. However, the biggest problem at the moment is something else. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Recently, more and more students have reported nightmares involving strange beasts. Some students with weaker mental abilities have even experienced daytime mental confusion. Professor Han Xing's face darkened. Dream pollution? Almost certain. Chen Shan nodded. The school board has approved the emergency plan. Starting tonight, we will activate an additional function in the school's main space stabilizer. It will release a high-frequency pulse signal that students cannot detect, covering the entire campus. This signal can effectively interfere with and weaken their deep dreams, making it difficult for them to dream about those things. Chen Shan looked at Professor Han Xing and explained, I came to tell you this specifically because, with your abilities, you might be able to detect some extra things on campus. But don't worry, this is the school's response and won't harm the students. Professor Han Xing was silent for a moment, and a barely perceptible worry flashed in his cold eyes. Is it true that there will be no side effects if one type of energy is used to fight against another unknown type of energy? She always felt that this kind of suppression was like forcing a lid on a volcano that was about to erupt. The lid will break. I understand. She finally nodded. Looking at Chen Shan's departing back, Professor Han Xing turned around, his eyes penetrating the wall and falling on Lin Fan, who was whispering with Su Qingyan. Her intuition told her that this F-level boy might become the most critical variable in this unknown crisis. Chapter 51 Lin Fan is my brother. The afternoon sun shines through the dormitory windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. After attending Professor Han Xing's class, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan parted ways and returned to his new dormitory. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the new dormitory, and the expression on his face froze instantly. His luggage was roughly thrown on the floor in the middle of the dormitory, with a few sets of clothes scattered around, making the place look particularly messy. In the dormitory, 7 or 8 strong boys were sitting or standing, filling the entire space. The leader was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall. His muscles made the cheap school uniform bulge out. He had a face full of flesh and stared at Lin Fan with unfriendly eyes. "Are you the new Lin Fan?" The burly man pointed at Lin Fan with his chin and spoke in a rough voice. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and ignored the luggage on the ground. Instead, he looked at the group of uninvited guests with interest. "All of them are F-grade students." "Something?" Lin Fan asked calmly, closing the door behind him. "Something? Of course I am." The burly man took a step forward and kicked Lin Fan's luggage bag with his toes. "Kid, you're new here and don't know the rules, right? I, Makue, am the boss of this dormitory. How dare you take the most comfortable bed by the window without my permission? You're quite brave." The few followers behind him also joined in the fun. "Brother Kue, don't waste your time talking to him. Beat him up first and let him know what the rules are. A rookie who just awakened dares to show off in front of us?" Lin Fan smiled. He bent down, slowly picked up one of his t-shirts, and dusted it off. "Oh? Boss?" Lin Fan raised his head, a hint of amusement in his smile. "Excuse me, Mr. Makue, are all 4 attributes over 70? How dare you be so arrogant?" Makue acted like he'd just heard a ridiculous joke. He crossed his arms and puffed out his chest arrogantly. "What a joke! My strength is 78, agility is 72, endurance is 73, and reflexes are 75. In F class, I can walk sideways without any problems. Do I need to bother teaching a piece of trash like you whose 4 stats are only 50? Brothers, come on. Let him know why the flowers are so red." At Makue's command, the followers behind him immediately rubbed their hands and surrounded Lin Fan with a grin. Lin Fan still stood there, the smile on his face not diminishing at all, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't even bother to transform. There is no need to deal with these flies. Just as those henchmen were about to swing their fists at Lin Fan. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open from outside. A fiery red figure rushed in like a whirlwind. "Stop!" A crisp cry was heard. The follower who was rushing in the front felt an irresistible force coming from his abdomen before he could react. He was like a kite with a broken string. He flew backwards with a scream, hit the wall behind him hard, slid to the ground, and twitched in pain, holding his stomach. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. Makue and his remaining followers looked in astonishment at the fiery red-haired girl with a murderous look at the door. Lin Fair. A level thunder battle mage, Lin Fair. Why did she end up in the F-class dormitory area? Lin Fair didn't even look at the guy she kicked away, and stared at Makue with her flaming eyes. "Dare to touch him? Are you fucking going to die?" Lin Fair's voice was sharp and shrill, filled with undisguised anger and contempt. "Do you know who he is? Do you know how many of his 4 attributes are? I tell you, 2 of me combined wouldn't be enough for him to beat with one hand. You F-level losers, how dare you fight in front of him?" Makue was scolded so badly that he was completely stunned. He looked at the powerful A-rank Valkyrie in front of him, then looked at Lin Fan, who looked innocent as if nothing had happened, and his mind became a complete mess. 2 A-level Lin Fair are not enough for him to beat? Is this a fucking myth? You are Lin Fair? A follower recognized Lin Fair and his voice trembled. "You still have some foresight." Lin Fair put her hands on her hips and raised her chin proudly. "I, Lin Fair, am an A-rank Thunder Battle Mage. The school director is my second uncle. Now, who among you still wants to take action? Stand up and let me see." Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in the heads of Makue and his roommates. A level Valkyrie. The school director's niece. Either of these 2 identities is enough to crush them to death. And now, this terrifying existence is actually protecting an F-level freshman? And she also said, 2 of her are not enough to beat Lin Fan? Makue's calves began to weaken, and the flesh on his face trembled. He finally realized that he seemed to have kicked a steel plate. No, he kicked a volcano. "Faye, Sister Fair, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Makue's arrogance disappeared in an instant. He forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying and waved his hands repeatedly. We were just playing a joke on Lin Fan to improve our roommate relationship. Yes, it's just a joke. The other followers also hurriedly agreed, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Lin Fair snorted coldly and didn't buy it at all. But her mind was calculating rapidly. It would be easy to just beat these people up, but that would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Lin Fan would have to live here in the future, so there was no guarantee these idiots wouldn't cause more trouble. If it was that woman Su Qingyan, how would she deal with it? Lin Fair couldn't help but think of Su Qingyan's cold and indifferent appearance. That's right. We must solve the problem at its root and completely deter them from having any evil thoughts. A brilliant idea instantly formed in Lin Fair's mind. She cleared her throat, walked over to Lin Fan, and naturally took his arm. Then, in a gesture of declaring sovereignty, she proudly said to Ma Kuei and the others, "Open your eyes and see clearly. His name is Lin Fan, and my last name is Lin too. He is my brother, my real brother. If anyone dares to cause trouble for my brother again, they will be making things difficult for me, Lin Fair, and my Lin family. Do you understand?" Boom! Ma Kuei and his roommates felt like they were struck by a bolt of lightning. Brother? An A-level genius school beauty, the school director's niece, and her biological brother, is an F-level? This world is crazy. But after the shock, there was endless fear. To offend an A-level genius and to offend the family of an A-level genius are two completely different concepts. Plop! Ma Kuei could no longer stand, his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. Brother Fan. I didn't recognize a great man. I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. As he spoke, he slapped himself wildly, making loud slapping sounds. The other roommates were also terrified and knelt down to beg for mercy. Brother Fan, spare my life. We won't dare to do that again. The entire dormitory instantly turned into a large apology scene. Lin Fan looked at the absurd scene in front of him, then looked at Lin Fair, who looked smug, as if she had won a battle, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This silly girl is really good at drawing inferences from one instance. He pulled out his arm that was tightly held by Lin Fair and asked helplessly, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, right." Lin Fair then remembered why she came. She took out a neatly folded piece of clothing from the backpack behind her as if she was presenting a treasure and handed it to Lin Fan. It was the expensive dress that was stained by Lin Fan's soy milk yesterday. "Here, you said you would wash my clothes yesterday, so I brought them to you." Lin Fan was about to reach out to take it, but Lin Fair retracted her hand and smiled. "But, I was afraid you couldn't wash it clean, so I washed it myself first and even dried it with an aromatherapy diffuser. You can take it back, rinse it casually, and then return it to me." Lin Fan. He looked at Lin Fair's pretty face that was full of praise me quickly and was speechless for a moment. "Wash it yourself and then bring it to me to wash it again? What kind of brain circuit is this? Big-breasted, brainless, silly girl." Lin Fan complained madly in his heart, but looking at the group of roommates who were still kneeling on the ground and trembling, he finally sighed and took the clothes. "Thank you." Although the process was outrageous, the result was good. Lin Fair did help him solve a problem that was neither big nor small. Hearing the thank you, Lin Fair's eyes lit up instantly, like two twinkling stars. Her heart was filled with joy, as if she had drunk honey. He thanked me. He actually thanked me. This must be because she is deeply impressed by my personal charm and is becoming more and more fond of me. Marvelous. If she continues like this, defeating Su Qingyan and becoming the most beautiful campus beauty is just around the corner. Lin Fair was immersed in her own beautiful fantasy, smiling foolishly, and didn't even know when Lin Fan pushed her out of the dormitory. It wasn't until the dormitory door slammed shut in front of her that she came to her senses. Then she hummed a little tune, walked briskly, and left with a sense of contentment. Inside the dormitory, Lin Fan looked at his roommates who were still kneeling on the ground and spoke calmly. "Everyone, get up and put my things back where they belong." Yes, Brother Fan." Ma Kuei and the others stood up as if they had been pardoned, and helped Lin Fan pack his luggage. Their attitude was more respectful than to their own father. Chapter 52, Invitation to Public Execution. The next morning, Xiaoming went to the principal's office of the university. The atmosphere seemed a little solemn. The white-haired old principal, the director of the logistics department Chen Shan, and the S-level professor Han Xing all focused their attention on the two students standing in front of the desk. It was Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. "Student Lin Fan, student Su Qingyan." The old principal crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. His tone was gentle but unquestionable. After an urgent discussion between the school board and several of our teachers, we all agree that there was a high probability of a serious equipment malfunction during the level test you two took at the awakening ceremony. Chen Shan nodded repeatedly, like a supporting actor. Yes, yes, yes. The machine must be broken. I've seen many geniuses, but I've never seen an F-class genius as outrageous as you. Professor Han Xing didn't say anything, but her cold eyes expressed the same meaning. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Fan, who had a calm expression, as if he had already expected it. The old principal continued, so, to be responsible for your future and to maintain the fairness of the school, we have decided to conduct a level retest for both of you this morning. To avoid unnecessary discussion and speculation, this retest will be conducted in secret, with only a few of our school representatives and testing staff present. We will use the school's top-notch and most accurate source energy matrix detector to ensure the results are foolproof. Do you have any objections? Su Qingyan shook her head and said in a clear voice, we have no objection and will follow the school's arrangements. Very good. The old principal nodded with satisfaction. In his view, this was just a low-key process, a process to restore two overshadowed talents to their rightful place. Once the results came out and were announced at the appropriate time, the negative impact could be minimized. At the same time, in a lounge in Area A of the teaching building, Lin Fair was sitting alone, her fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop, her thoughts drifting far away. Lin Fan's simple thank you yesterday had stirred a ripple in her heart, and a silly smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. And in another hidden lounge, Zhang Yazhen was alone, with a barely perceptible bloom on his face. It's Lin Fan again. Why do the two school beauties, Su Qingyan and Lin Fair, both look at that F-grade loser with such a different eye? What's so good about him? At this moment, Zhang Ya's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message. She clicked on the message. Breaking news. The principal's office just issued a secret notice. Senior 3 students Lin Fan and Su Qingyan will be undergoing a level retest this morning. It's said to be unofficial to avoid causing a stir. Boom. Zhang Ya's pupils suddenly shrank and her heart started beating wildly. Secret retest? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind instantly, and jealousy and resentment coiled around her heart like a poisonous snake. Why? Why on earth does that bitch Su Qingyan still have such a chance to turn things around after falling from the altar of F grade? Why would the school come up with such shady special treatment for her and that Lin Fan? It's not fair. It's so unfair. A vicious thought, like poisonous mushrooms after rain, grew wildly in her heart. A secret retest, huh? Trying to cover it up, huh? Then I will turn your secret into a complete public execution. A ferocious smile appeared on Zhang Ya's face. She wanted to let everyone in the school see how the school favored these two people. She wanted to incite everyone's jealousy and resentment, making Su Qingyan and Lin Fan the public enemies of the whole school. She wanted everyone to think that there must be some shady deal going on behind the scenes between these two people to deserve such special treatment, and that it even had to be done secretly. Yes, do it. Zhang Ya immediately opened the campus forum of Xiaoming University and quickly edited the post using an anonymous account that she had prepared long ago. Shocking inside story. F-class trash enjoying S-class treatment? Where is the fairness at Xiaoming High School? The title of the post is sensational and inflammatory. The content is extremely distorted and slanderous. Students, did you know? This morning, our grade school leaders are holding a secret retest for 2 special F-level students Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. They're calling it an instrument malfunction, but what's the truth? Everyone knows it. A former school beauty and a loser who appeared out of nowhere. Why do they deserve this kind of secret treatment that even A-level geniuses don't get? Why do they even have to do it in secret? This is blatant favoritism. It's trampling on all of us ordinary students who have worked hard to train. What on earth are they trying to cover up? I suspect there's some kind of shady PY deal going on between them and the school's top brass. Otherwise, there's no way to explain all this, let alone why it's being done in secrecy. Students, wake up. If we don't speak out today, this injustice will befall every one of us tomorrow. Let's go to the comprehensive training hall together to expose this ridiculous performance and see where our school's bottom line lies. After the post was published, Zhang Ya mobilized all her connections and asked those little sisters who usually curry favor with the powerful to forward it crazily in various class groups. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. In just 10 minutes, the entire campus forum exploded. Holy crap! Is this true? A secret retest for F level? Did the principal get kicked in the head by a monster? It's definitely a shady deal. Su Qingyan used to be the school beauty, so she must have used some shady tactics. Who is that Lin Fan? I've never even heard of him. Why? And he's acting so mysterious. It's so unfair. We work so hard to cultivate, but we're not as good as others at currying favor with the leaders? Let's go. Let's go to the comprehensive training hall. I want to see what they can test out. Let's see how they explain it. Jealousy is one of the most primitive vices of human beings. Under Zhang Ye's deliberate guidance, this negative emotion spread wildly across the campus like a virus. Countless incited students rushed to the comprehensive training hall in indignation. They are not going to see the truth. They go to see the truth they want to see. In the lounge, Zhang Ye looked at the overwhelming condemnation on the forum and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Su Qingyan, Lin Fan. I want to see how you can maintain that condescending attitude when you are drowned in the saliva of all the students in the school. 9:40 in the morning. Principal's office. The old principal received the report and looked at the campus forum on his phone with a grim expression. The whole school was in an uproar because of Zhang Ye's post. Nonsense. This is sheer nonsense. Director Qin Shan slammed his head on the table in anger. It's clear someone is maliciously fabricating rumors and inciting student sentiment. Professor Han Xing's cold gaze was also tinged with worry. If this situation isn't handled properly, it could affect the school's reputation and even cause further unrest. Lin Fan and Su Qingyan were also called over, and they also saw the content on the forum. Su Qingyan's pretty face turned pale, obviously she didn't expect things to develop to this point. Lin Fan remained calm. He stepped forward and said in a steady voice, "Principal, teachers, since things have come to this point, a secret retest is no longer possible." The old principal sighed. Yes, the students are very excited now. I'm afraid. In that case, Lin Fan interrupted the old principal, his eyes determined, why not make the best of it and have this retest be open to the entire school? When these words were spoken, the 3 school representatives in the office were all stunned. Open it? Director Chen Shan hesitated. This risk is too great. What if the results are not satisfactory? Precisely because of the risks, it is even more necessary to make it public. Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Students suspect we have hidden dealings and that the school is biased. If we choose to continue in secrecy, it will only make them more convinced of these rumors. Only by being open and transparent, and exposing everything to everyone, can we completely dispel their doubts and truly safeguard the fairness of the school. He paused, his eyes flashing with confidence. The innocent will be cleared. We believe in our own abilities and the school's testing equipment. Let everyone witness this. This is not just our retest, but also the most powerful response to the rumors. The old principal stared at Lin Fan for a long time, then took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Excellent. Lin Fan has a point. The old principal slammed the table. Since some people want to see a public execution, then we'll give them a real public one. Chen Shan immediately arranged for the retest to take place in the comprehensive training hall, and broadcast a notice to the entire school, welcoming all students to observe. Yes. Director Qin Shan went to do it immediately. Professor Han Xing looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration. This student not only possessed hidden strength, but his calm determination and courage in the face of danger far surpassed his peers. 9:50 in the morning. Xiaoming University Comprehensive Training Hall. There are already huge crowds of people here, and every seat is taken. Thousands of students surrounded the place, and the air was filled with a sense of restlessness. The sounds of discussion, questioning, and ridicule merged into a huge noise. The stage is set. The actors are about to appear. Zhang Ye was the director of this drama. Hidden in the crowd, a cold smile playing on her lips, she waited for the show to begin. She knew that this was originally a secret retest, but now, thanks to her instigation, it had become the focus of the entire school. She firmly believed that today would be the day when Su Qingyan and Lin Fan would be ruined. Little did she know that this public stage was built by Lin Fan himself, and it was also the first step for him to destroy her conspiracy. Chapter 53, F-Level Miracle, Shaken Rules. 10 o'clock in the morning sharp. In the comprehensive training hall, the noisy voices gradually died down when the old principal, Professor Han Xing and others walked onto the testing platform. But the atmosphere of restlessness, questioning and gloating in the air is becoming increasingly strong. Thousands of eyes, like searchlights, were fixed on Lin Fan and Su Qingyan, who were following behind them. Look, they're really here. You're so shameless. You can remain so calm even with the whole school staring at you. Humph, just pretending. If the test shows it's still F level, let's see how they end it. In the crowd, Zhanya felt the atmosphere of shared hatred and solidarity, and the smile on her lips deepened. This is exactly the effect she wants. Let everyone stand against Su Qingyan. On the testing platform, the old principal looked at the excited students below with a frown on his face. He hadn't expected the matter to become so serious. He cleared his throat and used a sound amplification array to spread his voice throughout the room. Students, be quiet. We've gathered everyone here today to conduct an open and fair retest of the levels of these two students in order to clear up any misunderstandings and clarify the facts. To the incited students, his words sounded more like an excuse that only made things more obvious. Clear the misunderstanding? I think it means to confirm the conspiracy. Zhanya whispered sarcastically in the crowd, drawing laughter from those around her. In the center of the test bench, there is a silver-white instrument with an extremely complex shape, the source energy matrix detector. Its accuracy is more than 100 times that of ordinary testers, and there is absolutely no possibility of error. Student Su Qingyan, you come first. Director Chen Shan gestured. Su Qingyan walked calmly to the instrument and placed his palm on the crystal sensor plate. The whole audience's attention was instantly focused here. Everyone held their breath, even Zhanya subconsciously clenched her fists. The instrument emitted a low humming sound, and streams of light moved rapidly within the matrix. After a few seconds, the buzzing stopped. A line of bright red characters was projected onto the huge screen above the training hall. Detection level, F. Assessment, weak energy fluctuations, no obvious professional characteristics, no potential for high-level growth. F. Still F. After a brief period of silence, the entire training hall suddenly erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. After all this trouble, it's still an F. I'm dying of laughter. What's going on at school? Is this the best comedy of the year? A piece of trash who can't even support PY trading. What a disgrace. Get out of here. Stop wasting everyone's time. The harsh mocking sounds came like a tide. The old principal and Chen Shan's expressions instantly turned extremely awkward and ugly. They had anticipated countless possibilities, but they had never imagined that even the most advanced instrument would produce the same result. This is unscientific. Zhanya was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. The followers around her also cheered loudly, as if they were celebrating a great victory. Su Qingyan, you're done. You will be nailed to the F-class pillar of shame forever. However, there was no trace of frustration or embarrassment on Su Qingyan's face. She simply withdrew her hand calmly and stepped aside silently. Her clear eyes showed complete trust in Lin Fan from beginning to end. It seemed that this result, which was enough to make anyone collapse, was just a boring number to her. Quiet. Professor Han Xing's cold voice rang out, and an S-level aura descended, instantly suppressing the noise in the entire venue. Her expression was also a little solemn, but more of it was confusion. The level test is just the first step. Han Xing's voice rang out again, strength is the foundation. Next, we will conduct the combat capability test. The staff immediately pushed in a latest model of Super Alloy Combat Doll. A level standard mode, start. The puppet's eyes lit up red, and it let out a mechanical roar. It brandished the alloy sword, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it slashed towards Su Qingyan. It's over, I'm going to make a fool of myself. It's an A-grade standard doll, and she's an F-grade. If she touches it, she'll break a bone, right? Just when everyone thought Su Qingyan would be defeated in one move, Su Qingyan was moved. She did not retreat, but instead took a step forward towards the knife light. That step seemed to shrink the distance into an inch, and it instantly approached the blind spot on the side of the puppet. Immediately afterwards, a seemingly light palm knife came first and accurately cut the wrist joint of the puppet holding the knife. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. The alloy sword that was powerful enough to cut through steel plates was actually knocked away by this palm strike, and it spun and inserted into the ground in the distance. Before anyone could react, Su Qingyan's second attack has arrived. A standard, shocking mountain backstroke. Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the venue. The armor on the chest of the combat puppet, which was worth millions and made of super alloy, dented at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy core inside emitted a shrill wail, and then with a boom, it exploded into a ball of brilliant electric sparks. Of course, this is just a damaged scene simulated by the machine based on the combat power of the tester. But just one picture was enough to let everyone present know the result. Flash sale. Another instant kill. The whole place fell into dead silence again. The students who were laughing wildly just now opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my god, am I seeing things? One palm and one push, and a rank puppet was killed in seconds? This is fucking F rank? Her strength, her speed, her skills, this is even better than the top student in our class. The laughter died away. Instead, there were gasps and murmurs of disbelief. The old principal and Shen Shan were so excited that they were shaking all over. They pointed at the pile of scrap metal and spoke incoherently, this. An unprecedented brilliance also flashed in Professor Han Xing's eyes. She doesn't care about rank, she only cares about strength. The strength displayed by Su Qingyan is enough to put any A-level genius to shame. Now, classmate Lin Fan. There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in Professor Han Xing's voice. Lin Fan walked forward lazily and placed his hand on the sensor pad. The light curtain flickered. Detection level, F. Assessment, extremely low energy affinity, unstable transformation form, no combat value. This time, no one laughed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. They wanted to see what kind of miracle this F-level boy could create. Battle tested. Another brand new puppet was pushed up. Switch him to A+ level mode. Professor Han Xing gave the order directly. The whole audience was in an uproar. A+ level, that is a combat power that is infinitely close to S level. The puppet's performance was instantly maximized, and dazzling arcs of electricity burst out from its body. The speed was several times faster than before, and it pounced on Lin Fan like a red lightning. However, Lin Fan just stood there, not even having the desire to transform. Just in a thousandth of a second, the puppet's claws were about to touch his throat. He moved. The figure flashed, and a residual shadow remained in place. When he appeared again, he had already circled behind the puppet like a ghost. Then he held up a finger. Gently, he tapped the back of the doll's neck. Puff. A barely audible sound. Lin Fan's fingertips, like a red-hot iron poking into butter, easily pierced through the puppet's superalloy shell and accurately annihilated its central nervous system. All the movements of that menacing A+ great puppet froze instantly. The red light in his eyes dimmed. Then, in front of thousands of stunned eyes, he collapsed to his knees and was completely destroyed. The whole place was dead silent. If Su Qingyan's performance was shocking, then Lin Fan's performance was a miracle. Don't transform. One finger. Instant kill A+ grade dolls. Is this something humans can do? The smile on Zhangya's face had long since froze, leaving only endless horror and fear. Her proud schemes seemed so ridiculous, so pale and powerless in the face of such absolute, incomprehensible power. At this moment, Lin Fan retracted his finger, turned around, and lazily scanned the entire room with his eyes. Finally, as if inadvertently, they landed in the direction of Zhangya. He picked up the microphone and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the test results have disappointed some students. Originally, my partner and I both like to keep a low profile. However, since someone is so enthusiastic and insists on arranging such a large stage for us, allowing all the students in the school to witness it. He paused, his voice clearly carried throughout the room. Then all we can say is, thank you. Thank you for helping us prove one thing to the whole school. Level really can't determine everything. Puff. Zhanya felt a sweetness in her throat, and she couldn't catch her breath. Her vision went dark, and she almost fainted on the spot. Heartbreaking. This is the most vicious and heartbreaking statement. Lin Fan didn't call her name, but every word he said was like a loud slap in her face. The students around also reacted instantly. So that's how it is, someone deliberately leaked the information to embarrass them. How vicious. Who did this? Who else could it be? It must be those people who are jealous of Su Qingyan. Countless glances of contempt and anger were cast towards Zhangya, whose face was pale. Her conspiracy completely failed. And she herself became the biggest clown in the school. On the test bench, the old principal's face flushed with excitement. He grabbed the microphone and announced in a loud voice. I declare. From today on, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan will enjoy all the benefits of S-level students. They can freely use all the training grounds of the school, A level and below. They can freely audit any professor's classes. The school will provide them with the highest level of resource support. This is a recognition of their strength. It also embodies our Xiaoming University motto of only the talented. Boom! This announcement was like a nuclear bomb that exploded in the hearts of all the students. F-class status, S-class treatment. This is unheard of in the history of Xiaoming University. After the shock, no one was jealous anymore, only endless envy and admiration remained. The old principal and Shen Shan looked at each other and saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. The deeply rooted traditional concepts in their hearts were completely shattered by two F-level students today. Maybe they really should rethink it. Are all F-class people really trash? Are A-level or even S-level people necessarily superior to others? The world seems to be quietly changing in a way they cannot understand. Chapter 54, The Conspiracy Failed, The Belated Liquidation. Outside the training hall, the clamor of discussion gradually faded, leaving Zhang Ye alone, her face livid as she stood there. The humiliation she had just suffered on stage, and Lin Fan's heartbreaking words, pierced her heart like a sharp knife, leaving her trembling all over. Lin Fan. Su Qingyan. Just wait for me. Zhang Ye gritted her teeth, her eyes gleaming with resentment. You're lucky this time, but next time, I'll make sure you're completely ruined and die a miserable death. Whispering viciously, she hurried towards the sparsely populated path, hoping to find a place to calm down and carefully plan her next plot. However, as soon as she turned a corner, her path was blocked by a figure. Student Zhang Ye, where are you going in such a hurry? Zhang Ye looked up suddenly and was shocked to find that it was Li Hao standing in front of her. Just as she was about to wonder why Li Hao was there, she noticed that Lin Fan was standing next to him. Zhang Ye's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She instantly realized what was wrong, and without a second thought, she fled to the left. Want to leave? Not that easy. A charming figure flashed by like a ghost, blocking her path. It was Lin Fair, her arms folded across her chest, a sneer on her face, her eyes full of contempt. Zhang Ye's face turned pale, and she suddenly turned to the right, trying to break through from another direction. However, someone was already waiting on the right. Su Qingyan stood there gracefully, her clear eyes looking at Zhang Ye calmly without a trace of emotion, yet this made Zhang Ye feel unprecedented pressure. You, what do you want to do? Zhang Ye's voice trembled, sweat dripping from her forehead. She knew that with these three people working together, there was no chance of her escaping. She looked behind her desperately, hoping to at least slip away from behind. However, when she saw the person standing behind her, she froze. You, why are you here? Zhang Ye's voice was filled with disbelief and collapse. Standing behind her was actually her partner. The companion she had always despised and looked down upon was now like an insurmountable mountain, blocking her final retreat. Lin Fair snorted coldly and spoke first, her tone filled with disgust. Zhang Ye, people like you are truly disgusting. For your own vanity and jealousy, you actually resorted to such despicable means to frame your classmates. Today, you will taste the bitter fruit of evil. Li Hao also stepped forward, his eyes icy. I warned you long ago not to resort to those dirty tricks. I, Li Hao, hate despicable people like you who plot behind your backs and frame your companions. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Although Su Qingyan didn't say anything, her calm eyes, which were filled with a hint of disappointment, made Zhang Ye feel more ashamed than any accusation. Zhang Ye felt an unprecedented sense of despair and anger. She turned sharply towards her partner and demanded at the top of her lungs, You. Why aren't you helping me? We're partners. Why are you helping these outsiders to deal with me? Her partner, a slightly frail boy, straightened his back. He looked at Zhang Ye calmly, a hint of disdain and mockery in his eyes. Help you? The boy sneered, his voice filled with long-suppressed anger. Zhang Ye, have you ever cared about me since we became partners? Have you ever trained with me? Have you ever spoken to me on your own initiative? Every time I want to discuss training plans with you, you think I'm in the way and just walk away. I know you despise my poverty. You look down on me. You think a poor loser like me is unworthy of being your partner. Zhang Ye tried to argue, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. No? A trace of pain flashed in the boy's eyes, and then turned into determination. Since you think I'm talking nonsense, then tell me, what's my name? This question, like a bolt from the blue, hit Zhangya hard on the head. She was speechless for a moment, and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She never asked his name, and she never cared. In her eyes, he was just an insignificant background, a partner to set off her own. You don't know, right? The boy looked at her stiff expression, and his disappointment reached its peak. He took a deep breath, and with all his strength, he angrily shouted his name. Listen carefully, my name is Su Tao. This is the last time we will talk. From now on, there is no relationship between you and me. After Su Tao finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan and the others with complicated eyes, then left without looking back, leaving Zhangya devastated. Li Hao stepped forward, looking down at Zhangya, and said coldly, Zhangya, who do you think you can fool with those little tricks? The school has its rules, but more important is the bottom line of being a human being. What you did today has crossed everyone's bottom line. Lin Feier also walked up to her, her tone cold and emotionless. We will report everything that happened today, as well as all your previous shady tactics, to the principal and the board of directors without missing a word. A student with such bad character like you is not worthy of staying in Xiaoming University. Just wait, the school will expel you directly. Dismissed. Zhangya's body trembled violently. Her identity and her future, which she was so proud of, were completely ruined. Li Hao looked at her, a fierce glint in his eyes. I told you before not to resort to such dirty tricks. Now it seems you completely ignored my words. Don't think everything will be fine once you leave school, Zhangya. I'll let you know that some mistakes can't be made up for by kneeling down and begging for mercy. Li Hao's threat was like the final straw, completely breaking Zhangya's psychological defenses. Unable to hold on any longer, her legs gave way and she fell to her knees with a thud. Su Qingyan. Lin Fan. Please. Forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please, give me a chance. Zhangya was crying bitterly and looked miserable. She hugged Su Qingyan's legs and begged desperately. A complex emotion flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes, but in the end, she just gently broke free from Zhangya's pull, turned around, and didn't look at her again. For Su Qingyan, putting his partner in danger is something that is unforgivable in any way. Lin Fan walked up to Zhangya, looked down at her, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhangya, you don't know you're wrong. His voice was light, yet it was as chilling as a cold wind. You just know you're doomed. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left with Li Hao, Lin Feier, and Su Qingyan without looking back. Lin Fan did not punish Zhangya, and did not even slap her. Because this kind of guy is not worth getting your hands dirty with, someone will take care of it for you. Only Zhangya was left at the scene, kneeling alone on the ground. The crying gradually subsided, replaced by a deep fear and endless regret from deep within her heart. She lost everything and was abandoned by everyone, and all of this was due to her twisted jealousy and dark heart. She looked at the backs of the people walking away in different directions, and couldn't understand why Li Hao, who obviously didn't get along with Lin Fan, would help them? Why are there so many people willing to stand by Su Qingyan and help her? But now, Zhangya has no chance to get answers to these questions. The only thing she could do was to watch Lin Fan and Su Qingyan leave talking and laughing for the last time. And she herself will pay the price for her inner jealousy and the conspiracy she has created. Chapter 55. The Su family has a daughter named Huailun. The turmoil over the level retest has passed. Early that morning, Su Qingyan sent a message to Lin Fan about the sale status of the Shadow Crystal Core. So, the two of them met up and headed to the destination where the crystal cores were to be sold. Qingyun Pharmaceutical, one of the core industries of the Su Group, is also the largest high-end medicinal materials trading center in the entire Donghai city. In an antique VIP reception room, the air is filled with the scent of sandalwood. Lin Fan and Su Qingyan sat opposite each other, tasting the finest dahongpo. Opposite them was a stunning woman who looked about 70% similar to Su Qingyan, but with a completely different temperament. She is Su Qingyan's elder sister, Su Huailun. She wore a well-fitting dark green cheongsam that outlined her mature and graceful curves. Her long hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing a snow-white swan neck. Her beauty is not as cold as the moon like Su Qingyan's, but like a blooming peony, graceful and elegant. When her eyes move, she has the calmness and wisdom of being in charge of the overall situation. Student Lin Fan, I've long heard of your great name. Su Huailun's red lips held a perfectly defined smile as she personally refilled Lin Fan's cup of tea. My father and Qingyan praised you to the skies in my ears. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a young hero with an extraordinary bearing. Her voice is gentle and pleasant, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze. But Lin Fan could catch a glimpse of shrewd scrutiny in the depths of her seemingly easygoing eyes. This is a strong woman with a long history in the business world. Senior Huailan, you are too kind. I just did what I should do. Lin Fan responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Su Qingyan stood aside, watching her sister and Lin Fan, feeling a strange feeling in her heart. This was the first time she had brought a boy to meet her family. Su Huailan put down the teapot, the smile on his face faded a little, replaced by a sincere apology. Speaking of which, I still have to sincerely apologize to both of you. She stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. I learned about the shadow rift through a special channel and then told my father. My father and I both hope to secure an opportunity for you to obtain rare resources and help you improve your strength. However, we never imagined that this information would be exploited, leading to an ambush by assassins and nearly putting you in irretrievable danger. It was our oversight, it was our fault. Su Qingyan quickly said, Sister, this is not your or Dad's fault. No one would have thought that someone would be so despicable. We suspected was the Wang family. Su Huailan's eyes flashed with a chill, but then she regained her composure. She looked at Lin Fan and asked, I heard Qingyan say that you guys teamed up to kill Xia Yuan, the Black Widow, who's ranked 3rd on the F-ranked assassin list. It was just luck. Lin Fan said calmly. There isn't so much luck in this world. Su Huailan looked at Lin Fan deeply, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. She knew better than anyone how terrifying Xia Yuan was. She was a top-tier killer who could give even D ranks a headache. However, the boy in front of him and his sister actually killed him as F-level. This is no longer something that can be described as genius. This is a monster. Lin Fan did not dwell on this issue. He keenly smelled a hint of conspiracy. Sister Huailan, I want to know what exactly your special channel is? Is the person who provided you with the information reliable? Su Huailan pondered for a moment, as if considering his words. He wasn't my informant, just a casual customer who occasionally came to me to sell some rare medicinal herbs, she recalled. That day, he came to sell me a plant of ghost grass and casually mentioned that he'd sensed unstable spatial fluctuations in the abandoned industrial area west of the city, suspecting a shadow fissure was about to form. A casual vendor selling medicinal herbs? Lin Fan frowned. Does he have such a strong spatial perception ability? That's something I overlooked at the time. Su Huailan's face showed a trace of regret. I just thought he had some special adventure while wandering around somewhere else. Now that I think about it, there are so many loopholes. Do you still remember this person? What are his characteristics? Lin Fan asked. He had a strong intuition that this person was the key to unlocking the entire conspiracy. He was probably in his 40s, of medium build, with an ordinary appearance. You wouldn't be able to find him in a crowd. But Su Huailan tried to recall, there seemed to be a very strange tattoo on the base of his right hand. It looked like an eye, without a pupil. Eyes without pupils. Lin Fan's heart suddenly shook. From his memory fragments, he seemed to have seen this mark on a member of an underground intelligence organization. That organization, called Eye of the Abyss, makes a living by selling intelligence and planning assassinations. They act in a secretive manner and have no credibility at all. They often sell intelligence to several parties, stir up disputes, and reap the benefits. Really? All of this was an elaborate scam from beginning to end. The other party's purpose was to take advantage of Su Huailan and Su Yuntian's eagerness to help Su Qingyan, lure her to that remote place, and then let the killer take action. And leaking the news to the Wang family was probably the work of the Eye of the Abyss. I understand. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Senior Huailan, please let me investigate this matter. Maybe I can follow the clues and find the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Qingyan. Su Huailan looked at Lin Fan's confident and determined eyes, and was shocked again. This young man not only has unfathomable strength, but also has a meticulous mind. It is a great honor for the Su family that Qingyan can meet him. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Su Huailan nodded solemnly. Then she changed the subject and talked about business. Qingyan, I've taken a look at the shadow crystal core you brought. It's of extremely high quality and its energy is extremely pure. On behalf of Qingyun Pharmaceutical, I'm offering you the highest market price of 500,000. What do you think? 500,000. Even though Su Qingyan was the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was still shocked by this number. This amount of money is enough to greatly improve the life of an ordinary family. She looked at Lin Fan without hesitation. I'll give you all the money. It's because of you that I was able to get the crystal core. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. He took out another blank savings card from the black gold card Su Huailan handed over and said to the teller, please transfer 250,000 to this card. Then, he pushed the card with 250,000 yuan in it in front of Su Qingyan. We are partners, so naturally we'll each take half of the spoils. But Su Qingyan wanted to say something. No buts. Lin Fan's tone left no room for doubt. Take it. You deserve it. Looking at Lin Fan's determined eyes, Su Qingyan felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he finally accepted the card. Su Huailan saw all of this and admired Lin Fan even more. He is capable, intelligent, loyal, and not greedy for money. Such young people are simply perfect partners. An idea arose in her mind. Classmate Lin Fan, if you don't mind, would you be interested in helping out in my pharmacy in your free time? Su Huailan made an invitation. I often receive some unique items brought back from all over the place, and I need people with discerning eyes to identify them. Sometimes I'm very busy and short-staffed. As for the treatment, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. She was trying to show her goodwill to Lin Fan, and at the same time she was agreeing to her sister Qingyan's request to give her partner a lucrative job. Lin Fan understood her intention instantly and did not refuse. Qingyun Pharmaceutical, the largest pharmaceutical group in Donghai City, is also one of the intelligence distribution centers. Here, he can come into contact with more people from all walks of life, which will benefit him in investigating the Eye of the Abyss and the Wang family. Okay. Lin Fan agreed happily. I couldn't ask for more. A transaction ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Lin Fan not only gained a huge sum of money and new clues, but also gained a powerful ally within the Su family. He had already thought of a use for the black gold card in his pocket with 250,000 yuan in it. Chapter 56 Brother Fan, you are my real father. When we left Qingyun Pharmaceutical, the afternoon sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan put the black gold card with 250,000 yuan in it into his pocket, feeling the heavy weight. The weight of this is not just money, but also the brotherhood that has never faded during the most difficult and ordinary days of the past 3 years. Su Qingyan walked beside him, looking at the relaxed smile on his face that was different from the one during battle, and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? You're smiling so happily." "I'm thinking about how to spend the money." Lin Fan shook his pockets. Money is just a string of numbers in a card. It only has meaning when I spend it on worthy people. Su Qingyan was very smart and immediately thought of something. A hint of tenderness appeared in her clear eyes. Is it for your 3 roommates? After the Shadow Rift incident, Lin Fan mentioned that he wanted to sell the crystal core to repay his roommate. The one who understands me is Qingyan. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, and without any hesitation, he took out his mobile phone and skillfully started a 4-person video call. On the other side, in a crowded 4-person room in the F-class dormitory area of Xiaoming University, Zhang Chang, Li Jun and Wang Shui were discussing a video of a battle between strange beasts, and they would occasionally exclaim in surprise and discuss. Fuck! This A-rank boss's flame blade is so powerful. He chopped that armored rhinoceros in half with just one strike. S-rank Professor Han Xing is truly amazing. Look at her frozen domain. Without even moving a muscle, a group of E-rank beasts were transformed into ice sculptures. Alas, when will we be this awesome? Wang Shui sighed, slumping in his chair. Among the 3 of us, Zhang Chang, who has the highest stats, only has a strength of just over 75. He's not even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. The gap in awakening levels is like an insurmountable mountain, weighing on the hearts of every low-level student. At this moment, Wang Shui's cell phone suddenly vibrated wildly. Who is it? Are you annoying? He picked up the phone and jumped up from his chair in an instant. Oh shit. It's Brother Fan. Brother Fan's video call. What? Hurry up and answer it. Zhang Chang and Li Jun also came over excitedly, and 3 heads instantly filled the small mobile phone screen. Video connected. Lin Fan's familiar face appeared on the screen, and the background seemed to be a bustling commercial street. Hey, you 3, are you busy? Lin Fan greeted them lazily. Brother Fan. You finally remembered us. Wang Shuai's loud voice was the first to shout, "You're a big shot in school now. F-class status, S-class treatment. You're so awesome." That's right, the honest Zheng Chang chuckled. Brother Fan, how do you feel about living in the same dormitory with the beauty from Suzhou University? Can you smell her beauty every day? Li Jun was more concerned with practical matters. Brother Fan, I heard you beat that bitch Wan Yan's face until it was swollen? Is that true? That's so satisfying. Looking at the three excited and sincere faces on the screen, Lin Fan's smile grew wider. All right, stop joking. Lin Fan waved his hand and got straight to the point. Send me your bank card numbers, one for each of you, immediately. The three were stunned when they heard this. Wang Shuai asked tentatively, Brother Fan, you've made a fortune and you want to treat us to a meal? You don't need to send me your card number, just send me the restaurant location. Yeah, Brother Fan, the three of us can get together and treat you to a meal. Lin Fan smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 30 seconds. Send me your card number on WeChat. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he switched the interface and stopped looking at the screen. The three of them looked at each other, confused, but still obediently sent their card numbers. After Lin Fan received it, his fingers moved quickly on the screen. Transfer. Enter the amount, 83333. 250,000, not a penny less. After doing all this, he switched back to the video interface, looked at his three confused roommates, and said calmly, Okay, check the balance yourself. Check the balance? Check what Wang Shuai muttered and casually clicked on the text message notification of the bank app. Next second. His eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the long string of numbers on the phone screen and rubbed his eyes repeatedly, thinking he was hallucinating. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wang Shuai's voice was trembling. What the hell? A shocking roar burst out from Wang Shuai's throat, almost blowing the roof of the dormitory off. What's wrong? Why are you screaming? Zheng Chang and Li Jun were startled by him. Money! Money! Wang Shuai babbled incoherently, excitedly shoving his phone in front of them. Brother Fan transferred me over 83,000 yuan. What? Zhang Chang and Li Jun's eyes were about to pop out. They frantically pulled out their phones. Your savings card account ending in XXXX, income, 83,333 renminbi. Your savings card account ending in XXXX, income, 83,334 renminbi. The dormitory fell into dead silence. The three men were frozen in place as if under a spell, with only their chests rising and falling violently. More than 80,000. For students like them from ordinary families, this is a huge sum of money that they cannot even imagine. It's enough for them to last until the campus competition next month, and they don't have to do odd jobs to earn a living during this period. There is even some extra money for them to buy some supplements to improve their strength. Lin Fan transferred so much money to them so calmly? Fan, Brother Fan. Zheng Chang's voice was filled with tears and his eyes turned red in an instant. Plop. Wang Shuai was the most straightforward. He faced the phone screen directly, his knees softened, and he knelt down. Dad! A cry from the heart resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, Li Jun and Zheng Chang also reacted and followed suit, kneeling in a row. Dad! Dad! On the other side of the video, Su Qingyan looked at this absurd and funny scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing, with two touching blushes appearing on her beautiful cheeks. Lin Fan's mouth was also twitching wildly. Get out! Get up! Lin Fan cursed angrily, You are so useless. Money makes you a father. This is the truth. Wang Shuai raised his head, his face filled with unconcealable ecstasy and excitement. Brother Fan. No, Dad. This is too. Didn't I tell you before? When I make money in the future, I'll share some with you. Lin Fan's tone was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. Thank you so much for these 3 years. If anyone dares to bully you in school in the future, just tell them my name. Just a simple sentence made the three boys' eyes moist. They knew that Lin Fan had not changed. Even though he has now soared to the sky and become a genius that even S-level professors have to look at with new eyes, he still remembers them, the brothers who played jokes with him when he was still a waste. Thank you, Brother Fan. Zheng Chang wiped his face vigorously. From now on you are my real brother. Li Jun also nodded heavily. It's Dad. Wang Shui corrected him, brother Fan, being your roommate for 3 years is the best thing I've ever done in my life. The atmosphere gradually changed from excitement and gratitude to warmth. After recovering from his shock, Wang Shui's gossip spirit burned brightly once again. He winked at the screen and asked in a low voice, Brother Fan, I thought I heard a fairy's voice just now? Is that the campus beauty of Suzhou University right next to you? Before Lin Fan could say anything, Wang Shui continued, Oh, you even need to ask. It must be true. Dad, Xiangzi, Junzi, and I are here to wish you and the campus beauty of Suzhou University a happy marriage and a son soon. Yes, yes, yes. May you have a baby soon. The other two also joined in the cheering. Su Qingyan blushed as she listened, and gently pinched the soft flesh on Lin Fan's waist. Get out. Lin Fan cursed with a smile, and then heard Wang Shui ask slyly. Oh, Brother Fan, I have another question. That a rank busty chick, Lin Feier, did you manage to win her over? I heard she's even publicly claimed you're her biological brother. That's a clever move. First acknowledge your relationship, then develop further, isn't that the plan? Lin Fan felt his temples throbbing. He glanced at the person beside him. Although Su Qingyan didn't say anything, his cold eyes had narrowed slightly, with a hint of dangerous scrutiny. I think you have too much money to burn, right? Lin Fan decisively changed the subject. I've given you the money, how you use it is up to you. I suggest you buy more cultivation resources to improve your attributes, otherwise you won't be able to participate in the campus competition in a month. Campus competition. As soon as this was mentioned, the attention of the three people was indeed drawn to it. Don't worry, Brother Fan. With your startup capital, we will definitely be reborn. When the time comes, we will definitely come to cheer you and the Suzhou University beauty on. That's right. If anyone dares to compete with you for the championship, we three will be the first to say no. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with these clowns. After saying a few words, he hung up the video amid the screams of goodbye, Dad. Putting away the phone, Lin Fan felt the strength coming from the small hand on his waist. He turned his head helplessly and met Su Qingyan's half-smile eyes. A level busty girl? Acknowledge first, then develop? Lin Fan raised his hands, looking innocent. It's a rumor, absolutely a rumor. I have nothing against her. Su Qingyan snorted lightly and let go of his hand, but he couldn't hide the upward curve at the corner of his mouth. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long. Chapter 57, Trial in the Misty Forest. S-level exclusive teaching building, top floor. Professor Han Xing's office is simple and spacious. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, there is a bird's-eye view of the entire Xiaoming University. Her fingertips lightly slid across the light screen, which displayed the 2F level reports of Lin Fan and Su Qingyan in the public retest, and 2 battle videos of instantly killing AA+ level puppets. These two completely opposite pieces of information put together are full of absurd contradictions. 1 month. A trace of solemnity flashed in Han Xing's cold eyes. The campus competition in a month's time was a crucial test for ordinary students, determining their future. But for S-rank experts like her and the school's top brass, there was something deeper at play. The division of power among several major families in Donghai City, the early recruitment of special talents for the military, and even the selection of reserve forces to deal with the increasingly frequent invasions from other dimensions. She also heard a little about the bet between the Wang family and the Su family. Su Qingyan can't afford to lose this competition. And Lin Fan, this young man full of mysteries, his appearance itself is a huge variable. Han Xing tapped her finger on the screen, and a document that had just been drafted was set to be broadcast to the entire school. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it must be taken out for a walk. I hope you won't let me down. She whispered to herself, her eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, falling on a young man who was leisurely drinking tea in the F-level dormitory area. At the same time, in Xiaoming University, whether it is the A-level training ground or the ordinary teaching building, the screens on all students' wristbands light up at the same time. A bold, red pop-up window forcibly occupied everyone's sight. Notice of the first comprehensive combat drill in the senior year. Theme, Trial in the Misty Forest. Time, 3 days later, gather at 9 a.m. Location, school-owned Dimensional Rift No. 7 Misty Forest Low Risk Area. Participants, all grade 3A and B students. Special guests, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan. Mission objective, hunt down exotic beasts within the specified time and earn points. Points can be exchanged for rare cultivation resources, credits, and. The notification paused here, and then a line of larger font appeared. The final ranking points from this actual combat exercise will be directly converted into your starting points for the campus competition 1 month later. The top 10 will receive plus 100 points towards their starting points. The first place winner will receive an additional A-level equipment box. Boom! The entire Xiaoming University was instantly blown away by this notice. Holy crap! Is it tied to the initial score of the competition? This isn't a drill, this is the start of a war. The initial score is 100 points. That's a huge advantage. In campus competitions, a few points often determine the final ranking. A level equipment selection box. Oh my god! The school is spending a fortune this time. Countless students stood up from their seats excitedly, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. The originally somewhat loose atmosphere suddenly became tense at this moment. In the A-level exclusive training ground, Li Hao shot the energy target in front of him into pieces, and lightning crackled around him. He looked at the notification on the bracelet, especially the line "Specially Invited, Lin Fan, Su Qingyan," and his eyes became extremely complicated. There is jealousy and resentment, but more of it is an ignited desire to compete fairly. Lin Fan, he muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the thunder spear. Last time, you shocked the entire crowd with Su Qingyan. This time, in real combat, I'll let you know who is the strongest Thunder Awakener. On the other side, in a dark corner, Wang Yan and Zhao Sunan also saw the notice. Misty Forest. Zhao Sunan showed a sinister smile on his face. "Yener, our chance has come." Wang Yan stared at the names of Lin Fan and Su Qingyan, her nails digging deeply into her palms as if she wanted to pinch them to draw blood. The shame of the public retest that day was engraved on her heart like a brand, burning at her dignity day and night. Opportunity? Her voice was hoarse and resentful. I don't want an opportunity, I want their lives. We can't do anything in school. But in the misty forest, it's shrouded in thick fog all day long, and the signal is often interrupted. Every year, 1 or 2 students accidentally disappear. Isn't that normal? Zhao Sunan's eyes flashed with viciousness. Wang Yan's breathing suddenly stagnated, and then a crazy smile bloomed on her distorted face. Yes, accidental is a really nice word. F-class dormitory. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, resting his eyes, while reviewing his system in his mind. Name, Lin Fan. Occupation, undershirt LV5. Bound partner, Su Qingyan. Kill value, 280 points. Property. Abilities, power synchronization, post-war recovery. Last time in the Shadow Rift, Su Qingyan killed everyone in the illusion, which earned him a lot of experience points, but he was still far from upgrading. He did save up some kill points, but he didn't plan to use them for the time being. Misty Forest. Lin Fan opened his eyes, looked at the notification on his bracelet, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew that this so-called drill was aimed at him and Su Qingyan. The school wanted to find out his background, those jealous students wanted to step on him to get to the top, and people like Wang Yan wanted to tear him into pieces. It just so happens that I'm also short of experience points and kill points. He looked out the window, as if he could see a huge net made up of countless interests and conspiracies, covering him and Su Qingyan. But he doesn't care. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is nothing but a piece of shit. At this moment, his bracelet vibrated again. This time, it's encrypted communication. Initiator, Han Xing. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and answered the call. Han Xing's cold face appeared on the screen, and the background was still her empty office. Student Lin Fan. Han Xing's tone was as calm as ever. Professor Han Xing, what's the matter? You must participate in the actual combat drill in 3 days. Han Xing went straight to the point. It's written in the notice that it's a special invitation, not a mandatory one. Lin Fan replied lazily. Han Xing frowned slightly. This student always plays by his own rules. This drill is very important to both you and Su Qingyan. The Wang family has set up a plan for the competition, and you should be aware of it. This initial score is an advantage that you must seize. Oh? Professor cares about us so much? Lin Fan said with a smile. Han Xing was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words. This is official business. She suddenly changed the subject. Besides, I'm looking for you for a personal matter. Private matter? Lin Fan became interested. It was extremely unusual that Professor Han Xing, who was an S-level student, would use the word private matter to talk to him, an F-level student. Han Xing's eyes became much deeper. She glanced at the office door, as if to confirm whether there was anyone there, and then lowered her voice. This matter is related to the ability you demonstrated during the public retest, to ignore the attacks of A+ ranked puppets. I need you to do me a favor. In return, I can give you an advance on the reward for first place in this exercise. A level equipment selection box? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This is quite a big deal. What on earth could have caused Han Xing to pay such a huge price? Han Xing looked at Lin Fan and said word by word. I want you to enter someone's dream. Chapter 58 level transaction in dream objects. Enter someone's dream. These words, spoken by an S-class expert, were enough to make any A-class genius's scalp tingle. Dreams are an extension of spiritual power, and are the most private, fragile, and dangerous realm. If you forcibly interfere with other people's dreams, if you are not careful, it will cause both parties to have a mental breakdown and become idiots. Lin Fan's pupils shrank slightly, but his face still had that lazy expression, as if he had heard something insignificant. Professor Han Xing, this joke is not funny. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. Interfering with dreams is a taboo research. If the school board finds out, your position as an S-level professor will probably be in jeopardy. Han Xing's expression didn't change at all. He stared at Lin Fan with cold eyes, as if he could see through him. I'm not kidding. There was an unquestionable determination in her voice. Besides, I'm not looking for you to interfere, but to expel you. Expel? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Han Xing raised his hand, and a blurry surveillance video appeared on the screen. The video seems to be taken in a high-end private ward. A haggard young girl is lying on the bed with her eyes closed and connected to various life-sustaining machines. Her face was about 60% similar to Han Xing's, but she was less cold and more delicate. My sister, Hanyue. A barely perceptible ripple finally appeared in Han Xing's voice. Half a month ago, she was attacked by an unknown spiritual beast while on a dimensional rift exploration mission. She fell into a deep coma and never woke up again. I've consulted every expert in the Federation's spiritual field, but they're all helpless. They can only detect that within Xiaoye's spiritual sea, or rather, within her dreams, there's an alien entity lurking. Han Xing tapped the light screen with his fingertips, and the screen switched to a mental wave diagram composed of countless data streams. In the steady spiritual fluctuations representing Hanyu, there was an extremely inharmonious mass of black energy filled with tyranny and chaos, which was like a leech attached to her bones, tightly entangling her. This thing is devouring her mental energy and growing stronger. Han Xing's tone turned cold. Even more terrifying, it seems to be trying to use Xiaoye's dream as a springboard to descend into the real world. She pointed to the wall around the bed, which was covered with tiny, black cracks that looked like they had been burned. These are caused by the energy it leaks. I have to use my power to purify it every day to barely suppress it. But it's getting stronger and stronger, and I can't suppress it anymore. Lin Fan's eyes finally became serious. Dream pollution. Moreover, it is a high-level dream pollution that can reversely affect reality. This is so similar to the nightmare-coming incident in his previous life that destroyed countless cities. It turns out that everything had already started. The so-called student nightmares are nothing more than the most peripheral and insignificant radiation effects. Unfortunately, Han Xing's sister became the anchor point for the arrival of that foreign object. Why are you looking for me? Lin Fan asked in a deep voice. There are many students and teachers in the school with strong mental strength. Because they will all be contaminated. Han Xing gave a cruel answer. I tried to let an A-level spiritual instructor enter Xiaoye's shallow dream, but in less than 3 seconds, he was corroded by the violent energy and nearly went insane. And you, Han Xing's gaze locked onto Lin Fan once again. During the public retest, the A+ level puppet's attack contained a powerful energy shock and mental deterrence. But you completely ignored it. That feeling isn't like using stronger mental strength to resist, but rather, it's like you're naturally immune to this energy. Lin Fan understood. It's not immunity, it's his system, the essence of which is a conceptual creation at the rules level, which transcends the energy system of this world. Illusions and mental shocks all fall under the category of energy attacks and are naturally ineffective against him. Han Xing couldn't see through this and only thought that he had an extremely rare special talent. I need you to enter Xiaoye's dream, find that foreign object and expel it. There was a hint of pleading in Han Xing's tone. She waved her hand, and a box with a gleaming metallic luster appeared on the office desk. The box opened automatically, and inside lay a piece of glittering soft armor quietly, engraved with complex wind magic patterns. Wind King Guardian A level. This is a level equipment, Guardian of the Wind. As long as you agree, it is yours now. Han Xing offered his chips. Then she took out another badge. This is my S-level authority badge. With it, you can mobilize all the resources of the school except the S-level combat forces. As long as you can save Xiaoya, I can give you anything. A favor from an S-rank expert, and A-rank equipment, and unlimited rights to mobilize resources. This deal is enough to drive anyone crazy. Lin Fan looked at the things on the table, then looked at the girl surrounded by black energy on the screen, and fell silent. The risk is huge. The level of that foreign object is definitely not low, and may even surpass S-level. But the returns are equally astonishing. A level equipment can greatly improve Su Qingyan's survivability. S-level favors and authority are even more priceless. More importantly, this is a great opportunity to get early access to the core of Nightmare. If he could figure out the details in advance, he would have the upper hand when the disaster that engulfed the entire school struck a month later. I need to know every detail, Lin Fan finally spoke, his eyes sharp. About the dimensional rift where your sister was attacked, and about all the characteristics of that foreign entity. Seeing Lin Fan give in, Han Xing's tense body finally relaxed a little. That rift is new, numbered G37. The environment inside is extremely strange. There are no physical beasts, only various forms of spiritual energy. That thing has no fixed form, but everyone who has come into contact with it, before their mental breakdown, has mentioned the same thing. What? A huge, cold, pupilless eye. Eyes without pupils. Lin Fan's heart suddenly jumped. This mark again. Eye of the Abyss. The mysterious organization that spread false information and lured Su Qingyan to the abandoned industrial area. What exactly is their relationship with these dream beasts? Clues quickly connected in Lin Fan's mind, and a larger conspiracy gradually surfaced. Okay, I'll take this deal. Lin Fan stood up and made a decision. A look of relief finally appeared in Han Xing's eyes. However, Lin Fan changed the subject. Before I enter your sister's dream, I have a condition. You say. I'm going somewhere. Lin Fan's gaze seemed to penetrate the floor and look deep into the underground of the teaching building. The school's main space stabilizer machine room. Han Xing was stunned when he heard this, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. That is the core forbidden area of the school, responsible for maintaining the spatial stability of the entire campus, and releasing high-frequency pulses that interfere with dreams. What was he going there for? I want to personally verify some of my conjectures. Lin Fan didn't explain too much, just looked at her calmly. Only when my conjectures are confirmed can I be absolutely sure of saving your sister. His eyes were deep and confident, as if he had everything under control. Han Xing looked at Lin Fan like this, and although his doubts deepened, he finally chose to believe him. She nodded and pushed the A-level equipment and S-level authority badge on the table in front of Lin Fan. Yes. Now, they are yours. Chapter 59: The Call from the Stabilizer. In Lin Fan's room in the F-level dormitory area. When Lin Fan placed the box with a gleaming metallic luster on the table, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingyan's clear eyes. The lid of the box slid open silently, and the glittering A-level soft armor, Wind King Guardian, lay quietly inside. The breeze elemental energy it emitted made the air in the entire room a little fresher. Is this a level equipment? Su Qingyan recognized the value of this equipment on the campus equipment exchange list. It was an astronomical figure that was enough to make most A-level students struggle for the entire school year. The reward paid in advance by Professor Han Xing. Lin Fan spoke briefly and placed the badge representing S-level authority on the table. Then, he roughly told Su Qingyan about the transaction with Han Xing, hiding the core secrets such as the system and dream pollution. He only said that Han Xing's sister was injured by a rare spiritual beast and fell into a coma, and because of his special physique, he might be able to help. Entering someone else's spiritual sea? That's too dangerous. Su Qingyan's brows knitted together instantly, worry written all over her beautiful face. She wasn't concerned about the reward, but Lin Fan's safety. Even an S-rank professor is helpless, and you. The one who knows me best is my clear mind. Lin Fan smiled and picked up the Wind King Guardian. But the reason I dare to take it is because I'm confident. Have you forgotten? I'm naturally immune to mental attacks. He was referring to the system's built-in heart barrier, which provided immunity to mental attacks below S rank. This was his biggest trump card, and the reason he dared to take on this private job. Su Qingyan looked into Lin Fan's confident and penetrating eyes. Her worries eased slightly, but she still hadn't let them go. She knew Lin Fan would never do anything without confidence. Put on this soft armor. Lin Fan handed the Wind King Guardian to Su Qingyan. Give it to me? Su Qingyan was stunned. This is your reward. My reward is to make you stronger, isn't it? Lin Fan said matter-of-factly. I'm your undershirt. The higher your defense, the safer I am. Besides, I'll be more assured when you wear it during the Misty Forest trial in 3 days. These words were half joking and half sincere. Only Lin Fan himself knows the real reason. As long as his partner becomes stronger, he will become stronger as well. Su Qingyan's heart trembled slightly, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She no longer refused, nodded gently, and accepted this A-level equipment that carried special meaning. Lin Fan looked at her and added, "Before I go to help Professor Han Xing, I have to go somewhere to verify some things. You stay in the dormitory and familiarize yourself with the new equipment." Okay. Su Qingyan didn't ask any more questions, but just gently reminded, "Be careful." Half an hour later, at Xiaoming University, underground level 7. This was the school's most restricted area, a place not even accessible to most instructors. A glaring red warning light flashed on the heavy alloy door, and the cold air was filled with a distinct scent of ozone and energy. Han Xing stood in front of the door and passed 7 verifications in a row using her S-level authority badge and iris scan. Boom! The alloy door, as heavy as a city gate, slowly slid open to both sides, revealing the scene behind it. In a vast space the size of a football field, countless thick energy tubes coiled and stretched like giant pythons, ultimately converging into the center. There, an immense spherical device, composed of countless precise runes and complex crystals, slowly rotated. This is Xiaoming University's main space stabilizer. It emitted a low, humming sound, like the heartbeat of a giant beast, causing the air to vibrate. Visible ripples of energy, centered around it, spread out in all directions, maintaining the spatial structure of the campus and surrounding areas. Simultaneously, it continuously released high-frequency pulses designed to suppress dreams. This is the stabilizer room. Han Xing's voice seemed a little thin in the empty space. What do you want to verify? Lin Fan did not answer, his eyes had already been attracted by the scene before him. No, to be more precise, he was attracted by the madly jumping data stream on his system panel. In his vision, the entire space stabilizer was no longer a cold machine, but an energy core composed of billions of data streams. Those so-called high-frequency pulses took on a completely different form under the system's analysis. They are not a single energy wave, but a weaving together of 2 completely different signals. One is a stable and peaceful white data flow, which is the energy that truly plays the role of spatial stability and spiritual soothing. The other type is an extremely hidden, virus-like, black data stream. They were faint and strange, carrying a chaotic aura originating from chaos and the abyss. They spread out along with the white data stream, penetrating into every corner of the campus and the depths of everyone's subconscious. Ordinary people, even S-level cold stars, cannot detect the existence of this black data stream because its frequency and fluctuations are beyond the normal energy perception range of this world. But Lin Fan's system, a creation at the rules level, can analyze it clearly. So that's how it is. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. The so-called dream pollution does not come from the outside world at all. The source is right here. The stabilizer used by the school to suppress dreams is itself the biggest source of pollution. This huge machine is not suppressing nightmares at all, but is carrying out a long-term, subtle screening and calling covering all teachers and students in the school. It is screening out those sensitive people whose mental power can resonate with this black data stream, such as Han Xing's sister. Then, through the dreams of these sensitive people as an anchor point, calling out to a certain, terrifying existence sleeping in an unknown dimension. This is simply a huge conspiracy that has been carefully planned for who knows how many years. What did you find out? Han Xing noticed the shock that flashed across Lin Fan's face and couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his gaze, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Han Xing, who looked anxious and puzzled, his eyes becoming more solemn than ever before. He did not directly tell the horrifying truth because it was too shocking and would only make Han Xing think he was crazy. He changed to a more tactful yet more impactful way and said calmly, "Professor, have you ever thought about? This stabilizer may not be suppressing anything. But what are you calling for?" This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Han Xing's mind. Her intuition as an S-level expert made her feel a chill running from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, and all the hairs on her body stood up. Chapter 60 Misty Forest, Trial begins. Han Xing's face turned pale in an instant. Call? These two words seemed to carry some kind of magic power, instantly breaking down her psychological defenses as an S-level expert. She turned back sharply, looking once more at the large, cold spherical device. The low, heartbeat-like humming now carried an indescribable strangeness and sinister quality. The uneasiness she had always felt and her instinctive resistance to the high-frequency pulse suppression plan seemed to have found their source at this moment. "What is your basis?" Han Xing's voice was a little dry. She forced herself to calm down, but her slightly trembling fingertips revealed the shock in her heart. "Just a guess." Lin Fan didn't elaborate. He knew that the best approach was to keep it brief. Explaining too much would only lead to unnecessary suspicion. What he wanted to do was to plant a seed of doubt in Han Xing's heart. This seed would take root and sprout at some point in the future, becoming the key lever for him to leverage the entire situation. "Let's go, Professor." Lin Fan turned and calmly walked towards the exit. "I already know what to do. 3 days later, when the Misty Forest trial is over, I'll come to help you." Han Xing looked at Lin Fan deeply, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was shock, confusion, but more than that, a sense of powerlessness, having to rely on him. For the first time, she discovered that her S-class strength and knowledge, which she was so proud of, paled in comparison to this mysterious F-class student. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the entire Xiaoming University was shrouded in a tense atmosphere as if a storm was about to come. All the students who received the notice were frantically making final preparations. The training rooms, gravity fields, equipment stores, everywhere was packed. The A-level equipment selection box and the initial points of the campus competition are like two huge magnets, attracting everyone's ambitions and desires. However, Lin Fan and Su Qingyan, who were at the center of the storm, seemed unusually calm. In her dorm, Su Qingyan familiarized herself with the properties of her rank soft armor, Wind King's Guardian. Not only did this piece of equipment provide incredible physical and energy defense, but its accompanying Whisper of the Wind effect also made her as light as a swallow, significantly increasing her agility. Then, as a token of gratitude to his partner, Su Qingyan took Lin Fan to buy various recovery potions and functional props. This also made Lin Fan very satisfied. He never fought a battle without preparation. Finally, the day of trial arrived. The early morning sunlight penetrates the mist and shines on the huge assembly square of Xiaoming University. The square was crowded with people. Nearly 300 senior high school students were divided into distinct squares according to their classes and grades. At the front were the elite A and B level students. Each of them was well equipped, exuding a powerful aura, their eyes filled with confidence and fighting spirit. There was a clear distinction between them, and a subtle sense of competition. Li Hao stood in the team of Thunder Awakeners, his body surrounded by electric light, his eyes as sharp as torches, looking far away at the entrance of the square, as if waiting for something. Wang Yan and Zhao Sunan stood in an inconspicuous corner, their eyes gleaming with venom, completely out of place among the excited students around them. Their gazes, like venomous snakes, scanned the crowd, searching for their prey. When Lin Fan and Su Qingyan appeared in the square, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire noisy square fell silent. Various complex emotions intertwine and collide in the air. There is curiosity, jealousy, disdain, and also an undisguised desire to fight. So that's Lin Fan and Su Qingyan? The legendary F-class status and S-class strength? Humph, what's the point of having good-looking data? Actual combat is not target practice. The Misty Forest is full of dangers, and there is no professor to protect them. That's right, I want to see how many points these two F-level players can get. There was a lot of discussion. Su Qingyan was dressed in a sharp combat uniform, with her rank soft armor, Wind King Guardian, underneath, revealing nothing from the outside. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice, and she was oblivious to the surrounding discussions, like a snow lotus isolated from the world. Lin Fan was still wearing ordinary casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy smile on his face, as if he was not here to participate in a life and death trial, but to go on a picnic. Look, they are coming. A trace of cruel pleasure flashed in Zhao Sunan's eyes, and he whispered to Wang Yan beside him. Wang Yan's nails dug deeply into her palms again. She stared at Su Qingnian, who was walking side by side with Lin Fan. That cold and beautiful face stung her eyes. Today is the day she dies. Wang Yan's voice was full of resentment, as if squeezed out from between her teeth. At this moment, a flash of light appeared on the high platform in front of the square, and Professor Han Xing's figure appeared out of thin air. Her cold gaze swept across the entire audience, and the powerful S-level pressure instantly silenced all discussions. I'm sure you all understand the rules. Han Xing's voice was quiet, but it reached everyone clearly. After entering the Misty Forest, you have 8 hours. Hunt down exotic beasts, obtain their points marks, and activate them to add points to your personal bracelets. After 8 hours, the rift will close. Those who fail to return on time will bear the consequences at their own risk. She paused, her eyes sharpening. One final reminder: fighting is not allowed in the Misty Forest. However, anyone who maliciously causes disability or even death will be dealt with according to school rules and will not be tolerated. This sentence made many students with ulterior motives feel a chill in their hearts. However, a hint of disdainful sneer appeared on Wang Yan and Zhao Sunan's faces. School rules? In a foggy forest with no surveillance and no signal, as long as one behaves cleanly, who can uncover the truth of an accidental death? Now, distribute locators and emergency flares. Following Han Xing's order, several instructors began distributing equipment to each student. Everything is ready. Han Xing glanced at Lin Fan, who was standing in the crowd and looked out of place, and a barely perceptible complex emotion flashed in his eyes. She raised her hand and swung it down sharply. Trial, begin. Buzz. In the center of the square, a huge space crack was forcibly torn open, revealing a world behind it that was shrouded in thick fog all day long and full of unknowns and dangers. Charge. The A-level equipment is mine. The A-level students who were closest to the scene immediately turned into streaks of light and rushed into the crack like arrows shot from a bow. Soon after, the B-level students and other students also rushed in. In a blink of an eye, only a handful of people were left in the square. Li Hao held the thunder spear in his hand and looked at Lin Fan deeply, his eyes full of challenge. Then he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed in. Wang Yan and Zhao Sunan looked at each other, a cold smile appeared on the corners of their mouths, and they followed the crowd slowly and disappeared into the crack. Let's go too. Lin Fan stretched and said to Su Qingnian beside him. The two walked side by side, calmly and leisurely, as if strolling in a garden, and entered the space crack leading to the Misty Forest. When their figures disappeared, Han Xing on the high platform slowly withdrew his gaze. She raised her bracelet and opened an encrypted communication. Surveillance team, the target has entered. Focus on Area 7. If you discover any unusual movement from the Wang family, or if the target is in irresistible danger, notify me immediately. Yes, Professor. After cutting off the communication, Han Xing once again looked at the constantly fluctuating space crack with a deep look in his eyes. This trial is not only a test of Lin Fan by the school, but also a bet she made on herself.